Chapter 1 The Shopaholic CP Fu. The Meizhu, a clan of foxes that bears no semblance to thanin-tailed foxes, isonique breed that does not consume meat or vegetables, instead, they feed on the emotions of love generated by humans, the morella they absorb, the stronger their magical powers become, enhancing their beauty and physique. However, human lifespans are reflating, lastingly century, the love shared with a single individual ultimately provides limited sustenance. Furthermore, under the constraints imposed by heavenly way after the establishment of nation, spirits are prohibited from transforming into their true forms to enter the human world. Consequently, in the current demon realm, all spirits are born through to one dross artifact of the demon world Huan Huan Tower, allowing them to enter the myriad small worlds for cultivation and growth. Huan, a member of my Hucklan Facedonic circumstance. While some spirits are cast into Huan Huan Tower at birth, the peculiar nature of my Hucklan, coupled with the juvenile protection laws of the demon realm, mandates that my foxes must reach adulthood before they can enter the tower and venture into the myriad small worlds for training. Thus, the young members of my Hucklan and Durara Thararduas existent Kepri order reaching maturity, relying solely on sheer perseverance at Tozer Vive. The elders of my Hucklan have approached the demon realm's administrative office to voice their concerns, but a response was blit minor scan at engage in romantic relationships. This left the elders at a complete loss. With no alternatives, every immature Myofux must endure a third time in the demon realm with a sense of resignation. Fortunately, the Myu do not require sustenance before reaching adulthood. They merely need to bide a third time until they grow up. Finally, on the day Huxwangzu and Kamiofage Chiajer le packet her belonging sand rushed into Huan Huan Tower, leaving Nodum for the elders to impart their last minute advice before she vanished from sight. Up and open inquiries, Huxwangzu gazed at their delicate term sand legs with curiosity. So, I destroyeth a tupan entering the myriad small worlds, one can sail their true man taken a human appearance. This transformation was specially designed to accommodate their brief lifespans of humans, and within each world, one can lay engage in a single romantic relationship, strictly adhering to the monogamous system. Otherwise, wife my Hucklands not arias lack of decorum, one couldn't lay imagine it hekeos thought wouldn't. Huxwangsu and Rosto survey her surroundings. The small room was meticulously filled with a variety of bag sand clothing, indicating that, like her, its occupant had a penchant for beauty. Standing before Themer she beheld her stunning reflection, a captivating beauty with elegantly arched well-olithe eyebrows, a delicate and petit face, cherried lips, and a small, well-defined nose. Yet, what drew the most attention were her almond-shaped eyes, glistening with a watery sheen, evoking Jada Zarita drawn in their depths. The beauty market the cornero ferrayen liaded to herallure, stirring gasons of longing within Thosohagazad upon her. However, as Huxwangsuan examined her unchanged appearance, a wavy of disappointment washed over her istilunithis as before. There's no significant difference, miskin has visible pores, it lacks a fair complexion, and majestus not well. Yet, upon reconsideration, she reminded herself that she was no in the myriad small worlds, and donide surely surpassed he beauty of Humaimai. The Meizhu holds beauty in high regard. Its own appearance reflects their cultivation and capabilities, thus, that it left hemist beautifulest the highest form of recognition and honor bestowed upon them. Humaimai, thunrevalid beauty of Meizhu and the entire demon realm is with Huxwangsuan's aspiration and the benchmark she aims to surpass. In the Meizhu, new offspring are not conceived through natural means. Instead, when owner reaches a certain level of cultivation, they sacrifice a portion of their powers to bear a fox cub, regardless of whether right is male or female. However, within the myriad small worlds, the identity signed to a mind is definitive upon becoming a man. They will experience life eshamans doaging illness, and the ability to conceive human offspring naturally. One their mortal body succumbs to death, they will revert to their true form, assimilating the love they have cultivated during their time in the human realm, and then they will bear a born into the next small world. Huxwangsuan in this world is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. However, in Hong Kong, a place where land is incredibly precious and affluent individuals abound, charitable donation shave become the most effective means for the Althai to showcase their financial prowess and enhance their public image. Thus, Huxwangsuarather, Fongsuangsuan enjoyed a relatively comfortable life during her upbringing in the orphanage. The children of her generation all shared the surname Fong, as dictated by the director, with exceptions made for those who already had their In the fast-paced society of contemporary Hong Kong, where the pressures of work on life are palpable, every one arbors their own little hobbyist. Fongsuangsuan is no indulges in retail therapy whenever she feels down. After Huxwangsu arrived, she seamlessly maintained the habit, but the motivation was not to elevate and happiness, rather, it was the thrill of discovering beautiful items. Wow, this and badge is stunning, I would pair perfectly with an outfit and matching accessories. Oh, this dress is lovely to definitely to serve as a beautiful handbag and shoes. Well, I allow dress imply cannot be matched with black shoes. I mistake the entire ensemble. In each small world, the body is automatically generated before the projection of the primordial spirit, akin to a linofun notice coded dead to agami, quiet limerigen into the fabric of that world. Thus, one might say that Huxwangquan is Huan and Fongzuangquan is Huxwangsuan. However, while shopping in Themel, Huxuan found herself reluctantly abandoning a bracelet she hajist their as he gazed at her 10th credit card which had been maxed out just as he placed the necklace back. A fashionable woman by sprang up and asked, "Hello, since you are not taking that bracelet, may I try it on?" Fong, captivated with the exquisite rosigal bracelet on display, had been anxiously waiting for her turn as soon as the previous customer sat down shed forward. After speaking Shelokejapat Huan Huan, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes, mingled with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. O Huan Huan. Fong Suing quickly recognized her. Fong. Fong Fang nodded eagerly. Yes, I can't believe it, see you here. That had drawn you pint the same orphanage, but after adulthood, they had attended different universities, and due to their respective living arrangements, they hadn't crossed paid at the orphanage for several years. The excitement and joy of encountering a childhood friend momentarily jolted Fong Fang shopping urges. The exchange glances, noting the pill-soft bags behind them, and shared a knowing smile, confirming their shared affinity. With thyrems laden with numerous bags, that wakated and laughed exitathemel. Behind them, Thessal's attendants beamed, delighted such enthusiastic customers if only they could have more like Ethy's carefree spenders, their say less figures for the year would be secure. Chapter 2 The Shopaholic Duo He Chongfu 2. Since the thought day when she encountered Fong, that women exchanged contact information and began to frequently meet for shopping excursions, the combined enthusiasm of Kizit Wavat shoppers was exponentially powerful. As the Hemant approached, Fong Suing was overwhelmed by a cascade of credit card statements. Fong Suing worked as a receptionist at a small company Thejabwasizi, yet the pay was meager. Previously she had managed to live paycheck to paycheck, but now, faced with mounting bills that exceeded her income, her position was no longer sufficient to support their expenditures. Thus, Fong Suing made the decisive choice to resign. She joined Fong who had succumbed to temptation of purchasing clothes while on duty, in Thequist form of employment. A film Fong Suing browsed through enticing job listings in her computer hiring for general manager's secretary, salary. At that moment she could hardly focus on anything else or rethetising figures of potential earnings. This hilarious spark a deglamour FOP in Fong Huan who feared she might soon have a torso to selling bags. The next day, she donned a form-fitting black pencil skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs, complemented by a matching blazer and high heels. Her lustrous, dark curls framed her fashionable appearance, making her a striking presence. Upon arriving at the real estate company's building, she completed unnecessary paperwork and entered the waiting room for her interview, which was steaming with candidates of both genders. Undoubtedly, when Fong Suing stepped inside, Aliyah spot over 10 covered Tory assessing this formidable contender. Particularly, those with ulterior motive visit Fong Suing's exquisite features with heightened wariness. Finding a seat, she settled in casually, and before long a woman beside her, busy touching up her makeup, leaned over and said, "Hello, gorgeous, are you here for the general manager's assistant position as well?" Fong Huan, slightly puzzled, nodded, "Yes, are you?" The woman confirmed with a nod and gestured around. Of course, every on her right by in for that position. Shouting glanced at Fong Suing's fashion figure, adding, "Butitsi sar hopes might be dashed with the hour round, well sustenance?" Fong Suing blushed and smiled, taken aback by the compliment. Oh, I'm sure our real quite impressive ito. As whom I might said, human seray inherent limodst creatures its essential tolerant to praise their swela remaining understated. The woman, observing Fong Suing's expression that betrayed her inner thoughts, cold and felt butchical, "Sweetheart, when I said there might not be any opportunities, it's not to it or capability as rather. Well, do you know was a minute people her forth a seemingly simple position?" Fong Suing hesitated. "Is it because of the high salary?" The woman replied, "Well, yes, but that's just any aspect. Do you know hoth general manageress?" Fong Suing realized that she hadn't paid attention to that detail, being to focus on the salary. She shook her head honestly. The woman, no abandoning her makeup, leaned closer, brimming with excitement. The general manageress He Chongfu, the higher apparent of his real estate firm, ranked 38th in Hong Kong's rank list, with ain't half 1256 billion, has a bonafide catch. This isn't just about hiring a secretary, it's about selecting Mrs. He. As her enthusiasm grew, she grasped Fong Suing's arm, betrayalizing her ever excitement. She quickly released it, adopting a more serious demeanor as he flicked her hair back. "I apologize for me at burst." Fong Suing was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt change in the woman's demeanor. The interview process was divided into two rounds: a preliminary interview in the morning and a final interview in the afternoon. During the initial round, Fong Suing did not encounter the illustrious He Chongfu. However, while waiting for the final interview that afternoon, she noticed in the corridor and stood up to see what was happening. A man clad in a sleek black suit led a group of people engaged in conversation. As passed, several individuals rose to greet them. "Hello, Mr. He." Was this the diamond bachelor the makeup woman had described, who was indeed quite handsome, and Fong Suing's curiosity was because he observed He Chongfu. He kang fublant stupendla kadayas with Huan Huan husakurias ulman shaped the escaz him to pos momentarily hekaziliaska this companion istan employees omi haven't seen before? The manager beside him followed disgazy and up and spotting Huan Huan was momentarily taken aback by her beauty after glancing at his boss, a knowing smile flickered in his eyes, Shamast but Henu candidate for our secretary position here marked. He kying for reflected on the fact that their looks surpassed eventho's of Miss Hong Kong was a truly here to interview for a secretary, he instinctively inquired, can we afford her salary for a secretary? He kying few merely spoke offhandedly yet the vice president took his words to heart. After receiving the news of her successful interview, Fang Zuangsuan approached the theatre department to complete her onboarding. Upon seeing the salary in her contract now doubled, she hesitated as he faced the kin liling HR manager. The salary, could it be scum, yet, since it was offer, it should be legitimate, right? Once home, Fang Zuangsuan indeed searched for Hiki Anfa's name, discovering that there was a genuine figure on Hong Kong rich list. Thus, the company cold beam could it bethought this for offered such generous compensation, it felt rather embarrassing to receive a praise upon joining. The HR manager, maintaining a warm demeanor, explained, the salary for a standard secretary is certainly not the shaitasis the compensation for a Yuri Young boss personal secretary. Personal secretary, Fang Zuangsuan intrigued. The HR manager elaborated, in simple terms, it me and Simeon dedicate exclusively to the boss, ready to attend to his severe command, on standby 247, always available. Upon hearing 247, Fang Zuangsuan hesitated, wouldn't had Eve hair with netim even for shopping, high salary so flittily as if there is not a me to spend it. Noticing her uncertainty, the HR manager's smile briefly faltered, however, recalling the directive from above, hequiclirigan discomposure. Miss Fang doyo havian I concerns, what have hypus for you, and if the salary is unsatisfactory, we can certainly negotiate. Meanwhile, Fang Huan, contemplating whether to work just a month or two to pay off her credit card bills before resigning, realized that perhaps an month would suffice. Chapter 3 of the Shopaholic. In Hiqiangfu at long last, Fang Huan affixed her signature to the revised employment contract, which had undergone 3 revisions. On her first day at work, she stood alongside her colleagues, and as Hiqiangfu passed by, they all cheerfully exclaimed, "Greetings, bossy." Hiqiangfu paused momentarily, his gaze drawn to the woman before him, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure, her beautiful legs ensconced in black stockings and high heels. His eyes flickered, "You must be the new secretary?" Fang Huan beamed brightly, "Indeed, Mr. He, please do not hesitate to instruct me should you require anything." She certainly bore an impressive semblance of a secretary. However, who among secretaries had a boss who did not ride in the car, yet insisted on having the boss open the door for her, and what sort of arrangement was it that her petite handbag could not accommodate all her belongings, necessitating her to place some in her boss's bag? After a fortnight of interaction, Hiqiangfu observed as they prepared to attend an auction, the moment the driver opened the car door, his secretary promptly slid into the back seat, gazing at him with an expression of innocent expectation. "Boss, do hurry and join me." Hiqiangfu sighed softly, pondering whether he had hired a secretary or summoned an ancestral spirit. How to articulate this? Small creatures are exceptionally adept at sensing human emotions. They can immediately discern whether one is genuinely angry or possesses goodwill. This sensitivity is even more pronounced in the fox-like creatures that thrive on human affection. Their perception of human emotions is remarkably acute. Even though she presently appeared human, her instincts remained intact, enabling her to sense the nuances of kindness or malice. As time passed, Fang Huan gradually began to reveal her true nature. Hiqiangfu, feeling helpless, met the gaze of his secretary, whose bright, cheerful eyes looked up at him with an endearing innocence reminiscent of a puppy. He remained oblivious to the fact that Fang Huan's audacity was the result of someone else's gradual indulgence. As he settled into the car, he watched her retrieve a makeup bag placed within the vehicle, applying cosmetics while gazing into a mirror. Unable to restrain himself, Hiqiangfu remarked, "Do you still remember that you are my secretary?" Having just finished applying lipstick, which had been partially consumed during her earlier indulgence in pastries, Fang Huan looked up from her mirror, her expression earnest. "Of course, I remember. Is there something displeasing you, boss?" Hiqiangfu beheld her lips quiver, her eyes welling with tears, as she adopted a pitiful tone. "What can I possibly say in response? This tactic is always deployed." With another exasperated sigh, Hiqiangfu relented, "I haven't said anything. This evening, I shall take you to a friend's newly opened clothing store." The thought of the impending expenditure caused him some distress. In an instant, Fang Huan's demeanor transformed, a smile graced her lips as she softened her tone. "Thank you, boss, you are my absolute favorite. Even though Mr. Wang attempted to recruit me to his company yesterday, I chose to remain, for no one can compare to your generosity." Through their 2 weeks of interaction, Fang Huan had keenly discerned the nature of her employer. Although Hiqiangfu was undeniably affluent, he exhibited a tendency to be rather frugal, yet, at times, he could not tolerate others competing with him for possessions, particularly when it came to bidding. If someone else raised the stakes, he would become increasingly agitated, often regretting his decisions afterward, as if he were grappling with a split personality. Indeed, when one comprehends another's character and identifies their vulnerabilities, they are not far from mastering them. As anticipated, upon hearing Fang Huan mention Mr. Wang, Hiqiangfu erupted with indignation. "Does he dare to compete with me for personnel? I shall raise your salary by an additional 20,000. Can he outbid me?" His expression was one of palpable frustration. At such moments, Huan Huan could not help but marvel at how striking He Qiangfu appeared. She adeptly retrieved a salary increment form from the side and presented it to him. Of course. Who is my boss? Mr. Wang could never outmatch you, even if he offered me a salary exceeding yours by 10,000. Could I possibly leave you? Am I the sort of person to abandon my superior? I cannot do that, for my boss is the finest in the world. No amount of money could entice me away from him. After hearing her heartfelt declaration, He Qiangfu was deeply moved. At last, Huan Huan gazed at the salary increment form reflecting a 4,000 raise, seeing He Qiangfu radiate with a certain glow. Should she decide to resign now, her credit card bills could be settled, and perhaps even some surplus would remain. Upon arriving at the auction venue, the driver observed the jubilant expression of Huan Huan juxtaposed with the conflicted, pained countenance of his employer, shaking his head in disbelief. Boss, how many times has Secretary Fang employed this tactic? Why do you not learn from experience? Inside the auction hall, He Qiangfu found himself embroiled in a dispute with the owner of a real estate company. As the bidding for a parcel of land soared to an astronomical 24,860,000,000, the elder Mr. He and his accompanying advisors began to grow anxious. Enough, Qiangfu, this is not a prudent expenditure. Yet, He Qiangfu, visibly tormented, continued to raise his bidding paddle. Save your breath, father, I cannot restrain myself. Meanwhile, Huan Huan, who had entered the venue, exhibited no interest in the land auction, finding herself growing drowsy as she sat to the side. It was only when she heard the commotion nearby that she roused herself. The elder Mr. He, having become acquainted with Huan Huan over the past fortnight, suddenly brightened upon spotting her. Secretary Fang, quickly assist in restraining Qiangfu. Observing He Qiangfu's conflicted expression as he struggled to maintain control, Huan Huan remained remarkably composed. See, I told you he is unwell. He remains reluctant to seek medical attention to save money. After a moment's contemplation, she extended her hand to grasp his, leaning feebly against He Qiangfu's chest. Boss, my heart aches terribly. Both her soft hand and the frail body nestled against him could easily be dismissed with a gentle push. Yet, in that instant, He Qiangfu's mind was consumed solely by the sight of her delicate form nestled against him, crying out in distress, completely oblivious to all else. In a sudden burst of action, He Qiangfu rose, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, and promptly scooped her up in his arms. I shall take you to the hospital immediately. Do not fear. Huan Huan, feigning weakness in his embrace, nodded earnestly, her demeanor pitifully unwell. With you by my side, I have nothing to fear. As she spoke, she extended a hand behind He Qiangfu's back, signaling a thumbs up to the elder Mr. He. Witnessing his son hastily departing with Huan Huan in his arms, while she effortlessly manipulated the situation, the elder Mr. He could not help but exclaim, what a remarkable talent. Perhaps it was time to begin planning a wedding. Chapter 4 of the shopping frenzy of He Qiangfu. In a flurry of urgency, he embraced the frail figure and ushered them into the car, instructing the driver to hasten. Lowering his gaze to the weakened individual cradled in his arms, he offered reassurance, it's all right, it's all right. We'll reach the hospital shortly, everything will be fine. His trembling hands, perhaps, were meant to comfort Huan Huan, yet they seemed equally aimed at soothing his own anxious heart. Observing his demeanor, Huan Huan felt a twinge of guilt. Boss, actually, I'm not feeling any pain now. He Qiangfu, but with a sudden command of stop, the car came to an abrupt halt at the roadside. The driver, perceptibly, opened the door and exited, closing it behind him to grant space to the two in the back seat, executing the motion seamlessly. Huan Huan, noting He Qiangfu's inscrutable expression, felt a wave of unease wash over her. She tugged at his sleeve. Boss, are you upset? I was merely concerned that you, being so urgent, might. Before he could finish his sentence, He Qiangfu interjected, next time, don't use that excuse, I would worry. Huan Huan, her eyes alight with mirth, gazed at him. If that method won't suffice, how about this instead? He Qiangfu lifted his gaze to meet hers, his pupils constricted, hands instinctively tightening against the seat as he felt the lingering sensation of her lips against his, her face magnified before him, causing his entire being to flush with warmth. Once Huan Huan had stolen the kiss, she resumed her nonchalant demeanor, engrossed in her phone, even calling the driver back from outside. It wasn't until they arrived at the company's entrance that He Qiangfu had yet to recover from the kiss. As Huan Huan exited the vehicle, she addressed the still motionless figure within. Boss, we've arrived at the company. How much longer will you sit there? He Qiangfu snapped back to reality at the sound of her voice, observing her smile from outside. As he stepped out, he paused beside her. He Qiangfu longed to inquire the meaning behind that kiss, yet words eluded him. Did her every action imply affection towards him? After all, he was a coveted bachelor in Hong Kong, and it was only natural for a secretary to harbor feelings for her employer. The chaotic thought swirled in his mind, eliciting an involuntary smile at the corners of his mouth. Very well then, since you seem to be quite fond of me, we could consider dating. Marriage, however, might be a tad premature. My family. He became lost in his own reverie, turning his head only to find, where is she, my stunning little secretary? The secretary who had been by his side moments ago had vanished, leaving only the driver in his wake. He Qiangfu hastily inquired, where is Huan Huan? The driver, having observed his boss's bemused grin and overheard his musings, barely stifled a laugh. How amusing it was that the secretary had already departed for an engagement, yet here was the young master contemplating marriage? TSK. At that moment, upon hearing the inquiry, the driver composed himself, responding, Secretary Fang has left work, she mentioned having a date. The mention of this only provoked further amusement. What could be more entertaining than witnessing the boss's dismay? He Qiangfu, a date? Wait, she just kissed me and then went off to a date, where does that leave me? Who authorized that? He Qiangfu's expression darkened instantly. Is someone vying for my woman, do they not realize she is mine? The driver replied, boss, you consented. He Qiangfu retorted, when did I? As the words left his lips, he seemed to recall something. Earlier in the car, she had vaguely mentioned leaving work early to dine with someone. However, the kiss had rendered him so flustered that he hardly paid attention to her words, inadvertently agreeing to something he hadn't intended. Irritated with himself, He Qiangfu shot a menacing glare at the driver. Do you know where she is dining tonight? It's merely a meal, not a date. If she dares to date someone else, I'll deal with them. No, I'll deal with the man daring to entice my woman, the driver weakly replied. I don't know. He Qiangfu furrowed his brow, agitation radiating from him as if he might erupt in anger at any moment. The driver hastily added, however, I did overhear that Secretary Fang intends to return home to change clothes. We could wait for her there. Only then did He Qiangfu's expression soften slightly. Then why are we still here? Drive. The driver responded, oh. Downstairs at Huan Huan's residence, He Qiangfu peered through the car window, fixated on the entrance of her apartment complex, but after a prolonged wait, she had yet to appear. TSK, could she have already left? The driver, observing his boss's fixation, sighed, not likely. Women take considerable time to shower, change, and apply makeup. The Secretary Huan Huan, be quick about it. He Qiangfu, she still needs to shower. What on earth is she planning? In his agitation, he forgot he was still in the car, his head colliding with the roof. Wincing in pain, he instinctively covered his head, yet his urgency to exit was palpable. This won't do, I must check on her. The driver hurriedly explained, no, boss, I was just speculating. It's not certain. Reaching out in an attempt to restrain his boss, he found He Qiangfu had already vanished. Just as Huan Huan emerged from her shower, she was startled by a frantic knocking at her door. At this rate, she would soon receive complaints from her neighbors throwing on a loose jacket. She opened the door to find He Qiangfu with a bewildered expression. Boss? He Qiangfu gazed at her, hair wrapped in a towel, unmistakably just out of the shower, clad in a delicate white silk camisole and matching outerwear, exuding an air of both purity and allure. The expanse of her fair skin and the slenderness of her exposed legs darkened He Qiangfu's countenance, prompting him to step inside and shut the door behind him. Towering over Huan Huan, He Qiangfu, clad in a tailored suit with a grave expression, cast an imposing shadow upon the petite figure before him. With a displeased look, he scrutinized her. What date is worthy of a shower? The acidity in his tone nearly overwhelmed the freshness she had just attained. Noticing his jealousy, Huan Huan couldn't suppress a chuckled. Boss, are you jealous? He Qiangfu flinched as if a cat had stepped on his tail. Who, me? Jealous? Huan Huan playfully responded, of course, you're not jealous. So why are you here? As she returned to her vanity to continue her makeup, she mused that she needed to hurry, time was of the essence. Chapter 5 of the Shopaholic. He Qiangfeng observing Huan Huanshan's dismissive demeanor, He Qiangfeng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Is this date truly of such significance to her? Even the boss seems indifferent. He stepped behind her. Hey, who exactly are you going out with? There are many unsavory characters in Hong Kong at night. He continued, and is your date more handsome than I am? Does he possess my wealth? Does he? Huan Huanshan sensed the melancholic gaze directed at her from behind and realized that if she did not divulge the information, she might not even finish her makeup. Turning around to face him, she inquired, does the boss now supervise the private lives of his subordinates? He Qiangfeng, taken aback by her frosty question, felt a deep ache within him. Do you only regard me as your boss? Upon seeing the hurt in his eyes, Huan Huanshan's tone softened immediately. She wished he would refrain from looking at her with such forlorn eyes, as if she had committed some heinous crime. Crossing her arms, the delicate straps of her nightgown clung to her form, revealing a hint of curvature. Then if I don't consider you my boss, what should I regard you as? Her voice rose playfully, drawing closer to He Qiangfeng step by step, as if attempting to penetrate his heart. He Qiangfeng's gaze inadvertently drifted to the enticing sight before him. He swallowed hard, adjusting his tie as he felt an unexpected warmth coursing through him. His previously assertive tone diminished, taking on a pleading, almost coy quality. Then, if not as a boss, shall we consider dating instead? Huan Huanshan raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing her lips, stating, huh? Her elevated inflection captivated He Qiangfeng's attention, causing him to grow anxious, fearful of any rejection she might voice. Turning away, she left him with a parting remark, then it depends on how you perform. After He Qiangfeng exited, dejected, and settled into the car, the driver cautiously inquired, boss, is Secretary Fang at home? He Qiangfeng, lost in contemplation, exuded an air of solitude. Yes. Noticing his demeanor, the driver speculated inwardly. Has Secretary Fang turned him down? Boss, are you alright? He asked, though what he truly wanted to know was whether He Qiangfeng had faced rejection. However, as a diligent worker, he refrained, cleverly shifting his inquiry to express concern for his employer. He Qiangfeng lifted his head, a serious expression on his face as he regarded the driver. Xiao Huang, she mentioned I should perform, how should I demonstrate this? The driver responded, huh? He Qiangfeng cast a disdainful look as if to say, how could you be so dim? Yet, with only the two of them present, he patiently recounted the situation once more. After hearing his boss's predicament, Xiao Huang opened his mouth, gazing at He Qiangfeng's expectant expression, unsure of what to say. But, boss, didn't you inquire about Secretary Fang's date? How did it become about how you should perform? However, seeing his boss's demeanor, Xiao Huang discerned that any protest would be futile, so he offered some advice. When a woman seeks a man's display of affection, it is fundamentally about his attitude. And that attitude should not merely be verbal but should manifest in actions. I believe what Secretary Fang desires is for you to pursue her. Boss said if you wish to date her, a confession is essential. He Qiangfeng queried, is it that obvious? The driver replied, what? He Qiangfeng reiterated, dating. The driver nodded in affirmation, quite evident. Observing He Qiangfeng's contemplative expression, Xiao Huang casually remarked, you know, a woman as beautiful as Secretary Fang must have no shortage of admirers. Just the other day, I saw someone delivering her flowers, I wonder if she would accept. Upon hearing this, a fierce determination and urgency flickered in He Qiangfeng's eyes. Xiao Huang, arrange for flowers to be sent to me immediately, and book a restaurant for tomorrow. I want to treat her to dinner, and also, listening to his boss's flurry of plans, Xiao Huang promptly agreed, understood, boss. By the way, boss, when Secretary Fang comes down, would you like to personally drive her? It would allow you to see who her date is, and you would also have some private time with her. He Qiangfeng regarded him with approval. That's a good idea, Xiao Huang. I'll consider a raise for you. Now that you've delegated your tasks, you may head back, please leave the car keys with me. Upon hearing the mention of a raise, Xiao Huang's eyes sparkled. Thank you, boss. He quickly exited the car to arrange for the flowers and the restaurant reservation for the following day. These tasks were simple enough, requiring just a few phone calls. Once everything was settled, he would wait for the flowers to arrive, hand them to his boss, and then joyfully take another bouquet to his girlfriend's home. When Fang Wanshan finally descended, the first sight that greeted her was He Qiangfeng, leaning against the car, holding a large bouquet of roses. The moment He Qiangfeng spotted Fang Wanshan, his eyes lit up. She wore a striking red dress, akin to a blooming rose, captivating his attention entirely, yet, the thought that she was dressed so beautifully for someone else, even if it were another woman, stirred discomfort within him. After presenting her with the flowers, he gallantly opened the car door. Shall we? I'll drive you there. Fang Wanshan accepted the roses, cradling them in her arms, inhaling their fragrance. The contrast between her fair, delicate features and the vibrant red of the flowers was striking. He Qiangfeng truly grasped the essence of beauty surpassing blooms. Once they arrived at their destination, He Qiangfeng transformed into a model of chivalry, displaying impeccable manners throughout the journey. After dropping her off, he thoughtfully suggested that she leave the flowers in the car, as carrying them upstairs might prove cumbersome. This way, he could still escort her back home later. Fang Wanshan, understanding his intentions without voicing it, nodded in agreement and promptly made her way to find Fang Fang. Today, Fang Fang had called to share the joyous news of securing a job, working alongside her psychologist, thereby enabling her to treat her shopping addiction while earning a living, a dual victory worth celebrating. Delighted, she wished to treat Fang Wanshan to dinner in celebration. However, after dining, Fang Wanshan watched as Fang Fang, unable to resist her impulses, dashed into a clothing store for yet another shopping spree. Bewildered, Fang Wanshan grasped Fang Fang's arm, halting her as she headed to the checkout. Are you certain your psychologist is legitimate? What if they are unlicensed? Fang Fang, already caught up in her excitement, replied, the doctor said overcoming a shopping addiction requires gradual progress. I am learning to control myself, but it's essential to indulge occasionally, otherwise, it might rebound. Chapter 6. The shopaholic CP He Qiangfeng. Fang Huan Huan was aware that Fang Fang's credit card debt was even more severe than her own. She grasped Fang Fang's hand and simply said, I know where that rare patent leather bag you've always wanted is. Instantly, Fang dropped her clothes and seized Fang Wanjuan's hand, inquiring, where? Clearly, the allure of the bag far outweighed that of the clothes for Fang. After leading her out of the clothing store, Fang Huan, noticing Fang Fang's excitement over purchasing the bag, playfully flicked her forehead. There's no bag, I was just teasing you that if there were any in stock, I would have bought one for myself first. This diversion successfully shifted Fang Fang's interest away from the clothing, and realizing it was for her own good, she embraced Fang Huan with gratitude, exclaiming, Woo, Huan, you're so wonderful. After parting ways with Fang, she turned around to find He Qiangfeng gazing at her affectionately. With a smile gracing her lips, Fang Huan approached him, slipping into the car, and suddenly remarked, Boss, have you decided how to express your feelings? He Qiangfeng candidly shared his plans. I will bring you flowers, take you out for dinner, and I've already ordered your favorite clothing and bag, tailored to your preferred style and color. They should arrive at your home tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Fang Huan smiled coyly. Aren't you worried about spending too much? During a pause at the traffic light, He Qiangfeng turned to her and nodded. I am, but you are far more important. I like you more than I like money. Hearing this, the delight in Fang Wanjuan's eyes blossomed. At her doorstep, she observed He Qiangfeng hesitating to leave, his expression revealing his intentions accompanied by her soft laughter. The two figures collapsed onto her pink double bed. Heaven knows, He Qiangfeng genuinely wished merely to spend a little more time alone with her, but the soft, smooth sensation and the mischievous antics of his little secretary caused his gentlemanly demeanor to dissipate entirely. The intertwined shadows on the pink bed and the sticky air within the room heightened the temperature, rendering the air conditioning futile. Under the dim light of the bedside lamp, the beauty mark at the corner of Fang Wanjuan's eye captivated He Qiangfeng. A sleepless night passed, and as dawn broke, the sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the inseparable figures on the bed. With their healthy, sun-kissed skin firmly embracing the fair-skinned woman in his arms, they were bound together, leaving no space in between. Like a pair of newly enamored lovers, upon arriving at the office, Fang Huan hardly settled into her seat before being summoned into the office under some pretext. As she entered, she was immediately embraced from behind, a warm breath whispering in her ear, shall we go on a date tonight? Fang Huan tilted her head, revealing her slender neck, while his lips brushed against her skin, tickling her. I get it. We can discuss this after work, He Qianfeng replied with a hint of grievance, but I miss you never come to find me. Huan Huan was taken aback by the clinginess of her boyfriend. What if she regretted this? We just had breakfast together, and we've been apart for less than half an hour. He Qianfeng insisted, doesn't matter, you must accompany me. Huan Huan thought to herself, have you forgotten that I am your secretary? Accompany. By the time she exited He Qianfeng's office, her morning makeup had become somewhat disheveled, particularly her lipstick, which had completely worn off. In the days that followed, she could no longer endure it. This wretched work was unbearable. The IT was one thing to endure after hours, but enduring during the day was another matter entirely. Was she the fox or was he? If this continued, she might need medical attention for excessive exertion. Determined to save herself from further embarrassment, Huan Huan marched directly to the HR department with her resignation letter. The HR manager, upon seeing her, greeted her with utmost cordiality, recognizing that she might be the future mistress of the company and thus deserving of special treatment. However, upon reviewing her resignation letter, his expression turned conflicted. Has Mr. He consented to this? Huan Huan raised an eyebrow, maintaining her composure as she affirmed, oh, he knows. Noticing the HR manager's doubtful demeanor, she added with a faint smirk, what's the matter? Is it now so difficult to process a resignation? Should I consult the government for any new regulations? Employees are entitled to resign without obstruction from the company under labor protection laws. The HR manager, feeling the pressure of her gaze, broke into a sweat. No, we are a legitimate company, I will handle it right away. Boss, I can't bear it any longer. I've done my best. Once her resignation was processed, the HR manager promptly settled her wages in one lump sum. Under normal circumstances, resigning would require submitting notice a week or two in advance, and wages wouldn't be paid out so swiftly, but this was an exception. On the very first day she joined the company, everyone was aware that it was Mr. He's directive, and later, it became evident to all that their relationship was more than mere colleagues. The little boss seemed perpetually attached, calling for Secretary Fang like a tadpole searching for its mother. Both the HR and finance departments were astute. While they might not understand Huan Huan's reasons for resigning, accommodating her request would be wise. After all, who knew how things might unfold if she decided to whisper sweet nothings into Mr. He's ear later? As for whether Mr. He would be upset, if there were no issues between the two, then it would simply be fulfilling the orders of the boss lady. If they did have problems, then keeping Secretary Fang would be the greater concern. As He Qianfeng, holding a small cake, settled into his office, preparing to call his precious one in for a treat, he received the news of her resignation. He Qianfeng, why wasn't I informed? The HR manager replied, well, Miss Fang said you were already aware. He Qianfeng, but what did I know? Yet, for the sake of his beloved's dignity, he had to play along with the ruse. Yes, I am aware. I just forgot earlier. It's alright, you may leave now. Once the HR manager departed, He Qianfeng's expression shifted, and he promptly pulled out his phone. Hello darling, why did you resign? His voice, low and tinged with grievance, resonated through the line. Whatever was said on the other end caused a complex array of emotions to flicker across He Qianfeng's face. Elation mingled with pride, entirely devoid of the displeasure he had felt moments before. Yes, it's my fault. I will try my best to control myself in the future. Apologies spilled from his lips, yet his face was alight with joy. Chapter 7 of the Shopaholic Couple, He Qianfeng and Huan Huan. After Huan Huan resigned, she had barely spent 2 hours at home when He Qianfeng, unable to stay away from the company, clung to her once more. With her hair cascading over the edge of the bed, dampened by beads of sweat, she lay with a dazed expression, gazing at the ceiling, utterly confounded by the irony that her resignation, intended to afford them both some personal space, seemed to have facilitated the presence of a certain individual even more. On the day of his proposal, beneath Huan Huan's apartment, the stairwell was filled with an array of bags and clothing of various styles that He Qianfeng had procured from different places, all items she adored. Additionally, there was a specially customized pink sports car, lavishly adorned with flowers inside. He Qianfeng knelt on one knee, presenting a ring, and implored, Huan Huan, will you marry me? When the couple wed, the dowry He Qianfeng presented to Huan Huan can only be described as extravagant. The wealthier one is, the more ostentatious their display tends to be. Among the multitude of gifts, one item, though not particularly valuable, held immense significance. It was the small apartment that Huan Huan had previously rented. The sheer number of gifts made He Qianfeng acutely aware that this particular present resonated deeply with Huan Huan, illustrating her fondness for it. Though modest and somewhat worn, the apartment was the first place Huan Huan had ever opened her eyes to, making it the most familiar space to her. He Qianfeng's gesture was indeed heartwarming. The emotional impact of this gesture manifested quickly. Less than 3 months after their marriage, the couple received delightful news of a newborn in the He family. In a fit of joy, He Qianfeng's father generously bestowed upon Huan Huan another small goal. Despite his penchant for thriftiness, He Qianfeng's father had always been rather generous with family, a sentiment Huan Huan had come to appreciate after marrying into the family. Especially after the birth of their daughter, the memory of He Qianfeng's father's previous frugality faded entirely. Whenever their granddaughter wished to visit an amusement park, he would simply construct one at home. For each birthday, gifts of shares, properties, and jewels flooded in, ensuring that their daughter could comfortably rest in her infancy. He Qianfeng often found himself envious, reflecting on how his upbringing had been so different. Their daughter had undoubtedly inherited Huan Huan's beauty, possessing round, glistening eyes reminiscent of plump grapes, effortlessly eliciting sweet smiles that could melt anyone's heart. Each time He Qianfeng's father and He Qianfeng's biological father, she, encountered her, their wrinkled faces would break into a multitude of smiles, their voices tinged with delight, a sight that made Huan Huan and He Qianfeng unable to look away. Following the successful proposal, He Qianf radiated joy, eager for the world to know of his impending nuptials. After visiting He Qianf's family, Huan Huan finally grasped the nuances of his frugality juxtaposed with moments of extravagant spending. It turned out that He Qianf was not the biological son of He Qianf's father, but rather the son of a distant cousin. This cousin was naturally lavish with money, while He Qianf's father was notoriously frugal. The juxtaposition of the lavish spending gene and the learned thriftiness from his father resulted in the somewhat erratic spending habits of He Qianf. Upon discovering this, Huan Huan thought it somewhat normal to exhibit quirks in the high-pressure society of Hong Kong. Moreover, He Qianf's biological father's current girlfriend was a notorious shopaholic, leading Huan Huan to believe they would find common ground. He Qianf, however, felt that while his wife was impeccable in every way, she was in denial about her shopping addiction, insisting that her love for purchasing things was merely a hobby and did not constitute compulsive shopping. Thus, in an effort to create a nurturing environment for their future children, He Qianf resolved to seek psychological counseling alone. Upon returning home and surveying the overflowing wardrobes, bedroom, and living room filled with his beloved wife's acquisitions, He Qianf quietly contacted his secretary, intending to find a larger residence. After all, they were in real estate, and constructing a house was a matter of minutes. When the secretary inquired about the new home's requirements, He Qianf gazed affectionately at Huan Huan, who was seated on the sofa, unboxing her latest purchases, and replied, "The walk-in closet and storage space must be ample." After hanging up, he approached Huan Huan from behind, wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin on her neck. "Darling, what delightful treasures did you procure today?" Huan Huan eagerly recounted her day's conquests, even modeling outfits for him. Watching her play dress up, He Qianf's enthusiasm soared. "Wow, that looks stunning, your taste is impeccable." His compliments kept the smile on Huan Huan's face unwavering. The reason for He Qianf's effusive praise was simple. Making his wife happy would set the tone for a delightful evening. As the night unfolded, he redressed her in the outfits she had purchased, their intimacy deepening as Huan Huan succumbed to exhaustion in his arms. Finally, gazing down at his beloved, now fast asleep, He Qianf pressed a tender kiss on her forehead, before carrying her to the bathroom to freshen up, and finally entangling himself in slumber beside her. The floor was strewn with garments, a trail leading from the bedroom to the bathroom and the living room. This was a tale from their early days of courtship. A newcomer had joined the company, and upon his arrival, he was instantly smitten with Huan Huan. This young man, brimming with courage and confidence, presented her with flowers on his very first day, hoping to take her out for dinner. Witnessing this, He Qianf felt a pang of jealousy. The following day at work, Huan Huan was inundated with flowers, receiving them from morning until evening, until the entire office was awash with blooms. That day, every employee at Goodland Real Estate left for home clutching a bouquet. By the end, a significant portion of the flowers remained unprocessed, ultimately leading He Qianf to bring them home for drying and brewing tea. Some even found their way into baths, leaving a lingering floral scent that enveloped He Qianf for quite some time. In the end, Huan Huan and her psychologist, Li Jianran, found themselves together. Coincidentally, Li Jianran was related to He Qianf's biological father's current girlfriend. Upon learning this news, both Huan Huan and Huan Huan marveled at how small the world truly was, finding it amusing that their paths had crossed in such a manner. However, the two women had always shared a rapport, and with their families intertwined, their shopping escapades only intensified after marriage. After meeting, Li Jianran and He Qianf exchanged knowing glances. "Could you perhaps manage your wife? Huan Huan and I have just tied the knot, and we need more time to ourselves," Li Jianran remarked. He Qianf, unwilling to back down, retorted, "You should be the one to monitor your wife. Mine is pregnant and requires ample rest." This day, Huan Huan and Huan Huan had set out to purchase baby items and maternity wear. As a nursing student, Huan Huan offered countless suggestions, ensuring their shopping spree was filled with joy. As they emerged hand in hand, Li Jianran and He Qianf promptly stepped forward, each taking hold of their respective wives' hands, before they all departed in their vehicles, heading home. Chapter 8. The Tale of the Rose. Within the ethereal confines of the 10,000 Dharma Glass Tower, the fox spirit, Huan Huan, silently cultivated the emotional energy she had absorbed in the miniature world after returning to her true form following a natural demise. The delectable sensation of being filled with such vitality was truly addictive. From the moment He Qianfeng encountered Huan Huan, he devoted the entirety of his affection to her. Such love, impervious to the passage of time, only intensified with each fleeting moment. Finally, having digested her cultivation, Huan Huan opened her eyes within the glass tower. The fullness of her being, coupled with the profound satisfaction that resonated from her very soul, illuminated her understanding of the charm Fox Clan's sustenance derived from love and affection. This sensation was utterly captivating, compelling her to hasten back to the miniature world without a moment's delay. As for her feelings for He Qianfeng, with every assimilation, her memories gradually faded, for the lifespan of a demon far surpasses that of a human, rendering a century merely a fleeting instant for them. In the miniature world, Huan Huan would cherish her bond with He Qianfeng, envisioning a life filled with enduring companionship and offspring. Yet, upon her return to her true form, she would possess clarity regarding her desires. Demons, particularly charmed foxes, are capable of profound love while simultaneously being indifferent. Impatiently, Huan Huan surged back into the miniature world, her eyes once again fluttering open as she found herself kneeling before a desolate and sorrowful funeral altar. Above her hung a grayish-white photograph of a man and woman, the very souls who lay in repose absorbing the memories of her corporeal form. She listened to the cacophony of arguments among those purportedly her father and mother's friends and family, all clamoring over the inheritance left behind by the tragic accident that claimed the lives of Bai Wanwan's parents. The lawyer listened as the family members debated the rightful ownership of the company, with the male side insisting it belonged to their son, while the female side contended that their daughter deserved her share. In the midst of this fierce dispute, it seemed they had forgotten this was a funeral for their own offspring. Through the crowd of bickering relatives, the lawyer's gaze fell pityingly upon the woman kneeling in agony, consumed by the sorrow of losing her parents overnight. Clad in a black dress that accentuated her already fair complexion, her exquisitely perfect features were now devoid of color, contrasting sharply with her dark attire, rendering her skin ghostly pale, as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. Observing the tumultuous scene, the lawyer interjected with a furrowed brow, "Enough, according to the will established by Mr. and Mrs. Bai, all assets under their names are to be inherited solely by their only daughter, Miss Bai Huan Huan." The implication was clear. Their quarrels were futile. Upon hearing this, Bai Huan Huan's grandmother, the matriarch, erupted in indignation. "This is unacceptable. Why should my son's wealth be bestowed upon a mere girl? I am his mother, his money rightfully belongs to me, and he should honor me." Bai Huan Huan's maternal grandparents exchanged glances, with her grandmother regaining her usual gentle demeanor. "Isn't this rather inappropriate? We have no objections to giving everything to Huan Huan, but her grandfather's health is failing, and with only her mother as a daughter, the matter of future support may fall solely upon Huan Huan, a mere descendant." Before she could finish, a cold, distant female voice emerged from behind the crowd. "I fail to comprehend what you mean by only my mother being a daughter. What of her two brothers? Are my uncles not the sons of my grandfather?" Bai Huan Huan's grandmother's expression soured. "Huan Huan, your uncles are under considerable strain, with families of their own. It is your mother's duty as a daughter to provide for your grandfather." Bai Huan Huan scoffed. "Duty? Then let my esteemed grandfather elucidate the circumstances of my mother's upbringing. When he divorced my grandmother, the guardianship was granted to my maternal grandmother, and he explicitly stated that he would not provide alimony nor expect my mother to care for him in his old age. This documentation remains accessible in the court's archives. Shall I procure the judgment for your perusal?" Bai Huan Huan's grandmother had chosen to divorce her husband due to his infidelity, and Bai Huan Huan could hardly fathom how this unfaithful grandfather dared to contest her parents' inheritance. He had made a previous attempt during her parents' lifetime, only to be rebuffed by her mother. How audacious he was to return, presuming her forbearance. The expression on her grandfather's face darkened, and he glared at his new wife. "What is there to say? Is it any surprise that the offspring of a treacherous wolf is also a wolf? I shall not accept their filthy money." Realizing he could gain nothing from this confrontation, her unfaithful grandfather cursed and departed with his entourage. Once the tumult subsided, Bai Huan Huan turned her attention to her maternal grandmother, who shot her an exasperated glare. "What are you staring at? I raised your father with my own hands. He has no sons, and consequently, everything he possesses will rightfully belong to Xiaodong. You would do well to hand over what you have, lest we be compelled to support you when you marry." Otherwise, Bai Huan Huan had no desire to endure her grandmother's misogynistic rhetoric. "Otherwise what? Marry me off to an old man? You've repeated this threat countless times. Grandmother, are you unaware that trafficking women is illegal now?" Her grandmother opened her mouth to retort, but Bai Huan Huan interrupted. "Blood relations do not exempt one from the law. It remains illegal, unless you wish for my cousin Xiaodong and your beloved youngest son to join you in prison. I suggest you tread lightly." Bai Huan Huan's grandmother had two sons. Her eldest was Bai Huan Huan's father, whom she had never favored, showering her affections instead upon her younger son and his offspring. Unfortunately for her, the favored youngest son was not as successful as his elder brother. Nevertheless, her disdain for her eldest son persisted, and since he had only produced a daughter, she dismissed her as inconsequential. Ultimately, she believed she would rely on her youngest son for future support, hence why his inheritance was presumed to belong to his family. When Bai Huan Huan's father entered university, her grandmother had even envisioned substituting her youngest son in his place. Had the age gap not been so vast. Throughout her father's academic journey, he had worked tirelessly to fund his education, aided by scholarships and waivers, while her grandmother contributed nothing. It could be said that her father's accomplishments were solely his own. Chapter 9, The Tale of the Rose. With a mere mention from Bai Huan Huan, the lives of the younger son and grandson became a pressing issue for Grandma Bai, akin to having a hand clasped around her throat, rendering her speechless. This impudent girl, Grandma Bai could only glare at her with fierce indignation. At that moment, her beloved younger son and grandson, who had been conspicuously silent, finally spoke up. "Huan Huan, the custody of my elder brother has always been managed by our mother. Your father should certainly bear the responsibility for her care in her old age, shouldn't he?" Bai Huan Huan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and how much does Grandma desire?" Grandma Bai glanced at her younger son, hurriedly replying, 100,000 a month. The room, including Bai Huan Huan and the attending lawyers, was taken aback by her audacity. Bai Huan Huan scoffed. "Grandma, are you perhaps suffering from senility? How can you utter such delusional demands? If you wish to discuss support, I would not object to you consulting with my father in the afterlife. However, let me remind you that as long as direct relatives exist, I, as a younger generation, am not obliged to shoulder your support." With that, she cast a dispassionate look at Uncle Bai and others. "If Uncle Bai's family behaves like my father did, then I shall fulfill my filial duties on his behalf." Uncle Bai was about to unleash a tirade, infuriated that this insolent girl would dare to curse him. Yet, meeting her indifferent gaze void of threat or admonition, only an icy calm that rendered him as insignificant as an ant, he was struck with trepidation. The sheer apathy in her eyes quelled his resolve, leaving him with a chilling sense that further confrontation would yield unbearable consequences. Standing in place, Grandma Bai, seeing the granddaughter she had always scorned dare to threaten her precious son, felt rage boiling within her. "You little wretch, Before she could finish her insult, Bai Huan Huan interrupted, producing an item. "Grandma, if you cannot restrain your tongue, I would not hesitate to present this evidence to the authorities, thus allowing me to fulfill my filial duties for my father in advance." Grandma Bai, visibly displeased, opened the paper bag, while Uncle Bai, recalling her earlier stipulation about filial piety, was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. As Grandma Bai examined the contents of the bag, her expression shifted from impatience to rigidity, then to a flustered glance at her cherished son. Uncle Bai, feeling the weight of her gaze, snatched the bag from Grandma's hands, his complexion paling as he scrutinized its contents, beads of sweat forming on his brow, fear creeping into his eyes as he asked, "How did you know?" Huan Huan chose not to respond. The bag contained only evidence of Uncle Bai's involvement in illegal gambling and solicitation, though not monumental. It was sufficient to land him in prison for several years. Additionally, there were records of his son Xiaodong's various misdemeanors. These had been meticulously gathered by Bai's father in anticipation of Grandma Bai's unreasonable demands, as he understood that her younger son was her Achilles heel. Observing Uncle Bai's anxiety, Huan Huan remarked coolly, "The amount for Grandma's support remains unchanged. What it was before is what it shall be now. It will be deposited into her account punctually, neither more nor less. However, I trust Uncle will ensure Grandma's behavior is appropriate going forward. I believe our two families have no further matters to discuss, do we, Uncle?" Uncle Bai, finally grasping the underlying threat, nodded vigorously. "Understood, we will no longer trouble you." Previously, Bai's father had provided Grandma Bai with a modest but sufficient allowance for her living expenses. When Bai's father was alive, Uncle Bai had entertained thoughts of demanding money, but those notions were swiftly quashed by Bai's father, leaving him subdued and silent. Yet, upon hearing of Bai's father's unexpected demise, Uncle Bai's greed resurfaced, eagerly awaiting his elderly mother's arrival. Little did he expect that this seemingly delicate girl would wield the same ruthless determination as her father. Realizing he could not intimidate Huan Huan, Uncle Bai decisively led his unwilling mother away. As they departed, he caught a fleeting glimpse of her profile, momentarily reminiscent of his elder brother, who had always outshone him. The memories of his prior 3-month convalescence due to a thigh injury resurfaced painfully, prompting him to hasten his pace alongside his mother. The onlookers exchanged glances, a mix of admiration, caution, indifference, and disdain flashing among them as Huan Huan effortlessly dispatched those who had previously caused a ruckus. Turning away, she addressed the lawyer who had been waiting patiently. "Lawyer Wang, what percentage of the company shares do my parents hold collectively?" Lawyer Wang perused the documents before responding. "Mr. Bai holds 40%, while Mrs. Bai holds 11%, totaling 51%. These shares now belong entirely to you." Casting a glance at the anxious faces in the crowd, Huan Huan continued, "So, I can make decisions regarding the company without needing the approval of other shareholders, correct?" Adjusting his glasses, Lawyer Wang observed the shareholders nearby, his lips curving into a slight smile. "Indeed, with over 50% ownership, you are the largest shareholder and can exercise complete authority." This realization unsettled the shareholders. Previously, the largest stakes were held by Bai's parents, both capable individuals who ensured the company thrived, and now, entrusting it to a mere girl raised concerns that she might jeopardize it. With her sole ownership of the shares, they found themselves powerless to impose restrictions on her. Furthermore, her earlier demeanor suggested she was not someone to be trifled with. A wave of panic swept through the crowd, their gazes shifting toward Mr. Wang, who held 25% of the shares. Mr. Wang squinted at Huan Huan, attempting to calm the others, but was taken aback by her next declaration. "I wish to sell these shares. You should be able to secure a favorable price for me, correct?" Huan Huan inquired, directing her gaze toward the lawyer. Lawyer Wang, noticing the excitement etched on the faces of some shareholders upon hearing her words, quickly grasped her intent and nodded with a smile. "Certainly, Xinghui's market prospects are excellent. There will be plenty of buyers for the shares. I will prepare everything for you." Chapter 10 The Tale of the Rose. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd surrounding the two began to murmur excitedly, "There is no need for such complications. We'll buy it directly from you." With that, he cast a benevolent gaze upon Huan Huan, saying, "Huan Huan, do you still remember your Uncle Huan? He used to carry you when you were little?" Huan Huan replied, "I don't remember." President Wang, unfazed, maintained his affectionate smile and continued, "This company is the fruit of your father's labor. I have been a friend of your father's for many years. Rest assured, Uncle will not let you suffer any loss." After a moment of contemplation and a glance at the lawyer beside him, President Wang resolutely declared a figure. Huan Huan raised an eyebrow. "Then I am grateful to Uncle Wang." Given the substantial sum involved, even the wealthy President Wang could not consume it all alone. After discussing with others, a few days later, Huan Huan glanced at the amount credited to her bank card. Donning her sunglasses, she exited Xinghui without a backward glance. Bai's father understood his daughter's temperament and had no expectations of her taking over the company. He had even joked that if the shares appreciated, they would simply sell and enjoy a leisurely life, doing whatever they pleased. For him, the company he had built from the ground up was not of paramount importance. It was merely a means to provide a better life for his family, far overshadowed by their well-being. Bai's mother inherited an old Western-style house in Shanghai from Bai's grandmother, which had now passed into Huan Huan's hands. Coincidentally, she had just been accepted into the French major at Fudan University in Shanghai, and the new students were registering at that time. However, due to family matters, Huan Huan had applied for a deferment in her enrollment. Now, standing at the entrance of Fudan University, clad in a flowing blue dress with her brown curls cascading loosely, the gentle breeze played with her attire, creating a picturesque scene. Fang Xianwen stood momentarily transfixed, observing her slightly troubled expression. Passers-by around them seemed eager to approach, but before they could act, Fang Xianwen took 2 brisk steps forward. "Classmate, do you need assistance?" Huan Huan was pondering the direction of the administrative building when a clear male voice reached her ears. Turning around, she saw a clean-cut young man in a shirt and jeans, exuding an air of scholarly charm. Hello, do you know how to get to the administrative building? She inquired. Fang Xiaowen smiled broadly, embodying the quintessential enthusiastic demeanor of a diligent university student. As it happens, I also need to go to the administrative building to take care of some matters. Shall we go together? Bai Wanwan's eyes lit up. Really, thank you, senior. Being a freshman, it felt perfectly natural to refer to him as a senior. Fang Xiaowen smiled as he led the way. No problem at all. What brings you to the administrative building? As soon as he spoke, he hurriedly added, I'm not prying, it's just that the tasks at the administrative building vary, and I'm somewhat familiar with the place. I can give you a brief introduction to save you some trouble. He then added, if it's not convenient to share, that's perfectly fine. I can provide a general overview. Bai Wanwan replied, there's nothing I can't share. It's just that I have some family matters and applied for a deferment, so I'm here to register at the Academic Affairs Office. Fang Xiaowen nodded. I see that you'll want to head to the Academic Affairs Office, just look for Director Li. He oversees the management of new student records, I'll take you there. Bai Wanwan nodded, flashing a sweet smile, got it, thank you, senior. Her radiant smile was like a blossoming flower, and in that moment, Fang Xiaowen found himself captivated. Regaining his composure, his smile grew even warmer. We've been chatting for a while, but I don't even know your name. I'm Fang Xiaowen, a graduate student majoring in computer science. Bai Wanwan quickly introduced herself. I'm Bai Wanwan, a freshman in the French major. Fang Xiaowen silently repeated her name. You're quite impressive. I struggle with languages. During my university entrance exams, I relied solely on rote memorization for English, and I still do. Delighted by the compliment, Bai Wanwan responded, you're impressive too, senior. You've already been accepted into graduate school. I'm not even certain if I can make it that far. Fang Xiaowen, slightly bashful from the praise, rubbed the back of his head. Actually, I didn't take an exam. I was admitted directly into a combined Bachelor S and Master S program. Bai Wanwan thought to herself, you certainly have a way of impressing. Fang Xiaowen continued, if you ever have questions about graduate studies or anything else at the university, feel free to ask me. After all, I've been here for several years, so I should know a bit more than you. Bai Wanwan politely nodded, I'll certainly take you up on that, senior. Fang Xiaowen took out his phone, let us exchange contact information. You can call me if you need anything. Upon reaching the administrative building, Fang Xiaowen led Bai Wanwan directly to the Academic Affairs Office. After she completed her business and emerged, she found Fang Xiaowen still waiting outside, his eyes lighting up as he approached. Have you finished? Bai Wanwan asked, you haven't left yet? Fang Xiaowen smiled shyly, I was worried you might have trouble finding your way back, so I thought I'd wait for you. Bai Wanwan expressed her gratitude once more, I really appreciate it, senior. How about I treat you to a meal? Fang Xiaowen quickly waved his hands, flustered as he explained, no, that's not necessary. How about I treat you instead? The food at the cafeteria is quite good. Bai Wanwan chuckled at his flustered state, alright, then I'll gladly accept your invitation, senior. Their laughter broke the previous awkwardness, and Fang Xiaowen, glancing at her, quickly averted his gaze when she turned to him, his face bright with joy. After the day's events, the two became much more comfortable with each other. That night, back in his dorm, Fang Xiaowen looked at the contact information for Bai Wanwan stored in his phone, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. A passing roommate noticed his demeanor and teased, oh, look at our university prodigy, what is this, are you smitten? Has the aloof Fang Xiaowen finally descended from the heights of academia? Is that little junior so Upon hearing Hu Lin's name, Fang Xiaowen frowned and replied earnestly, my relationship with Hu Lin is purely platonic, we're just classmates. Chapter 11 The Tale of the Rose. Fang Xiaowen's roommate was momentarily taken aback by his serious demeanor. I know. It was curious. He had never reacted so strongly when this topic arose before. Bai Wanzheng's university life was relatively straightforward. As a student of a language major, it posed no significant challenges for her. After all, as a creature of refined essence, her demon lineage granted her an accelerated learning capacity, which meant that even in this small world, where she appeared human, she was far from dull-witted. However, upon encountering yet another bouquet presented before her, Bai Wanzheng felt a twinge of confusion. The students on campus were generally warm and candid, brimming with youthful exuberance, and fervently pursuing. Whenever someone found themselves enamored, they would boldly chase after their affections. Since her enrollment, she had lost count of the time she had received flowers. With a practiced, courteous smile, she uttered the word she had repeated countless times, I'm sorry, but I'm not looking to date right now. With that, she promptly turned and walked away. The rejected suitor, undeterred, raised the bouquet high. Bai Wanzheng, I won't give up. If you ever decide to date, keep me in mind. Fang Xiaowen, shouldering his backpack, naturally took the books from Bai Wanzheng's hands and glanced at the boy calling out from behind her. The second-year student who had delivered the flowers seemed unperturbed upon encountering Fang Xiaowen. He had already inquired beforehand and learned that this was a senior from the computer science department. Meeting Fang Xiaowen's gaze, the boy unabashedly smiled and greeted, hello, senior, is your club still recruiting? May I join? Fang Xiaowen tightened his grip on the books just slightly, maintaining his composure as he politely replied, currently, there are no such arrangements. He then turned to Bai Wanzheng and said, shall we go? As for how Bai Wanzheng became a member of Fang Xiaowen's computer club, it stemmed from her missed opportunity to participate in the freshman orientation after a week of classes. Naturally, she had also missed the club recruitment. However, as joining a club would earn her credits, she found herself, somewhat inadvertently, enrolled in Fang Xiaowen's computer club upon his encouragement. Yet, true to Fang Xiaowen's initial statement, her role was merely nominal, allowing her to accrue credits while contributing nothing else. She was effectively a mascot. The majority of the club members were quite friendly, save for the glaring Hu Lin, who seemed to harbor an inexplicable grudge against Bai Wanzhang. As Bai Wanzhang and Fang Xiaowen approached, he guided her to a seat and laid out some snacks and water in front of her before neatly placing her unfinished novel from the previous session beside her, then clapped his hands to initiate a discussion with the others. Initially, Bai Wanzhang found this arrangement a bit disconcerting and hastily declined the offerings. However, Fang Xiaowen assured her that these were club benefits afforded to every member. Noticing that everyone had similar items at their tables, she eventually relented. As time passed, even when Bai Wanzhang arrived late, Fang Xiaowen would always reserve some for her, and gradually, she grew accustomed to this routine. She regarded him as a considerate club leader, looking after each member, and thus, she focused on her novel, content to play the part of a silent. Were it not for Fang Xiaowen's insistence that attending meetings was mandatory for credit collection, an institutional requirement, Bai Wanzhang would have preferred to avoid the sessions altogether, finding the discussions on equations and codes rather dreary. Following their discussions, the members engaged in practical exercises, with Fang Xiaowen assigning tasks according to each member's abilities, naturally reserving the most challenging aspects for himself. Hu Lin, observing Bai Wanzhang immersed in her book, felt a pang of envy and resentment, particularly at the sight of Fang Xiaowen's attentive gaze upon her. Unable to contain herself as she passed by Bai Wanzhang, she remarked pointedly, "Some people seem to think it's perfectly acceptable to coast along without contributing anything. How can they be so shameless? Wanzhang was brought in by me. She is not required to partake in the computer design aspects. Her role is simply to assist with translation when we encounter difficulties. If you have any concerns, you are welcome to approach me directly." "Or do you have an issue with my arrangements?" Fang Xiaowen, typically known for his gentle demeanor and patience with his peers, surprised everyone with his sudden display of displeasure, leaving the room momentarily stunned. Hu Lin felt a bit wronged, yet upon meeting Fang Xiaowen's serious expression and penetrating gaze, she inexplicably felt a twinge of fear, her lips moving silently without uttering a word. Bai Wanzhang, caught between Fang Xiaowen and Hu Lin, seemed to grasp the situation, and it was ultimately Fang Xiaowen's roommate who diffused the tension, bringing the awkward episode to a close. As they made their way back to the girls' dormitory, Fang Xiaowen cautiously glanced at Bai Wanzhang. Please don't take today's events to heart, I owe you an apology." Bai Wanzhang replied, "Senior, you did nothing wrong, so why apologize?" Fang Xiaowen expressed a hint of remorse. "I should indeed apologize." Hearing this, Bai Wanzhang paused, turning to Fang Xiaowen. "Does Hu Lin like you?" To her surprise, Fang Xiaowen, caught off guard, hastily clarified, "There is nothing more." Bai Wanzhang maintained a serious expression, while Fang Xiaowen felt a sense of dread creeping in. "Thank you for your care during this time, but I must admit I haven't been very helpful in the club, and I'm not particularly interested in computer science. My roommates are involved in the psychology club, which intrigues me, so I'll submit my transfer application tomorrow." Fang Xiaowen fell silent for a moment, striving to maintain his composure. "Well, that sounds good. There's a Baozi, shall we go together tomorrow?" Bai Wanzhang smiled politely, "No need, Senior. I plan to move out soon. The dorm is rather crowded, and the space is quite limited, making it a bit inconvenient. I won't be able to share meals with you in the future." The graduate student dorms offered a better environment, with 4 students per room, featuring bunk beds and desks. However, the freshman dorms accommodated 8 students per room, filled with beds as far as the eye could see. After some time, Bai Wanzhang found it increasingly unbearable. Chapter 12 of the Story of the Rose. At long last, the small villa that belonged to her grandmother had been tidied up, and with just a few additional items, she could finally move in. Why remain cramped in her current living situation when she could enjoy a pleasant environment? Moreover, many had already vacated the premises, so her presence would hardly be missed. The following day, Bai Wanfang arrived at the villa, her belongings in tow. The quaint white house, consisting of 2 floors and a loft, had once been surrounded by a flourishing hedge of rose bushes, now sadly wilted from neglect. Bai Mama often reminisced about how beautifully her mother had maintained the villa. However, since her grandmother's passing, Bai Mama had been overcome with sorrow, especially given that her most cherished person in Shanghai was no longer there. Gradually, she stopped returning altogether. Influenced by Bai Mama, Bai Wanfang had applied to Fudan University, eager to see the villa that her mother had cherished in her memories. Upon pushing open the grand door and gazing at the empty courtyard, she noted that everything remained unchanged, well preserved over the years by dedicated caretakers. Aside from the greenery, the house was in excellent condition. The ground floor had been home to her grandmother and Bai Mama, featuring 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and a bathroom. The second floor and loft had been rented out, comprising 4 rooms and the loft, bringing the total to 5. Each room on the second floor had its own kitchen and bathroom, with a staircase conveniently located beside the courtyard, ensuring complete separation between the first and second floors. Bai Wanfang ascended to the second floor and the loft, discovering that while some furniture, she planned to arrange for some minor repairs and replace a few pieces of furniture to prepare the rooms for rental. Indeed, Bai Wanfang intended to follow in her grandmother's footsteps and rent out the upper floors, as they had been left vacant for too long. It was a novel experience she was eager to try. With a determined spirit, she placed a call to the maintenance company that had previously assisted Bai Mama, conveying her requirements. They assured her that someone would be dispatched the very next day, bringing along the necessary furniture. After hanging up, Bai Wanfang took a taxi to the flower market, purchasing an array of potted plants and bouquets. Given the volume of her purchase, the shopkeeper kindly offered delivery. Not long after returning home, the delivery arrived. As the workers unloaded the plants, Fang Xiaowen unexpectedly appeared, rolling up his sleeves and joining the laborers in moving the items inside. Preoccupied with cataloging the greenery, Huan Huan initially overlooked him. However, once she finished, she found herself momentarily speechless at the sight of Fang Xiaowen, covered in dust from the hard work. After the workers departed, she handed Fang Xiaowen a glass of water. "Thank you, senior, but what brings you here?" Huan Huan regarded him with a hint of caution in her eyes. Noticing her wariness, Fang Xiaowen lowered his gaze to the cup in his hands, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. He eventually looked up, his expression a mixture of apprehension and sincerity. "I came here to tutor someone. When I saw you at the door, I thought I might greet you and offer to lend a hand since you seemed busy." Huan Huan, it felt too coincidental that she had just mentioned moving out, and now he appeared as a tutor. "May I ask which family you're tutoring nearby?" Seemingly oblivious to her probing, Fang Xiaowen replied candidly, "Just around the corner. Their son is preparing for the graduate entrance exam at Fudan, and they sought my help." His response appeared genuine, dispelling some of her doubts. "I see," she said, glancing at the plants in the courtyard. What do you plan to do with them? Some are rather heavy. I happen to have some free time this afternoon. Just let me know where to place them, and I'll help." Reassured by his presence, Huan Huan felt a familiarity with Fang Xiaowen. After all, he had always been helpful and understanding toward her. She had indeed left the club for the reason she had previously mentioned, as she held no interest in computers. Yet, Fang Xiaowen had always shown her kindness, and she struggled to find the right moment to express her gratitude, especially in light of the incident with Hu Lin. Reflecting on the support Fang Xiaowen had provided, she realized she had yet to formally thank him. Seizing the opportunity, she smiled warmly. "Thank you so much, senior. Without you here, I honestly wouldn't know what to do." Seeing her familiar and endearing smile, Fang Xiaowen felt a weight lift from his chest. Huan Huan had merely mentioned it in passing, but Fang Xiaowen soon found a hoe and began tilling the earth by the wall. She wanted to help, but he insisted she would soil her clothes, leaving her no choice but to supervise. Watching Fang Xiaowen work tirelessly without uttering a word of fatigue, Huan Huan found herself frequently needing to adjust her arrangements, yet, no matter the changes, he wore a constant smile, accommodating her every request with unfailing patience. Feeling the weight of his attentive gaze upon her, Huan Huan noticed how Fang Xiaowen straightened his posture while planting flowers. Her eyes wandered to his attire, noting the dust and dirt adorning his blue checkered shirt and jeans. With a spark of inspiration, she turned to him. "Senior, I'm stepping out for a moment. Would you mind keeping an eye on the house?" Fang Xiaowen looked up, his expression warm and gentle. "Of course, would you like me to accompany you?" Huan Huan waved her hand dismissively. "No need, I'll be nearby and return shortly. The renovations upstairs should be finishing soon, so I may need your help to inspect them." He nodded. "Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch over your home." Once Huan Huan departed, Fang Xiaowen felt elated as he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Mrs. Leaf, this is Fang Xiaowen from Fudan. I'm in agreement with the tutoring arrangement you proposed. We can commence tomorrow." After ending the call, he resumed planting the flowers he had yet to finish. Chapter 13 The Tale of Roses. As Huan Huan entered with an array of bags, Fang Xiaowen promptly spotted her and hurried over, extending his hands to relieve her of her burdens. "Is it heavy? With so many items, you ought to have called me to help." Huan Huan replied, "It's not that heavy, merely a set of clothes and some food. Since it's getting late, let us dine at home." Hearing the mention of clothes, Fang Xiaowen paid little heed, setting the food on the dining table. When he turned back, he saw Huan Huan holding the clothes out to him. "I'm so sorry, senior, for getting your clothes dirtied. I bought this for you, though I'm unsure if it suits you." Fang Xiaowen wiped his hands on his own clothes before reaching out to accept the new garment, his face alight with surprise. "You bought this for me?" Huan Huan nodded. "Since you've been helping me, it wouldn't do for you to wear dirty clothes home. Why don't you change in the other room?" With a cheerful nod, Fang Xiaowen retreated to the bedroom. After donning the new attire, he emerged to stand before Huan Huan. "Thank you, Junior. The clothes fit perfectly, and I truly like them." Huan Huan's eyes sparkled as she beheld him in a crisp white shirt and jeans. Previously, he had always worn plaid shirts, which, while appealing, paled in comparison to the striking simplicity of the white shirt. "It's quite fitting. You look dashing in white, senior." Fang Xiaowen felt a tinge of bashfulness under her gaze. "Really, perhaps it's just your discerning eye." During their meal, Fang Xiaowen informed Huan Huan that he had already inspected his gaze lingered on her, hinting at unspoken thoughts. Curious, Huan Huan inquired, "Do you have something to say, senior?" Seemingly gathering his resolve, Fang Xiaowen hesitantly asked, "Junior, regarding the renovations you've undertaken, are you planning to rent out the upstairs room?" Huan Huan confirmed, "Yes, I can't occupy all those rooms alone. It would be wasteful to leave them empty, and renting them out can provide some extra income." Fang Xiaowen then proposed, would you be willing to rent a room to me? Huan Huan was taken aback. Huh? You want to rent a room? She recalled that her teacher had advised against renting to acquaintances, especially someone from the same school, where they were quite familiar. How would they settle on a price? Fang Xiaowen explained, I've recently taken on a tutoring job nearby. The pay is decent, but it requires me to teach several classes each day with a flexible schedule. I don't want to disturb my roommates, and with graduation approaching in a year, it's prudent to find accommodation sooner rather than later. Huan Huan nodded in understanding but refrained from committing to a rental agreement. With the conversation having reached this point, renting to Fang Xiaowen seemed reasonable. However, she pondered what price to offer him. Perceiving her hesitation, Fang Xiaowen ventured, I've inquired about the local rental market. For a single room like this, the average rent is around 2,800 per month. However, the attic seems quite appealing as well. Would you consider 2,600 per month? Typically, attic spaces are priced lower due to height and size considerations, and Huan Huan had initially thought to list the attic at 2,500. Senior, you must be joking. If you wish to rent the attic, it would be 2,200 per month. If you agree, we can finalize the arrangement. If not, I suggest you seek other accommodations. Upon hearing her words, Fang Xiaowen's eyes brightened, his gaze softening as he recognized her goodwill. With a smile, he replied, thank you so much. While the attic was furnished, it lacked various daily necessities, prompting Fang Xiaowen to return to campus to gather his belongings before moving in the following day. After bidding Huan Huan farewell and watching her retreat into the house, Fang Xiaowen glanced up at the charming little villa, a flicker of emotion in his eyes, before cycling back to the university. Huan Huan's property, both in terms of location and decor, proved to be quite desirable. Within 3 days, the second floor room had been rented out. Thus, Huan Huan settled into a routine of attending classes, collecting rent, and continuing her studies. However, with Fang Xiaowen now residing there, their relationship inevitably grew closer. Fang Xiaowen, possessing remarkable culinary skills, would often descend to the first floor to borrow the kitchen when the commute. After a few occasions of sharing food, Huan Huan chose to turn a blind eye to Fang Xiaowen's use of her kitchen. One day, while walking home together, Fang Xiaowen cheerfully suggested, let us prepare braised short ribs, followed by oil-braised prawns, and finish with stir-fried greens. As he listed the dishes, Huan Huan's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Fang Xiaowen's smile deepened as he observed her eager expression, filled with affection. However, his demeanor shifted abruptly upon encountering a bouquet and a figure blocking their path. Do you have time tonight? I've reserved a table at a Western restaurant. Let us have dinner together. Despite Fang Xiaowen's frequent attempts to create opportunities to walk together and his habitual waiting by her classroom door, he could not deter all of her admirers. Moreover, as merely a senior or perhaps a more familiar friend, he had no grounds to confront these suitors, leaving him to silently watch as Huan Huan consistently declined their advances. Though she had never accepted their invitations, Fang Xiaowen couldn't help but wonder if she were to eventually accept someone else's affections, would he remain a silent observer as she walked beside another? The thought of Huan Huan being embraced by someone else ignited a surge of anger and heartache within him, leaving his heart heavy. Fang Xiaowen. Huan Huan, having effortlessly dealt with her admirer, turned to find Fang Xiaowen standing dumbfounded in place, unresponsive even when called. Snapped back to reality by her voice, Fang Xiaowen managed a strained smile. Are you ready? Let us depart. Noticing his peculiar demeanor, Huan Huan trailed behind him, filled with curiosity at his odd behavior. In the bustling market, Fang Xiaowen carefully guided Huan Huan through the throngs of people, expertly navigating the stalls to buy vegetables, select produce, haggle prices, and complete transactions, his seamless motions revealing his experience. Chapter 14 The Story of Roses. As they stepped out of the bustling market, observing the relieved expression on Huan Huan's face, Fang Xiaowen chuckled and remarked, I told you the market would be crowded. You could have simply waited for me outside. Huan Huan had not anticipated such a throng of people. It was a veritable sea of bodies. However, listening to their lively haggling and negotiations proved to be quite entertaining. I was merely curious. With bags of groceries in hand, Fang Xiaowen guided her to walk on the inner side of the road. Upon returning home, he naturally made his way to the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves to wash the vegetables. Before long, he emerged with a platter of freshly washed and cut fruits, placing it in front of Huan Huan. Have some fruit to tide you over. The main course will be ready shortly. Now familiar with each other, Huan Huan felt comfortable enough not to be overly polite, and after a long habit of being cared for by Fang Xiaowen, she busied herself with her phone while snacking on the fruit, awaiting the meal. At the dinner table, Fang Xiaowen was methodically peeling shrimp, discarding the shells beside Huan Huan as he observed her enjoyment, a smile gracing his features. Yet, as memories of the day's events flickered through his mind, the smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. I will graduate with my master's degree in a month's time, and I've received an offer from a prestigious company in Shanghai, with a commendable salary, he announced. Hearing this, Huan Huan looked up at him with delight. Really, congratulations, senior, you should have told me sooner. Let us not eat at home today. We should celebrate at a restaurant. Fang Xiaowen's lips curled into a smile. There's no need to spend money on that. Besides, I prefer cooking for you at home. As Huan Huan gazed at him, she felt genuinely happy for Fang Xiaowen after more than a year of companionship. His kindness, thoughtfulness, ambition, and intelligence made their friendship a truly delightful experience. No wonder he was so well liked at school. Fang Xiaowen set down his task and fixed his gaze on Huan Huan, causing her to momentarily freeze. Huan Huan, I am determined and focused. I can establish myself in Shanghai and lead a good life. Huan Huan was taken aback as he continued, so, may I have the opportunity to be your boyfriend? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. I vow to take care of you and ensure you have a good life. His heartfelt confession translated in Huan Huan's mind into a pressing question: if she declined, would she be left to clean up after herself and never again enjoy his cooking? The thought of peeling shrimp and deboning fish would fall solely on her shoulders. Reflecting on the past year, it was evident that Fang Xiaowen had taken excellent care of her, never letting her lift a finger. Initially, she had considered offering help, but he had sweet-talked her into stepping back, claiming it was his responsibility to ease her rent, as it made him uneasy otherwise. Gradually, she had grown accustomed to her laid-back lifestyle. Fang Xiaowen observed her silence, his heart pounding as he awaited her verdict. Huan Huan, under his anxious gaze, broke into a gentle smile. All right then, I hope you will continue to take care of me, senior. Upon hearing her response, Fang Xiaowen's tension eased, a broad smile returning to his face as he excitedly served her more food. Rest assured, I will take good care of you and ensure you are healthy and thriving. Huan Huan raised an eyebrow. Huh? Fang Xiaowen stammered, I didn't mean it that way. I meant you are too slender, eat more for your health. His words tumbled out in a flurry. Huan Huan shot him a disapproving glare. You'd be better off not explaining. Yet, Fang Xiaowen, unperturbed by her scowl, wore a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. As Fang Xiaowen settled into his work routine, Huan Huan remained engrossed in her studies. Even when he became the team leader, she was still in school. The only noticeable change was that Fang Xiaowen had moved from the attic to the ground floor, yet his demeanor towards Huan Huan remained unwaveringly affectionate, perhaps even more so. Despite his busy work schedule, he always made time to prepare breakfast for her before leaving for the day. When he couldn't cook during the rushed lunch hours, Huan Huan would eat at the school cafeteria. In the evenings, Fang Xiaowen would rush to the market after work, returning home to whip up dinner, ensuring Huan Huan never had to lift a finger. Just as he had vowed on the day of his confession, he truly took excellent care of her. One day, as Huan Huan stood on the scale, the rising numbers left her in shock, followed by an exasperated yell of Fang Xiaowen. From the kitchen, Fang Xiaowen, wielding a spatula and clad in an apron, rushed out in a flurry. What's wrong? What happened? With a pout, Huan Huan pointed at the scale. Look. Fang Xiaowen leaned in, his worry dissipating as a smile broke across his face. It's great, you've gained 5 kilograms. Huan Huan gaped at him in disbelief. Is that even something a person would say? Noticing her discontent, Fang Xiaowen quickly changed his tone, enveloping her in a warm embrace, soothingly murmuring, it's all right. You were already too thin. A few extra pounds are good for your health. Plus, it feels nice to hold you like this, doesn't it? His low, melodic voice gently coaxed her, and Huan Huan found her irritation fading rapidly. However, the increasing numbers still nagged at her. No way, I'm going to start my internship in my senior year, and if I gain too much weight, none of my clothes will fit. What will I do then? Fang Xiaowen immediately reassured her, no worries, tomorrow I'll take you shopping for new clothes. I just wrapped up a project and received a bonus, so I'll also get you a new bag. Upon hearing this, Huan Huan's eyes sparkled as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Thank you, darling. You re the best. Her voice dripped with sweetness, enough to make anyone melt. Fang Xiaowen reciprocated, showering her with affectionate kisses, his heart racing with joy. If not for the food still cooking in the kitchen, things might have escalated beyond mere kisses. Holding her close, he took a moment to breathe before planting a tender kiss on Huan Huan's forehead. How do you manage to be so charming? Before they began dating, he had thought of her as just a beautiful, youthful junior. However, he soon discovered she was a delightful little sweetheart who could melt his heart. The longer they were together, the more he found her irresistibly endearing. At night, she would cling to him to fall asleep, and in the morning, she would insist on kisses to wake up, becoming increasingly attached to him with each passing day. Fang Xiaowen found himself consumed by thoughts of her whenever he wasn't working, especially when she would complain. He had spoiled her to the point where she was nearly incapable of taking care of herself. He worried about how she would manage without him. In those moments, Fang Xiaowen threw himself into household chores and cooking with renewed vigor, determined to make her so dependent on him that no one else could compare, ensuring she would never leave him. Reflecting on the suitors who continued to express their affections even after he and Huan Huan became a couple, a shadow crossed Fang Xiaowen's eyes. Chapter 15 The Tale of the Rose. Fang Xiaowen and Huan Huan's internship in her senior year was a direct result of her exemplary performance and outstanding achievements during her time at university. As a favored student of her professor, she was seamlessly assigned to an editorial office, where she was tasked with translating various manuscripts, completing her internship with ease. One day, upon returning home from work, Huan Huan was greeted by the sight of Fang Xiaowen, who had finished work early. The table was laden with warm dishes, and after casually placing her bag down, she looked at him with surprise. Aren't you busy with a project lately? How come you're home so early today? Fang Xiaowen managed a forced smile, though it was evident that it did not reach his eyes. I finished my work early and came back. You must be hungry, go wash your hands and eat. After their meal, Huan Huan noticed something amiss with Fang Xiaowen. He had barely touched his food, and his expression was unusually strained, as if it bore the weight of unspoken troubles. What's wrong? She inquired, setting her chopsticks aside. A flicker of conflict crossed Fang Xiaowen's eyes but vanished quickly as he forced a smile, attempting to feign normalcy. It's nothing, really. Huan Huan scrutinized him, her lips pursing in concern, prompting Fang Xiaowen to relent. All right, I'll tell you, just don't cry. Each time she wept, it took a considerable amount of reassurance to soothe her, and her tears were silent, falling like pearls from her eyes, leaving him heartbroken. Upon hearing his words, Bai Wanzwan's expression turned serious as she extended her hand. Please, commence your discourse. Fang Xiaowen felt a warmth spread within him at her whimsical gesture and her ability to shift emotions so seamlessly. His burdens began to lighten, and he smiled faintly as he recounted his troubles. After listening to Fang Xiaowen's tale, Bai Wanzwan furrowed her brow. Essentially, he had encountered a minor error in the project he was overseeing, resulting in significant losses for the company. However, he had meticulously checked the discs before submission, confident that no mistakes had originated from him or his team. Yet, the company's stance was that the identity of the one at fault no longer mattered. What was crucial was providing an explanation to the company and its clients. They insinuated that Fang Xiaowen should scapegoat one of his team members, despite his certainty that neither he nor his team had erred. The absence of conclusive evidence against his superiors left him in a dilemma. He had ensured the discs were flawless prior to submission, which made the source of the error apparent. Yet, in the corporate world, the truth often held little significance. Unwilling to let an innocent team member bear the blame, Fang Xiaowen took full responsibility upon himself. As the team leader, it was his duty. Consequently, the outcome was that Fang Xiaowen found himself unemployed. Although it was not his fault, the official reason for his departure, project leakage, would inevitably hinder his prospects in the industry. Thus, he was despondent. Seeing Fang Xiaowen's gloomy demeanor, Bai Wanzwan cupped his face in her hands, urging him to look up. So what if you're unemployed? It's not the end of the world. My boyfriend is incredibly capable. It's their misfortune. This could very well be your opportunity, don't you think? Fang Xiaowen pondered her words, his eyes brightening slightly. Are you suggesting that I should try going solo? Bai Wanzwan was taken aback. Was that truly what she meant? It seemed like a standard encouragement. However, witnessing Fang Xiaowen's spirits lift, she nodded emphatically. Yes, indeed, that's precisely what I mean. Exactly, you are so talented. We can thrive without that dreadful company, he exclaimed to Fang Xiaowen, fueled by Wanzwan's unwavering belief in him, embraced her tightly. Thank you, Wanzwan, rest assured, I won't let you down. I will ensure you live a good life. Bai Wanzwan comforted him. I believe in you, always have. I will forever stand by your side. Though she spoke with conviction, a part of her remained skeptical. After all, she could thrive regardless of his presence. Thus, she dismissed his reassurances, knowing that should he take things seriously, he would ultimately lose. Empowered by Bai Wanzwan's supportive encouragement, Fang Xiaowen regained his resolve and, together with a friend, established a company. However, due to limited funds, it was just the two of them at the outset, both the owners and shareholders. Eventually, the team member whom Fang Xiaowen had selflessly defended came forward, seeking a position in his company, marking their first official hire. Over the years, Fang Xiaowen invested nearly all his earnings into the company, yet without connections or a reputable name, their project opportunities were scarce, and he often found himself financing operations out of his own pocket. Despite having saved a considerable sum over the years, the company's daily financial demands were depleting his savings rapidly. Fang Xiaowen hesitated, gazing at Bai Wanzwan. Darling, could you lend me some money? Upon hearing this, her bright eyes filled with concern. What's wrong? Is something amiss? With a bitter smile, Fang Xiaowen replied, the company is burning through cash daily. Both Xiao Zhou and I have invested all our savings, yet it's still insufficient. I'm beginning to question whether starting this company was the right decision. Bai Wanzwan reached out, gently patting his head, feeling like a dejected puppy. It's always tough at the beginning of a business. No company springs to success overnight. You need to have faith in yourself. After offering her heartfelt encouragement, Bai Wanzwan's expression shifted to one of self-reproach. It's all my fault. If I hadn't spent so much on bags and clothes, I could help you more. I have 10,000 yuan in this card. It's all my savings. Fang Xiaowen looked at the bank card in her hand, touched, he reached out and rubbed her cheek. It's alright, this helps me immensely. Consider it a loan. Once the company turns a profit, I promise to repay you with interest. Bai Wanzwan entwined her arms around his neck. No need for that. We're in this together. Let us not distinguish between you and me. If it makes you feel better, think of it as an investment in you. I believe in you, you will undoubtedly succeed. Fang Xiaowen inhaled her gentle fragrance, feeling a warmth envelop his heart. Although his company showed no signs of profitability, and seeking investors seemed futile, Wanzwan's words instilled confidence in him, alleviating his burdens. How could he not cherish such a wonderful person? How could he ever let her go? Chapter 16, The Tale of Roses. The following day, Bai Wanjun gazed at the conspicuous file folder on the table. Upon opening it, her brow arched in intrigue. An equity transfer agreement. At that moment, Fang Xiaowen slipped his hands around her waist, resting his chin on her neck. This represents 5% of the company's shares, which I am transferring from my own holdings. Henceforth, they shall belong to you. Bai Wanjun scrutinized the 5% stake, 10,000 yuan for 5%, isn't that a tad generous, President Fang? Her tone was laced with playful humor. Fang Xiaowen replied, how could it be? What is mine is yours. If it weren't for my need to maintain an absolute shareholding for better management of the company, I would have transferred all my shares to you. However, our company has yet to turn a profit and still owes a loan to the bank, so these shares currently hold little value. I hope you don't take offense, he continued. Bai Wanjun turned, gently rubbing his cheek. How could I? Our President Fang is destined to grace the Forbes rankings. I would be the fortunate one benefiting from his company. Fang Xiaowen smiled at her, his deep-set eyes softening as they met hers. Only you would have such unwavering faith in me. Bai Wanjun replied, as your girlfriend, if I don't believe in you, who else would I believe in? The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the warm embrace of the couple within. With relentless effort, Fang Xiaowen's company began to flourish, aided by Bai Wanjuan's assistance in securing a place at a business exchange conference. It was here that they successfully acquired their first order, marking the company's emergence. By the time Bai Wanjun completed her internship and received her diploma, Fang Xiaowen's company had firmly established itself. Dressed in a nightgown, Bai Wanjun watched Fang Xiaowen in a tailored black suit, complete with a tie. There was something charmingly rogue about him. Fang Xiaowen turned. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Wanjun replied, "Because you're handsome." Flattered, Fang Xiaowen's lips curled into a smile as he leaned down to kiss her forehead. "Darling, I'm running late for work. I prepared breakfast for you, it's ready in the pot, just heat it up. Feel free to grab something for lunch, and I'll whip up a grand dinner for you when I return." Bai Wanjun nodded obediently, causing Fang Xiaowen's heart to soften with reluctance. "Regarding what we discussed last night, I still advise you to pursue further studies. Good job opportunities will abound later, but the chance to pursue a graduate degree comes only once. Besides, if you choose not to work, I can support you for now." Bai Wanjun listened to his words, nodding helplessly. "All right, I understand. I will think it over. You should hurry to work." Fang Xiaowen glanced at his watch. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Remember, consider it carefully, and don't rush into a job." Bai Wanjun playfully urged him towards the door. I know. After graduation, Bai Wanjun received an official job offer from the editorial office where she had interned, along with invitations from several companies where she had previously worked as a translator. Most were proposals for her to join as a translation assistant, with commendable salary packages. Upon receiving these job offers, Bai Wanjun had yet to decide whether to accept any of them. Seeing her indecision, Fang Xiaowen urged her to continue her studies, repeating his sentiments throughout the night until she felt overwhelmed. After bidding Fang Xiaowen farewell, Bai Wanjun examined the work schedules listed in the invitations and resolutely chose to pursue graduate studies. When Fang Xiaowen returned, he was greeted by her graduate school application form. His face lit up with both surprise and joy. "You're going to pursue further studies?" Bai Wanjun glanced at the elated Fang Xiaowen. "Indeed. Someone has been so adamant about wanting to support me and encouraging me to further my education that I simply had to oblige him, otherwise, he might refuse to cook for me in the future." Ever since learning that Bai Wanjun chose to continue her studies instead of entering the workforce, Fang Xiaowen's smile had not waned. "Darling, rest assured, during your studies, I shall be your unwavering support, ensuring you receive balanced nutrition and become plump and healthy." Bai Wanjun retorted, "So, will you only cook for me during my studies, and cease once they're over?" Fang Xiaowen affirmed, "How could that be? I will care for you and cook for you for a lifetime. As long as you don't tire of my cooking, I shall continue to prepare it for you. Therefore, marry me, Wanjun." "I wish to care for you forever," Fang Xiaowen suddenly declared, producing a ring from his pocket and kneeling before her, eyes brimming with affection. "I know I possess little at present and perhaps should not be proposing to you now, but my desire to be with you eternally is overwhelming. I promise that every penny I earn will be spent on you, and the house and car will be in your name. Will you marry a man who has nothing but a heart full of love for you?" It was evident that Fang Xiaowen had little to offer, as the diamond on the ring was disappointingly small, though its price likely constituted a significant portion of his savings. Despite the company being on the path to stability, the outstanding bank loan meant that any profits were primarily directed towards repayment, leaving Fang Xiaowen with little to spare. This unexpected proposal took Bai Wanjun by surprise. She extended her hand to take the ring from him, inspecting it before, under Fang Xiaowen's anxious gaze, placing it on her own finger. "Once we have the means, you must procure a larger one for me. I desire the brightest, most dazzling diamond." Understanding her implication, Fang Xiaowen's expression turned euphoric. "I promise to upgrade it, so, does this mean you accept?" Bai Wanjun extended her hand, gazing at him with a smile. "What do you think?" Fang Xiaowen scooped her up in his arms, exclaiming, "I am absolutely overjoyed." "Thank you, Wanjun. Rest assured, I will take excellent care of you and will not let you down." As he spun her around in his excitement, their joyous laughter echoed throughout the room. Though Fang Xiaowen's proposal had been a success, his company was currently in a critical development phase, leaving them both quite busy. They briefly discussed their plans, deciding to obtain their marriage certificate after Fang Xiaowen completed his current project, with the wedding tentatively scheduled for early spring of the following year. With their household registration books in hand, they smoothly acquired their marriage certificate. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they admired the photograph of themselves smiling at the camera, accompanied by the official seal below. Fang Xiaowen felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he gazed at Bai Wanjun, who radiated happiness from within. Fang Xiaowen declared, "Let us return home, my wife." Chapter 17. The Story of Roses. On the morning following the day they received their marriage certificate, Bai Wanjun roused Fang Xiaowen from his slumber. Still enveloped in drowsiness, Fang Xiaowen murmured, "What's the matter? I had already discussed with Lin how about staying home with you for the next few days. There is no need to rise so early." Bai Wanjun, amused by his tousled hair, reached out playfully to tousle it further, making his already disheveled locks even more chaotic. "Weren't you always curious about my frequent trips to Beijing each year? Come on, today I'll take you to see what I cherish in Beijing." Instantly, the fog of sleep lifted from Fang Xiaowen's mind. He had speculated that her travels between Beijing and Shanghai were for the purpose of meeting someone or returning home, yet she had never mentioned taking him to meet her parents before they had registered their marriage. Fang Xiaowen had assumed that perhaps her parents were not satisfied with him, but no amount of conjecture had prepared him for the scene that unfolded. In a serene garden cemetery on the outskirts of Beijing, Bai Wanjun stood before two gravestones, chattering away. "Dad, Mom, this is my newlywed husband. Isn't he handsome? He takes such good care of me, just like my father does. He wouldn't even let me peel shrimp by myself, so you can rest easy." As she spoke, Bai Wanan glanced up at Fang Xiaowen, who mirrored her posture, earnestly studying the black and white photographs on the gravestones. Dad, Mom, I apologize for this hasty introduction. I didn't have the chance to bring you gifts. I am Wanan's husband, Fang Xiaowen. Please entrust your daughter to me. I will devote all my strength to love and care for her. I am from Yanji in northeast China, and I currently run a technology company in Beijing. Observing Fang Xiaowen kneeling before the gravestones, solemnly presenting himself as if making a first visit to his in-laws, his earnestness and nervous fingers curled tightly were reminiscent of a son-in-law seeking parental approval. It was as if he were addressing living beings, not mere photographs. After Fang Xiaowen finished, Bai Wanan continued, recounting all the recent happenings in her life. Upon leaving the cemetery, Fang Xiaowen took Bai Wanan's hand, gazing at her with affection. From now on, I will accompany you to visit your parents. Since their wedding ceremony was scheduled for the following year, they took advantage of his free time to visit Fang Xiaowen's hometown and see his mother, allowing Bai Wanan to familiarize herself with his family. However, they scarcely spent a few days there before hastily returning to Shanghai, after which Fang Xiaowen immersed himself back into his work. Life resumed its familiar rhythm. Bai Wanan attended school, while Fang Xiaowen went to work. Yet, when Bai Wanan graduated from her Master's program and discovered 2 lines on her pregnancy test, her frustration erupted. Fang Xiaowen. What is wrong? What is it, dear? Fang Xiaowen rushed in from the kitchen, and upon seeing the 2 lines, his expression transformed with joy. Am I going to be a father? Bai Wanan hurled the pregnancy test at him, her thoughts still on her plans to travel to France, now thwarted by the unexpected news. Fang Xiaowen, undeterred by her throwing, clutched the test with uncontainable delight, but noticing her sulking demeanor, he calmed himself and inched closer to embrace her, only to be pushed away. Unfazed by her rejection, Fang Xiaowen maintained his gentle approach, inching closer again. Alright, I know you want to go to France. How about we wait until I'm less busy, and then I'll take you? Bai Wanan glared at him with fiery eyes. Tell me, was this intentional? Fang Xiaowen feigned innocence, though his eyes sparkled with hidden joy. I didn't do anything. Bai Wanan, skeptical, narrowed her eyes. From the moment I mentioned wanting to be an exchange student in France, you started acting strangely. I did think that the exchange program was too long and that you might struggle with the local cuisine. But when I said I wanted to travel instead, why did you oppose that as well? Tell me, is this child the reason you're preventing me from traveling? Fang Xiaowen wore a look of feigned grievance. Your desire to travel is a recent decision, but the timing of the pregnancy doesn't align with that. It is not as if I can just wish for a baby to appear at will. However, given their efforts during her fertile period, it was indeed plausible. Bai Wanan paused, realizing the truth in his words. Fang Xiaowen continued, and it wasn't because you said wearing protection was uncomfortable, which led me to. At this, Bai Wanan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly covered his mouth. Alright, I get it. With her hand still on his mouth, Fang Xiaowen took the opportunity to embrace her. This time, she did not push him away. He wrapped one arm around her waist while gently lowering her hand to hold it in his. Now that this child is on the way, it's a gift from heaven. Surely, you wouldn't want to take a trip to France with a baby, would you? Bai Wanan shot him a look. I'm not lacking in common sense. How could I dare to fly while pregnant during the first trimester? She added, but once the pregnancy stabilizes, it should be fine, right? Fang Xiaowen's expression shifted from relief to concern. Didn't we agree to wait until I'm less busy to travel? I can't possibly let you go alone, especially now that you're pregnant. What if you bump into something? What would I do then? Bai Wanan toyed with Fang Xiaowen's large hand, responding casually, who knows how long it will be before you're free. Besides, I'll be on a guided tour with private assistance, so there won't be any issues. As the years passed and love flourished, Bai Wanan blossomed like an increasingly radiant rose, captivating Fang Xiaowen even during simple outings, attracting potential rivals. If it were up to him, he would keep her at home, solely for his eyes to behold. The thought of her leaving for France for a month or 2 was unbearable for Fang Xiaowen. Yet, he understood that such feelings were not to be voiced, lest he provoke his beloved Rose. Thus, from the moment he learned of her aspirations to visit France, he began contemplating ways to ensure she remained at home. Chapter 18 The Tale of Roses. As Fang Xiaowen heard Bai Wanan express her desire to travel to France with the child she was carrying, a fleeting shadow passed over his gaze. Alright, let us set that aside for the moment. How about we tidy up and then head to the hospital for a checkup? Upon hearing this, Bai Wanan naturally complied, recognizing the necessity of a medical examination during pregnancy. Once they exited the hospital, Fang Xiaowen cautiously guided Bai Wanan out, visibly relaxing only after she had safely settled into the car. Observing the beads of sweat on his forehead, Bai Wanan teased, the doctor said as long as I take care during the first 3 months, there shouldn't be any issues. There's no need to be so alarmed. Initially, he had contemplated getting a wheelchair for her, but Bai Wanan had managed to dissuade him. After all, she was merely pregnant, not incapacitated, and his overreaction was somewhat exaggerated. Upon returning home, Fang Xiaowen treated Bai Wanan like a delicate porcelain doll. Although he had previously discouraged her from undertaking chores, his current level of protectiveness was unprecedented. Were it not for her need to use the restroom, Bai Wanan would scarcely find an opportunity to move at all. Lying on the bed, with a small table beside her laden with fruits, snacks, and drinks, everything Fang Xiaowen could think of, Bai Wanan found herself utterly pampered, not required to rise. Growing restless from her inactivity, she finally donned her slippers, stormed over to Fang Xiaowen, and confronted him. Do you prefer the baby over me now? Her voice began with a hint of accusation but gradually softened into a tone of hurt. Fang Xiaowen felt a mixture of amusement and affection as he replied, "How could that be? It is precisely because you are carrying our child that I cherish you even more. Of course, I love you far more than any unborn baby." He enveloped her in his arms, soothing her gently. "Compared to this little one whom we have yet to meet, I undoubtedly adore the big baby who shares my days and nights." Fang Xiaowen relished every display of Bai Wanan's possessiveness. Her jealousy and concern were not perceived as trivial but rather as manifestations of her affection for him. This feeling of being cherished was both addictive and fulfilling for him. He lovingly reassured her for quite some time, declaring that she would always be his sole love, even after the arrival of their child, until he finally succeeded in calming her. After Bai Wanan had settled down, Fang Xiaowen beamed with happiness as he watched her dart into the living room, tossing herself aside to explore. A week later, upon waking one morning, Bai Wanan heard voices in the living room, one belonging to Fang Xiaowen and another to a woman. Curiously, she pushed open the bedroom door and was immediately struck by the sight of a woman with curly hair. Once she recognized the woman's identity, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Mom? What brings you here?" The two individuals in the living room turned to face her. The middle-aged woman with curly hair, Fang Xiaowen's mother, who had traveled from Yanji in northeast China, pouted and replied in Korean, "This is my son's home. Why shouldn't I come?" Fang Xiaowen furrowed his brow, glancing nervously at Bai Wanan, who appeared perplexed by his mother's words. Relieved that she had not understood, he explained, "Mom heard you were pregnant and hurried over to check on you. She plans to stay and help out for a while. After all, she has more experience than we do with her here. I can feel more at ease while I'm at work." Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaowen's mother managed to smile. "Yes, I must keep an eye on you two young ones during your first pregnancy." This time, she spoke in Mandarin. Bai Wanan's face lit up as she approached Fang Xiaowen's mother, wrapping her arm around her, and sweetly remarked, "Thank you so much, Mom. We're at a loss about what to do, and your presence feels like a solid support. You have no idea how dull it gets here when my brother is at work. Now that you're here, I finally have someone to keep me company. You truly are wonderful." Caught off guard by Bai Wanan's sudden affection, Fang Xiaowen's mother froze momentarily. Yet, as she heard the endearing terms of "Mom and you are so good," she instinctively relaxed. "I know you two young ones are unsure about handling these matters, but rest assured, I'm here for you." Bai Wanan chimed in, "Indeed, you raised my brother to be so smart and handsome. With you as the grandmother, I feel completely at ease." As they walked together, Bai Wanan inquired, "Mom, how did you get here?" Fang Xiaowen's mother, following Bai Wanan's lead, responded almost reflexively, "Xiaowen bought me a plane ticket. I flew here, and he picked me up from the airport." Bai Wanan's eyes widened in surprise. "Mom, you were so impressive. You traveled alone by plane. You wouldn't believe it, but I once saw a woman in her 30s who was so nervous on a flight that her face turned pale." Feeling flattered, Fang Xiaowen's mother straightened up, feigning indifference as she replied, "Well, she must not have been very capable. I felt quite at ease during my flight." However, the upward turn of her lips betrayed her good spirits. Bai Wanan continued, "That's why I say you're amazing. It's a pity my brother didn't tell me you were coming. Otherwise, I would have gone to pick you up." Fang Xiaowen's mother waved her hand. "Oh, it's no matter. You're pregnant, after all, and since I managed to fly here, it was fine that Xiaowen didn't pick me up." Meanwhile, Fang Xiaowen, feeling somewhat overlooked as the two women naturally bonded, interjected, "Wanan, Mom, I'll head to the office now." Once he spoke, the only sound that filled the room was the faint murmur of conversation emanating from the bedroom, with neither woman acknowledging him. Fang Xiaowen sighed, resignedly taking the car keys to leave for work. Bai Wanan added, "Oh, Mom, you haven't seen the house my grandmother left me, have you? Let me show you around. We have 2 bedrooms on this floor. You can choose whichever one you like to stay in." Fang Xiaowen's mother replied, "I'm fine with any room. I'm not picky." Yet, her gaze instinctively followed Bai Wanan's guidance, and it dawned on her that her son was now living in his daughter-in-law's home, without having contributed a penny. Ultimately, Fang Xiaowen's mother chose the bedroom closest to the kitchen, claiming it would be more convenient for preparing meals for the young couple. Bai Wanan smiled at this decision but chose not to comment. Chapter 19, The Tale of Roses. Upon returning home from work that evening, Fang Xiaowen found himself in a rather perplexing situation. With his mother visiting, there was no need for him to leave early, and coincidentally, an unexpected situation had arisen at the company, requiring him to work a bit longer. As he entered his dimly lit living room, he called out, "Mom, Huan Huan?" The empty space echoed only with his voice. After checking both the master bedroom and the guest room, he found no trace of the two. Furrowing his brow, he pondered where they could have ventured off to at this late hour. Undoing the buttons of his suit jacket with one hand, he retrieved his phone to call Bai Huan Huan. "Hello, my dear, where have you and Mom gone?" As soon as the call connected, he eagerly pressed for answers. Bai Huan Huan's voice resonated on the other end, accompanied by the faint sounds of her mother. "Oh, darling, you're off work now? Mom took a flight today, and I didn't want her to tire too much, so I took her out for dinner and to buy some toiletries," she explained. "Huan Huan, what do you think of these slippers?" "They're lovely, Mom, you have great taste. Let us buy them." Hearing their conversation, Fang Xiaowen inquired, "Where are you? I'll come pick you up." Bai Huan Huan gently declined, her concerned tone evident. "No need, you've had a tiring day at work. I'll be back soon, and I brought you your favorite dishes, just wait for us at home." Leaning back against the sofa, Fang Xiaowen's furrowed brow relaxed at her words. "All right, I'll be waiting for you at home." "Okay, love you," she chirped before hanging up. Left alone, Fang Xiaowen gazed at his phone, murmuring, "I love you too." When Bai Huan Huan and her mother returned from their shopping, the sight that greeted them was Fang Xiaowen, his expression as impassive as a statue. He looked up at the sound of their arrival, his deep, dark eyes fixating on the entrance, startling her mother momentarily as she stood frozen at the door until Huan Huan's voice broke the silence. Mom, why are you standing there? Honey, are you there? Come see what we brought you. At the sound of her voice, the coldness in Fang Xiaowen's gaze melted away, instantly transforming back to his usual demeanor. He rose and took the items from her mother's hands. Mom, Huan Huan is pregnant, it's unsafe to be out at night. Next time, I will accompany you both. Her mother, recalling Fang Xiaowen's earlier indifferent expression, swallowed her words and nodded obediently. Understood. Huan Huan, puzzled by the scene, noticed Fang Xiaowen's joyful demeanor as he held up the food. Darling, look. I brought you so many delicious things. Fang Xiaowen, charmed by her delighted smile, replied with a grin, really, what did you bring? As Huan Huan laid out the takeout on the table, she enthusiastically introduced each dish. There was poached shrimp, braised short ribs, and chestnut chicken. She couldn't help but slurp a little, despite having eaten earlier. The aroma was simply irresistible. Fang Xiaowen, suppressing a chuckle, thought that if he laughed aloud, he might end up sleeping in the guest room tonight. Shifting the topic, he remarked, that's a lot. I can't possibly finish it all. Why don't you sit down and join me for a bit? Huan Huan's eyes lit up at his suggestion, though she feigned reluctance. Is that really all right? Mom and I have already eaten out. Fang Xiaowen set the utensils for her. It's no problem, just keep me company. With a playful sigh, she acquiesced, her sparkling eyes betraying her eagerness. Fang Xiaowen couldn't help but smile even wider at her adorable demeanor. Meanwhile, Huan Huan's mother contemplated interjecting, suggesting Huan Huan eat less, but remembering the array of items she had just purchased and the plans for a trip to the Bund in Shanghai, she held her tongue. It was best not to spoil the mood. After all, the food was ample, and she wouldn't eat much anyway. Opting for invisibility, she retreated to wash up, clutching the silk nightgown her daughter-in-law had bought her. The following day, as Fang Xiaowen departed, Huan Huan eagerly turned to her mother. All right, Mom, let us tidy up and get ready to head out. Her mother emerged from the kitchen, dragging her feet with a conflicted expression. Little one, perhaps we shouldn't go after all. Xiaowen said you need to rest at home. Huan Huan raised an eyebrow, linking her arm with her mother's. Mom, what does he know? Remember when you were pregnant with him? You still managed to do your chores without any issues. Her mother reflected. Indeed, I carried on with housework without delay. Huan Huan affirmed. Exactly, the doctor said moderate exercise is beneficial for the baby's development, making for an easier delivery. Besides, you are the best mother-in-law in the world, coming to help us with chores and not letting me lift a finger. Her mother thought, well, you could manage a bit, but before she could voice this thought, Huan Huan continued. Once the baby arrives, I'll teach him how wonderful his grandmother is, and how much she cares for his mommy. When I visit my parents next time, I'll tell them how good you are, unlike those vicious mothers-in-law who only want their daughters-in-law to toil. It's as if they want to pass on their own suffering. I am so grateful to have you, Mom. Her mother shivered, recalling that her in-laws were buried at the cemetery. If I remember correctly, my parents-in-law are at the graveyard, right? You treat me so well. I want you to be less burdened, but if I help you, I fear it will only cause you more concern. So, I thought while I'm still feeling well, we could explore Shanghai together. It's a win-win situation. Chapter 20 of The Tale of the Rose. Moreover, since you've made this rare trip to Shanghai, you simply must take the opportunity to appreciate the local sights. I've even prepared a camera for you, as I'd like to capture some cherished memories, said Huan Mama, her eyes shimmering slightly as she glanced at the camera Huan Huan had produced. She ran her fingers through her hair, intrigued. You even brought a camera? Huan Huan raised the camera in her hand, responding, of course, Mother, with your beauty, it would be a shame not to take some photos. A smile involuntarily crept across Huan Mama's lips. The thought of returning home with photographs to show her old friends filled her with delight. In that moment, she completely forgot her son's earlier admonitions and cheerfully replied to Huan Huan, I'll go change into a different outfit. Observing Huan Mama retreating to her room, Huan Huan's eyes sparkled with joy. Alright, Mother, afterwards, we can also stop by the mall to buy you a few more outfits to wear. Huan Mama, initially believing that Huan Huan had forgotten about this plan, let out a joyous laugh, her face brimming with wrinkles of happiness. Oh, it's quite alright. I have enough clothes to wear. However, the thought that the money spent was not her son's dampened her spirits slightly. Huan Huan insisted, that simply won't do, my mother is so beautiful. You should wear more lovely clothes. I wouldn't want you to feel deprived just because you're taking care of me. Besides, today the tenant upstairs conveniently paid the rent, so spending money on you brings me no regret. Huan Mama felt a pang of discomfort as she recalled that her son was still living in someone else's property. Furthermore, during their short stay in Shanghai, her son hadn't thought to take her out for a stroll, much less to shop, take photos, or buy clothes. This realization left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Had Huan Huan been spending her son's money, she could have felt justified in her contentment, yet, now it seemed that the money was Huan Huan's own, and even the house they occupied belonged to someone else. Huan Mama struggled to articulate her conflicting emotions. She had no qualms about Huan Huan spending on her. It was a stark contrast to her son, who, while generous in sending money, lacked such thoughtfulness. As she stood before Huan Huan, who was capturing her in photographs, and felt the envious gazes of passers-by, Huan Mama looked at Huan Huan with a touch of affectionate gratitude. After they finished taking pictures, bought clothes, and enjoyed a delightful meal at a restaurant by the Bund, the two returned home feeling thoroughly satisfied. That evening, Fang Xiaowen returned home to find one person seated on the couch watching television, and another in the kitchen preparing dinner. He smiled and asked, Mother, is dinner ready? What delicious meal have you prepared? Huan Mama, busy in the kitchen, pressed her lips together, feeling a mix of emotions. Her daughter-in-law had taken her out shopping and dining, seemingly concerned for her comfort, while her son returned home only to inquire about dinner. Nevertheless, she responded, "It will be ready shortly." At the dining table that evening, Fang Xiaowen, noticing the array of dishes, felt his appetite surge. After a while, he looked at the two women beside him, who had hardly touched their chopsticks, and asked in confusion, "Why aren't you both eating?" Bai Huan Huan and Huan Mama exchanged a quick glance, a hint of guilt in their eyes. Should they mention that they had indulged in afternoon tea? Those delightful pastries were soft, sweet, and utterly irresistible. Huan Mama had devoured several, and now she felt no hunger at all. Huan Mama extended her hand to serve Fang Xiaowen some vegetables, her face radiating warmth. "Not to worry, you should eat more. Huan Huan tends to get hungry quickly. We had a light meal earlier, so this is specially prepared for you." "We not hungry at all." Fang Xiaowen recalled that pregnant women do indeed have a quicker appetite, so he nodded in understanding. During the day, while Fang Xiaowen was at work, Bai Huan Huan took Huan Mama out shopping and dining. In just a few short days, Huan Mama had filled nearly half of her photo album. In the guest room where Huan Mama resided, the wardrobe was overflowing with new clothes, and she adorned her wrists, neck, and ears with gleaming gold jewelry. One day, after Fang Xiaowen had left, Huan Mama discreetly approached Bai Huan Huan, her eyes darting around. "Huan Huan, has Xiaowen given you his salary yet?" Bai Huan Huan looked up from her computer. "His salary card has always been at home, mother." "Why do you ask? Do you need some money? I can give you some." Huan Mama quickly stopped her. No, I haven't even spent what you gave me the other day." Then, with a mysterious expression, she advised Bai Huan Huan, "My dear, men earn money, and women spend it. You should use Xiaowen's salary, don't hold back on his behalf, alright?" Otherwise, she felt uneasy about the gifts she had received lately, fearing that she might dream of her in-laws that night. Moreover, Huan Mama's heart was not made of stone. Throughout this time, Bai Huan Huan had shown her nothing but kindness. Compared to her son, Bai Huan Huan was far more generous. Over the years, she had longed for golden bangles and necklaces, but had never been able to afford them. That day, when she merely gazed at the jewelry in a shop, Bai Huan Huan had taken her inside and insisted on buying her the exquisite gold pieces. When she had married Xiaowen's father in her youth, the family was poor. They couldn't even afford silver bangles, let alone gold. After her husband's passing, she had single-handedly raised Xiaowen, consumed with the struggle of making ends meet, with little time or money to spare for luxuries. Xiaowen had once promised her that he would buy her gold bangles when he grew up, but she suspected he had long forgotten that vow. However, when Bai Huan Huan had insisted on buying her those treasures with just a glance, Huan Mama felt the profound difference between a daughter-in-law and a son. Hearing Huan Mama earnestly advise her to spend Fang Xiaowen's money without hesitation, Bai Huan Huan couldn't help but chuckle and nod. "Got it." After 3 months of pregnancy, once Bai Huan Huan's health had stabilized, she went for a checkup at the hospital with the company of Huan Mama and Fang Xiaowen. Upon hearing the doctor's reassuring words, "Everything is normal, both mother and fetus are healthy," the three of them beamed with joy. Yet, Fang Xiaowen's happiness did not last long. Upon returning home from work that day, he noticed a note left on the table. Anger flickered in his eyes as he grasped the message Bai Huan Huan had penned. His hand clenched tightly. The note simply read, "Her dear husband, I've taken mother out for a little trip and will return shortly. Please don't worry, we'll take good care of ourselves and bring you back a gift. P.S. I've checked with the doctor, and both our healths are perfectly fine. Love you lots, your affectionate wife." Chapter 21. The Tale of the Rose. Fang Xiaowen sat heavily on the sofa, his expression taut, as the shadows in his eyes seemed to merge with the encroaching darkness. After a prolonged silence, a hoarse, deep voice emerged. "I truly underestimated you, my Huan Fan." He had initially thought that summoning his mother would ensure her safety, yet she had rather taken the opportunity to whisk her away. However, the tightly clenched fists and the veins bulging on the back of his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, aboard the airplane, curly-hair mom glanced anxiously at Bai Huan Fan seated beside her and inquired, "Huan Fan, do you think Xiaowen will be upset with us for leaving without a word?" Bai Huan Fan gently patted her mother's arm, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Mom. Brother won't be angry. Besides, I've left him a note. Right now, the most important thing is to think about how we should enjoy ourselves once we land in France." Upon hearing this, curly-hair mom instantly forgot about her son, excitement bubbling within her. France, this was her first trip abroad in her entire life. Her old friends back home would scarcely believe it. "Huan Fan, you must take plenty of photos for me." Bai Huan Fan responded with an okay gesture. Casting a glance at her phone, which was switched off during the flight, she smiled and pulled down her eye mask to drift into slumber. Curly-hair mom, noticing her daughter-in-law's repose, tucked the blanket snugly around her legs and gazed with delight at the airplane meal placed before them. Traveling with her daughter-in-law offered a vastly different experience compared to flying solo. With the complimentary beverages and snacks, coupled with a far more comfortable seat, made her feel pampered. As soon as the aircraft touched down, Bai Huan Fan switched on her phone, and an avalanche of messages and missed calls erupted on the screen. In the next moment, the phone rang. "Bai Huan Fan, have you taken to making unilateral decisions now? Are you even aware of the situation you're in? And you brought Mom along, what if something goes awry?" The moment the call connected, Fang Xiaowen's barrage of questions flooded through the device. Bai Huan Fan held the phone at arm's length, waiting for him to vent before bringing it back to her ear. With a tone tinged with mock sorrow, she said, "You're scolding me? Do you not love me anymore?" This question left Fang Xiaowen momentarily speechless. What does that have to do with anything? "Don't change the subject, bring our mother back immediately." Bai Huan Fan pouted, "Return, that's hardly possible." The tone of her voice, laced with feigned grievance, continued to reach Fang Xiaowen's ears. "See, you must not love me anymore. You don't even call me baby or wife anymore, and yet you claim your heart remains true? Fang Xiaowen pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache brewing, and took a deep breath. Baby, please just bring mom back, alright? I know how much you want to go to France, but I'm busy at the moment. I promise, once I finish my work, no, next month, I will take you there, I swear. I genuinely worry about you and mom being alone. Bai Wanfan replied defiantly, no. Fang Xiaowen felt his blood pressure rising, but Bai Wanfan recognized that pressing too hard would be counterproductive. Softening her tone, she adopted the voice that Fang Xiaowen adored, laced with a sultry charm, especially effective in the evenings. Oh, darling, I know you're concerned about my and mom's safety. Fear not, I have booked a private guided tour, and they will take care of everything and nothing will go wrong. You know I'm pregnant, right? The doctor has advised that maintaining a positive mindset is beneficial for both the mother and the baby. Traveling is an excellent way to relax. As my baby's father and my beloved husband, you surely don't wish for me and the baby to be unhappy, do you? And I promise to keep you updated with each step, using your salary card for all expenses. You'll know precisely what I'm up to, so you can rest easy, right? Fang Xiaowen pondered, her assurances only heightening his concern. She had brought the baby into the conversation, implying that not supporting her equated to not loving her, and that he would be a bad father. Moreover, she was abroad now, and he could not simply fly over to retrieve her. Even if he did, there was no guarantee he could bring her back. Send me the contact details of the tour guide, the name of their company, and the hotel where you'll be staying. Additionally, keep your phone on at all times. If any issues arise, call me immediately, and don't give in to sudden curiosity about food. Always stay with mom. Listening to Fang Xiaowen's litany of concerns, Bai Wanfan knew that if she didn't intervene, he could go on for ages. I know, I promise to remember every word you say. Oh dear, what should I do now, darling? Fang Xiaowen, feeling anxious, asked, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Hold on, I'm buying a ticket right now. Bai Wanfan replied, it's only been a day since we've parted, and I already miss you. What should I do? The anger and frustration he had concealed were soothed by her simple confession of longing. You miss me yet still act impulsively. Perhaps I should fly over to you, then? Hearing Fang Xiaowen's softened tone, Bai Wanfan realized she had navigated this hurdle successfully. Oh, I miss you too, but your company has just secured a major contract. How could I bear to add to your stress right now? I want to be the supportive wife you deserve. Fang Xiaowen chuckled at her playful remark, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my supportive Mrs. Fang. Was she truly the type of supportive wife who burned a pot while cooking? Bai Wanfan, unfazed by his teasing, glanced at the guide helping curly-hair mom retrieve their luggage, lowering her voice, darling, once I give birth, let us plan a seaside getaway, just the two of us. It must be said, Fang Xiaowen felt reassured by her words, sensing her affection and longing for a romantic rendezvous, lifting his spirits immensely. Alright, after exchanging several sweet nothings, they reluctantly ended the call. Fang Xiaowen gazed at the now silent phone, as if trying to peer across the ocean to her side, his expression softened. He then rose to retrieve his coat and left to drive. That evening, Lin Hao returned to the office after forgetting something, and upon seeing the illuminated glass doors, he pushed them open, discovering Fang Xiaowen buried in work. Wait, Lao Fang, didn't you leave for home? Why are you back at the office working late again? Without looking up, Fang Xiaowen replied, earning money for baby formula. Besides, the company is accelerating its progress for the second half of the year, and I need to take a long leave. Lin Hao was taken aback, feeling a sense of despair at being dragged into this. Why had he even bothered to speak up? Now he had to endure this. Some days, less conversation is truly the better path. My dear May. Chapter 22. The story of the rose in the enchanting atmosphere of France, by Huan Huan remained steadfast in her commitment to Fang Xiaowen. Each day, Fang Xiaowen in Shanghai eagerly awaited the photographs and messages she sent, a gesture that sustained his spirits until their reunion. A month later, at the Shanghai airport, Fang Xiaowen's gaze fell upon Bai Huan as she emerged from the arrivals gate. In the bustling crowd, she appeared as if illuminated by a filter, effortlessly captivating the attention of those around her. However, Fang Xiaowen's initial joy faltered as he noticed the eager glances of onlookers, a familiar gaze that stirred within him as a man. With a shadow crossing his eyes, he raised his hand and called out, Huan Huan, over here. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Wanwan's face lit up with a radiant smile. She discarded her suitcase and dashed towards him, while her mother, with tousled hair, yelled in concern, slow down, don't run. Worry etched across her face, especially given Bai Wanwan's pregnancy. Casting a disapproving glance at the couple embracing beyond the railing, her mother's frustration bubbled forth. What are you shouting for? Don't you know she is pregnant? And you, are you not aware of your own situation? Fang Xiaowen held Bai Wanwan tightly, wishing to envelop her entirely in his embrace. The sight of such a stunning beauty wrapped in the arms of a man was enough to evoke a collective sense of loss among the spectators. A male passerby, heartbroken, lamented silently, oh no, Mom, I've suffered a heartbreak. Reluctantly, Fang Xiaowen released her as his mother-in-law's irritated voice reached his ears. After freeing Bai Wanwan, she discreetly rubbed her waist, muttering about the discomfort from the railing. Ultimately, Fang Xiaowen managed to push 4 suitcases, while her mother carried one, leaving his hands free. Upon returning home, her mother busied herself with the local delicacies purchased in France, while Fang Xiaowen wheeled Bai Wanwan's suitcase into the bedroom, preparing to organize her belongings. Bai Wanwan observed him, noting his serious demeanor, which had persisted since their emotional airport reunion, devoid of expression throughout their journey. A smile danced in her eyes as she followed him into the bedroom. The door clicked shut behind them, and unbeknownst to Fang Xiaowen, who was absorbed in unpacking, an unexpected warmth enveloped him from behind. His actions froze momentarily as he felt Bai Wanwan's soft body against him, but he quickly resumed his task. However, the one behind him was anything but restrained. Her delicate, smooth hands slipped from his waist to his chest, slowly exploring him inch by inch. Fang Xiaowen's breath steepened in response, though his body remained still, his hands faltered in their motion, and as a gasp escaped him, a lovely dress tumbled to the ground, followed by urgent kisses echoing within the room. After so many years together, Fang Xiaowen knew every curve of the woman in his arms, just as she understood the actions that could drive him wild. No, you're still pregnant," he protested, a fleeting thought crossing his mind just as he hesitated. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Huan Huan's eyes sparkled with desire, her lips slightly swollen. At such a moment, how could she possibly stop? She tugged him closer, a soft moan escaping her lips, whispering in his ear, "The doctor said it's fine after 3 months." When her mother finally emerged from her room to find the living room and kitchen empty, with the main bedroom door firmly shut, she shook her head with a chuckle. Youth indeed. She then called out, "Take it easy, remember she is pregnant," before turning back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Inside the master bedroom, the two figures entwined on the bed stiffened at the sound of her voice. Fang Xiaowen winced, his voice low and strained as he comforted Huan Huan. "It's all right, relax." At dinner, Huan Huan's mother surveyed the two of them, her eyes twinkling with mischief. The couple, heads bowed as they ate, avoided her gaze entirely as since their trip. Huan Huan seemed to have unlocked a newfound passion for travel and photography. However, as her pregnancy progressed, Fang Xiaowen strictly forbade them from venturing out, permitting only leisurely strolls nearby. Restless, they turned their home into a hub for maternity photography, with her mother serving as the photographer. One day, as Fang Xiaowen returned home and passed through the yard, he was puzzled by the barren garden. Approaching the house, he intended to inquire about the state of the flowers, but was taken aback by the disarray inside, clothes and shoes strewn about, leading him to suspect a burglary. Just then, he heard his mother-in-law's voice, which alleviated his concern. Yes, that expression is perfect, lower your head." Curious, he moved closer to find Huan Huan clad in a flowing white dress, adorned with a floral crown, gazing lovingly at her burgeoning belly by the window, sunlight streaming in and casting a heavenly glow upon her. Enraptured, Fang Xiaowen stood quietly at the door, admiring her beauty. Noticing him, her mother finished the current set and instructed Huan Huan to change into another outfit, nudging Fang Xiaowen, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and change." Surprised, he asked, "Is there a part for me?" Assuming they had once again forgotten to include him, his mother-in-law rolled her eyes. "What do you mean, aren't you the father of the child?" She wondered why her son could be so dense at times. If Huan Huan hadn't mentioned taking a family portrait today, she would have preferred not to include him. Grinning, Fang Xiaowen nodded vigorously. Change, I'll go get ready right away." After changing, he prepared for a family photo with his wife. Yet, upon seeing his mother-in-law setting up the camera between them, he felt a twinge of disappointment. "Mom, are you joining us?" Delighted, her mother donned the new dress Huan Huan had bought for her, but her expression darkened at his question. "What do you mean, am I not part of the family portrait?" Fang Xiaowen quickly clarified, No, I didn't mean it like that. I just thought it was a photo of me and Huan Huan." His mother-in-law, unwilling to entertain his foolishness, waited for Huan Huan to change, and once she emerged, their faces lit up with joy. Chapter 23. The Tale of the Rose. After the family portrait was taken, under the relentless persuasion of Fang Xiaowen, curly-hair mom ultimately conceded and helped him fulfill his desire for a couple's photo. Once the pictures were developed, the family portrait was proudly displayed in the living room, while the wedding photograph in the master bedroom was replaced by the recent image of the two of them together. As Huan Huan approached her due date, Fang Xiaowen had already taken leave from work, prepared to be at home. Although curly-hair mom had recently obtained her driver's license, both she and Fang Xiaowen felt a twinge of apprehension due to her novice status, so they decided that the seasoned Fang Xiaowen would take the wheel. Despite Huan Huan's repeated assurances of faith in curly-hair mom's driving skills, which deeply moved her, she resolutely declined the suggestion to drive herself. On that day, as Fang Xiaowen and curly-hair mom checked the items to bring to the hospital, he, overwhelmed with anxiety as the delivery approached, made it a routine to verify the essentials each morning. It was only through this action that he could alleviate some of his nerves. Logically, it would be most prudent to stay at the hospital at this juncture, but Huan Huan detested the smell of antiseptic that pervaded the hospital environment and adamantly refused to go. Fang Xiaowen found it impossible to be angry with the tearful Huan Huan, especially after her pregnancy. As her emotions became even more volatile, she would cry at the slightest provocation. Consequently, Fang Xiaowen maintained an atmosphere of utmost caution at home, mindful not to exceed a volume of 60 decibels, fearful that she might accuse him of shouting. Given the proximity of their home to the hospital, they opted to remain there. Thud, while watching television, an apple slipped from Huan Huan's hand and landed on the sofa, staining it. Looking down at the damp spot, her voice trembled with fear. Husband, I think I'm going into labor. Having frequently attended prenatal checkups and with curly-hair mom's informative guidance, Huan Huan recognized that her water had indeed broken. Upon hearing her declaration, Fang Xiaowen and curly-hair mom rushed to her side, and curly-hair mom decisively declared, "It's your water breaking, Xiaowen, quickly carry Huan Huan to the car." Weary going to the hospital, she hurriedly grabbed the delivery bag and hospital essentials. Turning back, she found her son, drenched in sweat and paralyzed with anxiety, squatting before his wife as though he hadn't heard her. Curly-hair mom, bemused, questioned how he had managed to get into university in such a state, raising her voice, "Why aren't you moving faster? Are you trying to cause Huan Huan more pain?" Startled by her admonition, Fang Xiaowen snapped back to reality, scooping Huan Huan into his arms, his lips pale with worry. "Don't be scared, my love, we'll be at the hospital shortly." With Huan Huan clutching his shirt tightly, she whimpered, "Husband, it hurt so much listening to her plaintive cries, reminiscent of a frightened kitten." Fang Xiaowen felt an overwhelming surge of concern. "Don't fear, my dear. I am here with you." The car sped along the road, and had it not been for curly-hair mama's intervention, Fang Xiaowen might have pressed the accelerator all the way to the floor. Outside the delivery room, in a state of frantic anxiety, Fang Xiaowen rushed forward when the doctor inquired about anesthesia, exclaiming, "Yes, we want it, the best available." Knowing that his wife was particularly sensitive to pain, often crying over the slightest injury, he feared she wouldn't be able to endure the agony of childbirth without anesthesia. Recalling previous reports of women suffering severe complications during delivery, Fang Xiaowen trembled as he grasped the doctor's arm tightly, pleading, "Doctor, I beg you, please ensure my wife's safety." Nearby, the doctor and curly-hair mom exchanged glances. Unable to contain their reactions, the doctor reassured him, "Rest assured, the mother is currently in good health. We will do our utmost to ensure the well-being of both mother and child." The implication was clear. It was not yet time to panic. Curly-hair mom pulled Fang Xiaowen aside and apologized to the doctor. "I'm sorry, doctor. Thank you for your hard work." Once the doctor stepped into the delivery room, Fang Xiaowen sank onto a bench, burying his face in his hands. Curly-hair mom settled beside him. "Look at you, so flustered." Fang Xiaowen's muffled voice emerged, "But Huan Huan is so delicate, I'm worried for her." Recalling how fragile and inept his wife was with household chores, curly-hair mom felt her own impatience dissipate as she observed her son's distress. However, seeing him so unsteady, she endeavored to maintain her composure. After all, she was the only adult left to support him. When the delivery room door finally opened and they beheld the safe arrival of mother and daughter, both Fang Xiaowen and curly-hair mom felt a weight lift from their hearts. Although curly-hair mom felt a twinge of disappointment that the newborn was not a grandson, the recent persuasion from Huan Huan had led her to appreciate the arrival of a granddaughter, envisioning dressing her in lovely little dresses and cherishing the sweet sound of her calling her grandma. Moreover, girls were often more attentive than boys, as evidenced by her own son's clumsiness. Gazing at the beautiful features that mirrored both Huan Huan and Fang Xiaowen, curly-hair mom tenderly grasped the tiny hand. "Baby, I'm your grandma," her face radiating warmth and affection. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaowen was wholly focused on Huan Huan, who lay sleeping on the hospital bed. Witnessing her pale complexion and the sheen of sweat on her brow, he felt an immense ache in his heart. Fang Xiaowen had always been aware that, at his core, he was a cold, insecure, and selfish individual. Being with Huan Huan felt akin to having stolen a delicate, exquisite rose that did not rightfully belong to him. He nurtured this flower with utmost care, fearful it might escape his grasp or be taken by another. Yet, it was Huan Huan's affirmations and loving gestures that instilled in him boundless confidence, allowing him to understand that this rose loved him in return, that it was indeed his. But at this moment, witnessing Huan Huan's frailty, Fang Xiaowen found himself harboring resentment toward the child beside her, and even more so toward himself for having caused her pregnancy. His selfishness and the child's arrival had rendered her so weak. If something were to go awry, as had been reported in those troubling articles, he could scarcely fathom how he would cope. "Fortunately, you are still here." Fang Xiaowen clasped Huan Huan's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with love and relief. He remained steadfast by her bedside, refusing to glance at the child even when curly-hair mom brought the newborn over, waiting patiently until Huan Huan awoke. As Huan Huan opened her eyes and beheld the scruffy-faced Fang Xiaowen, she yearned to reach out and touch him. However, the moment she moved, the sharp pain from her body sent beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Alarmed, Fang Xiaowen immediately rushed off to summon a nurse. Chapter 24. The story of the rose. After the nurses arrived, they repeatedly emphasized the importance of not misusing anesthetics and warned against excessive use. Only then was Fang Xiaowen, with a face full of anxious concern, allowed to leave. During her confinement period, Huan Huan opted for a specialized postpartum care center. Seeing the array of instruments designed to assist mothers in their recovery and the meticulously prepared meals, Huan Huan's mother revealed a hint of envy in her gaze. "How wonderful!" In truth, it is not that women forget the agony of childbirth. Rather, the overwhelming pain often leads to a gradual suppression of those memories as a protective mechanism of the brain. However, the marks left on the body, such as stretch marks and scars from pregnancy, remain as tangible reminders, steadfast and unyielding. Huan Huan's mother, observing Huan Huan applying cream to her abdomen, curiously inquired, "Will this make the scars disappear?" She recalled frequently using a similar product during her own pregnancy. Fang Xiaowen also expressed curiosity, recalling the lines of scars on his mother's body, which had startled him as a child, making him believe she had been injured. An unsettling sight, to be honest. Yet, gazing at Huan Huan, who appeared almost unchanged post-delivery, he noted how her allure had only intensified with motherhood, rendering her even more captivating. Fang Xiaowen endured considerable hardship during this time, yet insisted on personally applying the body oil, his expression a delightful blend of joy and discomfort, truly a sweet burden. Huan Huan responded to Huan Huan's mother's question, "Indeed, this product is designed to prevent stretch marks. Applying it during pregnancy helps minimize them, while now it serves to stabilize and repair." Overall, Huan Huan's confinement period was filled with joy, as Fang Xiaowen devoted his entire attention to her, while Huan Huan's mother tended to the child. Huan Huan diligently followed the center's regimen for recovery, occasionally teasing Fang Xiaowen, whose restrained yet expressive demeanor was particularly charming. The family maintained a harmonious, albeit busy, atmosphere. Once Huan Huan completed her confinement, Fang Xiaowen relished the opportunity to indulge her on their spacious double bed. When Fang Yuyi turned 3, she was joyfully escorted into kindergarten, her little backpack in tow, hand in hand with her parents. As he hurried off to work, Fang Xiaowen managed to steal a quick kiss from Huan Huan, while Huan Huan's mother set out to pursue her photography career. Huan Huan's mother first showcased her talent when Fang Yuyi turned 1 month old, capturing countless photos of her and assembling them into a collection that drew admiration from family and friends during the celebration. The family portraits and maternity shots she had previously taken also garnered much praise. Subsequently, friends began to request her services for similar shoots during their pregnancies, leading to a delightful influx of work. Encouraged by the success, Huan Huan financed a small personal studio for Huan Huan's mother, dedicated to family portraits, maternity shoots, and baby photography. To avoid overwhelming her, the studio was set up on the second floor of their small house. After the tenants vacated, Bai Wanan decided to renovate the space, dividing it into 2 rooms for Juanmao's mother, while reserving the other half in the attic for Fang Yuyi's future room and study. Unexpectedly, Juanmao's mother's on-location photography gained popularity, leading to a flourishing business that ultimately transformed the entire second floor, including the attic, into her studio. Now a thriving entrepreneur, she dedicated herself to her work, even relocating her bedroom to the attic for convenience, generously paying Bai Wanan rent and sharing profits, surpassing what Bai Wanan earned from renting out the house. With her business booming, Juanmao's mother eagerly sought new studio locations, contemplating artistic photography, a suggestion from Bai Wanan that if not for Fang Yuyi's first day of school, she might have already been out scouting for properties. In her 40s, an age characterized by ambition, Juanmao's mother radiated vitality and enthusiasm, inspiring admiration from Bai Wanan and Fang Xiaowen. With both parents at work and their lively child off to kindergarten, Bai Wanan, the sole person at home, pondered, perhaps I should find something to occupy my time? When Fang Xiaowen returned from work, he found the nanny had prepared dinner and was entertaining the child, a scene he had grown accustomed to. He loosened his suit jacket and approached Fang Yuyi, asking, "How was school today, my sweet daughter?" Lifting her high into the air, Fang Yuyi beamed with joy and eagerly responded, "School is just as fun as mommy said. There are so many friends and toys, and the teacher praised me today." Fang Xiaowen playfully pinched her chubby cheeks. "Is that so? Daddy's precious girl is amazing, look what Daddy brought you." He lowered her gently and revealed a gift from behind his back. "Wow, a magic wand," she exclaimed, her voice filled with delight. She accepted the toy, sweetly thanking him. "Thank you, Daddy, I love you the most." Hearing those words, Fang Xiaowen's lips curled into a smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Go play now." He then turned to the nanny, "Where's Wanan?" The nanny replied, "Madam is in the bedroom organizing clothes." Fang Xiaowen immediately guessed she had been shopping. Opening the bedroom door, he found a pile of new clothes and bags. Bai Wanan stood before the mirror, clad in a white blouse and a fitted black skirt, accentuating her alluring figure. Fang Xiaowen closed the door and approached her from behind, resting his chin on her neck, their reflections visible in the mirror. "What prompted you to adopt this style?" he breathed, his warm breath sending a delightful shiver down her spine. Bai Wanan giggled and evaded slightly. "It tickles." This professional attire was reminiscent of the youthful exuberance he had witnessed during her internship, however, now it projected an allure that suggested she could easily captivate anyone in her path. Fang Xiaowen's gaze lingered on her curves and the elegant length of her legs, his expression darkening as he considered how she now resembled a temptress capable of inciting desire. Chapter 25 of The Tale of Roses. By Huan Huan contemplated her outfit, pondering whether to wear a necklace. Upon hearing Fang Xiaowen's inquiry, she casually replied, "My teacher called to say that a friend of his needs a translator for an event, and knowing that Yuyi is now in school, he asked if I would like to go." I agreed. Fang Xiaowen tightened his grip around her waist. "Why did you agree? It's exhausting and the pay is meager. Wouldn't it be better for you to enjoy shopping, pampering yourself, or spending time with friends at home?" Bai Huan turned in his embrace, resting her hands on his shoulders and encircling his neck. "But both you and Mom are working now. I thought perhaps I should find a job too, yet, I'm afraid that after such a long hiatus, I may not adapt well. So I thought I'd take this translation job as a way to ease back into it. If it doesn't work out, I can simply stop looking." Fang Xiaowen gazed into her eyes, which reflected his image, feeling a surge of contentment. "But what if I don't want you to go?" Bai Huan replied nonchalantly, "If you don't want me to go, then I want tea." This response sent a shiver through Fang Xiaowen's entire being. The notion of being the most cherished person in her life stirred an excitement within him, even after years of marriage. It resonated deep within him, fulfilling his very soul. "However, if you, President Fang, have disrupted my job opportunity, might you owe me something in return?" Her fair and delicate fingers traced circles on his chest, each loop seemingly aimed at ensnaring Fang Xiaowen's heart. His throat constricted, their heated breaths mingling. "What do you wish for me to compensate you with?" His voice was husky, framed by fluttering eyelashes and a smoldering gaze. A finger lightly pressed against his approaching lips, her red mouth parting to draw in his breath. "Does President Fang require a personal secretary?" As their eyes locked, the temperature between them intensified with each exchanged word, as if every utterance elevated their mutual warmth. "I do." "Why not have Miss Bai introduce herself?" Bai Huan's lips curled into a tantalizing smile, her fitted blouse quivering with the burgeoning weight of her bosom, capturing Fang Xiaowen's attention entirely. With a pop, a button flew open, and Fang Xiaowen's eyes widened with a rush of heat, his startled gasp sending him tumbling onto the bed. The room echoed with the sounds of gulping water as Bai Huan, trembling, stammered her introduction. "Fang, President Fang, do you find it satisfactory?" Clearly lacking in interview experience, her brief statement came out in a stutter, her cheeks flushed with anxiety. Yet, the interviewee seemed quite pleased with this novice, his voice hoarse yet trembling with a hint of excitement. "Satisfied, you are hired." Upon hearing the news of her acceptance, the interviewee beamed with joy, her body involuntarily jolting as she bumped into the interviewer. The interviewer's expression soured, beads of sweat forming on his brow, but recalling her commitment to her part-time job, she cautiously inquired, "May I finish my previous obligation before starting at your company? I've already made a promise to them. It would be rather embarrassing not to go. I assure you, this will be the last time. Please, can you allow me to go?" The interviewer, reluctant to concede, found himself in discomfort from her continued obstruction, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. Only then did the interviewee shift aside for the interviewer to exit through the door behind her. Thus concluded a thoroughly exhilarating interview, with both parties satisfied with the outcome, a truly perfect exchange. The following day, Fang Xiaowen escorted Bai Wanwan to her part-time job but did not drive away. Instead, he waited in the car until her work concluded. Fortunately, Bai Wanwan did not keep him waiting long. 3 hours later, after successfully completing her translation duties, she emerged. Spotting the familiar vehicle outside, she cheerfully exchanged a few words with those nearby before happily opening the passenger door. "Why didn't you leave?" Fang Xiaowen gazed at her with tenderness, replying, "I was worried about you." Their eyes inadvertently met with a man who had just exited alongside Bai Wanwan, only to be a fleeting glance before Fang Xiaowen casually looked away, as though it were merely a trick of the light. Bai Wanwan leaned in and planted a kiss on him. "Oh, how wonderful my husband is." Catching a glimpse of the man's disappointed expression outside the car, Fang Xiaowen's eyes flickered with a mix of disdain and satisfaction as he returned the kiss. "All right, buckle up. Your husband will take you out for a grand feast to celebrate." Bai Wanwan cheered. "Yes, I want hot pot." She thought this celebration marked the successful completion of her work, giving it little further consideration, yet she couldn't help but notice Fang Xiaowen's unusually jubilant mood throughout the drive. "What has gotten into you today? You seem so cheerful," she inquired as Fang Xiaowen held her hand, beaming. "How could I not be happy when I'm on a date with my wife?" Bai Wanwan's cheeks flushed slightly. "You smooth talker." The next day, Bai Wanwan, now a personal secretary, eagerly followed Fang Xiaowen, brimming with ambition. However, after just 3 days, she found herself overwhelmed. Never had she realized that being a secretary required such physical endurance. By the third day, she could endure no longer and hastily submitted her resignation. Fang Xiaowen, observing her curled up like a caterpillar on the bed, chuckled. "Are you truly not considering continuing your job?" From beneath the covers came a muffled protest. No, I've resigned." Fang Xiaowen continued. "Aren't you concerned about being bored at home?" Bai Wanwan shook her head vigorously. "Not at all. I believe I'm better suited to shopping and spending money at home. Hurry off to work, husband, or you'll be late." With a light chuckle and in response to her plea, Fang Xiaowen granted her resignation. "Very well. Enjoy your time at home. Should you find yourself bored, my position for a personal secretary will always be available for Miss Bai." Recalling the events of the past 3 days, Bai Wanwan felt her resolve weaken. No, I don't think I'm cut out for work at all. Spending money at home feels just right. I can't believe I ever thought otherwise." As Fang Xiaowen turned to leave, his gaze fell upon a discarded black stocking by the bedside, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Who said one could only wear professional attire while working? Time flowed steadily, the days and months passing swiftly. Fang Xiaowen's company thrived, successfully riding the waves of the era. In just a few short years, they established properties around the globe, largely due to Bai Wanwan's love for travel. After all, nothing compared to the comfort of home. Thus, Fang Xiaowen procured real estate in locations favored by Bai Wanwan, with every title inscribed in her name, just as he had promised during his proposal. However, upon returning home after their latest escapade, the couple was met with the sullen gaze of Fang Yuyi, now in middle school, seated on the sofa, prompting them to instinctively retreat. "You two are utterly outrageous. Going on trips without taking me along." Chapter 26, The Tale of Kanglin. CP Dongfang Qingsong in this lifetime spent alongside Fang Xiaowen, aside from being scrutinized a tad too closely, exhibiting a touch of clinginess, and occasionally succumbing to jealousy, everything else has been rather delightful. I have simply meandered through life, indulging in leisure and repose. Upon opening my eyes once more in the pitch-black surroundings, I couldn't shake the feeling that this environment was rather prone to collisions. A glimmer of light appeared ahead, and I, Huan Huan, fervently propelled myself toward it, ultimately managing to poke my head out. Before I could ponder further, I realized I was submerged underwater, paddling my 4 limbs in an effort to swim upwards. When I finally breached the surface and caught sight of my reflection, my heart shattered into a million pieces. My head spun, my limbs felt feeble, and my body, which had struggled to surface, plummeted back into the depths as if in freefall, my mind consumed by the image of that jade-green turtle shell. Had I transformed into a turtle, after wallowing in despair at the ocean floor for 3 days, I reluctantly accepted the reality of my transformation into a turtle, no, a tortoise. The fact that I had not retained my human form but had instead become a demonic beast indicated that this world was no longer the modern realm I once knew, but rather a small world of cultivation, perhaps even a realm of immortal heroes. In the coral forest at the lake's bottom, a jade-colored tortoise sighed. Why must this game of the Lioli Tower assign me the role of a turtle? Couldn't they have integrated my true essence into the character? I am a charming fox, a fox. Though both creatures possess 4 limbs, one resides on land while the other dwells in the sea, one is adorned with fur, the other devoid of it. The disparity is simply too great. As I continued to lament my fate, I failed to notice that apart from the patch of coral where I lingered, the vast expanse of the seabed was devoid of any life, no creatures, no flora, seemingly leaving me as the sole inhabitant of this underwater realm. Since accepting my fate as a hairless demonic beast, the weight of the shell upon my back has become unbearably burdensome, rendering me incapable of turning my head. Is it any wonder that I yearn to remain motionless, wishing to stay like this until the end of time? After lying there for what felt like an eternity, time being an elusive concept underwater, I finally mustered the strength to swim once again, breaking the surface. However, after swimming for what seemed like ages, I found myself fatigued and realized that seeking a stone to bask in the sun was unnecessary. Lingering in the depths was rather pleasant, perhaps remaining submerged might even lighten my shell. The sight of that green shell was giving me a headache, yet, glancing upwards at the clear sky, I imagined how delightful it would be to bask in the sunlight. Thus, I resolved to swim on, lest I become too submerged above. Having just emerged from the Huan Huan Tower, Dongfang Qingsong, while passing by the weak water river, spotted a green object leisurely making its way to the riverbank. The weak water river, a treacherous stream that no vessel could traverse, where neither the celestial realm nor the Moon Clan could wield any magical powers, appeared stagnant, devoid of life. What was this unsightly green creature doing here? Could it be that the river had lost its potency? As he approached the riverbank, Dongfang Qingsong sensed that the weak water river remained unchanged since a millennium ago, still impenetrable. His gaze narrowed as he observed the peculiar green tortoise nearing the shore. Clearly, something about this grotesque creature warranted further scrutiny. Once Huan Huan finally reached the bank and began her search for a beautiful stone to serve as a makeshift bed for the foreseeable future, she was abruptly lifted into the air, her four short legs still attempting to move forward. Turning her head slowly, she thought, what is this black fellow with a handsome face doing here? Despite his appearance, he possessed striking features, chiseled facial structure, deep-set, sharp eyes, exuding an air of unrivaled dominance. Hey, what are you doing? She questioned, her beady eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded the man who had lifted her. Dongfang Qingsong observed the tortoise in his grasp, which was no larger than his hand, shaking it gently, noticing nothing particularly remarkable about it save for its vibrant green hue, which made it resemble a jade ornament rather than a turtle. He mused, could it be a jade spirit? Regardless, he thought, a quick trial will reveal the truth. Summoning a flame of infernal fire, he encircled the tortoise with azure flames. First, Huan Huan was shaken, her head spinning, and before she could regain her composure, she was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Was this man deranged? Just as she was about to express her indignation, she found herself ensnared by the ghostly blue flames. Believing she was caught in a supernatural event, her body stiffened. Could it be that this isn't a realm of immortal heroes, but rather a tale from strange stories from a Chinese studio? However, after a prolonged moment of tension, as she watched the eerie blue flames dance upon her shell, she felt no sensation of harm nor witnessed any supernatural occurrences. Rolling her eyes at the man, she thought, truly absurd, and resumed her efforts to crawl forward. Why not lash out at him? Wasn't he that obvious? She felt no trace of spiritual energy, indicating she was merely an awakened tortoise. Aside from her shell, she was utterly useless. That towering figure, charging toward him, would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. Though she could not fathom why the man's gaze grew increasingly frigid, it did not deter her from attempting to escape. Though she likely wouldn't succeed, the process of fleeing must still be adhered to. Infernal fire, an ancient force, the most formidable existence in this world, would incinerate any creature to ashes. Yet, observing the unscathed, still vigorous tortoise, Dongfang Qingsong's eyes flickered with surprise. What on earth is this creature? As he watched the green entity crawl 2 meters away, a sword of light materialized behind him, swiftly shooting toward the tortoise. The magical blade, razor-sharp, struck at the green creature, yet it continued unaffected. Inching forward, Dongfang Qingsong's expression darkened as he summoned it back, retrieving Huan Huan once more. Upon seeing the black figure again, Huan Huan instinctively withdrew into her shell, feigning death. See, I knew he was a lunatic. There's no escaping this. Dongfang Qingsong examined the tortoise in his grasp. Neither infernal fire nor magic had any effect, yet he sensed no trace of cultivation within it. It appeared merely as an ordinary tortoise. Forget it, he decided. I must first awaken the shank. Moreover, I have yet to resolve the matter of my body swap with that orchid spirit in the Huan Huan Tower. As for this unsightly tortoise, I shall set it aside for future study. Chapter 27. The Kanglanoth CP Dongfang Qingsong to Huan with a resounding cry of shank, the waters of Huan Huan surged, and a colossal black dragon erupted from the depths, its enormous eyes glowing ominously red. Upon landing, it transformed into a man, kneeling on one knee before Dongfang Qingsong. My lord, Shank has awaited your return for 30,000 years. Others have claimed you perished, yet at last, I have witnessed your return to the 3 realms. Perished? I am an immortal being. Come, let us venture to the Xuanxu realm. Upon hearing his master's command, Shank quickly morphed back into a black dragon, allowing his master to mount his back and soar towards the Xuanxu realm. In Dongfang Qingsong's arms, the fox Huan Huan feigned death, eavesdropping on their conversation. My lord, it appears that Little Black possesses quite an impressive background. 30,000 years, an immortal being? No, this is far too long to endure. Admittedly, upon seeing Little Black's handsome visage, I felt a flicker of interest, but now, upon hearing him claim immortality, that tiny spark of desire has been extinguished. How long must I remain in this world? Perhaps it is best I reconsider. Within the Xuanxu realm, Dongfang Qingsong glanced at the turtle which had somehow crawled into his embrace, but dismissed it, for the pressing matter at hand was to unseal the 100,000 Moon Clan soldiers. Shank observed the unchanged Shuafoam sword, perplexed. My lord, why is it thus? Dongfang Qingsong gazed at the sword, recalling the great battle from 30,000 years prior in the Red Earth Maiden. The Shuafoam sword recognizes its master. Only the original spirit of the Red Earth Maiden can break the seal. Just then, a sharp pain coursed through his arm, and upon lifting his sleeve, he discovered 2 deep gashes. Dongfang Qingsong immediately recalled the orchid spirit, with whom he had exchanged souls, and realized something was amiss. At that moment, Huan Huan detected a delightful fragrance emanating from Little Black, igniting a wave of hunger within her, causing drool to escape her mouth. In a swift arc, she was flung from Dongfang Qingsong's embrace into Shank's grasp. Shank stared at the turtle, bemused. What a vividly green creature. Accompanying his master to the bustling sea city, he watched as Dongfang Qingsong hurriedly rushed to rescue a maiden. In midair, Dongfang Qingsong exuded an aura of dominance, effortlessly vanquishing the pursuers from Sea City with a mere glance. Observing the spectacle were a dragon and a turtle. Huan Huan exclaimed, wow, a hero saving a damsel. Shank declared, my lord is magnificent. Huan Huan, unable to see clearly from Shank's embrace, climbed onto his shoulder. The view is splendid here. However, ever since Little Black performed his heroic feat, Huan Huan sensed his alluring scent becoming increasingly tantalizing. Drip, drip, suddenly, Shank felt a dampness on his shoulder. Turning to inspect, he found his shoulder nearly submerged in the turtle estrule. Really, can you not maintain some semblance of hygiene? If not for the fact that it belonged to his master, Shank would have kicked it away. Having grown accustomed to the swing, Huan Huan sheepishly apologized. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Shank, taken aback by the soft, juvenile tone of her apology, replied with curiosity, you can speak? Assuming the mute turtle had no capacity for conversation, he was surprised. Huan Huan affirmed, indeed. Shank, momentarily forgetting the drool on his shoulder, inquired with intrigue, then why did you remain silent throughout our journey? Huan Huan replied, I simply didn't wish to speak. Then you, Shank. Dongfang Qingsong's emotionless gaze fell upon the two creatures engaged in lively conversation, his cold, indifferent eyes striking fear. Once again grasping Huan Huan by the tail and lifting her into the air, she shut her mouth, attempting to retreat into her shell. However, with her tail in his grasp, she could only helplessly glare at Little Black with her beady eyes, attempting to convey her disdain. Yet, after a gulp, she couldn't help but find both him and the beauty behind him utterly irresistible. What was that crimson thread connecting them? The fragrance wafted from it. Oh, how captivating, how delectable, how she longed to partake. Wriggling her body, she endeavored to inch closer to that sweet-smelling red thread. Dongfang Qingsong regarded the turtle in his grasp, playing dead, mute, and quick to retreat into its shell, yet it conversed and laughed freely in Shank's presence, inexplicably irking him. However, upon noticing its minuscule eyes fixated behind him, he turned to find nothing but the orchid spirit, and it was clear the turtle was not gazing at her, but rather at the space between the two figures. With his eyes, he discerned nothing amiss, and a probe of his power revealed no anomalies, yet, the sight of the turtle drooling with fervor was akin to witnessing a glutton beholding a feast. Dongfang Qingsong rotated the turtle, causing it to sway even more violently. At last, Huan Huan savored the enticing red thread, a flavor so sweet and delectable, it was almost overwhelming. To the onlookers, it appeared merely as a green turtle suspended mid-air, inexplicably engaged in consumption, ultimately clenching something with its four short legs. Dongfang Qingsong felt a peculiar sensation and, following the turtle's lead, adjusted its position to facilitate its meal. It was only after Huan Huan consumed the last morsel of the red thread that Dongfang Qingsong sensed the inexplicable connection to the orchid spirit sever, confirming that his earlier suspicions were indeed correct. This verdant creature seemed to have alleviated a considerable inconvenience. As for the success of the endeavor, Dongfang Qingsong extended his hand, swiftly seizing the orchid spirit by the neck, lifting her into the air. Her face turned crimson as she desperately clawed at his hand encircling her throat. Save me this time. Dongfang Qingsong felt no sensation of suffocation, realizing he no longer needed to empathize with the frail orchid spirit. With a flick of his wrist, he cast her aside, sending her crashing to the ground, gasping for breath as she clutched her throat. You wretched. Once recovered, the orchid spirit met his cold, dangerous gaze, silencing her retort. He was utterly terrifying. Woe is me, Lord Changheng, rescue me. Dongfang Qingsong reveled in his liberated form, feeling invigorated. He cradled the turtle, now fast asleep after their connection was severed. As for the orchid spirit nearby, a mere insect, hardly worthy of his concern. Once Dongfang Qingsong departed, the orchid spirit, trembling, patted her chest in relief. Indeed, a sinner emerging from the Haotian Tower was to be feared. Clutching the elixir purchased from Jieli and the nameless fatebook acquired from Lufeng Pavilion, she hurried back to the Hall of Destiny, convinced that only within its confines could she find safety. Chapter 28 The Kanglan Oath. CP Dongfang Qingsong in the northern battlefield of the Moon Clan, where the March clan resides. Ever since the cataclysmic battle between the Moon Clan and Shui and Tian 30,000 years ago, the fearless woman of the Red Earth sacrificed her life to seal Dongfang Qingsong and 100,000 soldiers of the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan, bereft of leadership, saw Dongfang Qingsong's younger brother, Xuanfeng, rise as the new leader, yet the four ghostly kings of the Moon Clan remained defiant against Xuanfeng, leading to incessant civil strife over the past 30 millennia. As the southern and northern ghost kings clashed with Xuanfeng's troops on the northern battlefield, a fierce storm arose, engulfing the skies in swirling dust. In the midst of battle, a resounding dragon's roar compelled the Moon Clan soldiers to halt their combat in unison. Upon the back of a colossal black dragon stood a figure, commanding attention despite the dragon's formidable presence. Yuzun, it is Yuzun. Came the astonished cry. We pay our respects to Yuzun. The previously fierce Moon Clan warriors cast aside their weapons and knelt in reverence. This was Dongfang Qingsong, the one to whom the Moon Clan offered their unwavering loyalty, their supreme ruler. Before Dongfang Qingsong, the southern and northern ghost kings displayed none of the arrogance they had shown toward Xuanfeng. Instead, they approached with utmost caution and deference, bowing low to present the Moon Clan's highest honor. With a gentle glance over his shoulder, Dongfang Qingsong declared, "This seat has returned. Welcome, esteemed lord." Echoed the chorus of voices throughout the northern battlefield. In that moment, only Dongfang Qingsong stood upright, while all others knelt, proclaiming their fealty. The news of Dongfang Qingsong's return swiftly spread across the three realms, instilling fear and unease among the denizens of Shui and Tian, especially those celestial beings who had faced his might 30,000 years prior. In the Moon Clan's Tsangyan Sea, within the silent Moon Palace, Dongfang Qingsong gazed at the slumbering green turtle atop the table and, feeling a surge of impatience, inquired of Shank, who stood behind him, "Have you yet discerned what manner of creature this is?" Shank, rifling through the tome of the three realms, responded promptly, "Esteemed Yuzun, there is no record pertaining to it within the tome." The tome catalogued all creatures of the three realms, and the absence of any mention indicated only one conclusion. It was merely an ordinary turtle. Dongfang Qingsong lifted his gaze slightly. Impossible, it cannot be an ordinary beast. The saint seal of Shilan, which even he could not unravel, had been effortlessly breached by this creature, unafraid of his purging flames and able to withstand all assaults. How could it be an ordinary beast? It was only upon returning to the Tsangyan Sea that Dongfang Qingsong understood the peculiar resonance he shared with the orchid spirit. It was indeed the ancient saint seal of the extinct Shilan clan. Legends spoke of the Shilan clan as sole survivor being the divine maiden of Shishan, yet no trace of her had been found in the three realms. Nevertheless, the people of Shui and Tian insisted that the divine maiden still existed and continued their search for her whereabouts. Yet, a mere flower spirit and the divine maiden of Shishan, how intriguing! How should I utilize this information to vex those hypocrites of Shui and Tian? This conundrum could wait. Those fools would need centuries to uncover it. For now, the priority lay in deciphering what this verdant creature truly was. Contemplating this, Dongfang Qingsong conjured a flame of deep violet hue, causing the temperature within the room to spike. Shank observed the purging flames in Dongfang Qingsong's hand, his body tensed, issuing a warning that proximity meant certain death. The overwhelming pressure quashed any thought of resistance. Unsurprisingly, as Dongfang Qingsong intensified the purging flames, it became evident that, had it not been for the protective magic of the Silent Moon Palace, the entire edifice would have been reduced to ashes. However, the unaffected turtle before him left Shank in a state of shock. What in the world is this creature? At that moment, he could no longer entertain the notion of it being an ordinary beast. What common creature could withstand purging flames? Even his so-called indestructible dragon scales would not endure for long against such flames. Meanwhile, Huan Huan basked in the warm sunlight, feeling utterly content after a hearty meal and a refreshing slumber. She yearned to roll over and continue her nap, yet found herself unable to do so. I flip, yet, she remained stuck, as if a colossal stone wall pressed down upon her, rendering her efforts futile. Frustrated, Huan Huan exclaimed, "What is weighing down this maiden?" With a huff, she opened her eyes, her voice soft and mellifluous upon waking. However, within the room, Dongfang Qingsong and Shank remained oblivious, watching as the turtle finally opened its eyes. Dongfang Qingsong withdrew his hand, which had been resting on its shell. What a deep sleeper! The familiar sensation at the end of her tail ignited Huan Huan's already irritable mood. "Can't you find another way? Why must you always tug at my tail? Do you have some peculiar obsession with tails?" Though Dongfang Qingsong did not comprehend the meaning of her tail obsession, it was evident that it was not complimentary. With brows slightly furrowed, he delivered a firm tap to her upside-down forehead. Huan Huan, how infuriating, knowing full well that I am impervious to harm. Do you think a mere tap on the forehead will? Ouch! A lump immediately formed on her forehead, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Am I not invulnerable? Why does it hurt so much? Seeing her distress, Dongfang Qingsong felt a surge of amusement. It appears my assumptions were correct. You can indeed withstand all forms of magic and weaponry, yet if the magic bears no malice and you do not retreat into your unsightly shell, you are utterly defenseless. In other words, even the most ordinary of mortals could easily give you a bump on the head. While I may not be able to slay you, sob esteemed Yuzun, I was wrong. The painful sensation prompted Huan Huan, the turtle, to flip over, her short legs grasping tightly to Dongfang Qingsong's hand, tears streaming down her eyes. Esteemed Yuzun, I truly apologize, please do not strike me again. Her cries echoed loudly, especially with her tender voice making it sound as though Dongfang Qingsong was bullying a young creature. Enough of silence, Dongfang Qingsong bellowed, causing Huan Huan to immediately hush, startled, and even let out a small burp in response. Chapter 29 of the Covenant of Kanglan. CP Dongfang Qingsong. At this moment, the turtle's beady eyes brimmed with tears, clear and bright, gazing pitifully at Dongfang Qingsong, and upon closer inspection, it appeared rather endearing. Endearing? Has my mind truly unraveled? How could I possibly find a turtle adorable? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Dongfang Qingsong instinctively attempted to hurl the turtle away, but upon releasing it, he found it clinging to him tighter than ever. Dongfang Qingsong, I inquire, and you shall respond, otherwise, I understand, esteemed Moon Sovereign, I assure you, I am the most honest little creature there is. Good heavens, Dongfang Qingsong could hardly believe he discerned flattery upon the turtle's visage. Had he known it was so timid, he wouldn't have exerted himself so much earlier. Seeing it had settled down, Dongfang Qingsong posed the question he yearned to ask, what manner of beast are you? The clever fox, Huan Jing, obediently descended from his hand and climbed onto the table, thinking to herself, as if I would want to remain in your palm with that disdainful expression. My tears are for whom, I wonder? I am but a turtle, having lived beneath the sea since my youth. Just a few days ago, I crawled ashore and was promptly captured by you. You ask one question, I shall provide two answers. Look how obedient I am, surely you cannot punish me. After all, one cannot hide within their shell forever. With this thought, Huan Jing's expression grew increasingly demure. Dongfang Qingsong, so, you are unaware of your own identity? Huan Jing, indeed, I am not aware. I am the lone turtle in the depths, there are no others to converse with. It is dark and dreary, quite devoid of amusement, though I must admit, the silence during sleep is rather satisfying. Dongfang Qingsong, can you transform? Not only timid but also loquacious. Huan Jing, I do not know, I have never attempted it. Dongfang Qingsong, then try. Huan Jing, transforming into human form should be swifter than crawling, yet I feel my wits have dulled since becoming a turtle. The Fox clan can transform from birth at will. Could it be that turtles possess a similar ability? Transform. With a resounding bang, the small turtle vanished, replaced by a delicate maiden, sculpted with exquisite detail. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled like clear spring water, her petite, rosy lips were charmingly lovely, and she donned a green dress, her hair slightly disheveled. However, gazing at the figure before him, barely taller than his palm, both man and turtle were peculiarly quiet. Dongfang Qingsong, why has she become even smaller? Huan Jing looked up at Dongfang Qingsong, who loomed like a giant, alongside the immense teacup. How maddening! How is it that upon transforming into human form, I remain this diminutive? I can hardly run faster than I could crawl, and surely, a mere finger could crush me. Striving to muster a smile, she said, esteemed Moon Sovereign, I believe it best if I revert to my former self, for if I were to be accidentally crushed, where would I find solace for my tears? Dongfang Qingsong, intrigued, gently prodded her with a finger, inadvertently toppling Huan Jing to the table. Dongfang Qingsong, no need, let it be as it is. He poked her head like a wee blue. Huan Jing clutched her head, unable to voice her indignation, realizing that it was not her who would face obliteration. Very well, esteemed Moon Sovereign. Alas, life is arduous, and this turtle is quite cowardly. Dongfang Qingsong toyed with this little trinket for a while before inquiring, little one, do you have a name? Huan Jing, racing against his finger, was utterly exhausted, yet upon hearing the Moon Sovereign's question, she replied, I am called Huan Jing. With her hands on her hips, she proudly introduced her name. Dongfang Qingsong, a turtle named who? You mentioned you lived alone in the depths, who bestowed upon you a name? Huan Jing, can I confess it was given by Humeili? With feigning pride, she lifted her chin. I chose it myself. Does it not sound lovely? Dongfang Qingsong, not at all. Huan Jing, from henceforth, you shall adopt my surname and be known as Dongfang Huan Jing. Dongfang Qingsong regarded this little creature before him, acknowledging her capabilities and noting that she posed no threat to him. Perhaps she would prove useful in the future, thus, he resolved to keep her upon hearing her new name. Huan Jing's expression soured. Does this name truly sound pleasant? Noticing her discontent, Dongfang Qingsong narrowed his eyes. Do you have an objection? Huan Jing immediately shook her head, eager to ingratiate herself. No, the name bestowed by the esteemed Moon Sovereign is indeed delightful. At last, Dongfang Qingsong was satisfied. Indeed, there is one crucial point I wish you to remember as my subordinate. Who no? Dongfang Huan Jing looked up, puzzled. What might that be? Dongfang Qingsong nonchalantly replied, once you are my servant, you shall remain so for life. Do you understand? Dongfang Huan Jing longed to assert her confusion, but the implicit threat was unmistakable. Understood, I comprehend fully, my esteemed Moon Sovereign. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around his outstretched finger. Enough with the gestures, must you extend your finger? Observing the little being dangling from his finger, Dongfang Qingsong moved it slightly, causing her to squeal in alarm. Such a timid creature, however, seeing her disheveled hair and clothing resembling her turtle shell, he summoned the palace maids to craft her garments and style her hair. Later that evening, upon returning to the Silent Moon Palace after attending to official duties, Dongfang Qingsong discovered a small wooden house nestled beside his bed. What a peculiar size! Dongfang Qingsong scrutinized the tiny abode. Little thing. Inside, Huan Jing was admiring her new home when she heard that familiar voice. Her smile faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Welcome, esteemed Moon Sovereign. Pushing open her door, she stood in the courtyard, tilting her head upwards. My esteemed Moon Sovereign, how may I serve you? Upon observing the petite Huan Jing adorned in a miniature version of the Moon Clan attire, Dongfang Qingsong finally found her pleasing to the eye, though that green was still quite ghastly. Did I grant you permission to construct a dwelling within my chamber? Huan Jing chuckled, inching up his sleeve and swiftly climbing onto his shoulder. But you never explicitly said you disallowed it, did you? Chapter 30. The bond of Kanglan, CP Dongfang Qingsong, but you didn't say you disagree, remarked Dongfang Qingsong, who remained silent, turning to head towards the bathroom. Beside the bath, he glanced at the little fox, Huan Huan, who was swinging her legs while perched on his shoulder, and could not help but declare, I am going to take a bath. Huan Huan was momentarily taken aback, pondering, you go ahead and bathe. Do you expect me to undress you? It dawned on her that her position on his shoulder was indeed hindering him from shedding his garments. However, gazing at the towering figure of over 6 feet, with an undoubtedly sculpted physique, she hesitated as she contemplated sliding down to appreciate his chest. Yet, upon meeting the depth of his dark eyes, she thought better of it, opting instead to descend along his arm. Dongfang Qingsong observed the seemingly oblivious Huan Huan, who was so small that one could easily overlook her, and gently placed her down by the edge of the bath before beginning to disrobe. Unfazed by her sudden change in position, Huan Huan marveled at the scene before her while she struggled to suppress the urge to whistle, her eyes fixated on Dongfang Qingsong until he finally submerged into the bath, at which point she reluctantly averted her gaze. Yet, the sight of the steaming bath adorned with floating petals, resembling a natural hot spring, stirred a longing within Huan Huan to indulge in a soak herself. Earlier that afternoon, she had attempted to take a bath in her human form, discovering that she possessed a modicum of feeble magical power. However, that meager ability was negligible, and her defenses were even weaker than in her turtle form, despite being able to sense the intentions of those around her. Though Dongfang Qingsong appeared fierce and menacing, continuously issuing threats, Huan Huan had never sensed a desire to harm her, even as she grew increasingly audacious in his presence. Nonetheless, she concluded that her human form was less suited for the water than her original shape. With this thought, a flash of white light signaled her transformation back into a green turtle, which then executed a flawless dive into the bath. Dongfang Qingsong, resting his arms on the edge of the tub, cast a fleeting glance at the turtle bobbing on the water's surface, which appeared rather ungraceful, akin to a lifeless creature. Floating lazily in the bath, Huan Huan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, nearly moved to tears. This was the life she was meant to live. If only a beautiful maid could come and give her a massage, her bliss would be complete. However, a glance at the meditative Dongfang Qingsong made her ponder his peculiar disposition. As a dignified lord, he clearly did not relish being attended to even while bathing. Unbeknownst to the two, Huan Huan's turtle shell emitted a faint glow, sending ripples through the water. As Huan Huan began to doze off, she suddenly felt an unsettling chill in the water. Opening her eyes, she was astonished to find the cozy, warm bath had vanished, replaced by a frozen lake. In the center stood a desolate tree, barren of any greenery, while snowflakes drifted from the sky. Where am I? She wondered. Without realizing it, Huan Huan had transformed back into her human form, her body returning to its normal size. Before she could revel in her newfound perspective, everything around her began to fade rapidly. As she blinked, she found herself once again lifted by the now fully dressed Dongfang Qingsong. With little time to contemplate the preceding scene, the jarring motion prompted Huan Huan to instinctively transform back into her turtle form, grasping his fingers with both hands and nuzzling her face against them, asking, "What is it, my esteemed Moon Lord?" Dongfang Qingsong replied, "Nothing of consequence. I feared you might faint from soaking too long. I am not yet inclined to partake in turtle soup." In the depths of the unseen realm of the Heartsea, the once frozen lake began to thaw from the spot where Huan Huan had just been, revealing a patch of grass blanketed in snow, accompanied by the same withered tree, devoid of life. The following morning, after rising, Dongfang Qingsong opened the small window of the adjacent house, peering at Huan Huan, who was still deep in slumber. A mere flick of his finger summoned an unexpected downpour, abruptly awakening her. The irritation of being roused from sleep was swiftly washed away by the rain. Really now, who understands the absurdity of needing to build a house to shield oneself from the whims of a madman? Wiping the water from her face, she mustered a smile. "Good morning, esteemed Moon Lord." Upon witnessing her frustrated expression, Dongfang Qingsong raised an eyebrow, satisfied only when she finally stirred from her sleep. Left behind, Huan Huan felt disheveled in the wind. After breakfast, as Dongfang Qingsong prepared to attend the council hall, Huan Huan sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I want to come too." Dongfang Qingsong turned back, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" "I'll be left here alone after you depart. What if someone accidentally steps on me?" Huan Huan was acutely aware of her current status as Dongfang Qingsong's curious pet, recognizing that her safety lay in remaining by his side. Moreover, who could predict whether this miserly lord would return to find her leisurely lounging and unleash another rainstorm upon her? She was well aware that his morning shower had merely been a ploy to prevent her from sleeping soundly. It was best to avoid giving him reasons to find amusement at her expense. Dongfang Qingsong glanced at the attendants standing nearby, who trembled slightly at the prospect of her accompanying him. Noticing his silence, Huan Huan interpreted it as consent and prepared to climb onto him. However, observing his ornate and imposing attire, she pondered whether the crystalline embellishments might be rather uncomfortable. If she were to walk, it would take her an eternity to keep up with his pace, and she risked being inadvertently trampled. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Shan Ke entered the room, announcing, "Your Excellency, it is time." Upon seeing Shan Ke's attire, Huan Huan's eyes lit up. "Great black dragon," she exclaimed, joyfully greeting him and swiftly climbing onto his shoulder, settling in comfortably. "Let us set forth." Shan Ke looked at the turtle on his shoulder. "Are you the turtle belonging to the esteemed lord?" He had not been present when she transformed, but her familiar posture instantly triggered his recognition. Huan Huan nodded. "Indeed, it is I." Dongfang Qingsong observed as Huan Huan chose to perch on Shan Ke's shoulder instead of his own. Casting a glance at his own ornate decorations, he addressed them, "Shan Quebec." Hearing his name called, Shan Ke immediately ceased his conversation with Huan Huan, responding, "Your Excellency, how may I serve you?" Chapter 31. The Kanglanoth CP Dongfang Qingsong. As Dongfang Qingsong spoke, he made his way outside. "Have the southern and northern kings of the underworld made any recent moves?" Shan Ke promptly followed, trailing half a step behind him. Ever since the Master's return, the southern and northern kings have been particularly obedient, fearing his retribution for their previous rebellion. I've heard they even captured a spy sent by the Shui Yuntian in hopes of presenting him to the Master as a means of atonement. A look of disdain filled Dongfang Qingsong's eyes. "Were it not for their remaining utility, I would have incinerated them long ago." Shan Ke gazed at Dongfang Qingsong with admiration. With the Master present, they dare not make any further mischief. However, he paused, gauging Dongfang Qingsong's expression. "What do you mean by however?" Dongfang Qingsong inquired. Shan Ke carefully observed Dongfang Qingsong's demeanor before responding. "Well, His Highness Xuanfeng has been making some subtle maneuvers of late. Many of the palace maids and guards in the Jiyue Palace were sent by him, and rumors have begun circulating that, since the Master is not dead, he has neglected the Yu clan for 30,000 years, rendering him unworthy of the title Yuezuan. But..." As he spoke the last part, he glanced nervously at Dongfang Qingsong's expression, fearful of inciting his wrath. To his surprise, Dongfang Qingsong displayed no emotional reaction, as if he were discussing another. "Ignore him. As for the people he has placed in the Jiyue Palace, they can be replaced." "Understood." Nearby, Huanan, who had been eavesdropping, perked up her ears, anxious not to miss a single detail. "Wow, it seems that Shui Yuntian has a rather poor relationship with the Yu clan, resorting to spies. Wow, it appears Dongfang Qingsong's subordinates are somewhat restless, yet he seems utterly unfazed, truly a commanding presence, worthy of being the Yuezuan. But who is this His Highness Xuanfeng? Why is he referred to as His Highness? Could he be his son, plotting a coup? Dongfang Qingsong seems rather fond of his son, allowing him to place his own people around. Isn't he angry?" Huanan tugged at Shan Ke's ear. "Brother Shan Ke, who is this His Highness Xuanfeng?" Shan Ke explained, "His Highness Xuanfeng is the Master's only brother." Huanan clicked her tongue. "So he is not his son." In the Jiyue Palace, in the council hall, Dongfang Qingsong sat upon the throne, exuding an imposing aura that rendered those below him too intimidated to meet his gaze. They hastily reported their affairs with trepidation, eager to retreat to their places, fearful of uttering any misstep who was dared to provoke the Yuezuan. This familiar sense of pressure had not been felt for 30,000 years, and oddly enough, it was somewhat nostalgic. As Dongfang Qingsong's personal attendant, Shang Ke stood closest to the throne, allowing both him and Huanan, perched on his shoulder, to observe the expressions of those below in detail. Huanan's gaze fell upon a disdainful youth in the front row, his discontent evident on his face. This must be the Xuanfeng that Shang Ke mentioned. She glanced between Xuanfeng and Dongfang Qingsong, concluding, "None can compare to Dongfang Qingsong's handsomeness." Such overt scrutiny was not lost on Dongfang Qingsong, and Xuanfeng noticed it as well. Raising his eyes, he found only two people above him. His elder brother had always looked down upon him, so it was impossible for him to be the focus of his attention. Though Shang Ke harbored dissatisfaction with his brother's treatment of him, he would not regard him with such scrutiny, so who could it be? Ultimately, Xuanfeng's gaze fell upon Huanan on Shang Ke's shoulder. What is this? What kind of entity is this diminutive creature? Shang Ke, who respects his elder brother immensely, would not dare bring anyone unauthorized into the hall. It must have been with his brother's consent. Perhaps this little creature is merely a pet acquired by his brother after all. It was Xuanfeng's first encounter with such a small being. Yet, it was undeniably quite charming and lovely. Observing Huanan's delicate features, he mused that caring for such a creature must be quite entertaining. He resolved to inquire with Shang Ke later about where his brother had found it. Having listened for a while, Huanan grew bored, as the proceedings were dreadfully monotonous, akin to a lullaby, causing her to feel drowsy. She glanced at her precarious perch, wondering if she might tumble off if she fell asleep. Her gaze then shifted to Dongfang Qingsong's lap. Being so small, surely no one would notice her. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of those below was diverted, she stealthily descended from Shang Ke's shoulder and made her way toward Dongfang Qingsong. However, her covert movements were clearly perceived by three individuals present: Shang Ke, who found it impossible not to notice her since she had been seated on his shoulder; Xuanfeng, who had been observing Huanan ever since he sensed someone watching him; and finally, Dongfang Qingsong, who could not help but notice her as she climbed onto his lap. Yet, out of curiosity regarding her intentions, he chose not to intervene. Dongfang Qingsong watched as she settled herself comfortably on his lap, producing a small blanket from seemingly nowhere to cover her belly before promptly closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. This act left Dongfang Qingsong speechless and stunned. Xuanfeng, who had been observing the scene, casting a glance at the small creature now asleep on his brother's lap. Xuanfeng looked back at Dongfang Qingsong's expression, which remained indifferent, as he allowed her to frolic on his thighs. Yet, Xuanfeng knew that his elder brother, the most formidable figure of the Yu clan, would undoubtedly be aware of her presence. Anyone attempting to approach him would be detected and swiftly dispatched. This current scenario made Xuanfeng question whether this was still his self-serving, cold-hearted brother. Wasn't he supposed to keep strangers at bay? Wasn't he meant to be merciless? Sensing Xuanfeng's resentful gaze, Dongfang Qingsong turned to look at him. What foolishness is he contemplating now? But upon meeting those eyes filled with resentment, confusion, and a hint of grievance, Dongfang Qingsong quickly averted his gaze. Truly an eyesore. Once the discussions regarding the Yu clan had reached a conclusion, Dongfang Qingsong, amidst a series of formalities, departed the council hall with Shang Quebec. Huanan, who had been soundly asleep, slid down as Dongfang Qingsong stood, but he caught her just in time, cradling her in his arms, rubbing her eyes. The nearly free-falling Huanan murmured, "Is it over?" Her soft, melodious voice echoed in the quiet hall. Chapter 32. The Kanglan Oath. CP Dongfang Qingsong. As the crowd respectfully awaited Dongfang Qingsong's departure, they exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the sudden emergence of a feminine voice. However, without instructions from the Moon Sovereign, they dared not utter a sound, for the voice unmistakably emanated from their esteemed leader. Yet, there was no prior mention of a woman in the Moon Sovereign's company. Once Dongfang Qingsong and Shang Ke departed, the remaining individuals engaged in hushed whispers, speculating about the unexpected voice. Shang Ke cast a glance at the ever-persistent Sun Feng trailing behind them and turned to Dongfang Qingsong, inquiring, "Your Excellency, Prince Sun Feng is following behind." Dongfang Qingsong replied, "Pay him no mind." He then glanced down at the little fox, Huan Huan, nestled in his embrace, her tiny hands gripping his attire. "You certainly have grown bold today." Huan Huan, who had been admiring the scenery, exclaimed, "Ah." Despite the perpetual bloom of the Tsangyan Sea, the landscape possessed a unique allure. Dongfang Qingsong remarked, "It is the first time in this hall of deliberation that someone has audaciously fallen asleep." Shang Ke, what punishment do you believe is warranted for such impertinence? Shang Ke, observing Huan Huan's frozen expression, responded in accordance with his master's sentiment, "Surely, the most severe punishment of the Moon Clan should be applied to those who show disrespect to the Moon Sovereign and the Moon Clan." Huan Huan interjected, "And no, it can't be that severe. I merely dozed off by accident." Shang Ke retorted, "Yet this is the Moon Clan's chamber of deliberation, where matters of great significance concerning our clan are discussed. Those permitted entry are of notable standing within the Moon Clan. To use such a pivotal space for slumber is a grave offense. I would argue for skinning alive and displaying the offender as a cautionary example." With each word from Shang Ke, Huan Huan's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Ultimately, Dongfang Qingsong, observing Huan Huan's frightened countenance, glanced at Shang Ke and declared, "Enough." Shang Ke, chastised by his sovereign's glare, rubbed his nose and muttered, "Was I not merely adhering to your wishes?" Dongfang Qingsong, ignoring the obstinate black dragon, calmly inquired, "Shang Ke, have there been any leads regarding the reincarnation of the Scarlet Earth Woman?" Shang Ke shook his head. "I apologize, Your Excellency. I have failed to uncover any pertinent information about the Scarlet Earth Woman." Dongfang Qingsong replied, "Do not blame yourself. The Scarlet Earth Woman once sealed my 100,000 soldiers at the cost of her own soul using the Shuafeng sword. 3 millennia have passed, whether her spirit still exists remains uncertain. Shang Ke contemplated, however, if we cannot locate her soul, the 10,000 soldiers of our clan remain imprisoned, Dongfang Qingsong reassured, it matters not. Regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure their return home. Shang Ke gazed at him with admiration and gratitude, Your Excellency is truly magnificent. Having listened intently for so long, if Huan Huan still failed to comprehend, she would surely be stewed by Dongfang Qingsong. Yet, she preferred her ignorance. I won't search for anyone, nor do I understand what you mean by that unsealing thing. Dongfang Qingsong remarked, Shang Ke, the punishment for disrespecting the Moon Clan is, hearing this, Huan Huan's expression turned anxious, and she bit her lip, but I have a method that might, perhaps, be worth a try. Oh dear, I am the most cowardly turtle in this world. The reason Huan Huan believed she could attempt something was that ever since she transformed into her human form, the thought of searching for someone triggered the automatic recollection of a small spell in her mind, which could approximate a general direction using an object related to the person sought. Upon hearing her explanation, Dongfang Qingsong regarded her with a mixture of intrigue and surprise. He had initially intended to test her, given her unique background and abilities, perhaps uncovering talents unknown to him. Yet, to his astonishment, she indeed had something unexpected to offer. When she mentioned an object closely tied to the person they sought, he replied, that is simple, what could be more intimately associated with the Scarlet Earth Woman than the Shuofeng sword? Without hesitation, the three of them promptly made their way to the mysterious Void Realm. As they departed, Sun Feng, who had been following them, stepped forward, gazing at their receding silhouettes while pondering, the soul of the Scarlet Earth Woman. In the lightless, serene mysterious Void Realm, Shang Ke addressed Huan Huan, who had remained silent beside the sealed Shuofeng sword since their arrival, Hey, are you ready yet? Time had elapsed, yet there was no sign of activity. Impatiently, Huan Huan tugged at his hair, be quiet. Due to her diminutive stature, unable to reach the sword, Huan Huan resorted to standing atop Shang Ke's hair, using him as a makeshift cushion. Preserving the residual magical energy within the Shuofeng sword concerning the Scarlet Earth Woman, she swiftly formed seals with her fingers, scanning left and right, only to realize she had forgotten the medium. Her gaze finally fell upon the ring adorning Dongfang Qingsong's finger. It would suffice. A small sphere of green luminescence shot from her hand into the jade ring on Dongfang Qingsong's finger, which then emitted a beam of emerald light towards the distance. Huan Huan felt as though her entire being had been drained, fatigue enveloping her as she yawned, follow this light, and you will uncover the clues to the Scarlet Earth Woman you seek. However, my abilities are limited, I cannot directly locate her reincarnation, only guide you towards a significant lead. Yawn is easy. Her voice dwindled until she succumbed to sleep, collapsing atop Shang Ke's head, her grip slack around a tuft of his hair. Shang Ke, unable to see the sleeping Huan Huan atop his head, could hear her gentle breaths and dared not move, casting a pleading glance at Dongfang Qingsong, Your Excellency, with a look of disdain, Dongfang Qingsong levitated the sleeping Huan Huan from his shoulder. Initially intending to place her back in his embrace, he hesitated upon seeing her weary form, ultimately deciding to rest her on his shoulder instead. He cast a protective barrier around her to ensure she would not fall. Sun Feng, who had hoped to hold her after Dongfang Qingsong removed her, glanced at the slumbering Huan Huan on his master's shoulder without uttering a word, silently trailing behind. In Shuiyun Heaven, at the Hall of Destiny, the beam of light from the jade ring pointed directly towards the Hall of Destiny. Sun Feng, filled with apprehension, looked at Dongfang Qingsong, Your Excellency, the clue provided by the little turtle leads us here to the Hall of Destiny. Could it be that the soul of the Scarlet Earth Woman resides within? Yet, considering this is Shuiyun Heaven, we must exercise caution. His primary concern was that Dongfang Qingsong might create an uproar from which there could be no resolution, especially since he had just returned to the Moon Clan, and the 10,000 soldiers had yet to be unsealed. Engaging in conflict with Shuiyun Heaven at this juncture seemed unwise. Chapter 33, The Azure Orchid's Covenant. Dongfang Qingsong cast a fleeting glance at him, saying, There is no need for your words. I am well aware, having observed this place that it is remote and guarded with laxity. If we proceed cautiously, we shall not attract attention. Shang Ke sighed in relief, his face beaming with a smile. Your Excellency's meticulous planning and strategic foresight are admirable. I was overly concerned. With their formidable cultivation, the two could infiltrate the Hall of Destiny without arousing any suspicion. Following the guidance of the Jade Ring, Dongfang Qingsong's gaze fell upon the petite figure of Xiao Lanhua, who was diligently tidying up the hall. It was her, the flower spirit, who had nearly caused him a significant mishap. Narrowing his eyes, he made his presence known. The sudden appearance of the two figures startled Xiao Lanhua, especially since one was the infamous sinner who had escaped from the Huan Tower. He had initially saved her during the chaos in Haishur but had also nearly brought her demise. Instinctively, she was about to scream, Lord MMM, but before she could utter a sound, Shang Ke swiftly silenced her. Observing the blade at her throat, Xiao Lanhua prudently blinked her eyes and ceased her struggles. Dongfang Qingsong seated himself at the table that Xiao Lanhua had just cleaned. With a wave of his hand, a pristine tea set and a jade bed appeared before him. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he glanced at the still unconscious fox spirit, Huan Huan, resting on his shoulder. He gently placed her on the jade bed and took a sip of his tea, remarking, Once again, we meet, little flower spirit. Xiao Lanhua's attention was drawn to the delicate figure of Huan Huan on the jade bed. The small, exquisite visage instantly captured her heart. How utterly adorable. However, upon glancing at Dongfang Qingsong, a sense of dread filled her. Such a charming little creature, could she possibly have been taken by this wicked man? Yet, her own safety was at stake. How could she hope to escape with her from such a malevolent grasp? Did you come to see me for something? Xiao Lanhua stammered. Dongfang Qingsong exchanged a glance with Shan Ke, who, with a slight movement of his weapon, incited Xiao Lanhua's alarm. Don't kill me. Whatever you seek, I will give it to you. Shan Ke and Dongfang Qingsong shared a knowing look. Then hand over what we require, otherwise, you shall regret it. Shan Ke feigned a fierce threat. Xiao Lanhua, on the brink of tears, protested, no, big brother, please tell me what you want. How can I know what to surrender if you do not specify? Shan Ke and Dongfang Qingsong were momentarily taken aback, sensing the icy glare of their master. Shan Ke stiffened, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Enough with the idle chatter, swiftly reveal the whereabouts of the Red Earth Maiden's soul. Xiao Lanhua was taken aback of the Red Earth Maiden? Was she not the legendary warrior who perished alongside the Moon Clan's great demon, Dongfang Qingsong, 3 millennia ago to safeguard Shui and Tian and maintain peace across the 3 realms? Observing the two before her, their appearances and attire bore no resemblance to those of the celestial realm. A cautious glint appeared in her eyes. I am merely a humble flower spirit of the Hall of Destiny, confined within these walls daily. How could I possibly know of the Red Earth Maiden you speak of? However, if you seek someone, I suggest inquiring with the guards patrolling outside. They possess a broader network of acquaintances. Dongfang Qingsong, unwilling to engage in cryptic exchanges, made no move to lift the teacup in his hand. Instantly, Xiao Lanhua found herself ensnared by an unseen force, her neck constricted, leaving her suspended in midair. I have no desire to hear your nonsense. Surrender what we seek. Struggling to breathe, Xiao Lanhua's face flushed crimson as she gasped, I truly know not what you desire. I am unfamiliar with the Red Earth Maiden. Please, let me go. Losing all patience, Dongfang Qingsong was about to take action when, at that moment, Huan Huan stirred awake on the jade bed. Have you found the item? Returning to consciousness, Huan Huan felt as though she had returned to her previous state beneath the sea, her body languid and unwilling to move. She simply wished to recline and sleep. However, the fear of being transformed into a turtle soup by Dongfang Qingsong drove her to shake her head, eager to confirm whether her efforts had borne fruit. Upon waking, Dongfang Qingsong glanced at the suspended Xiao Lanhua, remarking, the direct path led us here, yet this flower spirit refuses to cooperate. Huan Huan's gaze fell upon Xiao Lanhua, noting her flushed face, a clear indication of the torment inflicted upon her. Recognizing the young woman, she realized this was the same beauty whom Dongfang Qingsong had previously rescued. How had their fates twisted into such a dramatic turn of events? Had they become entangled in a narrative of love and conflict? Having consumed an abundance of contemporary novels, Huan Huan rubbed her head and spoke, release her, I shall take over. Though uncertain how her request to release Xiao Lanhua was connected to her search, Dongfang Qingsong, observing Huan Huan's waning strength and lack of vigor, complied and let her down. As the constricting force dissipated, Xiao Lanhua fell to the ground, clutching her throat and coughing painfully, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Huan Huan. I genuinely do not know who the Red Earth Maiden is, nor what you seek. Standing atop the table, Huan Huan formed seals with her hands, and a shimmering green light enveloped Xiao Lanhua, illuminating her heart. In that moment, a leaf drifted from her embrace. Instinctively, Xiao Lanhua attempted to conceal it. This is my fate ledger, it is not what you were searching for. Panic surged within her. This ledger had been retrieved from Haishar out of sheer curiosity for the nameless fate scroll she had found, and after much effort, she had finally restored it to its former state. Unbeknownst to her, they were targeting this very ledger. Could it possibly belong to the legendary Red Earth warrior? No, she could not allow them to seize it. Their intentions were clearly nefarious. Dongfang Qingsong acted swiftly, leaving Xiao Lanhua no room for resistance. The ledger was instantly in his grasp. As he held it, a vision of a woman's life flashed before his eyes, revealing a visage strikingly similar to that of the Red Earth Maiden from 3 millennia ago. Realization dawned upon Dongfang Qingsong. She had undergone trials and reincarnation in the mortal realm, yet, who had pieced together her fragmented soul and sent it to this world? This question, however, was of little consequence. For Dongfang Qingsong, retrieving the Red Earth Maiden soul to unseal the 100,000 soldiers trapped in the realm of illusion was his primary objective. While Dongfang Qingsong studied the ledger, Huan Huan's gaze lingered on the red marks appearing on Xiao Lanhua's delicate neck, recalling how she had transformed into human form, thanks to the mysterious bond shared with Dongfang Qingsong. Chapter 34 The Promise of the Kanglan. After consuming the crimson thread, the fox spirit, Huan, awoke from her slumber, feeling significantly lighter both in body and mind, no longer beset by the overwhelming desire to sleep. It was thanks to this thread that she could assume human form, otherwise, she would have lacked the energy to transform. Approaching her, the little orchid spirit tensed up, instinctively resisting. What do you intend to do? Initially, she had thought that Huan had been abducted by this villain, and had hoped for the opportunity to escape together. However, upon hearing the words spoken by Huan upon awakening, it became evident that they were allies, and that the fateful ledger had been unearthed from her own being. In that moment, the little orchid spirit found herself at a loss for her own thoughts. Standing before the little orchid spirit, Huan, whose posture merely aligned with the kneeling figure before her, observed the wary gaze of the orchid spirit. Without uttering a word, she extended her hand, channeling the last vestiges of her spiritual energy through the fabric of the orchid's clothing. The orchid spirit felt a gentle warm flow towards her injured neck, and the pain that had previously afflicted her dissipated. As she reached up to touch her neck, she discovered the wound on her nose had vanished. With a complex expression, she looked at Huan and murmured, "Thank you." Huan waved her hand dismissively, intending to turn away, but the weight of drowsiness overwhelmed her. As her eyes fluttered shut, she lost her balance and began to fall. Instinctively, the little orchid spirit reached out to catch her. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qingsong had been observing Huan's actions closely. Noticing her attempt to heal the orchid spirit, he furrowed his brow, but his irritation grew at the thought of Huan fainting again while saving another. Particularly vexing was the sight of Huan lying in the orchid spirit's arms. With a flick of his wrist, Huan's petite form was effortlessly lifted into Dongfang Qingsong's grasp. Casting a disdainful glance at the orchid spirit, whose fists were clenched in defiance, he thought, "How dare you seek to challenge my authority?" As he prepared to depart, Dongfang Qingsong, who had initially considered ending the orchid spirit's existence, recalled the scene of Huan's healing gesture. He commanded Shank, "Take this one back with us." Although Shank was puzzled as to why they would need her now that the ledger was in hand, he understood that his master's commands were always grounded in purpose. "Yes, master." He then proceeded to cast a spell to silence the orchid spirit, preventing her from causing any trouble, before carrying her along behind Dongfang Qingsong with practiced efficiency. The orchid spirit, now hoisted away, glared at her captors with a fiery gaze, attempting to will them to their demise. "Oh, master, Zhenghong Xianjun, please come to my rescue, Moon Clan, Sangyan Si, Jiue Palace." Dongfang Qingsong sat in a chair, observing as the Moon Clan's physician nervously tended to Huan, who lay upon a jade bed. "What is her condition?" The physician, intimidated by the intensity of Dongfang Qingsong's gaze, broke into a cold sweat. Replying to the Moon Sovereign, this esteemed individual is severely depleted of spiritual energy, likely due to the exhaustion of her powers, hence her deep slumber. Dongfang Qingsong pressed, "I simply wish to know how she might awaken." The physician's forehead glistened with perspiration as anxiety gripped him. "Well, if the sovereign were to use the ancient cold marrow to nourish her, it could expedite the circulation of her spiritual energy and facilitate her recovery. However, but what?" Dongfang Qingsong's dark eyes bore down upon him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The physician, frightened, dropped to his knees, but this esteemed individual's cultivation method is unlike that of the Moon Clan or the Celestial Clan. Her approach to cultivation appears unique, and external spiritual energy cannot be infused into her, she can only rely on her own reserves, there is no other recourse. Dongfang Qingsong's expression darkened, his aura radiating immense power, causing all present to kneel in submission. "Please, sovereign, temper your wrath." The little orchid spirit, having learned that this formidable demon was Dongfang Qingsong, became exceedingly compliant. Now brought to the stronghold of the Moon Clan, she knew that further defiance could cost her life. Observing Huan on the jade bed, the orchid spirit felt a flicker of concern upon hearing the physician's remarks. Remembering that Huan had become like this because she had saved her, she clenched her hands tightly. I once read that when a body succumbs to spiritual exhaustion, placing them in a room abundant with spiritual energy might help. Even if she cannot autonomously absorb it, it could ease her condition, perhaps hastening her awakening." Dongfang Qingsong's gaze shifted to the physician, feeling the weight of his master's stare, feared for his own life. "Indeed, such a method exists," he stammered, though he hesitated to disclose that it might not be effective for this esteemed individual. After all, her cultivation was not akin to that of ordinary beings, which implied that spiritual energy might be ineffective for her, yet, fearing for his own life, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. Thus, he merely affirmed the existence of a method, leaving unspoken the uncertainty of its efficacy, reasoning that anything infused with spiritual energy must have merit, perhaps she would awaken once she had rested sufficiently. Dongfang Qingsong glanced at the silent physician and instructed Shank, "Fetch the ancient jade marrow, ice silkworm garments, merman silk, and replenishing stones from the storeroom, and prepare them in a size suitable for her." With each item Dongfang Qingsong listed, the physician's expression grew increasingly envious. These were rare treasures, and he knew that the quality of items from his master's storeroom would be exceptional. It was unbearable to contemplate. What could be more disheartening than witnessing others possess what one cannot? As Shank went to gather the items, Dongfang Qingsong turned his attention to the little orchid spirit, reflecting that since she had saved Huan, she might appreciate her as well. "Take good care of her. Otherwise, you need not remain in the Tsangyan Sea." The orchid spirit did not believe that his threat of removal from the Tsangyan Sea meant she would return to Shui Yuntian. However, it appeared that this formidable demon indeed held a certain fondness for Huan, who seemed to possess a kind heart. Perhaps, once Huan awakened, she could persuade her to grant her freedom. "I understand," the orchid spirit replied. Dongfang Qingsong noted her prompt agreement and recalled that she was indeed from Shui Yuntian. Though the little one possessed the ability to protect herself, some matters required more than mere self-preservation. Chapter 35 of the Azure Orchid Oath. CP Dongfang Qingsong. Though Dongfang Qingsong possessed the confidence that he could shield her from harm and prevent anyone from taking her away, a lingering fear gnawed at him. What if someone plotted against her in secret? After all, the Moon Clan was not entirely devoid of peril. Contemplating this, he conjured a luminous orchid from his hand, which materialized into a bracelet that, upon being presented to Huan Huan, automatically shrank to rest quietly around her wrist. As Huan Huan gazed at the familiar lake and the withered tree before her, confusion washed over her. How had she arrived here again? Was she not merely asleep moments ago? Yet, she recalled that the lake had previously been encased in ice. Extending her hand to catch the falling snowflakes, she reasoned that, based on her prior experience, she would soon be able to depart if she simply waited a while. Settling beneath the withered tree, she leaned against it and patiently awaited her release. In time, she succumbed to slumber. While she slept, a faint, verdant luminescence emanated from her body, coursing into the gnarled trunk of the tree. Following the infusion of green light, gentle ripples spread outward from the tree's core. The once falling snowflakes gradually ceased their descent, and the lake's waters grew increasingly crystalline. When Huan Huan awoke, she found herself once more amidst the familiar scenery, perplexed. This shouldn't be. Last time I left so swiftly, yet, was it merely her illusion, or did the withered tree appear in slightly better condition than before? With no means of discerning her location or how to escape, Huan Huan resorted to frolicking around the tree, performing a set of calisthenics and a circle of Tai Chi. For reasons unknown, she felt invigorated here, devoid of any lingering drowsiness. In the silent moon palace, Huan Huan observed the still sleeping Huan Huan and leaned over to gently poke her cheek. The diminutive jade bed had been replaced by a grand slab of eternal cold marrow by Dongfang Qingsong. Why are you still asleep? You've been in slumber for 3 months. If you don't awaken soon, the Dark Lord might just relocate all the treasures of the Moon Clan to be beside you. Huan surveyed the room filled with rare and precious artifacts, brimming with spiritual energy, many of which she had never even heard of. Thanks to these treasures, her cultivation had progressed significantly during this time. However, the one lying atop the eternal cold marrow remained in deep slumber. Thankfully, the reincarnation of the Crimson Earth War God brought back from the mortal realm seems to be going rather poorly. I cannot glean the specifics, but it is apparent that the Dark Lord and Shan Ke are quite discontent. They seem to be planning a trip to the mortal realm soon. Sighing, she mused, how on earth can I escape and relay this information to Lord Changhong? She wondered if he had noticed her absence from the Hall of Fate and if he could find her. In her isolation, the only individuals Huan could interact with were the palace maids who delivered her meals and the guards stationed outside. The only company she had were the sleeping Huan Huan and the occasional visits from Dongfang Qingsong and Shan Quebec. All the information she possessed was gleaned from their conversations. The palace maids, under Dongfang Qingsong's orders, refrained from engaging with her. Feeling stifled, Huan resorted to conversing with the unconscious Huan Huan, grateful that her slumber spared her from hearing Huan's musings. However, just then, she noticed the figure atop the eternal cold marrow suddenly radiating a ghostly blue light. Fearing something was amiss, Huan let out a startled scream. Dongfang Qingsong, who had been routinely checking on Huan Huan, heard the commotion emanating from her chamber and instantly appeared within. What has transpired? As his words left his lips, he beheld the scene before him. The ghostly blue light faded, revealing a flawless, ethereal form before Huan Huan himself. The once tiny garments that adorned her had long since burst apart, leaving no trace of their existence. The familiar yet exquisitely perfect visage and the body that could make one's heart race left Huan blushing profusely, rendered momentarily speechless. Although Dongfang Qingsong did not exhibit Huan's level of astonishment, the rigidity of his body and the instinctive clenching of his fists betrayed his inner turmoil. At that moment, Shan Ke arrived, prepared to enter, but upon seeing Dongfang Qingsong's expression, he halted his advance. Get out, Dongfang Qingsong commanded, his icy gaze brimming with a fierce anger. No one is permitted to enter without my express permission. Shan Ke, taken aback, spun on his heel. Yes, my lord. He promptly closed the door behind him, standing resolutely outside, his demeanor unwavering as he enforced his master's decree. Inside, Huan was still reeling from the stunning sight when she instinctively turned to leave. However, as the wind swept through, jolting her back to reality, she recalled the situation inside. Wait, wouldn't he that leave the Dark Lord alone in there? He wouldn't he act on his baser instincts? Would he? She pivoted to re-enter, only to be halted by Shan Ke's arm blocking her way. My lord has commanded that no one may enter. Huan, her face a mask of urgency, protested. But I just came from inside. You don't understand the situation. I must go back in. Shan Ke unsheathed his sword, positioning himself firmly at the door. Without my lord's express command, no one is allowed to enter. Frustration welled within Huan as she clenched her fists. But upon observing Shan Ke's formidable stature and the unwavering resolve in his eyes, she found herself anxiously straining to hear any sounds from within. Unfortunately, the opulent construction of the Silent Moon Palace muffled everything, and her limited powers rendered her unable to discern anything. Meanwhile, within the room, as Dongfang Qingsong draped his garment over Huan, his hand inadvertently brushed against her bare skin, igniting a searing warmth. He contemplated calling for someone to assist her. The instant he opened his mouth to summon aid, the memory of Huan's enthralled gaze and flushed cheeks crossed his mind, stirring a flicker of displeasure within him. Furthermore, the garments prepared for Huan had been tailored to her previous stature, and there were no suitable clothes available at that moment. Crafting new attire from the mermaid silk would require some time. With this in mind, Dongfang Qingsong glanced at the figure in his arms, ensuring she was adequately covered with his own clothing. Then, with a flash of white light, a dazzling array of silks appeared beside him, for the blankets he had previously made for her were clearly no longer sufficient. Wrapping her in the silk, he ensured no part of her remained exposed before finally moving to open the door. Chapter 36, The Story of Kanglin, CP Dongfang Qingsong. At last, Dongfang Qingsong opened the door and instructed the inquisitive little Lan Hua peeking inside. Shortly, I shall have someone bring clothing for her. You shall assist her in changing. Little Lan Hua, peering into the room, mused that there surely hadn't been enough time for anything to transpire. Upon hearing Dongfang Qingsong's words and observing the unchanged arrangement within, she realized her concerns were unfounded, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Understood, Lord Yuezuan. Hurriedly, she dashed into the room and reached the bedside of Huan, captivated by her breathtaking beauty. As she dressed her cheeks flushed deeper with each passing moment. Once the clothing was donned, little Lan Hua slapped her cheeks to regain composure. However, as she opened the door, she was met with the imposing figures of two tall and robust individuals blocking her path. Standing before her were none other than Dongfang Qingsong and his faithful attendant, Shan Ke, along with the respectful physician awaiting nearby. Though little Lan Hua held little faith in the physician of the Yu clan, considering his previous ineffectiveness, she nonetheless stepped aside to allow them entry. Dongfang Qingsong led the way, glancing at Huan, confirming her condition before shifting his gaze to the physician. The physician promptly approached and, after his examination, reiterated the same old platitudes. Yet, he concluded with a remark, the esteemed lady's health has returned to normal, indicating her recovery to it seems she shall awaken soon. Beside them, little Lan Hua thought, that was evident to any discerning eye. After the physician departed, Dongfang Qingsong turned to Shan Ke and little Lan Hua. She understood and discreetly retreated with Shan Ke outside, reassured since the formidable demon had not acted in a threatening manner. Once they had exited, Dongfang Qingsong regarded the slumbering beauty on the bed. He reached out to gently tap her head, though this time his hand met her forehead due to her growth. Little one, should you not awaken soon, I shall resort to consuming tortoise soup for nourishment. In the realm of the mind sea, Huan Huan, idly practicing Tai Chi, suddenly perceived Dongfang Qingsong's voice, astonished that he intended to drink tortoise soup. With hands on her hips, she exclaimed to the sky, seriously, Dongfang Qingsong, will you ever cease? If you persist like this, I shall. A sudden force enveloped her, and Huan Huan realized she was finally able to escape this wretched place. Just as a smile formed on her lips, she opened her eyes to find the insufferable Dongfang Qingsong before her. Recalling his previous mention of soup, she angrily flipped over, turning her back to him, not wanting to see his face. She feared that she might utter something unflattering, which would only serve as his justification. Upon seeing her awaken, Dongfang Qingsong's lips curled into a smile, only for it to be replaced by a dark expression as he noted her apparent disdain, as though she wished to avoid his presence entirely. Do you truly wish to avoid encountering me? Huan Huan, perplexed, turned back to face him. No, you must have misunderstood something. Dongfang Qingsong seized her face. I recall distinctly telling you, once you are mine for a day, you remain mine for eternity. Her cheeks stinging from his grip, Huan Huan attempted to pry his hand away, only to pause in astonishment as she realized, I have grown. Seeing her lost in her thoughts, Dongfang Qingsong's expression darkened further. With a sharp intake of breath, the pain in her face jolted Huan Huan back to reality. Gazing at Dongfang Qingsong, who was still gripping her, she thought, how dare you take my patience for granted? With a swift movement, she bit down on his palm, glaring defiantly, let us see if you will release me. To her surprise, Dongfang Qingsong remained impassive, his dark eyes fixed on her, unyielding as if he felt no pain. The intensity of his gaze unnerved her, causing her to relent and release her bite. In an instant, his hand shifted from her face to her neck. Are you challenging me? Huan Huan regarded his threatening grip on her neck but sensed no malice in his intent. Realizing he had no desire to kill her, she pondered how to navigate the situation. After all, he was the Yuezuan, and failing to placate him could result in discomfort, if not danger. Yet, through her repeated probing, she had discovered that Dongfang Qingsong possessed considerable tolerance for her antics. With a smile that sought to appease him, she declared, not at all. Have you ever heard the saying, to hit is to show affection, to scold is to express love? My earlier actions were merely an expression of my fondness for you, Lord Yuezuan. Upon hearing her profess her affection, Dongfang Qingsong's heart involuntarily quickened, though his face betrayed no emotion as he tilted his head. Do I appear to you as a fool? Huan Huan hurriedly denied, of course not. She grasped his hand, which lingered near her neck, hoping to restrain him from losing control. Lord Yuezuan, you are dashing and astute, the most handsome and wise individual I have ever encountered. How could you possibly be a fool? Dongfang Qingsong glanced at the hand she held, a flicker of light in his eyes as he absorbed her heartfelt praise, his demeanor softening. Really? So I am held in such high regard in your eyes? Indeed, you are my sky, my earth, my little darling. The moment the words left her lips, both of the onlookers were taken aback. Huan Huan felt a wave of regret wash over her. What have I just said? And in such a rhyming manner, Dongfang Qingsong's ears flushed slightly, and he coughed awkwardly. I comprehend your sincerity. I shall overlook this for now, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he turned and exited with a hint of fluster left behind. Huan Huan contemplated his hasty retreat. So, he enjoys this sort of flattery. As little Lan Hua entered, she cast a curious glance outside. What has transpired with Lord Yuezuan? He seems rather flustered. Huan Huan looked at little Lan Hua, equally perplexed, surveying her surroundings. Wait a moment, this is the Yu clan, not Shui Yuntian, and what are all these treasures adorning the room? After just a few days, has Dongfang Qingsong developed a taste for such lavish decor? The array of items radiating spiritual energy was clearly of great value. Evidently, even the blind could discern their worth. Chapter 37 The Kanglan Oath. CP Dongfang Qingsong, how did you end up here? Have you defected? Huan Huan inquired curiously, gazing at the little orchid. The little orchid, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, I would never defect, I was captured and brought back by Moonlord. Mentioning this made the little orchid's expression sour. Huan Huan widened her eyes. Why on earth would he capture you? Could it be? A strange light suddenly flickered in her eyes, a domineering CEO's forced affection. With a sigh, the orchid looked at Huan Huan with a mournful expression. It's all because of you. Huan Huan was taken aback, incredulously pointing at herself. Because of me? What have I done? Come on, don't pin such a huge blame on me. I was just asleep, not foolish. The little orchid sat before her, cradling her face. Indeed, it's because of you. After you saved me, you fell into a deep slumber. Moonlord assumed you had feelings for me, so he brought me back to stay here and take care of you. However, it's fortunate that because of this, they didn't kill me to silence me. Realizing this, the little orchid behaved particularly obediently during her time in that Sangyan Sea and harbored immense hope for Huan Huan's awakening, for her own survival depended on her. She recounted the events that had transpired to Huan Huan. This is all I know. After all, my range of activity is limited, and some of it is mere speculation based on what I've heard. After finishing, she glanced at Huan Huan and reached out to grasp her hands. So, considering my honesty, could you please let me return to Shuyunshan? Observing the little orchid blinking her large, expressive eyes, filled with hope, Huan Huan withdrew her hands. I can't make that decision, and as you mentioned, with all that you know, how could they possibly allow you to leave? And you said it yourself. They failed. Had they succeeded, you would have left without issue, but now that they failed to send you back, once the news reaches Shuyunshan, those people will certainly prevent them from unsealing the Xuanxu realm. It is utterly impossible. The little orchid's pupils contracted in shock, her hand flying to her mouth. You mean the Moon Clan's 100,000 soldiers are about to unseal the Xuanxu realm? Huan Huan's expression froze, staring blankly at the astonished little orchid. You didn't know? The little orchid shook her head. I only know that you were seeking the original form of the Red Earth War God. I have no idea what for. How would she know about such matters? Huan Huan inwardly lamented, realizing she might have revealed something she shouldn't have. Seeing the little orchid lost in thought, she tilted her head. Stop pondering. It seems you truly cannot escape now. Still contemplating how to relay this news to Lord Changheng, the little orchid gazed into Huan Huan's starry eyes and smiled. Can't you make an exception? Huan Huan chuckled awkwardly. Why not ask this esteemed one behind you? Indeed, why not inquire with me? This matter is at my discretion. The little orchid stiffened, her body rigid as she turned around. Moon Lord. Dongfang Qingsong stood imposing behind her, alongside Shang Quebec. Dongfang Qingsong glanced at Shang Ke, who stepped forward to the little orchid. Let us go, little orchid. The little orchid darted behind Huan Huan, gripping her arm tightly. No, you must intend to kill me to silence me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Please don't kill me, Huan Huan, save me. Huan Huan looked at Dongfang Qingsong, noting his lack of murderous intent, and gently patted the little orchid's hand. Do not worry. If he intended to kill you, he would have acted long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Really? The little orchid asked, her eyes wide. Dongfang Qingsong observed the little orchid's hands clutching Huan Huan's arm, his sharp gaze causing her to instinctively release her grip. If you do not follow Shang Ke out now, I will silence you myself. The little orchid hurriedly ran to Shang Ke's side. Brother Shang Ke, let us leave quickly. We shouldn't disturb the Moon Lord in Huan Huan's discussion. After their departure, Huan Huan rested her chin on her hand, gazing softly at Dongfang Qingsong, who met her gaze with eyes as clear as autumn waters, the corners tinged with a hint of color, his lips curling into a subtle smile, almost enchanting. Dongfang Qingsong tightened his grip on the teacup. The current incarnation of the Red Earth Girl has not yet successfully undergone her tribulation, thus her present spirit cannot unseal the Xuanxu realm. Once she successfully faces her tribulation, I can use her spirit to break the seal of the Shuafeng sword. Huan Huan remained silent, simply watching him. Dongfang Qingsong, feeling flustered under her gaze, seemed to want to divert the topic, continuing, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I will take Shang Ke to the human realm as Yunmeng's to ensure her tribulation proceeds without incident. Huan Huan's eyes brightened. I want to go as well. Dongfang Qingsong took a sip of tea. Very well, prepare your belongings. He had initially returned to inform her of this very matter. Realizing she would be going to Yunmeng soon, Huan Huan quickly stood to gather her things, but paused, realizing she had nothing to pack, her clothes no longer fit, and would the Moon Clan's currency even be accepted in Yunmeng's? Dongfang Qingsong, seemingly aware of her thoughts, called out to the people outside, come in. The palace maids entered, bringing with them an array of exquisite garments and jewelry. Dongfang Qingsong stated, these are clothes and accessories tailored to your measurements. Some are styled after the fashions of the women of Yunmeng's. Huan Huan gazed at the stunning array of clothing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This one is beautiful, and so is that one. It was truly impossible to choose. Dongfang Qingsong rested his arms on the table, his head supported by his hand, watching her as she eagerly selected clothes and jewelry. When she turned to look at him, he feigned indifference, diverting his gaze, though ultimately it fell upon the dress she was murmuring about wanting to wear in Yunmeng's, his eyes flickering. In the realm above, a day equated to 10 years below. The flow of time in Yunmeng's, Sangyansi, and Shuyanshan was distinctly different. To ensure the smooth passage of the Red Earth Girl's tribulation, Huan Huan suggested they arrive early to avert any mishaps, primarily to maximize their time for enjoyment. Chapter 38 The Kanglan Oath. CP Dongfang Qingsong. Upon hearing her words, Dongfang Qingsong found her reasoning quite compelling. As they set off, he cast a glance at the quietly trailing Xiaolanhua, who was following closely behind Huxuangshuan. Huxuangshuan turned sideways, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiaolanhua, and flashed a charming smile at Dongfang Qingsong. My Lord Moon Sovereign, let us hasten our departure. Dongfang Qingsong remained silent, leading the group towards the direction of Yunmeng's, thus tacitly acknowledging Xiaolanhua's presence. In the human realm, at Yunmeng's in Luqing, a lively procession appeared on the bustling streets. 2 men and 2 women, strikingly handsome and beautiful, adorned in resplendent attire that captivated the attention of passers-by. Ah, so this is Yunmeng's. How vibrant it is, Huxuangshuan remarked, admiring the bustling scene of the mortal world. Xiaolanhua nodded beside her, her eyes filled with curiosity as she surveyed the surroundings. This is my first visit to Yunmeng's as well. I didn't expect it to be even livelier than Shuyanshan. Shank interjected, that is certainly the case. You all from Shuyanshan are just a bunch of pretentious hypocrites, always putting on airs. You cannot possibly compare to the liveliness of this realm. Xiaolanhua retorted, Lord Changheng is not a hypocrite at all. Shank paused momentarily, glancing at Huxuangshuan. Did I mention Changheng? Huxuangshuan shook her head, her gaze shifting to Xiaolanhua with a teasing expression. Oh Xiaolanhua, do you perhaps have a fondness for this Lord Changheng? Xiaolanhua's demeanor shifted to one of bashfulness, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. Lord Changheng is the youngest war god of Shuyanshan. He is both striking and formidable, yet gentle, and everyone in Shuyanshan adores him. Huxuangshuan, observing Xiaolanhua, noted how her feelings for Lord Changheng were almost written across her face. Whether others like him or not is irrelevant. What matters is how you feel. Xiaolanhua stammered, I, of course, like him. Huxuangshuan encouraged, then pursue him. Upon hearing this, Xiaolanhua's expression fell. He is a renowned war god, while I am merely a humble flower from the Hall of Fate, and I haven't even passed the celestial examination. Huan could not bear to hear such self-deprecation from a beauty. She gave Xia Lanhua's shoulder a reassuring pat. Sister, you are mistaken. To love someone, you need only listen to your heart, leave the rest to destiny. Xia Lanhua blinked in surprise. Ah. Huan suddenly wrapped her arm around Xia Lanhua's neck. In life, if you do not take the initiative, how will you ever know if it is meant for you? Now tell me, do you truly like this Changheng? Xia Lanhua was uncertain about Huan's intentions, yet the notion of following her heart made her nod in agreement. Then that settles it. Now tell me, do you want him as a person or want him in your heart? Xia Lanhua's expression became conflicted. Can't I have both? Huan regarded her with an approving look. Well said. I admire your attitude. Let me tell you, the days of quietly sacrificing oneself in love are long gone. It's not just about being good to each other. Winning a man's heart is a challenge, but the age-old strategies are still effective. Then Huan leaned in close to Xia Lanhua's ear, whispering fervently. Xia Lanhua's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she gazed at Huan in awe. Huan Huan, you are so impressive, how do you know so much? Huan felt a bit lightheaded from Xia Lanhua's admiration and was about to boast further when a cold gaze from behind brought her back to reality. She quickly altered her tone. I read books and listened to others speak. Turning around, she found Dongfang Qingsong watching her with a stoic expression. Huan promptly rushed to his side. My Lord Moon Sovereign, where shall we go next? Dongfang Qingsong cast a sidelong glance at her. I did not realize you possessed such knowledge. Huan chuckled awkwardly. I merely recited what I learned from the books I read to pass the time at Jiyue Palace. Dongfang Qingsong inquired blandly, is that so? Huan took his hand in hers, her expression earnest. Indeed, I swear. Dongfang Qingsong's serious demeanor faltered at her unexpected gesture, and he instinctively glanced around at the curious onlookers, feeling slightly uneasy. Speak as you will, but refrain from pulling at me. I trust you. Huan looked at him with a hint of disappointment. But there are so many people here, I'm afraid we might get separated. Dongfang Qingsong was taken aback by her pitiful gaze, which stirred something within him. Very well, I shall permit you to hold my hand for the time being. Huan beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Thank you, my Lord Moon Sovereign. Dongfang Qingsong nodded regally, then led the group through the astonished expressions of Shank and Xia Lanhua. Shank wore a perplexed expression, as if questioning his own existence, while Xia Lanhua appeared as though she had just learned something profound. As they watched the couple's retreating figures, the two, still in shock, exchanged glances before hastily following after them. At the Feixian Pavilion, Huan stood outside, glancing at the ornate plaque and then at Dongfang Qingsong, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Did you bring me here to see the courtesan? This seemed unlikely. His earlier demeanor had suggested a more innocent disposition. Had she misjudged him? Dongfang Qingsong replied, in the poetry of the Fate Book, it is said that Xia Wanqing danced a mesmerizing performance that enchanted Luqing, yet she met her demise at the hands of her beloved on the very day of her wedding. This is her trial, and only through this can her tribulation be deemed successful. Huan's eyes widened in realization. So, Xia Wanqing is within this Feixian Pavilion? Dongfang Qingsong confirmed, indeed. Huan exclaimed, then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry inside. With that, she lifted her skirt and made to dash in. Noticing her hand slipping from his grasp, Dongfang Qingsong felt a flicker of annoyance and reached out to catch her wrist. Why the haste? Huan replied, I am simply curious. I have never seen such things. Dongfang Qingsong tightened his hold on her hand, responding casually, very well. As they entered, Shank and Xia Lanhua, who had hurried to catch up, arrived just in time to be halted at the entrance of the Feixian Pavilion. Apologies, but without a huashing note, entry is prohibited. Nearby, others waiting were murmuring among themselves. Lady Wanqing's ethereal dance once caused a bloom of 100 flowers in Luqing. I would be content to die if I could see her once more. To see Lady Wanqing, one must enter the Feixian Pavilion, but to enter, a huashing note is required, an item so rare that only the most esteemed scions of Luqing can obtain it. We have no hope. Upon hearing this exchange, the four exchanged glances. Dongfang Qingsong regarded the two mortals blocking the entrance with a hint of impatience. With a flicker of energy, flames of retribution began to stir, but he was halted by Huan's actions. Chapter 39 The Promise of the Azure Orchid. CP Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang, did you bring any money? Huan Huan attempted to whisper something to him, but due to the height difference, much of her body leaned against him, creating an image from a distance akin to a beauty nestled in an embrace. Dongfang Qingsong could distinctly feel the softness of her body resting against his side, and the delicate fragrance that wafted up as she lowered her head made his heart race. The words she spoke seemed to blur in his ears, and amidst the haze, he only caught the soft, hushed mention of his name, Dongfang. Noticing that Dongfang Qingsong was lost in thought, Huan Huan tugged at his hand. Dongfang, did you bring any money? Dongfang Qingsong replied, huh? Yes, I brought it, Shan Ke. Shan Ke stepped forward, and upon receiving a glance from Huan Huan, he observed the guards at the entrance and then the gold in her hands, realizing the situation and moving closer. Thanks to their financial prowess, the four of them successfully entered the Feishan pavilion. Little Orchid gazed around with curiosity, but her attention was suddenly captured by a figure in the center. Long Changxian-jun, no, there was no trace of spiritual energy around him. He appeared to be an ordinary person, yet, why did he bear an uncanny resemblance to Long Changxian-jun? As she continued to observe, Little Orchid noticed the fantastical luminescent stone adorning his waist, and her pupils widened in realization he truly is Long Changxian-jun. Listening to the discussions around her, she learned that Long Changxian-jun was currently the second son of the Xiao family in Luqing, Xiaorun. In an instant, Little Orchid understood that he was undergoing tribulation. Although she was uncertain why Long Changxian-jun had descended to face tribulation, she knew one thing: this was information that must not reach Dongfang Qingsong. After all, given the enmity between Shui Yuntian and the Yu tribe, Shui Yuntian's god of war was currently defenseless, and it would be exceedingly easy for him to kill Long Changxian-jun. As a sworn enemy, how could he possibly let such a rare opportunity slip away? Little Orchid, filled with anxiety, shifted her gaze to Fox Huan Huan beside Dongfang Qingsong, recalling her earlier suggestion to pursue Long Changxian-jun actively, and her eyes brightened. Huan Huan, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you come help me for a moment? Little Orchid clutched her stomach, feigning discomfort as she tugged at Fox Huan Huan's sleeve. Seeing her distressed demeanor, Fox Huan Huan quickly nodded and approached to support her. What's wrong? Should I take you outside? Little Orchid immediately retorted, no need. Realizing she had sounded too urgent, her voice softened again, returning to a feeble tone, I just need you to help me sit down over there. Fox Huan Huan nodded and promptly assisted her to a nearby seat. Dongfang Qingsong watched as his hand was released once more, fixating on the departing figures of the two women, remaining motionless for a long while. Shang Ke remarked, Master, I've inquired, and Xia Wanqing will be performing tonight. There is still half an hour until it begins. Dongfang Qingsong glanced at Shang Ke, who had just arrived, and remained silent. Noticing that there were no vacant seats near Fox Huan Huan, he casually settled into the nearest available spot. Shang Ke, left in confusion, wondered about his master's unusual demeanor. However, seeing that Dongfang Qingsong had not given any orders, he obediently stood behind him, assuming a protective stance. Once seated, Dongfang Qingsong poured himself a cup of tea, his gaze continually drifting toward Fox Huan Huan and Little Orchid. The peculiar light in Fox Huan Huan's eyes grew brighter with each of Little Orchid's words, culminating in a frantic search throughout the venue. Startled, Little Orchid quickly intervened, Ancestor, keep it down, what if Dongfang Qingsong finds out? Fox Huan Huan waved her hand dismissively, noting the Long Changxian-jun mentioned by Little Orchid. He looked quite handsome, yet his demeanor, filled with nonchalance while drinking with others, made her hesitate. Is this truly your god of war? Little Orchid hurried to clarify, Long Changxian-jun doesn't usually act this way. It is likely due to his tribulation. Huan Huan, please help me. If something happens to Long Changxian-jun, seeing Little Orchid on the verge of tears, Fox Huan Huan quickly reassured her. Alright. You can count on me. I won't let anything happen to your beloved. Little Orchid beamed with relief. I knew you were different from the others, Huan Huan. Her heart softened, especially at the sight of a girl in distress. Fox Huan Huan felt a sense of relief when she saw Little Orchid stop crying. She truly dreaded the sight of girls in tears. However, I believe Dongfang Qingsong won't resort to such actions. He possesses his own confidence and pride. If he were to strike, it would be in a dignified manner. Upon hearing this, Little Orchid pouted, her eyes misting over. Fox Huan Huan immediately surrendered. Alright, just tell me what you need me to do. Little Orchid quickly regained her composure. Can you help me get Dongfang Qingsong to leave? Fox Huan Huan responded, huh? But don't you know why he is here? Do you really think it's possible to just take him away? Little Orchid understood that their purpose for coming was to find the reincarnation of the god of war, Xia Wanqing, and convincing him to leave was indeed unrealistic. That's not what I meant. I was hoping you could help me get him to leave tonight. Fox Huan Huan replied, then wouldn't it be easier for you to simply take your Long Changxian-jun away? Little Orchid lamented, I wish I could, but look at the spell Shang Ke placed on me. Can I really leave your side? Fox Huan Huan realized her oversight. To prevent Little Orchid from fleeing to inform others, a spell had been cast on her before their departure, restricting her from straying more than 5 meters away from the three of them, making it impossible for her to evade Dongfang Qingsong and Shang Ke's line of sight to allow Long Chang to escape. With a clap of her hands, Fox Huan Huan sighed in exasperation. What should we do? Without a good excuse, how could Dongfang Qingsong possibly leave now? Little Orchid gazed at Fox Huan Huan with sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Fox Huan Huan mused, I still believe surrendering might be the best option. Little Orchid exclaimed, no way, I cannot gamble Long Changxian-jun's life on Dongfang Qingsong's momentary kindness. Fox Huan Huan relented, fine, then what do you suggest? Little Orchid immediately grasped Fox Huan Huan's hands with a pitiful expression. Huan Huan, you're my only hope. Fox Huan Huan, unable to withstand her plea, instinctively withdrew. Don't use my own methods against me. Little Orchid maintained her endearing, pleading demeanor. Fox Huan Huan sighed, alright, I'll think of a solution. Turning back to see what Dongfang Qingsong was doing, she unexpectedly locked eyes with him. Amidst the bustling conversations, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him. Fox Huan Huan's heart skipped a beat under the weight of his profound, affectionate gaze. As they exchanged glances, Fox Huan Huan abruptly stood and began walking toward Dongfang Qingsong. Little Orchid, startled by her sudden movement, asked, do you have a plan? Do you need me to cooperate? Chapter 40 of the Promise of the Kanglan Oath, CP Dongfang Qingsong. As the distance between them diminished, Huan Huan immediately fell silent, fearing that Dongfang Qingsong might overhear her thoughts, obediently trailing behind Huan Huan. Without hesitation, Huan Huan seated herself in the vacant spot beside Dongfang Qingsong, declaring, "Dongfang Qingsong, I have something to discuss with you." He turned his gaze towards her, pouring tea into the cup before her, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Huan Huan gulped down the tea in front of her and fixed a serious gaze upon him, stating, "Once you conclude your business, I shall not return with you, I wish to remain here." At her words, Dongfang Qingsong's hand, poised to refill her cup, froze mid-motion. The atmosphere thickened, and time seemed to slow within the halls of Feishan Pavilion, with all present momentarily stilled, save for the four individuals in this corner. Shan Ke and Xiao Lanhua exchanged glances, observing Dongfang Qingsong's darkening countenance, both rooted in place, hesitant to make a sound. Xiao Lanhua's face was etched with terror as she surveyed the unfolding scene. "This isn't about sisters. I merely wished for you to take him away, not to provoke his wrath. Oh no, oh no, oh no." A tempest of fury ignited in Dongfang Qingsong's eyes as he fixed his stare upon Huan Huan. "I have declared that you are mine in life and must remain by my side in death," he asserted vehemently. It was evident to all that he was enraged. Behind him, Xiao Lanhua and Shan Ke were frantically signaling to Huan Huan, yet she remained blissfully unaware, or perhaps intentionally indifferent, her demeanor still adorned with a charming smile, though her words threatened to ignite a powder keg. "What shall I do then? Do you intend to kill me?" The expressions of Xiao Lanhua and Shan Ke morphed into bewilderment, unable to fathom the tumultuous turn of events that had spiraled beyond their control. In an instant, the table before Dongfang Qingsong shattered into splinters, the teacups exploding into fragments that scattered in every direction, one shard narrowly grazing Huan Huan's cheek, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. A bright droplet of blood appeared on her face, and Dongfang Qingsong's eyes widened in alarm as he leaned forward, instinctively reaching out to touch her, only to remember her intent to leave him, causing his expression to darken anew. Clenching his fist tightly within his sleeve, he fixed an unwavering gaze upon her. "Do you truly believe that I would hesitate to kill you?" Huan Huan placed a finger upon the wound on her cheek, tracing the red line with a hint of a smile. "You do not wish to kill me. If you truly desired my demise, you would not have succeeded in wounding me." Ironically, those who are least inclined to harm often inflict the deepest wounds. An unsettling premonition washed over her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her defenses seemed futile against Dongfang Qingsong. Tilting her head slightly, she maintained her gentle gaze, a smile lingering on her lips as if nothing had transpired. "So, do you not wish to inquire about my reasoning, esteemed Moon Sovereign?" Dongfang Qingsong struggled to suppress the tempest of fury within him, coldly commanding, "Speak." Huan Huan replied, "I find this place quite agreeable. Here, the inhabitants lack magical abilities, and I am free from threats of being turned into soup. No one can harm me here." With each word she uttered, Dongfang Qingsong's expression darkened further, yet the temperature around them seemed to warm. "As long as I am present, no one can harm you, nor will anyone dare to threaten you." Huan Huan remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. After a moment, Dongfang Qingsong added, "This includes myself." Only then did Huan Huan nod in satisfaction, but she continued, "However, I do not wish to return to the Moon Clan as your pet." Dongfang Qingsong furrowed his brow. "Who said you were a pet? I have never regarded you as such." Huan Huan retorted, "If I am not your pet, then what am I, residing in your Jiyue Palace? Do you have any idea how the palace maids and guards speak of me? They say I am merely someone you brought back on a whim, a passing fancy to entertain you, discarded when your interest wanes, and yet you claim you do not view me as a pet?" As she spoke, emotion welled within her, her voice trembling with sincerity, the image of her plight eliciting a sense of helplessness from Dongfang Qingsong. I have never thought of you in such a manner. I will return and silence those who have spoken ill of you. You are not my pet, nor are you someone to be hidden away. You are." At this juncture, Dongfang Qingsong faltered, pondering what she truly represented to him. Was she merely a subordinate like Shan Ke, or akin to the palace maids of Jiyue Palace? Behind them, Shan Ke and Xiao Lanhua exchanged incredulous glances, baffled by how the previously tense atmosphere had transformed into this new dynamic. Xiao Lanhua's admiration for Huan Huan was palpable, her thoughts racing. Is this what she meant by reversing the heavens, blurring black and white, enticing yet evasive, seizing the initiative to draw close while maintaining distance? Sister, you are not merely restraining him. You are truly captivating my heart. With your intervention, Lord Changheng is safe, but have you considered how you shall extricate yourself from this? With tears glistening in her eyes, Xiao Lanhua gazed at Huan Huan with a mixture of awe and gratitude. Meanwhile, Shan Ke wore a serious expression, realizing that a thorough cleansing of the personnel within Jiyue Palace was long overdue. Even those dear to the sovereign dared to speak recklessly. "How greatly has Miss Huan Huan aided our Moon Clan?" The sovereign, too, must recognize that Miss Huan Huan, like himself, was drawn to follow him. What is so difficult about this response? Huan Huan, observing the flustered expression on Dongfang Qingsong's face, suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, huffing in frustration before vanishing from sight. Dongfang Qingsong, upon witnessing her departure, uttered a single command before pursuing her. "Shan Ke, you remain here." "Understood." Xiao Lanhua, watching the Feishan Pavilion return to its usual calm, turned to Shan Ke, her exterior composed while her heart soared with excitement. "Ah, Huan Huan, you are my savior." Guided by the sensation of the bone orchid, Dongfang Qingsong successfully located Huan Huan on the outskirts of Luqing. She sat upon the grass, her gaze cast skyward, her solitary figure exuding an aura of solitude and melancholy. A pang of sympathy flickered in Dongfang Qingsong's heart as he recalled her earlier words about her perpetual solitude. Huan Huan called out, "Why are you taking so long? What are you staring at from behind?" Dongfang Qingsong approached her side, mirroring her posture as he settled down beside her, reaching out to take her hand. I have found you. No matter where you go, I shall always find you. Huan Huan rolled her eyes and lifted her hand. Isn't it merely because you placed this upon my wrist? If it weren't for my inability to remove it, I would have discarded it long ago. Chapter 41. The Pact of Kanglan. As Eastern Qingsong heard her words, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, and overwhelming joy ignited in his eyes. You mean, the bone orchid cannot be picked? Huan Huan gazed at his excited demeanor with confusion. Isn't it your doing? Why are you asking me? The smile at the corners of Eastern Qingsong's lips broadened, revealing a side of him that Huan Huan had never seen before. His joy softened his usual dominance, replacing it with a gentle warmth. A simple white jade hairpin was casually inserted into his hair, radiating a luster as exquisite as jade, causing Huan Huan's eyes to shimmer with astonishment. Noticing the awe in her gaze, Eastern Qingsong felt an even deeper joy swell within him as he leaned closer. As his handsome face approached, Huan Huan's breath caught in her throat. Was this not an invitation to sin? She gazed at his alluring lips, yearning for a kiss. Surely, those lips would be delightful to kiss. The bone orchid is a manifestation of my essence. It can sense the bond of its wearer. Huan Huan could no longer comprehend Eastern Qingsong's words. Eastern Qingsong, you are the one forcing my hand. Leaning in, she closed her eyes, and indeed, her instincts had not misled her. It was as delightful as she imagined. As she drew nearer, Eastern Qingsong's pupils constricted. Within the realm of his heart, a withered tree on the lush green grass began to blossom anew, trembling as it unveiled a flower. In an instant, the entire tree erupted in a riot of blossoms, petals cascading like a breathtaking spectacle. Just as she was about to pull away, Eastern Qingsong reacted swiftly, one hand cradling the back of her head while the other encircled her waist, securing her firmly in place, preventing any retreat. Then, with a fervent kiss, their lips intertwined, capturing the very lips that had teased him moments before. Now, it was Eastern Qingsong's dominion. His kiss was as commanding as his presence, and Huan Huan soon found herself powerless to resist, ultimately succumbing to his embrace, surrendering to his kiss. Only when Huan Huan could no longer breathe did Eastern Qingsong release her, granting her a moment to gasp for air. However, the familiar sensation of suffocation soon returned to eye in the distance. Two woodcutters passed by, and Eastern Qingsong's ears perked up, his lips never ceasing their movement. With a flick of his sleeve, the two of them vanished in an instant. As Huan Huan's remaining rationality pulled her from the fervor of their kiss for just a fleeting moment, she discovered they were now nestled within an enormous shell, illuminated by a brilliant luminous pearl above, bathing the space in a daylight-like glow. Where is this? She murmured, turning her head to evade Eastern Qingsong's advancing kisses, her breath coming in soft gasps. Eye of the seabed, Eastern Qingsong replied, his words mumbled and indistinct. 3 days had passed, and neither Eastern Qingsong nor Huan Huan had been seen. Xiaolan sat at the entrance of the manor they had purchased in Deer City, inquiring of the standing Shank beside her. Shank, what do you think Huan Huan and the Moon Sovereign are up to? Why haven't they returned yet? Shank stood tall and erect, responding with resolute firmness, I do not know. Lan Hua. Upon seeing Xiaolan at the door, Xiaorun joyfully extended his hand to Xiaolan. Observing Xiaorun's exuberance, felt a headache coming on. That night, under Shank's watch, she had merely wished to sneak a glance at Lord Changheng, only to find this fellow clinging to her like a leech. Casting a glance at Shank, who had his arms crossed, she remarked, I'll inform the sovereign. Xiaolan's expression soured. Xiao Gongzi, what brings you to me? Xiaorun, disregarding his image, plopped down beside her. Lan Hua, has your master still not returned? Xiaolan could only hope that what Huan Huan had said was true, that the Moon Sovereign was principled and would not act against Lord Changheng at this time. Given Xiaorun's current demeanor, she knew she could not keep it hidden for long. Indeed, they have yet to return, she replied. Xiaorun, glancing at her, blushed. Then, Lan Hua, do you have time today? I heard there will be a fireworks display at the Feixian Pavilion tonight. Shall we go see it together? Xiaolan glanced at Shank. Thank you for your kind invitation, Xiao Gongzi, but my master and miss are still absent, and I have no desire for fireworks at the moment. Xiaorun appeared crestfallen. Ah, I see. Of course. Xiao Lan Hua. A cheerful call made Xiaolan look up in surprise, as Huan Huan and Eastern Qingsong appeared before them. Huan Huan. Xiaolan joyfully rose, eager to embrace her, but was pulled back by the figure behind her, stumbling in a circle. Seeing Eastern Qingsong holding Huan Huan protectively, Xiaolan pouted, sovereign, then glanced at Xiaorun and quickly amended, Master, Miss, where have you two been these past few days? I've missed you so much, Huan Huan. Huan Huan peered from behind Eastern Qingsong, so have I. Her voice was genuine and filled with relief, grateful she had not perished beneath the sea. Eastern Qingsong cast a knowing glance at Huan Huan, his gaze laden with meaning, causing a chill to run down her spine. She playfully beckoned him. Oh, let it go. Eastern Qingsong replied, what do you think? His attention shifted to Xiaorun as Shank stepped forward to inform Eastern Qingsong of the situation. A glimmer of determination flashed in Eastern Qingsong's eyes. War god Changheng. Xiaolan, witnessing this exchange, anxiously tugged at Huan Huan's sleeve. Huan Huan had not anticipated Lord Changheng to be so inept, so quickly exposed. His Eastern Qingsong stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder, feigning concern. What is it? Are you unwell? Huan Huan shot him a shy glare. It's your fault, I told you to stop. Eastern Qingsong's ears turned crimson in an instant. I apologize, I shall be more mindful next time. Hungry, Shank, prepare a meal. Yes. Sovereign, master. With that, he guided Huan Huan inside, followed closely by Shank and Xiaolan, leaving Xiaorun behind, still wishing to greet them. Feeling somewhat dejected, Xiaorun watched as Lan Hua turned to smile at him, and just as he thought she would speak, the heavy doors emblazoned with the Eastern House's insignia shut with a resounding thud. Xiaorun did at the dining table. As they ate, Xiaolan glanced nervously at her bowl, unable to swallow. Eastern Shingsong offered Huan Huan a serving of vegetables, gesturing for her to eat properly. After observing Xiaolan and then glancing at Huan Huan, who seemed poised to speak, he reassured her, "Do not worry, I currently hold no interest in that Changheng." Chapter 42 of the Kanglan Oath. CP Dongfang Qingsong. In mere moments, the joyful smile that adorned Xiaolan's face vanished. Even if I were to kill him, it would be done honorably on the battlefield. A mere young upstart, Dongfang Qingsong hardly regarded him with any seriousness. Huan Huan shrugged, "I told you so." Xiaolan replied, "Hee, then I must thank you, Moon Sovereign, for your mercy." With the assurance that Lord Changhong was unharmed, Xiaolan's anxious heart could finally find some respite. At that moment, she recalled what Xiaorun had mentioned earlier about the fireworks display. "Huan Huan, there will be a fireworks show at Feixian Pavilion tonight, would you care to attend?" Upon hearing the mention of fireworks, Huan Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially since it would take place in the evening. "Absolutely. It sounds like a delightful experience, I must go." Xiaolan was also eager to discover how the earthly fireworks would differ from those of Shui Yintian. That evening, at Feixian Pavilion, the four of them resumed their seats from the previous performance by Xia Wanqing. However, this time, Huan Huan had no opportunity to share any private words with Xiaolan, as Dongfang Qingsong firmly held one of her hands, refusing to let go. When Huan Huan glanced over, Dongfang Qingsong, with a gentle expression, inquired, "What is the matter?" Such gentleness was merely a fade, akin to a famished wolf, capable of devouring one whole. Unable to free her hand from his grip, Huan Huan decided to disregard his presence and turned her attention back to gossiping with Xiaolan. Yet, Xiaolan found herself increasingly reluctant to continue the conversation, feeling the weight of the Moon Sovereign's piercing gaze. She yearned to grasp Huan Huan's shoulders and demand to know what she had done to evoke such a chilling stare from the Moon Sovereign. Lady Lan Hua, the simple-minded Xiaorun, upon spotting Xiaolan, wore a grin that could scarcely contain itself. "Oh, you two have come to witness the fireworks?" Xiaolan noticed that Lord Changheng, who had recently undergone tribulation, appeared rather dim-witted. "Did you not tell me there would be a performance tonight?" Xiaorun sheepishly scratched his head. "Ha, yes, that was indeed my doing." His gaze shifted to Dongfang Qingsong. "This must be the esteemed Dongfang Yuanwei. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, and you live up to your illustrious reputation." Although Dongfang Qingsong found little merit in engaging with him at that moment, he held no goodwill towards the residents of Shui Yintian, especially not towards an adversary he was destined to confront on the battlefield. Xiaorun was taken aback by Dongfang Qingsong's indifference. In Lucheng, people generally treated him warmly, owing to his father's status, even if they privately derided him as a trifling scion. Yet, here was Dongfang Yuanwei, the first to exhibit such blatant disregard. In an instant, Xiaorun perceived that he was unlike those who feigned friendliness while harboring ulterior motives. "Dongfang, I hope you do not mind my calling you that. I am Xiaorun, the second son of the Xiao family. I would like to befriend you, if you would consider it." Upon hearing the proposition of friendship, Dongfang Qingsong could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, casting an odd glance at Xiaorun. "Does Yan Songjin know of your intentions?" Xiaorun, however, continued to gaze at him earnestly, awaiting a response. Faced with the sincerity in his eyes, Dongfang Qingsong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "I am not inclined." Xiaorun, undeterred by the rejection, pressed on with genuine curiosity, "Why not?" "Surely, you must feel the same disdain for me as others do for my carefree nature." Dongfang Qingsong replied, "That is not the case. Your frivolity is of no concern to me." Xiaorun, with an inquisitive demeanor, persisted. "Then why does Dongfang not wish to befriend me?" "I feel an instant camaraderie and admiration for you, believing you to be unlike the rest. My desire for friendship is sincere, and I hope you will reconsider." Dongfang Qingsong. Xiaolan, witnessing this exchange, found herself at a loss for words. She could not discern Dongfang Qingsong's emotions, but she was certain that Lord Changheng would regret the words he had spoken today once he awakened. Ultimately, in the face of Xiaorun's persistent misunderstanding of rejection, Dongfang Qingsong, unwilling to squander more time, relented and agreed to forge a friendship with him. Observing Xiaorun's delight upon receiving Dongfang Qingsong's consent, Huan Huan felt a deep sense of foreboding regarding Shui Yuntian's fate. Swiftly, she retrieved a recording stone from her storage ring to capture the moment. The fireworks display was indeed splendid, but the spectacle of humanity was even more striking. Dongfang Qingsong's profile, illuminated by the cascade of fireworks, revealed a beauty that outshone the very pyrotechnics. Life in Lucheng was remarkably stable, devoid of the urgency of a mission, resembling more a leisurely vacation. However, after several days of revelry, Xiaolin and Huan Huan returned laden with packages, only to find Dongfang Qingsong and Shan Ke wearing grave expressions. Huan Huan set her belongings aside. "What is amiss? Has something occurred?" Dongfang Qingsong took her hand, using his spiritual power to erase the fatigue from carrying her burdens, while Shan Ke explained, "In Xia Wanqing's fate book, it was foretold that on the night of the Huajiao festival, she would be slain by her beloved Xiao Lang. However, our observations indicate that she currently has no one she loves, and the festival is fast approaching." He glanced at Xiaolin. "Moreover, within Lucheng, the only one who fits the description of Xiao Lang in the fate book is none other than the second son of the Xiao family." The name of the second son of the Xiao family sounded eerily familiar. Xiaolan and Huan Huan exchanged alarmed glances. "It cannot be." Shan Ke confirmed, "Indeed, it is Xiaorun." Xiaolan, recalling her encounters with Xiao Run over the past few days, turned pale and weakly inquired if Wanqing fails in her tribulation, what will happen? Dongfang Qingsong's lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Then I shall have no choice but to vent my frustrations on this Xiao Lang who strays from the prescribed narrative. Xiaolan. But just then, as if summoned by fate, Xiao Run arrived at the Dongfang residence, his exuberance evident as he shyly approached Xiaolan, asking, Lady Lan Hua, what do you think of me? Xiaolan was utterly preoccupied with thoughts of how to help Lord Changhong evade this impending calamity, unaware of the nature of his tribulation. Unsure if fleeing with him would disrupt his fate, she instinctively responded to Xiao Run's question, Young Master Xiao, you possess a striking physique and a heart of gold, you are truly a commendable individual. Hearing her praise, Xiao Run beamed with delight, emboldened in his forthcoming words. Chapter 43 The Promise of the Kanglan Oath Lan, my dear Orchid Maiden, I am deeply enamored with you. Initially, I intended to propose directly to Brother Dongfang, as is customary. However, upon reflection, I believe it is essential for you to be aware of my affections. Since you share my sentiments, I shall pay a visit to Brother Dongfang tomorrow to formally request his blessing for your hand in marriage. Upon uttering these words, visions of his future wedding with the Orchid Maiden danced in Xiao Run's mind, prompting an involuntary smile to escape his lips. Little Orchid? What do you mean, young Master Xiao? Little Orchid's thoughts abruptly snapped back to reality as she gazed at Xiao Run in disbelief. Xiao Run's handsome visage radiated affection, and his bright eyes were filled with the image of Little Orchid. I profess my love for you, and I wish to take you as my wife. Will you marry me? Bang, 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 it was as though the entire world had been muted, leaving Little Orchid with only the echo of his declaration, I am enamored with you, I wish to marry you. Will you accept my proposal? Before her stood Xiao Run, merging with the ethereal presence of Lord Changhong, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Xiao Run was no fool. He perceived the emotions reflected in Little Orchid's face, which bloomed like a peach blossom, her gaze shy yet devoid of aversion, an unmistakable sign of her interest. His heart swelled with immense joy and satisfaction, as if he had finally found the missing piece of his soul upon first encountering the Orchid Maiden. Yet, as Little Orchid stood before Xiao Run, filled with anticipation and delight, images of Xia Wanjing and Dongfang Qingsong flashed through her mind. The rosy hue of her cheeks swiftly faded, and she bit her lip, her expression a tapestry of conflict. Lord, young Master Xiao, apologies, Brother Xiao, for the inadequate reception, came Dongfang Qingsong's voice from behind them. Little Orchid's countenance paled, and she instinctively positioned herself in front of Xiao Run, her eyes betraying her anxiety as she regarded Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang Qingsong did not spare her a glance, addressing Xiao Run instead. When did Brother Xiao develop feelings for my maid? You ought to have informed me sooner. Xiao Run scratched his head in embarrassment. My apologies, Brother Dongfang. I intended to first convey my feelings to the Orchid Maiden before visiting you. Dongfang Qingsong surveyed the two of them, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. No matter. However, this Little Orchid is my wife's maid, akin to a sister, cherished and pampered in my household. To refer to her as my own sister would not be an exaggeration. Having witnessed the rapport between Little Orchid and Dongfang's lady, Xiao Run indeed recognized that their bond resembled that of sisters rather than a mere master-servant relationship. Rest assured, Brother Dongfang, I shall treat the Orchid Maiden with utmost sincerity and ensure she suffers no grievances. Dongfang Qingsong replied, I trust in your character, Brother Xiao, yet the matter of marriage requires proper mediation and parental consent before it is deemed suitable. Xiao Run looked contrite. You speak true, Brother Dongfang. I shall return home to inform my father and ensure that all formalities are observed in my pursuit of the Orchid Maiden's hand. With that, he hurriedly turned to leave. As Dongfang Qingsong watched his retreating figure, the smile on his face faded, and his gaze fell upon Little Orchid. Orchid, do you wish for your Lord Changhong to live or perish? That night, Little Orchid's mind echoed with Dongfang Qingsong's words. When a knock sounded at her door, she weakly laid her head on the table. Come in. Huan Huan entered and observed Little Orchid. I knew you wouldn't be asleep. Little Orchid lifted her gaze to Huan Huan, her eyes shimmering with newfound hope. Huan Huan immediately raised a hand. Stop, this situation is of utmost importance, I cannot assist you. Little Orchid, employing her usual tactic, gazed with tearful eyes. Is there truly no possibility? Huan Huan replied, Dongfang Qingsong seeks to unseal the 100,000 soldiers, and the key lies in whether Xia Wanjing can successfully endure her tribulation. Your Lord Changhong, by unfortunate chance, has become the pivotal point of her trial. Now that he has declared his affections for you, her tribulation is on the brink of failure. It is a testament to Dongfang Qingsong's restraint that he has not yet eliminated him. You should pray for a way to set things right. Little Orchid recognized the slim chance of resolution. Although Lord Changhong's confession delighted her heart, the current predicament seemed insurmountable. Repeating Huan Huan's phrase set things right, she pondered whether that meant reuniting Xia Wanjing and Lord Changhong, ultimately leading to his slaying of her. The thought of Lord Changhong developing feelings for another filled her heart with a sense of despondency, but really, at such a juncture, how could Little Orchid still concern herself with such matters? Huan Huan settled across from her. I understand your heart aches, but it may soon ache even more. You must endure for now. After all, Dongfang Qingsong's plan from earlier that day required Little Orchid to push the one she cherished toward another. Though Huan Huan found the plan implausible, she recognized Dongfang Qingsong's tenacity. He would not relent until he had broken through every obstacle. Perhaps it was best to let him continue with his schemes, lest he create further turmoil for himself. Little Orchid gazed at her with a look of forlorn reproach. Is this how you comfort someone? Huan Huan feigned ignorance, chuckling. I am genuinely curious, is the interpretation of the fate scrolls as straightforward as we perceive? Little Orchid explained each fate scroll outlines the general trajectory of a person's life. Of course, certain details may vary, especially for deities descending to endure trials. Critical junctures signify their progress through tribulations, and one must fulfill the essential requirements to achieve success. At that moment, an epiphany struck Little Orchid, and she quickly retrieved paper and pen to transcribe the fate scroll she had previously examined regarding Xia Wanjing. Among the most crucial lines was, by chance encounters with the eloquent Xiao, the red candle's sword shadow severs the fragrant soul. Little Orchid fixated on this line for an extended period before exclaiming, "I have figured it out." She excitedly grasped Huan Huan's arms. "I understand now." We had all assumed that this Xiao referred to Xiao Run, but Xiao does not denote a specific individual, rather, it refers to the one Xia Wanjing loves, who is her destined connection. Drawn by her exclamation, Dongfang Qingsong pondered, "How can you be certain of your assertion?" "I shall not gamble this final chance at tribulation on mere speculation." Chapter 44 The Tale of the Kanglin Pact. CP Dongfang Qingsong. Little Orchid did not rush to defend herself upon hearing her words. Instead, she lifted her small face, brimming with confidence and pride. "I am the sole disciple of the God of Fate from the Hall of Destiny. Aside from my master, no one possesses a deeper understanding of the Book of Fate than I do. Indeed, my intention is to save Lord Changhong, but the content of this Book of Fate is tied to my master's reputation. I would never stoop so low as to lie about it. I have merely shared my conjectures with you, believe it or not, that's entirely up to you." Her words were resolute, radiating righteousness. Huan Huan, observing her from the side, was taken aback and gave her a thumbs up. "Well done, Little Orchid, you've really stood your ground." Little Orchid raised an eyebrow at her, of course. Dongfang Qingsong regarded Little Orchid in silence, extending his hand to cast a seal into her body. "I shall trust you this once. However, should there be the slightest hint of falsehood in your words, I will ensure you endure a lifetime of excruciating torment." Upon hearing this, Huan Huan frowned, opening her mouth to say something, but unexpectedly, Little Orchid promptly agreed and no problem. Huan Yuan's outstretched hand awkwardly fell back, exasperatedly pressing her forehead. "Little Orchid, do you not realize that showing compassion for men can lead to misfortune?" Observing the two gray threads entwined around Little Orchid, Huan Yuan had begun to discern their nature. One thread constrained her within a distance limit from the trio, while the other threatened to inflict the torment of bone erosion and heart extraction upon her at any moment. Initially, Huan Yuan had intended to discreetly help her consume the threads when no one was watching, but when she had previously attempted to do so, the taste resembled that of spoiled pickled vegetables, making it utterly unpalatable. Furthermore, the timing for releasing her was not opportune. The distance restriction allowed for any one of the three to remain within 5 meters of her, thus Huan Yuan decided to postpone her efforts. Yet now, witnessing the additional gray thread entwining Little Orchid, Huan Yuan thought, "Forget it, do as you please." In the ensuing time, Huan Yuan found herself unwillingly dragged into their matchmaking endeavors for Xia Wanqing, observing wave after wave of talented young men being rejected by her. Little Orchid slumped despondently over the table. "We've nearly exhausted all the eligible individuals in Lu City, yet Miss Wanqing hasn't shown interest in any of them. With the flower festival approaching, what shall we do?" At this moment, Shan Kei's face was devoid of its usual calmness, tinged with irritation. "Master, if Xia Wanqing does not find a beloved to marry before the flower festival, what shall we do?" Dongfang Qingsong maintained a composed demeanor, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, each beat soothing Shan Kei's restless heart back to tranquility. "As long as the master is here, there will undoubtedly be a solution." A flicker of hope reignited in his eyes. However, the pressure weighing on Dongfang Qingsong was far from the calm he projected. In truth, the success of Xia Wanqing's tribulation was of little consequence to him, yet, it was intrinsically linked to the fate of the 100,000 soldiers sealed in the Shenyuan realm, making her success imperative. His gaze fell upon Little Orchid, who instantly straightened in her seat. "It's futile, Tian Shaorun has been around us, yet he hasn't displayed the slightest interest in Miss Wanqing." Dongfang Qingsong expressed mild disdain. "The individuals from Shuyunshan are truly inept." Meanwhile, Huan Yuan was already indulging in her second plate of pastries, savoring them with a hearty appetite, a stark contrast to the three who were too anxious to eat. All three turned their gazes toward her, causing Huan Yuan to pause, experimentally raising a pastry. "Would you like some?" Little Orchid, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Huan Yuan, are you not feeling anxious? The flower festival is nearly upon us." Huan Yuan shrugged. "Why should I be anxious? Dongfang Qingsong seeks to unseal the 100,000 soldiers, Little Orchid is intent on rescuing her Lord Changhong, and Shan Kei's urgency is understandable. However, frankly, these matters do not significantly concern me." Whether one deemed her indifferent or lacking empathy, she scarcely knew either the Moon Clan or Lord Changhong, and they held far less value to her than the pastries before her. The only connections she had were with Dongfang Qingsong, Shan Kei, and Little Orchid, nothing more. The third rule of the Demon Clan's training manual: one should not assume responsibilities for others without the requisite strength. Huan Yuan responded to Little Orchid's earlier inquiry. "What good is being anxious?" Little Orchid sighed. "That is indeed true." Dongfang Qingsong glanced at Huan Yuan, extending his hand to refill her teacup, placing it within her reach. In Feishan Pavilion, Huan Yuan looked at Xia Wanqing seated across from her. "What kind of person does Miss Wanqing favor?" Xia Wanqing smiled gently. "What a curious question from Madame Dongfang. Someone of my status hardly has the luxury to entertain such notions." Huan Yuan recalled her own fate in this life, once a young lady of high standing, only to see the men exiled and the women forced into brothels, reduced to mere courtesans. The thought of her destined betrayal and tragic end weighed heavily on her heart. With a deep sigh, she mused, wasn't I once a battle goddess? Even in reincarnation, I should not be burdened with such a tragic fate. It feels as though I am a celestial being suffering penance for past transgressions. Xia Wanqing observed the individuals from the Dongfang family who had been visiting her daily, perplexed by the head of the family spending lavish amounts to meet her. Initially, he neither listened to music nor drank wine, always accompanied by his wife. Occasionally, he brought along some of Lu City's talented youths, doing nothing but professing to act as matchmakers. How strange. Madame Dongfang was quite the character herself, following her husband to the brothel without displaying anger or annoyance, appearing more at ease than he, even expressing a desire to listen to music. What an odd family indeed. Dongfang Qingsong and Little Orchid had ventured out to inquire about more talented youths in Lu City, leaving Huan Huan content to remain with Xia Wanqing, listening to Xia Wanqing play the zither, flanked by beautiful maidens. Huan Huan felt this was the essence of life. Sipping fruit wine from the hand of the maiden on her left, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Once Xia Wanqing finished playing, she noticed Huan Yuan's demeanor and smiled. Madame Dongfang, are you not afraid that Dongfang Yuan will be angered upon seeing this scene? Upon hearing Dongfang Qingsong's name, Huan Yuan immediately straightened her posture, glancing around to confirm he had not returned yet, then lazily reclined against the leg of the beautiful maiden beside her. In this world, women endure so much hardship. Why should those men be allowed to rebel while we cannot? Would you not agree, fair maiden? Chapter 45 of the Kanglan Oath. CP Dongfang Qingsong, with an audaciously teasing smile gracing her lips, she playfully caressed the chin of a nearby maid. Had it been a man, the maid of the Feixian pavilion would have shyly complied, but in the presence of Madame Dongfang, the maid merely giggled and, with a graceful flourish, collapsed into Huan Huan's embrace. Oh dear, madam. Naturally, this was met with even greater enthusiasm, for this Madame Dongfang was far more generous and gentle than those unpleasant men. As Dongfang Qingsong pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of his wife languidly reclining against a maid on the soft couch, with another maid beside her feeding her pastries. The inkiness of his gaze churned. Madam certainly seems to be in high spirits. Huan Huan, noticing the chill radiating from Dongfang Qingsong at the door, inwardly lamented her predicament. These past few days, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Xia Wanqing's beloved, and she had momentarily lost her composure. The maid beside her found herself caught in a quandary, unable to stand or sit, as it was her first encounter with a husband catching his wife in a compromising position. She was utterly inexperienced. Only Xia Wanqing remained unfazed, regarding Huan Huan on the couch with a smile. I told you this family is quite amusing. Without hesitation, Huan Huan sprang to her feet and approached the visibly agitated Dongfang Qingsong, unaffected by his intimidating aura. She leapt onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Instinctively, Dongfang Qingsong embraced her, casting a glance at the three stunned individuals behind him, his expression darkening. This is absurd. Huan Huan pouted. If it's absurd, then why not let go? She then pressed her lips against his in a deep kiss. Darling, you finally returned. I've missed you so much. At the moment she leapt onto him, Dongfang Qingsong had already immobilized the three individuals in the room, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Upon hearing her call him darling, a shiver ran down Dongfang Qingsong's spine, and his eyes softened, as he embraced her and vanished from the spot. Once they departed, the room returned to normalcy. Xia Wanqing, contemplating the scene that had just unfolded, shook her head in amusement at the now absent Dongfang Yuan and his wife. Though Dongfang Yuan appeared cold and stern, possessing an aura unmatched by ordinary individuals, he was utterly powerless in the presence of his wife. Yet, thinking of his perceptive, gentle, and ever-changing wife, one could not help but wonder who would not cherish such a person deeply. On the other side, within the bedroom of the Dongfang residence, fervent kisses and gasps filled the air. Shall we marry after we return to the moon plan? Dongfang Qingsong's husky voice whispered in her ear. Huan Huan's cheeks flushed, her eyes hazy as she gasped. Have you found Xia Wanqing's beloved? Dongfang Qingsong's response was muffled, as if he were consuming something. I was too hasty. 30,000 years ago, her soul fragments were nurtured and reincarnated into the mortal realm. Although I know not the purpose of this individual, they certainly will not permit her to fail in her final tribulation. Huan Huan inquired, then why aren't you at the Feixian pavilion keeping watch? Dongfang Qingsong replied, it is still early. I have instructed Shang Ke to keep the orchid spirit at the Feixian pavilion, and besides, doesn't my wife long for me? The emphasis on long carried an ambiguous undertone. By the time they arrived at the Feixian pavilion, it was already midnight. Observing the concealed figures of Shang Ke and the little orchid, Dongfang Qingsong asked, any abnormalities? Shang Ke responded, none whatsoever. The comings and goings were all of ordinary mortals devoid of spiritual power, and Xia Wanqing's acquaintances exhibited no anomalies. Dongfang Qingsong reassured him, no worries, there are still 10 days until the flower festival. Given the unusual nature of Xia Wanqing's tribulation, the one tasked with reconstructing her soul cannot simply ignore it. Shang Ke hesitated, glancing at his master with concern, but what if that mastermind is equally powerless? Dongfang Qingsong's lowered eyelashes concealed his thoughts, his figure shrouded in shadows, exuding a barely perceptible solitude and melancholy. Huan Huan reached out, grasping his hand, feeling the warmth radiating from her palm. A smile flickered in his eyes. If that is the case, I shall find another method to unlock the realm of the mysterious. His words, though softly spoken, resonated with undeniable confidence and authority. Shang Ke's expression eased. Yes. Following the strongest of the Moon Clan instilled a sense of confidence and ease, as if any problem could be resolved with his presence. The next day, instead of the anticipated visitors, they were unexpectedly greeted by the eager proposal of Xiao Run. Observing Xiao Run and his family, Huan Huan pulled the little orchid aside. What are your thoughts on this? The little orchid bit her lip. I don't know. Huan Huan was taken aback. The little orchid expressed her inner turmoil. I know that even if I marry him in this mortal realm, it signifies nothing. Once he successfully navigates his tribulation and returns to the water cloud sky, he will still be his war god, and I shall remain the little orchid of the Hall of Fate. I am uncertain whether his affections today are genuine. Will he still love me once he reverts to the esteemed Xianjun Changheng? He will, he has always loved you. A voice interjected, causing Huan Huan and the little orchid to turn warily toward the figure emerging from the corner. The little orchid furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the man before her, uncertainly asking, "You are the Danine fairy?" With a wave of her hand, Danine transformed back into her female form, her gaze complex as she regarded the little orchid. "It is I." The little orchid, perplexed, questioned, "Danine fairy, you aren't here to navigate your tribulation as well, are you?" Danine did not respond to this inquiry but continued her previous statement. "Weren't you just questioning whether Xianjun Changheng would still love you after returning? I can assure you, he will. He came to this mortal realm precisely because of you." The little orchid found herself increasingly bewildered. "What do you mean he came because of me?" Danine cast a deep glance at the little orchid. "Xianjun Changheng has always loved you. Ever since your disappearance, he traced the possibility that someone from the Moon Clan had taken you, contemplating leading troops to demand your return. However, Jun Yun opposed this and imprisoned him." The little orchid stood frozen, struck by Dan Yan's first statement. "What does it mean that Xianjun Changheng loves me?" Upon hearing that he was imprisoned because of her, her lashes fluttered. Danine continued, "I once inadvertently witnessed your wedding with Xianjun Changheng upon the Tree of Fate in the Hall of Fate." The scene unfolded in this Lu City. Upon informing Xianjun Changheng, he secretly escaped, traversing through the Hall of Divine Water to reach Lu City, assuming the guise of the second son of the Xiao family, solely to share a moment with you. Chapter 46. The azure orchid's fate. Little orchid cast her eyes downward in silence, her gaze filled solely with shock and astonishment. The weight of the information she had just received was overwhelming, sending her thoughts into a tumultuous spiral, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Beside her, Fox Huan Huan found the tale rather dull. Was it not simply a story of a wealthy young gentleman falling in love with someone he ought not to? Moreover, it seemed she had heard from Shang Ke that the war god Changheng had long been betrothed to the mysteriously vanished saintess of Xishan since childhood. Particularly, upon hearing Danine mention that someone had been imprisoned, it was evident that familial disapproval was at play, attempting to thwart the lovers' union. Should little orchid truly end up with Changheng, it would surely cast the likes of the so-called Yun Zhongjuan as a villainous mother-in-law. Once little orchid had gathered her thoughts, she lifted her gaze to Danine and inquired, "Fairy Danine, do you know what fate awaits Changheng in his tribulations?" Danine shook her head. "I am unaware, yet I speculate that Changheng's arrival here may be linked to you. Perhaps it concerns you in some manner?" Little orchid pondered, how could it possibly relate to her? Meanwhile, Fox Huan Huan mused that the narrative might shift towards a domestic drama involving little orchid battling against the villainous Yun Zhongjuan, and while lost in her own conjectures, she inadvertently remarked, "Could it be something akin to Xia Wangqing's plight, a matter of living and dying for you?" At this, both little orchid and Danine turned their gazes toward her in unison. Meeting their incredulous stares, Fox Huan Huan exclaimed, "No, surely not." Reflecting on the tribulations faced by deities, little orchid recalled, logically speaking, a deity's tribulation is a manifestation of their inner obsessions, leading them through trials to transcend these attachments. If Changheng is indeed here for me, it is highly probable that he must endure the trials of love, be it the pain of separation or betrayal, or even, as you suggested, the sacrifice of his own life for the one he cherishes. Fox Huan Huan remained skeptical of this notion. Would such trials truly not lead to failure? Witnessing one's beloved perish or betray them might surely lead to despair. Ultimately, little orchid acquiesced to Xiao Run's proposal of marriage, coincidentally on the night of the flower festival's full moon. When Fox Huan Huan asked why she agreed, little orchid replied with a gentle smile, "Huan Huan, is it not you who advised me to follow my heart? Let this be the fulfillment of my own dream. As for what follows, we shall address it in due time." Meanwhile, at Shangke, after 3 relentless days of vigilance over Xia Wangqing, an anomaly was finally detected. As they approached the Fei Xian pavilion, Fox Huan Huan's nose crinkled in distaste, particularly as they neared Xia Wangqing's chamber, where an unbearable stench grew increasingly potent. Noticing that her companion seemed oblivious, she realized this was a sensation only she could perceive. At that moment, Xia Wangqing opened the door, wearing a genuine smile, as if it radiated from her very soul. Spotting the group, she greeted them hastily, "Mr. Dongfang, Mrs. Dongfang, it has been quite some time." Dongfang Qingsong and Fox Huan Huan nodded in acknowledgement, their attention drawn to the gentleman emerging behind her, clad in azure robes and holding a bamboo flute, his features strikingly handsome. The way Xia Wangqing gazed at him was notably different. Xia Wangqing introduced, "Allow me to present our new musician at the Fei Xian pavilion, you may call him Xiao Chen. Chen, these are the Dongfang couple I mentioned." After exchanging glances, Dongfang Qingsong and Fox Huan Huan turned their focus to the musician, who stepped forward and stated, "I have the honor of meeting Mr. Dongfang." The weight of the name Dongfang was pronounced in his tone. As they lingered in the adjacent alleyway, it was not long before they encountered the musician, Xiao Chen, standing before them, his gaze fixated on Dongfang Qingsong. He remarked, "I never anticipated that even the esteemed Lord of the Moon could falter. It is quite disappointing." Dongfang Qingsong shielded Fox Huan Huan behind him, his eyes narrowing as he confronted the musician, "And who might you be?" The musician replied, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that if it were not for the Moon Lord's meddling, Xia Wangqing's tribulations would not have spiraled into such chaos." Fox Huan Huan interjected, "Wow, how astute." Dongfang Qingsong, though tempted to incinerate the sarcastic individual before him, recognized the necessity of Xia Wangqing's tribulation and found himself seething with frustration. The musician, also known as the illustrious Lord Ronghao, shared similar sentiments of ire towards the one who had disrupted his plans, yet he understood that at this moment, he would not face any repercussions. As he turned to leave, Dongfang Qingsong's thoughts drifted to the moment his master successfully navigated his tribulations, yearning for her primordial spirit, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He also harbored a twinge of conflict regarding the orchid spirit who wed his close companion, though resolve soon replaced his hesitation. On the day of the flower festival, 2 weddings were held concurrently in Luqing. One for Xiao Run, the second son of the Xiao family, and the other for the renowned courtesan, Xia Wangqing, and her musician husband. The means by which this musician won Xia Wangqing's heart remained a mystery, inciting envy among the men of Luqing, yet it could not prevent the nuptials from proceeding. Fox Huan Huan had managed to lift the distance restriction placed upon Little Orchid, but another aspect of Dongfang Qingsong remained resolute in keeping it intact. As the full moon ascended, the gaze of the crowd converged upon Xia Wangqing's wedding. Witnessing the swirling dark mist enveloping the courtyard, both Dongfang Qingsong and Shang Ke exchanged incredulous glances. Evil energy, wasn't the Tai Sui sealed away? How could this malevolence manifest? After Xia Wangqing triumphed in her tribulation, as Dongfang Qingsong approached to claim her primordial spirit, the malevolent energy surged forth, obstructing his advance. The musician, who had brutally slain his bride, sat amidst the chaos, cradling Xia Wangqing's lifeless form, emanating a relentless wave of malevolence that assailed Dongfang Qingsong. Fox Huan Huan, addressing Shang Ke, whom Dongfang Qingsong had instructed to remain behind for her protection, urged, "Shang Ke, assist him." Shang Ke hesitated, glancing worriedly at Dongfang Qingsong, "But my lord instructed me to safeguard you." Fox Huan Huan nudged him forward, "I can protect myself. Do not forget my defenses, hurry and lend your aid." Only then did Shang Ke recall her impenetrable barrier, which even her lord's flames could not breach, and he dashed into the fray. Watching Dongfang Qingsong engaged in battle, Fox Huan Huan furrowed her brow, his flames appeared to have weakened. Meanwhile, Little Orchid clutched the lifeless body of Xiao Run, overwhelmed with grief, just as the encroaching malevolence surged toward her. In that critical moment, a radiant light erupted from within her, obliterating the dark energy that approached. Chapter 47 of the Covenant of the Azure Orchid. CP Dongfang Qingsong Ronghao gazed at the radiant light emanating from the direction of the Xiao residence, a light that could purify all things, and his eyes flickered with astonishment. The Xilan clan. Observing Dongfang Qingsong, who was ensnared by the malevolent energy, he ceased to linger and, cradling the lifeless body of Xia Wanqing, vanished from sight. Dongfang Qingsong wished to pursue him, yet the pervasive malevolent energy obstructed his path. This malevolent energy was a creation of the vicious deity, Tai Sui. Only the members of the Xishan clan could purify it. However, 30,000 years ago, the Xilan clan was mysteriously annihilated overnight, leaving only the saintess of Xishan surviving, yet her whereabouts remain unknown. For 3 millennia, there has been no news of the Xishan saintess in the 3 realms. After Dongfang Qingsong employed his infernal flames to eradicate the malevolent energy filling the courtyard, he looked towards the distance, where Ronghao had already departed, and commanded Shang Ke, "Find him for me. Search the 3 realms if you must." Shang Ke responded, "Understood." At that moment, a disheveled figure clad in a crimson bridal gown stumbled towards them. Huan Huan, sensing something amiss, swiftly approached to support her. "Little Orchid, what troubles you?" Little Orchid's face was ashen, her demeanor resembling that of a soulless being. Upon hearing Huan Huan's voice, she clutched her hand tightly. "Huan Huan, Xiao Run is dead. He has succeeded in his tribulation, has he not?" This question was akin to grasping a glimmer of light in the darkness. Were Huan Huan to deny it, the light in her eyes would surely extinguish. "Yes, of course, perhaps he has returned to Shui Yuntian and is on his way to find you right now." Upon hearing this, Little Orchid exhaled in relief. "That is good, that is good." Then, her eyes fluttered closed, and she collapsed into Huan Huan's embrace. Huan Huan furrowed her brow as she regarded Little Orchid in her arms, recalling the foul stench that pervaded the courtyard since the malevolent energy's appearance, a stench so wretched it nearly suffocated her. This malevolent energy was truly the most repugnant thing she had ever encountered. As the group emerged from Lu City, intending to return to the Moon Clan, they were intercepted midway. The war god, Chang Hong, led his soldiers with an air of menace, addressing them, "Dongfang Qingsong, surrender Little Orchid." Dongfang Qingsong frowned, poised to retaliate, but was halted by Huan Huan. She raised her gaze to Chang Hong, who had resumed his divine form. "Surrender her? Can you truly protect her? What status will you afford her upon her return? Can your esteemed brother tolerate her presence?" A series of pointed inquiries darkened Chang Heng's expression, particularly the last question, which rendered him speechless. He knew his brother would never condone a union between himself and Little Orchid. "Huan Huan, I wish to return with him." Little Orchid's weak voice emerged from behind. Huan Huan turned to see Little Orchid, who had just fainted, now awake, her gaze piercing through Huan Huan to meet Chang Heng's, her eyes brimming with delight. "How wonderful, you are unharmed." Chang Heng's heart ached at the sight of Little Orchid. Huan Huan, standing between them, felt as though she were the galaxy separating them. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Little Orchid, her expression grave. "Little Orchid, do you comprehend what you will face upon returning to Shui Yuntian?" Little Orchid was well aware of the trials that awaited her, not merely the need to explain her association with the Moon Clan, but also the grave possibility of being branded a traitor, along with the implications of her relationship with Chang Heng. She offered Huan Huan a reassuring smile. "I have not attended to the flowers and plants in the Hall of Destiny for quite some time. I wish to return and see them." "Huan Huan, do not worry. I shall be fine. Though this predicament was unwarranted, encountering you made it less dire. Aside from my master, you are the second person to treat me with such kindness." Huan Huan met her steadfast gaze with a sigh. "I understand. She then turned her attention to Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang Qingsong glanced at Chang Hong, then at the pleading Huan Huan, and waved his hand, dispelling the final curse upon Little Orchid. As the gray lines on her body vanished, Huan Huan flashed a sweet smile at Dongfang Qingsong before approaching Little Orchid. Close your eyes, I have a gift for you. Little Orchid, though curious, obediently shut her eyes. The ensuing moment caused both Dongfang Qingsong and Chang Heng's expressions to darken significantly. Dongfang Qingsong swiftly pulled Huan Huan to his side, his demeanor alert as he regarded Little Orchid, who was also drawn to Chang Heng. Little Orchid reached out to touch her forehead, and upon understanding the nature of the gift she had received, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Huan Huan, peeking out from Dongfang Qingsong's embrace, smiled and said, I couldn't help it. Little Orchid is simply too adorable. A kiss is not excessive, and this kiss shall protect you. As soon as the words left her lips, Dongfang Qingsong, with a grim expression, pulled her back. Little Orchid, slightly dazed by the unexpected kiss, recognized Huan Huan's concern and smiled in response. Chang Hong regarded Little Orchid with a complex expression. Little Orchid, she speaks truth, perhaps you would be safer in the Moon Clan for now. Little Orchid tilted her head with a smile, asking, will you protect me, Lord Chang Hong? Chang Hong replied eagerly, of course. Recalling the camaraderie between Huan Huan and Dongfang Qingsong, Little Orchid thought that sometimes, being a bit more proactive was beneficial as she grasped Chang Heng's hand. Then I am unafraid. I wish to be with you. Chang Hong, filled with emotion, nodded with a smile. Very well. He then pivoted, stating, yet I still cannot allow you to leave. Drawing his sword, he pointed it at Dongfang Qingsong. Let us duel, Dongfang Qingsong. Huan Huan regarded him with an expression of incredulity, while Dongfang Qingsong prepared to engage. Huan Huan interjected, what a fool. Tossing the recording stone into the air, the scene from the wedding night in Lu City materialized, culminating in the image of the musician cradling Xia Wanqing's corpse, with malevolent energy swirling around him. Chang Hong, Little Orchid, and the soldiers behind him stared in shock at the scene. Is that not Lord Ronghao? Is that malevolent energy? Huan Huan remarked, oh, it seems we need not exert ourselves to find anyone. This Lord Ronghao appears to be from your Shui Yintian. Pray tell, Lord Chang Hong, can you elucidate why your people are associated with malevolent energy? Are you, perhaps, intending to unleash the vicious deity, Tai Sui, to wreak havoc upon the three realms? What is this? This is nothing more than standing on the moral high ground to disdain them. Chang Hong had yet to recover from the shocking scene, but upon hearing Huan Huan's inquiry, he immediately retorted, our Shui Yintian has always taken it upon itself to protect the three realms. We would never engage in actions that threaten them, let alone have any connection with the vicious deity, Tai Sui. You Moon Clan members should refrain from slandering us. Chapter 48, The Kanglan Agreement. CP Dongfang Qingsong. In response to their rebuttal, Huan Shan remained silent, her hands raised and pointing at the recording stone in the air. It is widely acknowledged that the recording stone can only capture events that have transpired and cannot be altered by human intervention. The evidence was irrefutable. Huan Shan hurled the recording stone in her hand towards Chang Hong, declaring, this belongs to you. We expect a resolution to this matter within 7 days, otherwise, these images will spread widely throughout the three realms. Should that occur, the reputation of Shui Yintian would plummet. A realm that prides itself on safeguarding the three realms would be utterly humiliated if it were revealed to have colluded with a malevolent deity. Having delivered her ultimatum, Huan Shan seized Dongfang Qingsong's hand and departed with Shank, unimpeded by anyone. If the malevolent deity, Tai Sui, were to break free from his seal, the entire three realms would be at risk. Thus, the conflict with the Moon Clan paled in comparison. Upon returning to the Moon Clan, Dongfang Qingsong promptly convened a meeting to discuss the emergence of the cursed energy, faced with a common adversary threatening all realms, every race united in solidarity, a tradition that has been upheld since the age of ancient barbarism. On the fourth day, Shui Yintian sent representatives to the Moon Clan with their response. Dongfang Qingsong regarded Chang Hong, who had arrived alone, and inquired, so, have you located the person you were seeking? Chang Hong, still in disbelief that his closest friend, Ronghao, could be one who would jeopardize the safety of the three realms for selfish gain, found the investigation results pointed ominously in his direction. Ronghao was the sole disciple of the god of war of the Red Earth. We have yet to uncover why he is allied with the malevolent deity Tai Sui, nor have we determined his current whereabouts. However, it is highly probable that his actions are connected to the former god of war, Chang Hong reported. Dongfang Qingsong, exasperated, replied, pray tell, do not tell me this is all you have uncovered? Huan Shan interjected, isn't it obvious, must one even investigate such matters? Chang Hong felt a wave of shame wash over him. Although he loathed to hear their mockery, he could not refute their claims. Dongfang Qingsong cast a glance at Xu Wenfeng, whose expression betrayed guilt as he stepped forward. The individual you referred to as Ronghao is also the lord of the Mirage Sea. Perhaps you should investigate in that direction. Chang Hong looked astonished. What, is this information reliable? Despite the collective effort to confront Tai Sui, Xu Wenfeng bore no goodwill towards the people of Shui Yintian. Believe it or not, it's your prerogative. I've merely shared the information. Chang Hong could not dismiss the possibility of deception in such matters, yet he felt absurdly betrayed by his once-believed close friend Ronghao. What else about you remains shrouded in mystery? Following that, discussions turned to strategies on how to confront Tai Sui, as the cursed energy had begun to spread through Yunmengs, threatening to reach Sangyan Sea and Shui Yintian in due course. As the meeting drew to a close, Huan Shan inquired, what of Xiaolanhua? At the mention of Xiaolanhua, Chang Hong's eyes softened, yet he quickly fell into a state of melancholy and guilt. She is currently in the Hall of Destiny. Observing his expression, which suggested all was not well, she pressed, you aren't keeping her imprisoned in the Hall of Destiny for surveillance, are you? Chang Hung fell silent, guilt etched across his face. Confining Xiaolanhua to the Hall of Destiny was the limit of his authority, Xu Wenfeng scoffed derisively, truly useless. Huan Huan gave him a thumbs up, feel free to speak more. Dongfang Qingsong regarded the two with an expression that betrayed his disbelief. Huan Huan continued, was it not said that the Saintess of Xishan could resolve the situation with Tai Sui? Do you have any news of her? Chang Hung shook his head, none, and the Saintess of Xishan has not been seen for 30,000 years. At that moment, Chang Hung desired nothing more than to locate the Saintess, for their engagement still lingered. Should he succeed in persuading her to annul their bond, perhaps he could then be with Xiaolanhua. Wasn't the reason his elder brother opposed his union with Xiaolanhua precisely due to this engagement? Huan Huan recalled the speculation Dongfang Qingsong had shared with her and addressed Chang Hung, we can provide you with the whereabouts of the Saintess of Xishan, but you must return the territories you previously seized from the Moon Clan. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong, Xu Wenfeng, and Shank simultaneously turned to her, astonished by her audacity. In this realm, territories were claimed through the crucible of war, and during the 3 decades of Dongfang Qingsong's absence, the Moon Clan had suffered internal strife and faced the looming threat of Shui Yuntian, losing several territories in the process. Dongfang Qingsong had initially planned to reclaim the territories post-Taisui crisis, but none had anticipated Huan Huan's bold proposition. Could such a significant piece of information truly be exchanged for the return of territories? Despite their skepticism, when Chang Hung turned to them with a serious demeanor, they rallied behind Huan Huan. After all, though they may remain silent behind closed doors, they must present a united front before outsiders. Chang Hung frowned, asking for all is excessive, we may return half. Dongfang Qingsong and the others were aghast. Half, would they truly relinquish half so effortlessly? Though Dongfang Qingsong felt tempted, he observed Huan Huan's silence and refrained from voicing his thoughts, reassuring her, fear not, I am here. Pursue whatever course you wish. Shank, noting his master's silence, quietly held his sword, standing aside. Only Xu Wenfeng appeared anxious, urging, agree, the Moon Clan's military strength and supplies are not what they once were. Regaining even half would bolster our forces significantly. Huan Huan, her demeanor cold, lifted her gaze to Chang Hung, all of it, not a single piece of land can be spared. This information regarding the Saintess of Xishan, which you have sought for 30,000 years, is far more valuable than what you have taken from us. If you refuse, then so be it. Chang Hung pondered deeply, and after a lengthy silence, he finally looked up at Huan Huan and Dongfang Qingsong, I need to return and discuss this with my elder brother. Very well. Huan Huan replied. We shall await your news. As Huan Huan suggested, exchanging something that was never theirs for information of immense significance to oneself was a proposition that the Lord of the Clouds could hardly refuse. After all, the territories now held little value. Upon receiving word of Shui Yuntian's agreement, the people of the Moon Clan erupted in cheers. At last, their homeland had been restored. Without delving into the expressions of the Shui Yuntian contingent upon discovering that Xiaolanhua was the saintess they had long sought, the people of the Moon Clan held immense admiration for their Moon Lord. To reclaim their lost territories without shedding a single drop of blood was a feat surpassing even that of their esteemed Moon Sovereign. Chapter 49 The Kanglan Oath. CP Dongfang Qingsong is the Moon Sovereign prepared for battle. It took but a few words from the Moon Monarch to resolve the matter. Observing the jubilant Moon Clan citizens below, Huan Huan leaned against the railing of the silent Moon Palace, the view of the Tsangyan Sea revealing a unique charm after prolonged contemplation. Dongfang Qingsong extended his arms from behind her, enveloping her entirely in his embrace, as they both savored the cheers of the Moon Clan. Turning her head to gaze at Dongfang Qingsong, the sharp line of his jaw accentuated his handsome visage. Initially captivated by his striking features, she had since removed him from her list of potential partners upon realizing his extraordinary longevity. However, as their interactions deepened, she found herself contemplating the notion that if she chose another, Dongfang Qingsong might eliminate any rival with ruthless efficiency. The prospect of securing a peaceful future with such a domineering yet tender companion seemed rather appealing, did it not? Perhaps sensing the warmth in her gaze, Dongfang Qingsong smiled, what's the matter? Are you cold? Huan Huan nestled closer into his arms, yes, I am cold, I need a hug. With a smirk, he tightened his embrace. The spread of the ominous aura was swifter than anyone had anticipated, signifying the growing strength of the malevolent deity. Gazing at the ominous energy that began to encroach upon the Moon Clan, Dongfang Qingsong understood that the confrontation with the deity could no longer be postponed. The situation in Shui Yuntian was similarly dire. Thus, after much deliberation, it was decided that a joint assault against the malevolent deity would take place in 3 days' time. The identity of the sacred maiden of Xishan, Little Orchid, had been confirmed. What better way to validate her identity than to purify the ominous aura directly? Following this confirmation, Yun Zhongjuan's attitude towards Little Orchid underwent a complete transformation, as if the previous disdain and difficulties had never occurred. Huan Huan, you wouldn't believe it. Yun Zhongjuan now greets me with a smile. Little Orchid exclaimed, a shiver running down her spine at the thought. The fear that Shui Yuntian harbored towards Dongfang Qingsong from 30,000 years ago resulted in a chaotic selection process for candidates visiting the Moon Clan, ultimately leading to Ling Hong, the most powerful among them, volunteering to negotiate with the Moon Clan. Little Orchid accompanied him on this journey. The night before the battle, Dongfang Qingsong, seemingly insatiable, yearned to consume Huan Huan completely. She, aware of his tumultuous emotions, willingly cooperated, and it was this tenderness and understanding that brought him to the brink of reluctance. They were intertwined, with Dongfang Qingsong burying his head in the crook of her neck, their chamber filled solely with the sound of their breaths. What are you afraid of? Huan Huan inquired, stroking his hair gently. Dongfang Qingsong stiffened, remaining silent. She tightened her embrace around him. Rest assured, I will not let anything happen to you. If you ever entertain the thought of restoring your fiery essence through severing love, I shall confine you in a bottle and cast you into the depths of the sea, leaving you forever alone. Dongfang Qingsong tightened his grip around her waist, his voice low and determined. I won't give you that opportunity. Without my fiery essence, I can still protect you and the Moon Clan. Huan Huan smiled. Ah, that is the Dongfang Qingsong I know. When did you realize I no longer possessed my fiery essence? He asked. I noticed it right after we left Deer City, she replied. So that's why you stopped me from acting back then, he probed. Not quite. I merely found Long Hung insufferable at that moment and took the chance to confront him, she explained. On the day of confronting the malevolent deity, it was a rare sight to see the soldiers of Shui Yintian and the Moon Clan united against a common foe. Yet, the ominous aura proved exceedingly formidable. It could not be vanquished, and even if dispersed, it reassembled with alarming speed. Moreover, they had to remain vigilant against those engulfed in the aura, who could easily become indistinguishable from the enemy, complicating the battlefield situation significantly. Though Little Orchid possessed the ability to purify the ominous aura, her divine powers had only recently awakened, making it arduous for her to contend with such overwhelming darkness alone. As they gazed at the massive black fog hovering above, the gravity of their expressions deepened. It was then that they realized Dongfang Qingsong of the Moon Clan had lost his fiery essence. Under normal circumstances, the people of Shui Yintian would rejoice, but now they faced a significant loss in combat strength. Dongfang Qingsong, witnessing the soldiers around him succumbing to madness due to the aura, directed his gaze towards the malevolent deity above, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. After exchanging a glance with Long Hong, they both soared into the air, launching an offensive against the deity. After numerous exchanges, both men, drained of spiritual energy, stared defiantly at the still arrogant face of the malevolent deity, filled with frustration. At that moment, Little Orchid flew forward, positioning herself before them to intercept the deity's attack. Radiating purifying energy from her diminutive frame, the ominous aura vanished upon contact with her. However, she could not sustain this for long. The rampaging deity transformed the battlefield into a sea of darkness. With a sinister laugh, the malevolent deity proclaimed, "Ha, you shall all remain here today." Positioned in the rear, Huan Huan observed the battlefield, where the stench of the black fog pervaded the air, her expression a mix of turmoil and resignation. Sighing at the futility of their efforts against this foul entity, she leaped into the fray upon her arrival. Both Dongfang Qingsong and Little Orchid wore expressions of concern. Huan Huan, return. They understood well that her defensive capabilities were all that remained. Her offensive techniques were weaker than even Little Orchid's prior skills. Gazing at the malevolent deity above, Huan Huan held her breath, utterly repulsed by its grotesque form. Closing her eyes, she emanated a verdant light, summoning a colossal green turtle onto the battlefield. The turtle slowly opened its mouth, biting into the deity's black fog, unleashing a piercing scream from the depths of the darkness. The malevolent deity attempted to flee, but was ensnared by the spells of Dongfang Qingsong, Long Hong, and others, left to watch helplessly as the turtle advanced toward it. The deity's attacks fell upon the turtle, yet it could not even pierce its shell. After taking a bite, Huan Huan found the taste overwhelming, an assault on her senses, and she could not suppress her gag reflex. How revolting! The battlefield bore witness to an absurd scene. A turtle shedding tears, alternating between eating and retching, its expression a portrait of sorrow. Meanwhile, the malevolent deity, utterly powerless to retaliate, could neither escape nor fight back, forced to endure the turtle's disdainful feasting. In its final moments, the deity never imagined that the fate of a once mighty beast would culminate in such a humiliating demise. It would have preferred to remain sealed by the people of Shishan. Chapter 50 of the Tale of Kanglan, CP Dongfang Qingsong. The Tai Sui was consumed entirely by Huan Huan, who, after transforming into human form, appeared pallid and devoid of spirit. Just as she was about to collapse, Dongfang Qingsong caught her, and she slipped into unconsciousness. The ferocious Tai Sui vanished, leaving behind a lingering malevolence that was completely purified by Xiaolanhua. Following the conclusion of the great battle, news of Dongfang Qingsong's extinguished calamity fire spread swiftly across the three realms. In Shui Yintian, there were suggestions to seize the moment and attack Sangyan, which met with vehement opposition from Changheng, while the goddess of Shishan also made it clear that she was against waging war against Sangyan. Observing Changheng's resolute gaze, Yunzhongjin and Changheng locked eyes in a tense standoff for a protracted period, ultimately leading Yunzhongjin to abandon the proposal. With her elder brother's plan to invade Sangyan thwarted, Changheng finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Xiaolanhua reached out and took his hand, and they exchanged a knowing smile. The subsequent significant event in Shui Yintian was the grand wedding of the war god Changheng and the goddess of Shishan. The occasion was celebrated with an extravagant flourish, as if to assert a point, with even the Moon Clan sending invitations. In stark contrast to the revelry in Shui Yintian, the Moon Clan's Jiyue Palace was enveloped in an eerie silence. Dongfang Qingsong remained vigilantly at the bedside of the slumbering Huan Huan, sleepless for days on end, impervious to any pleas for him to rise. When Shank entered and beheld the master in such a state, having gone 3 months without rest, he felt a pang of sympathy and gently urged, "Master, the Moon Sovereign would not wish to see you like this upon awakening." Dongfang Qingsong reached out to caress her face, murmuring, "Then let her awaken, shall she not?" With each passing day, her breath grew weaker, and the spiritual energy within her dwindled, approaching nothingness. It was as though she was on the brink of vanishing, a thought that filled Dongfang Qingsong with dread. Despite the abundance of rare herbs and his own spiritual energy being channeled into her, no effect was apparent. He could not bear to close his eyes for fear that she might disappear upon his awakening. "Huan Huan, how much longer must you slumber? Surely, you cannot sleep through our wedding." Dongfang Qingsong recalled a notion he had heard that marrying could dispel ill fortune and aid in recovery, and, heedless of her current state, he insisted on preparing for their nuptials. Yet, it was evident that Huan Huan was in no condition to wed, and none from the Moon Clan could sway him. The one capable of altering his course lay in slumber within Jiyue Palace, and Dongfang Qingsong would not permit anyone to see her, guarding her with utmost diligence. Shank observed the increasingly unhinged demeanor of his master and hesitantly spoke, "Master, some have heard of your Calamity Fire's disappearance and are now becoming restless, engaging in minor mischief." Dongfang Qingsong remained silent, his gaze tenderly fixed upon the reclining Huan Huan. Witnessing the master's lack of response, Shank glanced at Huan Huan and, steeling himself, declared, "They even intend to use the Moon Sovereign as leverage against you." Dongfang Qingsong turned, a glimmer of bloodlust flickering in his muted eyes. "If they seek death, then I shall oblige." That night, the sounds of pleading and screams echoed outside Jiyue Palace as Dongfang Qingsong sat upon a chair prepared by Shank, wiping the blood splatters from his face. "Keep it down. What if you disturb Huan Huan?" "Yes." Afterward, a profound silence enveloped Jiyue Palace, yet the bloodshed continued unabated until dawn. When the senseless tumult finally ceased, Xuanfeng observed his brother, now more formidable and ruthless than before, and swallowed hard, thinking, how is it that my brother, bereft of Calamity Fire, seems even more terrifying than when he possessed it? Dongfang Qingsong's decisive action quelled the ambitions of those with ulterior motives within the three realms. The Moon Sovereign, devoid of Calamity Fire, remained a force to be reckoned with, compelling many to reconsider their intentions. Indeed, the people of Shui Yuntian were the most cunning, their restraint bore a semblance of wisdom. Thus, the storm passed without tangible consequence. As the grand wedding of Xiaolanhua concluded, and Dongfang Qingsong held the slumbering Huan Huan in his arms to celebrate their union, a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. Huan Huan awoke from her deep slumber, feeling remarkably refreshed, yet upon surveying the empty chamber, she wondered, has Dongfang Qingsong grown tired of me already? Where are my attendants, Xiaohong and Xilv? Pushing open the door, she stepped out into Jiyue Palace, only to be met with astonished looks from the guards. "Quickly, inform the master, the Moon Sovereign has awakened." "We pay our respects to the Moon Sovereign." Their exuberant exclamations startled Huan Huan. At that moment, she sensed that perhaps she had been asleep for quite some time. "How long have I slept?" she inquired, only to hear a soldier, choking back tears, respond, reporting to the Moon Sovereign, "You had been in slumber for 10 years. Huan Huan, observing the soldier's emotional state, could not help but smirk slightly. "No need to be so excited, is there?" The soldier wiped away his tears. "You do not comprehend the trials we have endured during your slumber." Initially, although their master had lost his Calamity Fire, his decisive actions against those with ill intentions had instilled a temporary calm among some. However, provocateurs soon emerged, fully aware of the master's infatuation with the Moon Sovereign. The audacity of some to breach the defenses of Jiyue Palace and approach the Moon Sovereign's bedside was met with the master's rekindled Calamity Fire, now transformed into a brilliant glass flame. Consequently, the entire three realms learned to steer clear of the Moon Clan. Yet, despite these developments, the master's demeanor grew ever colder, his mere gaze chilling enough to freeze one in place. Jiyue Palace had remained silent for 8 years, and the sight of their master instilled trepidation in all. Now, just as the master had successfully morphed into an ice machine, the Moon Sovereign had finally awakened. Listening to the tearful recounting of events from the guards, Huan Huan's mouth twitched in disbelief. "My friend, your theatrics are quite excessive." "Huan Huan." A familiar embrace enveloped Huan Huan, and she smiled, "Darling, I'm back." "Did you miss me?" "I did, very much." Dongfang Qingsong's muffled voice responded. Huan Huan thought, "I know you miss me, but must you hold me so tightly all day long?" Observing Dongfang Qingsong, who insisted on holding her even while eating, she sighed, and turned away. "How can I eat if you're clutching me like this?" Dongfang Qingsong remained silent, his eyes filled with sorrowful reluctance as he gazed at her. Huan Huan sighed, setting down her chopsticks, "If you won't let me eat, then neither shall you." She turned and kissed his lips, hoping to ease his tension. Upon learning of Huan Huan's awakening, Xiaolanhua rushed at Sun Yanxi but, upon seeing the tightly shut doors of Jiyue Palace, immediately understood the situation. Her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "Cursed Dongfang Qingsong, could you not have shown a little restraint?" Chang Heng attempted to console her. "All right, let us return now. It may take a while before the doors open." Reluctantly, Xiaolanhua turned away, huffing as she exchanged words with Chang Heng, who nodded gently in response. Their silhouettes depicted a harmonious, blissful scene. Chapter 51. You are more beautiful than starlight. Fox Huan Huan was unaware of how long she had accompanied Dongfang Qingsong. Even the Moon Lord, who was reputed to be immortal in the three realms, had merely lived long enough. No one truly existed without the specter of death. After both of them closed their eyes and subsequently reopened them, they found themselves surrounded by an expanse of emptiness and blinding whiteness. It was only then that Fox Huan Huan realized she had returned to the Tower of Infinite Laws. This time spent with Dongfang Qingsong allowed Fox Huan Huan to cultivate his affection for a considerable duration within the tower, absorbing his love, which in turn delayed her initiation into the trials of the next world. Upon opening her eyes once more, Fox Huan Huan found herself reborn as an infant in this new realm. Zhao Huan Huan, the cherished daughter of the Zhao family in Qinggang City, was a surprise blessing for her father, who had never anticipated experiencing the joys of raising a child again after retirement. The Zhao family had only two children, Zhao eldest and Zhao Huan Huan, who were separated by 30 years. In fact, her elder brother was already 2 years older than she. As the sole daughter and a late-born treasure, her mature and composed brother doted on her as if she were his own daughter, enveloping her in an abundance of love and care. With her nephew attending school and her brother and sister-in-law at home, as well as her parents' indulgence, Zhao Wanshan led a remarkably blissful life. At the Xingyue Club, Ji Xing accompanied her employer, Zheng Di, to discuss a collaboration regarding the little white dental examination robot. Upon entering, she was momentarily taken aback to see Han Ting. Earlier that morning, during a meeting at the office, she had learned that the largest investor in Huan Huan was Han Ting, yet she had not expected to encounter him that evening. However, the two were merely former university classmates, their familiarity limited to having participated together in the National College Student Artificial Intelligence Entrepreneurship Competition during their sophomore winter break. After exchanging pleasantries, Ji Xing was seated beside the young General Zhao, the protagonist of the evening's intended collaboration. Young General Zhao Xingguo was the son of Director Zhao from Renai Hospital. Ji Xing's company, responsible for developing the little white dental examination robot, required extensive clinical trial data and promotion, making Renai Hospital, with branches across the nation, the ideal partner for collaboration. Upon learning of Ji Xing's background in computer science from Starcy University, Zhao Xingguo's interest was piqued. You're from Starcy University too, my aunt is also an alumna. Ji Xing replied accordingly, I completed both my undergraduate and master's studies at Starcy, and I've been graduated for 3 years now. May I inquire which major your aunt pursued? Zhao Xingguo spoke fondly of his aunt. My aunt studied design at Starcy, but she went abroad for her studies after her first year. I doubt you would know her. Nearby, generally complimented, Starcy is the finest university in Xingang City. It is quite an achievement for Miss Zhao to have been admitted there. The Zhao family took immense joy in any praise directed towards their kin, especially when it pertained to Zhao Wanshan. Oh, it's nothing extraordinary, but my aunt is indeed quite clever. He refrained from mentioning her propensity for laziness. Zheng Di seized the moment to interject, as it was evident to any discerning observer that young General Zhao held a close bond with his aunt. I wonder where Miss Zhao studied. Perhaps we could arrange a gathering sometime to introduce ourselves. Young General Zhao waved his hand dismissively. My aunt doesn't enjoy such gatherings, let us leave it at that. Zheng Di was taken aback by the straightforwardness of young General Zhao's refusal. In the business world, it was customary to maintain a facade of politeness, with true disinterest often expressed behind closed doors. This was the first time young General Zhao had been so blunt. Could it be that this young lady was indeed quite favored? Her dislike for family gatherings was met with an immediate rejection. Simultaneously, both Han Ting and Ji Xing were momentarily stunned when the design major was mentioned, as it involuntarily brought to mind a certain individual sharing the same surname. Ji Xing mused silently, dismissing the thought. After all, that person was younger than her. How could she possibly be young General Zhao's aunt? Surely, their ages were quite similar. Ji Xing chuckled inwardly, pondering whether fate had conspired to orchestrate a reunion of Starcy alumni for her today, starting with her encounter with Han Ting and followed by thoughts of Zhao, the junior. Unavoidably, Han Ting arrived at the same conclusion as Ji Xing. The mere mention of a shared academic discipline tightened his heart, even if it was only a fleeting thought of that person. Ji Xing remarked, I happen to know a junior in the design major who also shares the surname Zhao, but she is a year younger than me, so she is unlikely to be young General Zhao's aunt. Realizing their misunderstanding, Zhao Xingguo laughed heartily. I believe you have misinterpreted. My aunt is actually 2 years younger than I am. Her name is Zhao Wanshan. Have you heard of her, Ji Xing? The moment Zhao Wanshan's name was uttered, Ji Xing instinctively glanced at Han Ting, whose thick eyelashes cast a shadow over his eyes, concealing his emotions. Ji Xing feared he had forgotten her and silently cursed him as a scoundrel. She turned her attention back to young General Zhao, her face lighting up with surprise. My junior also goes by Zhao Wanshan. Zhao Xingguo expressed his intrigue. What a remarkable coincidence. Unbeknownst to them, Han Ting's emotions surged within as he recalled the sweet and melodious calls. Han Ting, you are amazing. You can even build robots. Han Ting, I can't keep up. Han Ting, wait for me. Han Ting, you're so handsome. Han Ting, I like you, I'm pursuing you, can't you see? Each declaration of unrestrained affection resonated like her radiant beauty, ever so bright and fervent that it was impossible to resist. As Ji Xing and Zhao Xingguo's conversation pulled Han Ting back to reality, he raised his head to see Zhao Xingguo laughing as he pulled out his phone. Look, speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Upon answering the call, he said, Hello, auntie, what's up? Han Ting felt his heart leap with that phone call, his grip on the teacup tightening. Meanwhile, Xiao Yixiao cast a thoughtful glance at the slightly off-kilter Han Ting beside him. After a brief exchange on the other end, Zhao Xingguo nodded in acknowledgement and shifted his gaze to Ji Xing as he spoke into the phone. I met a beautiful lady today, also a Starcy graduate, named Ji Xing. Unbeknownst to him, the person on the other end of the line prompted a flicker of warmth in Zhao Xingguo's eyes as he regarded Ji Xing. After ending the call, he turned to her. My aunt has asked me to take good care of you. By the way, let us exchange WeChat. I'll share my aunt's contact with you. She said we should meet up for a meal sometime. Ji Xing recalled the stunning beauty who had instantly become the campus flower upon entering Starcy University, her exquisite features that had evoked both admiration and envy. She felt a twinge of nostalgia. How much more beautiful would she be after all these years? With a gleeful expression, she took out her phone. Really, it's been ages since I last saw my junior. I wonder if she has become even more lovely. Chapter 52. You are more beautiful than starlight. After adding WeChat, Zhao Xingguo looked at Ji Xing and inquired, what is your Guanghua collaborating with our hospital on? Ji Xing was momentarily taken aback by the question, but soon her expression transformed into one of elation. She glanced at her boss, Zheng Di, who exhibited a fleeting complexity in her gaze before offering Ji Xing an encouraging nod. Ji Xing then retrieved the project proposal for Xiao Bai from her bag and began to explain it to Zhao Xingguo. After listening, Zhao Xinghua nodded with a smile. So, you wish to leverage our Ren AI hospital to gather more clinical data and promote, correct? Ji Xing eagerly nodded in response. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Xinghua agreed. Alright, I'll mention it to my father. Let us select a time to review the details of the contract. With this statement, the collaboration was practically sealed. Once the meeting concluded, Han Ting and others escorted young Zhao to his car, taking with him some dishes packed for later. As the farewells were exchanged, Han Ting turned to Ji Xing and said, "Let's go, I'll drive you home." This remark elicited peculiar glances from Zhang Di and the others directed at the pair. Zhang Di's expression darkened slightly. "I'll take Ji Xing home, it's getting late, you should head back and rest." However, Han Ting, looking at Ji Xing, spoke words that brooked no refusal. "No need. Ji Xing and I are university classmates, and I need to ask her a few questions." The smile on Zhang Di's face faltered, and her gaze flickered toward Ji Xing. "In that case, Ji Xing, let Han General take you." Inside the Maybach, after Ji Xing had provided her home address, she turned to Han Ting. "Han General, may I inquire what it is you wish to discuss with me?" Han Ting replied, "Just catching up with an old classmate." "How are things at Guanghua?" Ji Xing was uncertain of the intent behind the big boss's interest in her, yet she responded in kind, "It's going well." As for the notion of catching up with an old classmate? Ji Xing found it rather amusing. She did not believe she had any reminiscences to share with this distinguished individual. Their connection had merely been during a university competition, and since they were not in the same field of study, and considering he had gone abroad for his studies in his second year, she truly had no idea what they might reminisce about. Following this exchange, the car fell into a contemplative silence. Unable to contain herself, Ji Xing finally asked, "Han General, is that all you wanted to discuss? If there is anything specific, feel free to say it directly." Han Ting's expression momentarily shifted to one of awkwardness before disappearing as he naturally offered his phone to Ji Xing. "Then let us exchange contact information. You can reach out to me if you need anything in the future." Ji Xing felt somewhat speechless. Was this the reason for his visit? However, she complied, pulling out her phone respectfully. "I've added you." There was no way around it. After all, he was the largest shareholder of the company, and she couldn't afford to offend him. As they neared Ji Xing's residential area, Han Ting cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Then, please send me her WeChat later." Ji Xing. After a moment of confusion, she realized he was referring to someone he had just met. The only person he could be referencing was Zhao Xuemi, whom she had just added that evening. Recalling the events from their second year, Ji Xing's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "Alright, I'll ask Xuemi for her opinion and then get back to you." Han Ting opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately remained silent. After Ji Xing exited the vehicle, he decisively shut the door and left. Upon returning home, Ji Xing picked up her phone just as a message from Zhao Huan Huan popped up. "Long time no see, senior, have you reached home?" Upon reading the message, Ji Xing understood why there had been no communication after adding her. It seemed Zhao Huan Huan had timed her message according to Ji Xing's return home, prompting a smile to grace her lips. "I'm home now." After a moment's thought, she continued typing. Frowny face. "I didn't expect young Zhao to be your nephew, it's quite surprising." Meanwhile, Zhao Huan Huan, eyeing Zhao Xinghua who was snatching food off her plate, retorted, "Haven't you eaten already?" Zhao Xinghua, having had his fill, leaned back in his chair. "In gatherings like these, it's all about social obligations. How can one truly feel satiated?" Ignoring him, Zhao Huan Huan focused on her phone. Frowny face. "On my parents' late-life child, my brother had children early, resulting in this nephew who was 2 years my junior." After chatting for a while, Ji Xing hesitated, contemplating whether to send a message. Han Ting was also present tonight. "He asked for your contact information, should I give it to him?" The mention of Han Ting caught Zhao Huan Huan off guard, while Zhao Xinghua, who had not been mentioned, faded into the background. Since she typically avoided such social gatherings, she had never considered them particularly noteworthy. "Is he the owner of the company where you work now?" Uncertain why she was asking, Ji Xing responded honestly, "Sort of. He is the largest investor in Guanghua." The subsequent messages revealed to Ji Xing the reason for her inquiry. "If you're unable to refuse, then go ahead and give it to him." Feeling a warmth in her heart, Ji Xing was about to respond when another message arrived. "Just don't agree to connect if you're uncomfortable." Ji Xing couldn't help but smile at Zhao Huan Huan's straightforwardness. All right. This was a relief. She wouldn't have to be put in a difficult position. After passing Zhao Huan Huan's WeChat to Han Ting, Ji Xing informed her before heading off to freshen up. On the other end, Han Ting, glancing at the contact information that had just arrived, felt a surge of joy. Since Ji Xing had sent it, did that mean she was agreeable to adding him? With anticipation, he set a friend request, but as the night wore on, he found his phone still devoid of any notifications from her, aside from work-related messages and those from friends. It became increasingly clear to Han Ting what this meant. The following morning, when Ji Xing arrived at the office, she overheard colleagues discussing Han Ting, remarking on his handsome looks and single status, with some even suggesting that his relationship with Zhang Di was more than mere friendship. This piqued Ji Xing's interest as she discreetly eavesdropped. "I've heard that Zhang and Han were classmates abroad, and it was under Han's support that Guanghua was established. If this isn't love, then what is? Zhang is truly fortunate. She is beautiful, capable, comes from a good family, and now has such an outstanding partner. What kind of window did God close on her?" Ji Xing, upon hearing that Han Ting and Zhang Di shared this connection, was taken aback. So, he had asked her for Zhao Wanwan's WeChat while harboring such intentions. How shameless of him. Chapter 53. You are more beautiful than starlight. As the afternoon workday came to a close, Jixing fortuitously encountered Han Ting and Zhang Di while waiting for the elevator. The pair appeared to have descended together from the top floor. Jixing greeted, Mr. Han, Ms. Zhang. Zhang Di, standing beside Han Ting with an air of a gracious hostess, smiled and inquired, Jixing, finished with work? It is quite late, would you like us to give you a ride? Upon hearing the word "us," Jixing realized that their plans were evidently intertwined, and she silently rejoiced that Zhao Xuemei had not been accepted into Han Ting's circle of friends. Jixing shook her head, saying, No need, I have plans to dine with someone shortly. Zhang Di glanced at Han Ting, teasingly asking Jixing, a boyfriend, perhaps? Jixing chuckled softly, replying, Not quite. My boyfriend is still on a business trip. It's just a classmate of mine. She hesitated to mention Zhao Wanwan's name. Upon hearing Jixing mention her boyfriend's absence, Zhang Di's smile widened. In that case, we won't intrude on your dinner. Where to? Just as Zhang Di finished speaking, Han Ting, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of both Zhang Di and Jixing. Zhang Di's smile faltered slightly. Yes, where are you headed? Let us see if it's on our way. Since it's rush hour, hailing a cab can be quite inconvenient. Jixing was about to decline, but upon meeting Han Ting's profound, dark eyes, she found herself unable to voice her refusal, instead uttering the name of a restaurant. She silently hoped that their destinations would not coincide. Han Ting spoke, Let us go together, we're headed there as well. Zhang Di cast a surprised glance at Han Ting but still turned to Jixing with a smile, Indeed, let us go together. However, the sincerity of her smile was something only she could discern. With the conversation having reached this point, Jixing felt it would be impolite to refuse further. Inside the luxury vehicle, Jixing sat awkwardly, at a loss for words, and thus chose to remain silent. Han Ting also maintained his silence, adopting an air of unfamiliarity with Jixing, despite the fact that it was he who had invited her into the car and had altered their dining plans on a whim. Zhang Di clenched her hands slightly, pondering the implications of Jixing's mention of her boyfriend. Relieved, she reassured herself that Han Ting would not develop an interest in someone who was already taken. Moreover, since they were university classmates and she had never heard Han Ting speak of Jixing, it signified that their relationship was merely superficial. Han Ting was likely acting out of camaraderie, surely. The atmosphere in the car remained unusually quiet throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhang Di regained her composure, linking her arm with Han Ting's. Han Ting glanced at her high-heeled shoes but did not resist her gesture. Zhang Di inquired, Jixing, has your friend arrived? If not, you can join us for now. This restaurant operates on a membership basis, and you might not be able to enter alone. Jixing, surprised by the restaurant's policy, took out her phone and called, Hello, Huan Huan, I've arrived. Yes, okay. After hanging up, Jixing said, Ms. Zhang, Mr. Han, please go ahead, my friend will be here shortly. Zhang Di, hearing this, did not press the issue further and turned to Han Ting, Then shall we go in first? To her astonishment, Han Ting remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the restaurant. Zhang Di followed his line of sight, and indeed, the attention of everyone in the room was drawn to the newcomer, a face that was ethereal and pure, devoid of any worldly distractions, yet her eyes shimmered with an intoxicating allure. Clad in simple jeans and a top, she exuded an unexpectedly striking beauty. Zhang Di tightened her grip on Han Ting's arm, watching as this beauty approached Jixing, her face lighting up with an excited smile. Long time no see, senior. Jixing marveled at the sight before her, reflecting, how can someone be this beautiful? What effort must the goddess Huan Huan have put in? She remembered seeing this woman back in college, recognizing her beauty even then, but time had only enhanced her allure. Huan Huan, it's been ages. The two exchanged pleasantries, and just as Zhao Wanwan was about to lead Jixing inside, Han Ting, who had been overlooked, could not help but call out, Huan Huan, long time no see. Upon hearing her name, Zhao Wanwan turned, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Han Ting's familiar face. Oh, senior. Let us hurry inside, I've ordered a feast of delicious dishes, you must try the food here. Ignored once more, Han Ting could only watch as the two figures grew distant, until they vanished from sight. It was only then that he regained his composure and turned to Zhang Di, Let us head in. Without waiting for Zhang Di's reaction, he stepped forward. Zhang Di, now understanding, realized that Han Ting's interest lay not in Jixing but in this mysterious woman who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Yet, as she recalled that striking face, Zhang Di glanced at her own reflection in the elevator's glass, pondering, did she truly stand a chance against such beauty? However, glancing at the tall, handsome man beside her, clad in a sleek black suit, illuminated by the soft light, he resembled a meticulously crafted sketch, each line deep and profound, with a high-bridged nose and piercing eyes that seemed to harbor a cold indifference, as if no one could penetrate his gaze. Yet, it was precisely this enigmatic demeanor that drew countless admirers. Many women yearned for their reflection to appear within those cool, distant eyes. Zhang Di had once believed she was among them, until the appearance of the woman today shattered her illusions. The moment Han Ting laid eyes on her, Zhang Di could not deny that the connection was distinctly different. In the restaurant, the elegantly arranged table bore an array of enticing dishes, yet Zhang Di found herself unable to eat, her gaze fixed upon Han Ting, who was dining across from her. Han Ting, do you know Jixing's friend? As she spoke, she took a sip of red wine, feigning casualness while scrutinizing Han Ting's expression. When Zhao Wanwan was mentioned, a flicker of warmth and nostalgia danced in Han Ting's usually cool eyes. Yes, she is a junior from my university. Zhang Di observed the fleeting smile in his gaze, tightening her grip on her knife and fork, mustering all her strength to maintain her composure and tone. I see. She is quite attractive, but I don't believe I've encountered her in our circle. Which family does she belong to? Chapter 54. More beautiful than starlight. Upon hearing Zhang Di's words, Han Ting set down his knife and fork, gazing at her with profound intensity, a warning lacing his voice. Well, it's not surprising you haven't seen her. She is unlike you, disinterested in the affairs of the business world. I've had my fill and have some matters to attend to. You may return home after you've finished, she remarked. Once Han Ting had risen and departed, Zhang Di could no longer contain herself and swept everything from the table to the floor, her eyes brimming with anguish and fury. Are you really going to protect her like this? It was a subject she could not even broach. The sound of shattered dishes drew the attention of a nearby waiter, who inquired, Miss, is there anything you need? Zhang Di closed her eyes, tempering the rage on her face. It's nothing, I merely accidentally broke a plate. I need you to clean it up. Of course, please hold on, the waiter replied. Zhang Di downed the wine in her glass in one go and then gathered her bag to leave the restaurant. After Huan Huan and Ji Xing had finished their meal and stepped outside, they spotted Han Ting leaning against a sleek black G-Class SUV, exuding an air of dominance. The imposing vehicle complemented his tailored suit, creating a striking image of a suave rogue, subtly enticing. Huan Huan and Ji Xing were engrossed in their conversation, and though they hadn't intended to indulge in wine, they found themselves savoring a few glasses. While the alcohol had little effect on her, the slight intoxication amplified her emotions. The relationship between her and Han Ting was not particularly significant. It stemmed from a moment of infatuation during her freshman year when she fortuitously encountered him at the medical school. His tall stature and handsome visage, coupled with a natural charm, made him the undisputed campus heartthrob. Driven by attraction, she pursued him. As a design major who often struggled to rise for her early morning classes, she found herself waking up at dawn to join him for runs and breakfast. Whenever she had the chance, she would stubbornly linger by his side. During winter break, he had participated in a national college AI competition, and despite her utter lack of understanding of coding, she steadfastly supported him until the competition concluded. It was through this event that she met Ji Xing, who was also there with Han Ting. To her delight, although she hadn't contributed, Han Ting and his team performed admirably, securing first place. Following the competition, seizing the opportunity, she planned a confession in front of Ji Xing and the others. She could no longer recall Han Ting's exact expression, only that he seemed either moved or overwhelmed by annoyance, yet he agreed to be her boyfriend. That evening, they had arranged a date, and she eagerly donned a lovely dress, applying her makeup and waiting at the cinema for him all night, only to receive a text stating he was going to study in Germany. The abruptness of it all left her stunned. He asked her to wait for 5 years until his return. How absurd, she thought. Who does he think he is, going off to study abroad right after we just confirmed our relationship? Does he think I'll simply wait for him? Huan Huan felt he was toying with her. If he didn't like her, he could have said so directly. There was no need for this charade, to promise her one thing and then disappear. Enraged, she promptly blocked and deleted him from her life. Fortunately, only Ji Xing and a few others knew of her confession, and upon learning of Han Ting's departure the next day, they unanimously chose to keep it under wraps, a factor contributing to Huan Huan's fondness for Ji Xing. Their relationship came to a close with Han Ting's departure and Huan Huan's own study abroad experience. The alumni of Xing University were only aware that the once renowned campus beauty had pursued a senior, yet it seemed she had not succeeded. The senior went to Germany, while the beauty ventured to England, marking their story as a bittersweet ending, leaving those who felt they had a chance lamenting. During her time studying in England, Huan Huan changed her phone number, losing contact with Ji Xing and the rest. Their acquaintance had solely been a result of Han Ting, and with that in mind, she didn't feel compelled to reconnect. Their recent meeting was purely coincidental. Who would have thought Ji Xing's company would seek collaboration with the Zhao family and that she would encounter her nephew? Drawing upon their prior rapport, she thought to extend a favor, and after adding each other on WeChat, their conversation flowed effortlessly, leading to dinner plans. As her thoughts turned back to her university days, Huan Huan felt as though she had willingly walked into a trap. After all these years apart, how had Han Ting grown even more handsome? He had shed the naivety and shyness of his youth, transforming into a composed and alluring man, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Realizing she still found Han Ting attractive, Huan Huan was alarmed, thinking something must be amiss with her perception. No, I must wash my eyes later to clear my vision, she resolved. When Han Ting noticed their emergence, he strode over with his long legs and inquired, heading home, allow me to give you a ride. At that moment, the restaurant staff brought Huan Huan's car around, and she replied, there is no need to trouble yourself, Mr. Han, we have our own vehicle. Han Ting observed her slightly flushed cheeks, a smirk tugging at his lips. Oh, is that so? Just a reminder, ladies, driving under the influence is illegal. I can arrange for a designated driver, Huan Huan retorted. Han Ting glanced at the two-seater sports car parked beside her, though he said nothing. It was as if he had spoken volumes. As Huan Huan, I forgot I came in a sports car. Arranging for a designated driver meant she couldn't take Ji Xing home. Ji Xing, sensing Huan Huan's desire to avoid excessive interaction with Han Ting, interjected, Huan Huan, it's alright, I can take a taxi home. Han Ting, not in a hurry, anticipated Huan Huan's inevitable refusal. That's out of the question. I can't let you go home alone, especially after you've been drinking. A glimmer of amusement danced in Han Ting's eyes. My girl is still so kind. Ji Xing felt a warmth in his heart and wished to say more, but Huan Huan interrupted, no need to say anything. I'll have the driver come pick us up. Ji Xing swallowed his words, while Han Ting's smile faltered slightly, realizing she had forgotten about the driver. As they awaited the driver, Han Ting regarded Huan Huan with a complex expression. Huan Huan, may we have a word? Zhao Huan Huan, dismissive, thought, what could he possibly want? Seeing her reluctance to even spare him a glance, Han Ting pressed his lips together, the disappointment in his eyes palpable. The Zhao family S-driver arrived swiftly, leaving Han Ting with no choice but to smile resignedly as he watched her board the vehicle without so much as a backward glance, let alone a word exchanged between them. Chapter 55. You are more beautiful than starlight. As the driver brought Ji Xing to the entrance of her residential community, Zhao Huan Huan sat in the car bidding her farewell. Once Ji Xing entered the neighborhood and the car window was closed, Zhao Huan Huan addressed the driver ahead, to Nightshade. Understood, miss. In a box adorned with minimalist yet exquisite decor, Zhao Huan Huan reclined on the central sofa, surveying the lineup of charming young men before her. Each stood impressively tall, around 6 feet, with chiseled physiques. They were articulate, adept at dancing and singing. They called her miss and sister with endearing familiarity, showcasing a variety of styles, from the innocent, boy-next-door charm reminiscent of Han Ting during their university days to alluring figures flaunting V-neck tops and sculpted abs, as well as captivating performances by graceful dancers adorned with flowers, not to mention the attentive companions who fed her and engaged her in games. Her eyes felt soothed, returning to normal, while the fleeting memory of Han Ting had long since faded away. The following afternoon, having finally roused from her slumber, Zhao Huan Huan descended the stairs, only to be greeted by sounds emanating from the living room. Yawning, she asked the housekeeper beside her, Wang Ma, who has arrived. Wang Ma, carrying the prepared lunch, replied, it seems to be the young master's friend, here to discuss some collaboration. Zhao Huan Huan mumbled, can't collaborations be discussed outside? Must they be brought into the house? However, faced with the culinary delights crafted by the family chef, she paid little mind to who had arrived. Whoever's guests they were, it was of no concern to her. The Zhao household was rather quiet, with her retired parents, Zhao Papa and Zhao Mama, who were Zhao Xing's grandparents, off traveling, while Zhao Gu, Zhao Xing's father, was at work, and Zhao Desa, Zhao Xing's mother, was out shopping with affluent ladies. Only the two of them, Zhao Huan Huan and Zhao Xinghua, remained idle at home. Understanding that her nephew was entertaining guests, Zhao Huan Huan decided not to wait for him any longer, as she had no idea when they would conclude. Presumably, they would dine out, so she simply picked up her chopsticks, ready to indulge. The crabs on the dining table looked quite delectable. Just as she was about to start, she heard her nephew's voice from outside the dining room. Today's conversation was genuinely enjoyable. I never anticipated we would connect so well. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Well, it's about time for dinner. If you don't mind, feel free to have a bite here. A cool, deep male voice interjected. Then I hope I'm not imposing. Zhao Huan Huan was puzzled, as the voice seemed vaguely familiar. In the next moment, as she beheld her foolish nephew in the face she had encountered just the previous day, her incredulity reached its zenith. Was Han Ting truly so peculiar? To see him in her own home, Zhao Xinghua, beaming with delight, pulled Han Ting before Zhao Huan Huan. Auntie, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Han Ting from Doni, and Mr. Han, this is my aunt whom I mentioned earlier. Han Ting gazed at Zhao Huan Huan with gentle eyes, lowering his voice as he spoke. Miss Zhao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Huan Huan's lips twitched. Mr. Han, hello. After exchanging pleasantries, she glanced at her nephew, who was clumsily asking Wang Ma to fetch chopsticks and bowls for Han Ting, and could not shake the feeling that he was deserving of a reprimand. At the dining table, with the rest of the Zhao family absent, Zhao Huan Huan occupied the main seat, while Han Ting and Zhao Xinghua fortuitously sat facing each other, one on each side. Now, with Han Ting to her left and her nephew to her right, the memories of their university days felt like a distant past. Zhao Huan Huan had long since moved beyond the matter. After all, no one had ever been able to toy with her like that. She had thought that since he was no longer in her presence, it was of little import. Relationships were a matter of mutual consent. Hadn't she simply been discarded? What was the big deal? Yet, this insufferable man persistently paraded before her. Did he truly believe he was blameless? A tiger's silence does not mean it has become a mere Hello Kitty. Zhao Huan Huan set down her chopsticks and turned to Han Ting. What significant project warrants Mr. Han's personal visit this morning? Before Han Ting could respond, Zhao Xinghua interjected. Auntie, you may not be aware, but I previously collaborated on a project with Guanghua, the company of your university classmate Ji Xing. Mr. Han is an investor in that as well. Today, he is discussing another project with me, which I find incredibly exciting. Let me tell you about it. Auntie. Zhao Huan Huan shot him a glance that silenced him, causing Zhao Xinghua's voice to diminish to a whisper. What had prompted her sudden ire? He had thought his aunt might finally show interest in business matters. Immediately, Zhao Xinghua fell silent. Han Ting explained, it's merely a small project related to gaming that I have personally invested in. I thought since young Zhao enjoys gaming, I might see if he is interested. Zhao Huan Huan replied, Mr. Han surely jest. How could the CEO of Doni and an investor in Guanghua possibly be short on funds? Is Doni facing bankruptcy, or is Guanghua on the verge of collapse? Zhao Xinghua's eyes widened in astonishment. How harshly his aunt spoke. How much disdain did she harbor towards Han Ting? To accuse someone of impending financial ruin in the business world was tantamount to declaring war. Zhao Xinghua swallowed hard, observing Han Ting's bewildered expression while contemplating, how much leverage does our family hold against the Han family? His aunt's evident disdain for Han Ting was unprecedented. Had Han Ting bullied her in some way, the warmth and familiarity he had previously felt towards Han Ting swiftly dissipated, replaced by coldness and caution. Han Ting, undeterred by the accusations of bankruptcy and collapse, replied, not at all. It's merely that sometimes, shared profits are more rewarding than solitary gains. Zhao Huan Huan thought, business people are indeed cunning. But then again, who could bear to be at odds with money? Suddenly, she found the situation rather tedious and resumed her meal. In the vastness of the world, dining was of utmost importance. The atmosphere at the table swiftly returned to normal, with Zhao Xingbo once again smilingly inviting Han Ting to enjoy the meal, as if the earlier tension had never occurred. While they were dining, a message popped up on Zhao Huan phone, which she accidentally clicked to speaker mode. "Sister, we have a new dance performance tonight, would you like to come?" The sweet, melodious voice of a young man, laced with playful charm, echoed through the dining room, causing both men to pause. Zhao Xingbo's lips twitched as he awkwardly glanced at Han Ting, chuckling nervously. Mr. Han, enjoy your meal." Han Ting's smile faltered, his grip on his chopsticks tightening, while Zhao Huan, unfazed, picked up her phone to reply, "Sure, I'll bring you a gift." This young man was one of the performers from the previous evening, handsome, sweet-talking, capable of charming and teasing, and most importantly, he had guided her through the game of kings all night long. Chapter 56. You are more beautiful than starlight. After finishing dinner, Huan Huan ascended the stairs to change her clothes without a word. She had anticipated that by the time she was ready to descend, that rascal Han Ting would have already taken his leave. However, to her surprise, she found him still seated in the living room upon her return downstairs. Zhao Xingbo bore an expression that was an uncomfortable blend of forced politeness and suppressed irritation. If he couldn't discern the situation now, he might as well retrieve a block of frozen tofu from the refrigerator to end it all. Han Ting's remarks about feeling an instant connection and camaraderie were nothing but deceit. He was, in truth, a wolf in sheep's clothing, eyeing the precious cabbage of his family. Despite having repeated his intentions to bid farewell several times, Han Ting either evaded the point or pretended not to comprehend, stubbornly refusing to depart. How had Zhao Xingbo not recognized his audacity before? As Huan Huan passed through the living room towards the entrance, Han Ting rose at an opportune moment. "Since we have discussed matters sufficiently, I shall not intrude any longer." "Thank you, Miss Xiao, for your generous hospitality today." Zhao Xingbo glanced towards the door. "There is no rush, Mr. Han, we can chat a little longer. The evening is still young, is it not?" Han Ting replied, "Perhaps another day." "I shall certainly pay a visit and converse with you in detail then." Zhao Xingbo, determined to keep him, insisted, "Do not be so hasty, there is no time like the present, allow me to treat you to another drink." One might think their bond was exceptionally close from afar. It was only after the servant returned from escorting Huan Huan out that Zhao Xingbo relinquished his grip. "If Mr. Han has other matters to attend to, I shall not prolong your stay. Please take care, and I want to see you off." Han Ting, who had been eager to leave but was held back moments before, straightened his sleeve and nodded. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Let us arrange another meeting soon." Once Han Ting departed, Zhao Xingbo disdainfully flicked away non-existent dust from his sleeve. He dares to challenge me. After leaving the Zhao residence, Han Ting settled into his car and inquired of the driver, "Did you catch the license plate number? Do you know where she is headed?" The driver turned his head to respond, "Mr. Han, Miss Zhao is driving a silver supercar, a global limited edition model, easily recognizable. A few inquiries will reveal her destination." He then picked up his phone. "It appears she is heading towards the new city." Han Ting nodded to follow her. "Understood," the driver replied. As they drove, Han Ting closed his eyes, his mind replaying the earlier dinner, particularly the endearing words spoken by the young lady in her subsequent replies, which caused him to abruptly open his eyes. "Are we there yet?" The driver answered. Miss Zhao's car stopped at a shopping mall for a while before proceeding to a place called Nightshade. Han Ting raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "A Nightshade?" The driver hesitated briefly before explaining. "It's an entertainment venue renowned for its variety of male models." His voice noticeably softened while casting a sidelong glance through the rearview mirror at his boss's expression. Upon hearing the mention of male models, Han Ting's demeanor darkened drastically, and a heavy silence enveloped the car, punctuated only by the swift movement of the Maybach on the road. As he approached Nightshade, Han Ting was stopped at the entrance by a doorman who, despite barring his entry, wore a warm and respectful expression. "I apologize, sir, but our establishment operates on a membership basis." Although Nightshade was famously known for its male models, it also catered to male patrons, and the doorman had become accustomed to such situations. Those who could afford to frequent Nightshade were typically quite affluent, and the doorman had been trained to maintain a neutral demeanor, neither overly flattering nor impatient, ensuring that every visitor felt both respected and welcomed. Han Ting produced a bank card from his pocket, no pin required. The doorman respectfully accepted the card with both hands. "Thank you, sir, please, you may enter." The doorman then gestured respectfully towards the interior, maintaining a half-step behind Han Ting, ensuring that his words were heard clearly while remaining at the ready for any instructions, all the while exuding deference. Han Ting walked through the corridors of Nightshade with an air of nonchalance. The venue spanned 3 floors, with a massive stage on the first where a singer was currently performing, surrounded by standard seating and a bar. The second and third floors featured more intimate private rooms, with prices varying according to size. The doorman guided Han Ting to a private room on the second floor, which, though simply designed, radiated elegance and artistic decor, inviting relaxation. The doorman bowed slightly, holding a tablet. "Good evening, SIR.TO register for membership, could you please provide your name?" Han Ting reclined on the sofa and replied, "Han Ting." "Thank you, please hold for a moment," the doorman responded. Within a minute, the doorman returned, respectfully presenting the card. "Sir, your card. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me." Han Ting spoke up, "I wish to meet your manager." The doorman nodded with a smile. "Certainly, please hold for a moment." He then turned to exit. Han Ting's gaze fell upon the neatly poured drinks on the table, and he felt a wave of irritation wash over him. It wasn't long before the door to the private room was knocked upon, and a man dressed in attire that significantly outclassed the surrounding staff entered. "Good evening, Mr. Han, how may I assist you?" Han Ting inquired, how many of your best male models do you have? The manager replied respectfully, we have a total of 10 top-tier models. Han Ting placed a black card on the table, bring them all to me. The manager's expression shifted to one of concern. I'm afraid, Mr. Han, they have already been booked for this evening, would you allow me to find others who are equally impressive? Han Ting glanced at his watch, his tone laced with an unyielding authority, triple the price. The manager's expression softened slightly. Han Ting pressed on a quadruple. The manager's demeanor shifted more favorably. Han Ting raised the stakes, quintuple. The manager, now smiling, responded, very well, Mr. Han, please hold on. Meanwhile, in a third-floor private room, Huan Huan watched as the smile faded from the nightshade manager's face. What did you just say? The manager looked apologetic. I sincerely apologize, Miss Zhao. A customer arrived this evening and offered 5 times the price specifically for Qingfeng and his team. The mirth in Huan Huan's eyes vanished. So, I have been outbid? The manager replied, I truly apologize once more, and to express our regret, your expenses for tonight will be fully waived. Huan Huan swirled the wine in her glass, peering through the crimson liquid at the manager. Very well, then. After all, I wouldn't want to impede your business, would I? Chapter 57. You are more beautiful than starlight. The manager's smile deepened a little more as he said, that is precisely the point. I truly appreciate your understanding. He then turned to beckon one of the male models to leave. Among them was the university student who had sent a message to Huan Huan. As he departed, he cast a glance at Huan Huan, filled with regret, yet felt compelled to adhere to the manager's demands due to his position. Once they had exited, Huan Huan took out her phone, where the young man had sent her a message. Frowny face. Miss Zhao, I sincerely apologize, please let me know when you are free another day. I would like to invite you to dinner as an apology. Huan Huan merely glanced at it, disregarding the message entirely, and promptly dialed another number. When the call connected, she remarked, Zhou Dadu, your nightfall has truly opened my eyes. When did you implement the bidding model? Why was I not informed? Her tone was laced with a teasing undertone. On the other end, Zhou Shishang, upon hearing this unexpected call, immediately inferred from her words, especially regarding nightfall, and quickly inquired, has someone offended our Miss Zhao at the nightfall? Huan Huan succinctly recounted the events, concluding with, I dare not return to your nightfall again. I have already spent money and made reservations, only for someone to swoop in with a bid and take away my reservation. It is simply disheartening. She was not one to balk at spending money. If she were willing to match the bid, she could easily reclaim the model, yet, she chose not to part with her money. She had made arrangements in advance, and now it seemed as though anyone could intrude upon her plans. Hearing Huan Huan's words, Zhou Shishang's expression darkened ominously as he grabbed his car keys and declared, Sister, do you not know me? If I had intended to adopt a bidding model, I would have done so openly. I genuinely had no idea about this situation. Please wait for me. I will be there in half an hour, no, 20 minutes. I promise to provide you with an explanation. Huan Huan understood that it was precisely Zhou Shishang's character that prompted her to make this call. Otherwise, he would have left without a word. As Zhou Shishang hurriedly made his way to the venue, and the doorman, sensing the boss's displeasure, exchanged worried glances with his colleagues, pondering what had transpired to anger the boss so. Upon hearing that the boss had arrived, the manager rushed out. Where is the boss? In room 3 on the 3rd floor. The manager's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the familiar room. Surely, it could not be a coincidence that it was the boss's friend, yet, recalling the 5-fold increase in revenue, he reassured himself that the boss would not be overly harsh. At worst, it would balance out, so he straightened his sleeves and proceeded towards room 3. At the door of the room, the manager knocked and, upon receiving permission, entered. However, upon entering and observing the scene, his heart sank. There was the boss, affectionately and submissively addressing a woman seated on the sofa. Sister, you are my dear sister, please do not be angry. Boss, you called for me. At that moment, the manager's earlier thoughts were no longer steadfast. He had not anticipated such a close relationship between the boss and this individual, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious as Zhou Shishang turned his attention to the manager, his demeanor shifting from playful to serious. Managerly, how long have you been with our nightfall? Managerly, acutely aware of the ominous atmosphere, felt his anxiety peak. 3 months. Zhou Shishang solemnly repeated, 3 months, indeed. You are hereby dismissed. Your salary will be processed as usual, and someone will come shortly to hand over your responsibilities. Once that is done, you may collect your belongings and depart. Managerly opened his mouth to explain, but Zhou Shishang gestured for silence, and the bodyguard outside swiftly approached, pointing towards the exit. The boss clearly did not wish to afford him any opportunity for explanation. With a wry smile, Managerly turned and walked away. To end this line of work, he understood that persisting in resistance would yield no benefits. It was better to accept the situation. Bosses do not typically offer explanations, it is only the employees who feel compelled to justify themselves. After his departure, Zhou Shishang turned to Huan Huan, his expression immediately shifting to one of ingratiation. Sister, are you satisfied with how things have unfolded? Huan Huan shot him a sidelong glance. What is there for me to be satisfied with? This is not my business. Zhou Shishang chuckled awkwardly, attempting to change the subject. I just checked, the person who made the call to take away the model was from room 4 on the 2nd floor. His name is Han Ting, a newly registered member who has been causing quite a stir in the East. I wonder what a man like him is doing spending a fortune to summon 10 male models. I have not heard that the Han family harbors such inclinations. A sister, do you think he might be a pervert? Upon hearing the name Han Ting, Huan Huan's anger flared, and she rose abruptly to exit. Zhou Shishang, startled by her sudden movement, instinctively asked where she was going but quickly realized from her expression that something was amiss. Was she planning to confront Han Ting? He hastily followed her, signaling the bodyguards at the door to accompany them. With a resounding thud, Huan Huan kicked open the door to room 4 on the second floor. Zhou Shishang thought to himself. Thankfully, the door was not locked. The atmosphere inside room 4 was markedly different from that of the other rooms. The male models summoned by Han Ting stood stiffly and quietly against the walls, and there was no music, no dancing, and no lights, an eerie silence that felt utterly unlike a legitimate entertainment venue. Huan Huan disregarded the strange atmosphere and marched straight towards Han Ting, who was seated on the central sofa, seizing his tie. Han Ting, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Observing the escalating tension, Zhou Shishang gestured for the male models to leave, leaving only the 3 of them and the remaining bodyguard. Han Ting, unperturbed by the grip on his collar, looked at Huan Huan with a softened gaze. Huan Huan, I truly did not intend any harm, I merely wished to have a sincere conversation with you. Huan Huan retorted, if you wish to discuss business, consult Zhao Xingbua. There is nothing for us to talk about. Zhou Shishang, who had initially anticipated a confrontation, now sensed a deeper connection between the two, pondering how they might know each other. He noted Han Ting's reluctance to retaliate and discreetly took a seat in the corner, preparing to observe the unfolding drama, all the while grappling with the realization that he had never heard of any prior relationship between them, especially considering Han Ting had only just returned to the country. Chapter 58. You are more beautiful than starlight. Huan Huan gazed at Han Ting before her, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him squarely in the face. However, after a moment's reflection, she restrained herself, for she realized that after hitting him, she would have to compensate him financially. Though the thought of parting with her money was distasteful, the mere notion of giving it to Han Ting made her feel utterly nauseated. With this realization, her grip on his collar gradually loosened, her expression returning to a semblance of calm as she seated herself nearby. Speak, she commanded, what is it that you wish to convey? After delivering her words, she was eager to leave, utterly disinterested in the sight of his face. Han Ting, observing Huan Huan's return to normalcy, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He would have preferred her to remain in the throes of anger rather than witness her unperturbed demeanor, which made him feel as though he were a complete stranger to her. Kneeling before her on one knee, he lifted his gaze, adopting a tone of a supplicant beseeching forgiveness. Huan Huan, I did not intend to stand you up. The German business school granted me a hard-won opportunity, and the news arrived so abruptly that I had to leave that very night. I had hoped to return and explain myself after settling in, but once I landed, I was unable to reach you, and upon my return, you were nowhere to be found. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter, and I apologize. I do not expect your forgiveness, I merely wish for another chance to pursue you, if you would permit it. His heartfelt words, laden with sincerity, struck a chord, yet to Huan Huan's ears, they were merely a source of irritation. Han Ting, we had just defined our relationship that day, and you chose to stand me up that very evening. Even if you have a valid reason, the fact remains that you abandoned me. I will not hinder your pursuit of better opportunities, but what makes you believe that I would still be waiting for you upon your return from studying abroad? Is it merely because I once had feelings for you? Han Ting, is your confidence in yourself not a touch excessive? Moreover, from the day you stood me up, we have effectively ended our relationship. Though it lasted but a day, I have never been one to look back. Finally, Huan Huan scrutinized Han Ting from head to toe, her eyes glinting with disdain. So, what gives you the audacity to think that now, upon your return, you can pursue me again? Is it your advancing age or your gradually fading looks? At the mention of Han Ting's appearance, Huan Huan's gaze flickered momentarily, betraying an inner conflict. His handsome visage had not diminished with age. Rather, it had acquired a certain mature allure, particularly when clad in a suit, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Simply breathtaking, he was even more attractive than the male model she had once admired. Though these thoughts swirled in her mind, her expression remained impassive, revealing none of her inner turmoil. Tomorrow, she would increase her standards. She was certain there were men in Xingang City far superior to him. Han Ting opened his mouth, his expression forlorn, unable to muster a single retort. Had he not once believed that her affection would keep her waiting for him, but what had given him such misplaced confidence? The fact that she had been unwaveringly by his side, inquiring about his preferences, and showering him with affection, had allowed him to presume she was irrevocably his. Yet, he never anticipated that her withdrawal would be swifter and more resolute than the love she had once professed. She had forcefully filled his heart with her presence only to withdraw at an incomprehensible speed, leaving him ensnared in a labyrinth of memories of her that lingered until now. Having finished her words, Huan Huan had no desire to engage further with Han Ting. She rose, her high heels clicking decisively as she made her exit. Zhou Shishang, who had been an amused observer, quickly followed in her wake. As they emerged from the private room, he addressed the waiter lingering by the door, saying, ensure that the drinks in this room are plentiful and of the finest quality. The waiter nodded in acknowledgement. Walking alongside Huan Huan, Zhou Shishang found it hard to imagine her in the role of someone pursuing a partner. This Han Ting truly does not know what he is missing, he thought. Suddenly struck by a realization, he wondered if her years of being single were a result of the emotional wounds inflicted by that scoundrel Han Ting. Perhaps he should confer with Zhao Xingbua about taking care of this rogue? Hey, sister, Grandma mentioned the other day that she was eager for you to bring home a boyfriend. I happen to know a guy, a real charmer, good-looking and kind. How about I introduce you to sometime? The Zhou family was Huan Huan's maternal side, and Zhou Shishang was her younger cousin, the son of her uncle. The Zhou family's enterprise primarily revolved around real estate, making them quite affluent in Xingang City. Zhou Shisheng, being 2 years younger than Zhao Huan Huan, had never pressured her about relationships before, but now he felt it was necessary to prompt her. If it turned out that her emotional distress stemmed from Han Ting, he would not let that rat off the hook. Zhao Huan Huan considered her past relationship as merely a failed romance, not worth discussing with her family. However, when she heard Zhou Shisheng's words, she turned to him, annoyance evident in her voice. I don't care what is going on in that head of yours, but you need to cease those absurd thoughts. As for finding a boyfriend, she pondered, aware that her parents were aging, and her grandparents were not getting any younger either. It was indeed time for her to seek a suitable partner. With this in mind, Zhao Huan Huan rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. It's not entirely out of the question, but as for your friend, I think I'll pass. I'd rather let my parents find someone for me. Zhou Shisheng protested, what is wrong with my friend? Zhao Huan Huan pulled out her phone to message her mother, responding without looking up, too immature. How mature could someone be if they were friends with someone as childish as Zhou Shisheng? Zhou Shisheng recalled the personalities and appearances of his group of friends. No way, they are not worthy. Meanwhile, upon receiving a message from his beloved daughter, Zhao's mother excitedly patted her husband's thigh. Quick, book a plane ticket. Our darling wants me to set her up with someone. Zhao's father, upon hearing this, rushed to his feet, concern etched on his face. Why on earth does she want to go on a blind date? Has she been wronged? Zhao's mother, bustling about, began to gather her belongings. We have no idea, we need to go back and find out. Zhao's father nodded vigorously. Alright, I'll call our eldest son first to see if he knows anything. Chapter 59. You are more beautiful than starlight. As Zhao Huan Huan returned home, she was greeted by the sight of her elder brother Zhao Dage and sister-in-law Zhao Dama sitting upright on the sofa, their faces etched with concern upon her arrival. Little sister, have you been wronged? Zhao Dama inquired, grasping her hand with genuine worry, while Zhao Dage, equally anxious, stood nearby, with Zhao Xingbua squeezed behind them, unable to be seen. Seeing that the child was spouting nonsense about going on blind dates, it was evident she had indeed suffered some grievances. Zhao Huan Huan was genuinely taken aback by their intense reaction. She urged them to sit down, asserting, I have not been wronged, nor has anyone bullied me. I merely thought of my grandparents and my parentage. I want them to witness my wedding. Moreover, I trust my parents' judgment. Anyone they approve of must be exceptional. Zhao Dage and Zhao Dama exchanged glances, surprised that her concern stemmed from such a reason. Zhao Dage affectionately ruffled Zhao Huan Huan's hair, saying, my Huan Huan is truly obedient. Rest assured, your brother and our parents will undoubtedly choose the best for you. This line of thought was indeed sensible. One would feel most secure with their own selection. Zhao Dage's tone was resolute, as if preparing for battle. Zhao Huan Huan couldn't help but twitch her lips at the seriousness of it all. Zhao Papa and Zhao Mama returned home late at night. After sneaking a glance at their sleeping daughter in her bedroom, they quietly closed the door and went downstairs to discuss matters with Zhao Dage, who had been waiting for them until midnight. Learning of their daughter's feelings through their eldest son's words, the couple exchanged a glance, their eyes welling with emotion. The following day, upon hearing from his grandfather that the precious young lady of the Zhao family was going on a blind date, Han Ting's chopsticks snapped in his hands. The others at the dining table looked at him in shock as he stood up with an impassive expression, declaring, I have finished eating, I will take my leave. However, halfway out the door, he turned back, saying, Grandfather, I need to discuss something with you. Seeing the breakfast before him barely touched and glancing at his grandson, who was fixedly awaiting his response, Grandfather Han had no choice but to rise and accompany him. In the study, Han Ting wasted no time. Grandfather, I wish to marry Zhao Huan Huan, please help me devise a plan. Grandfather Han couldn't help but chuckle at Han Ting's audacity in asking for assistance. You rascal, can't you pursue your own wife? Why must you make this old bone of mine help you? What about your pride? Han Ting retorted, what use is pride? If I have pride, I won't have a wife. Initially, Han Ting had intended to resolve the misunderstandings between them himself, but upon hearing about her blind date, he could no longer sit still. Observing the current situation with Huan Huan, he realized he had no chance alone, especially against several other suitors. He needed to enlist his grandfather's support. If you do not assist me, you will have no granddaughter-in-law in the future. I am determined to have her. Grandfather Han was left speechless by his grandson's shamelessness, yet seeing Han Ting's unwavering gaze, he finally relented, waving his hand dismissively, fine, I will mention it to the Zhao family. Only then did Han Ting leave in satisfaction. Watching Han Ting's departing figure, Grandfather Han stood in the study for a long while before chuckling to himself. After the unexpected passing of his son and daughter-in-law, this boy had become exceptionally obedient and sensible, holding himself to strict standards. He had spent years abroad, and upon returning, he had taken on the responsibilities of Donnie in the matter concerning Xiao Yuan. However, during his time abroad, it was Xiao Yuan's family who had kept him company. Perhaps it was his protection of Xiao Yuan that had inadvertently caused this child pain. How long had it been since he had seen Han Ting in such a manner? Perhaps since the tragic loss of his only son and daughter-in-law. The memory of his prematurely departed son and daughter-in-law filled Grandfather Han's eyes with sorrow and anguish. At the Zhao residence, Zhao Mama beckoned Zhao Huan Huan, who was descending the stairs, to come closer. Darling, these are the few candidates your father, brother, and I have carefully selected. Do any of them catch your fancy? Zhao Dage nodded in agreement. These individuals were commendable in terms of family background, appearance, and character. Sitting beside her mother, Zhao Huan Huan picked up the materials, curious about the fruits of her family's half-month deliberation. As she flipped through the pages, she was taken aback to find a familiar face staring back at her, none other than Han Ting. Zhao Mama, noticing her daughter's fixation on Han Ting's visage, smiled knowingly. She had anticipated her daughter's preference for handsome suitors. Han Ting's looks were indeed appealing. Zhao Mama was also aware of the circumstances between Han Ting and his cousin Han Xiaoyuan. The Zhao family appreciated Han Ting's capabilities, as he was undoubtedly competent. Moreover, given that Han Ting was the sole heir of the Han family following the demise of his parents, marrying him would spare her daughter from enduring any familial pressures. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Huan Huan casually remarked, "Aside from this Han Ting, you can arrange the others for me, Mom." Zhao Mama, how could her most favored candidate be the first to be eliminated by her daughter? Meanwhile, Han Ting was enraged to learn that Zhao Huan Huan had rejected the blind date, particularly since today was the day she was scheduled to meet with the Guo family's son. Furious, he stormed out with his car keys in hand, speeding down the road in his sleek black G-Class. On the other side, Zhao Huan Huan was embarking on her first blind date. As she extended her hand to accept the flowers brought by the Guo family's youngest son, her hand was suddenly seized. "Han Ting, what are you doing?" The Guo family's son attempted to step forward to assist, but Han Ting's fierce glare rooted him to the spot, emanating an aura akin to a ravenous wolf fiercely guarding its treasure. Anyone daring to approach would be ruthlessly torn apart. In that moment of hesitation, Han Ting's disdain poured forth. "Shorter than me, heavier than me, timid and cowardly, not as handsome, nor as wealthy." Han Ting unleashed a torrent of insults, leaving the Guo family's son flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Zhao Huan Huan quickly tugged at Han Ting, urging him to silence himself, yet, to her surprise, Han Ting turned his head, feigning a pitiful expression as he gazed at her. "Huan Huan, in the entire Star Harbor city, no, the entire nation, I am the best. Will you go on a blind date with me?" His woeful demeanor stood in stark contrast to the merciless way he had just belittled the young man. Zhao Huan Huan pondered, what do our families understand? Hadn't she previously thought that Han Ting was merely eccentric? Chapter 60. You are more beautiful than starlight. The first blind date of Zhao Huan Huan ended in failure. Her blind date had already departed, and Zhao Huan Huan glared at the person before her, unable to contain her anger. "Han Ting, are you out of your mind? If you're sick, go take some medicine, stop bothering me every day, will you?" Han Ting sat opposite Zhao Huan Huan, casually gesturing toward her dishes, each one a favorite of hers, causing her eyes to flicker momentarily. After placing the order, he turned to her and suggested, "Huan Huan, how about we visit Xing University this afternoon? I heard they've built a new library." The mention of the library reminded Zhao Huan Huan of a time when Han Ting had gone there to read, and she had pretended to coincidentally encounter him, only to find the library benches painfully hard, leaving her with sore hands and a stiff back. "No," she exclaimed, recalling her own embarrassing history. Han Ting was not surprised by her refusal and continued, "Then we..." Zhao Huan Huan interrupted, "Han Ting, that's enough. We're no longer who we used to be. I admit I was furious when I received your news about studying abroad in Germany, which prompted me to block and delete you in a fit of anger. However, upon reflection, I have no regrets. Even if we hadn't broken up, I still cannot accept a long-distance relationship. A breakup was inevitable, and don't try to convince me otherwise. I no longer find you appealing, do you understand? I have moved on from you, Han Ting." Hearing her declaration of disinterest felt like a sharp pain gripping Han Ting's heart. His dark lashes fluttered slightly. "Then what do you like? That guy from the Guo family?" Zhao Huan Huan, not exactly. He seemed decent enough, but compared to the male model she was accustomed to, he fell short in looks. "What I like is none of your concern. I hope there won't be a next time for this sort of thing, otherwise, the Zhao family is not without its tempers." As the dishes were served, Zhao Huan Huan stood up, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave, her gaze lingering with reluctance. "It seems I'll have to come back another day to enjoy your food." After Zhao Huan Huan departed, Han Ting looked at the table full of dishes, his expression darkening as he murmured softly, "Indeed, we have both changed. But Huan Huan, what I desire will eventually be mine. Anyone who obstructs my path will be removed." In the following days, Zhao Huan Huan did not encounter Han Ting causing any more disturbances. However, one after another, her blind date prospects either announced they had found girlfriends or were embroiled in scandalous news, particularly those who had gone on dates with her previous ex-girlfriends were dragged into the spotlight for analysis, and the entertainment headlines of Xinjiang City were overshadowed by the news of these wealthy heirs. The focus was solely on the spectacle. Zhao's mother, upon seeing these reports, disregarded their authenticity and promptly dismissed the suitors from consideration. Anyone who could be so publicly ridiculed and still remain trending was utterly useless. Regardless of the truth, it indicated their capabilities were lacking. How could they protect her beloved daughter in the future? Consequently, Zhao Huan Huan's journey of blind dates commenced swiftly and concluded just as quickly. From start to finish, it was evident who was behind it all. Zhao Huan Huan's fingers, gripping her tablet, turned slightly pale. The Han family old master Han glared at Han Ting, who stood before him, seething with anger. "Do you realize that your actions could offend everyone? One or two may not matter, but what if they band together? What will you do then?" Han Ting displayed no concern on his face, remaining calm and collected. "They won in business. There are no eternal enemies. For something so trivial, it's not worth their while to unite against Doni. It's simply not profitable, particularly since several of them will be collaborating with Doni soon. My actions have not caused them any actual losses. Rather, it has generated considerable online discussion. Plus, I have already sent my apologies along with gifts, so Grandpa, you needn't worry about them conspiring against Doni." Old Master Han replied, all right, so you've thought it all through, have you?" His voice was laced with anger, yet his eyes gleamed with pride and satisfaction. His decisive actions, meticulous planning, and subsequent measures were commendable. This young man possessed the spirit reminiscent of his own youth. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of Han Ting's phone interrupted the moment. He picked it up, and upon seeing the familiar number he had memorized, the calm demeanor on his face vanished, replaced by surprise and uncontainable joy. Huan Huan, Han Ting. Now, immediately, get out here. Her tone was unmistakably furious. The smile on Han Ting's face widened as he turned to exit. Where are you? Outside the door. I'm coming right out. Behind him, old Master Han watched, bemused. This eagerness is not at all like my usual grandson. Han Ting burst through the main entrance to find a pink supercar parked outside, his smile deepening as he opened the passenger door and slid into the seat. Did you wait long? In the driver's seat, Huan Huan, wearing sunglasses, heard the car door close and pressed the accelerator, sending the vehicle hurtling forward like an arrow. With the throttle fully engaged, it seemed as if they were headed straight for a catastrophic crash. While one might be terrified, Han Ting merely gazed at the driver beside him with a gentle expression. The car finally came to a halt by the seaside. The waves crashed against the shore as Huan Huan pushed open the car door and stepped out, leaning against the vehicle. The winds from the sea tousled her hair, creating a beautiful and languid scene. Han Ting joined her, and the two stood in silence, gazing at the expansive, azure ocean, which had the power to calm even the most troubled hearts. Neither spoke a word. Huan Huan quietly observed the sea while Han Ting silently admired her. Throughout the afternoon, they remained wordless. The sea breeze had brought Huan Huan a sense of calm. Knowing that he was responsible for recent events, she pondered whether to confront him with accusations or perhaps physically confront him. Given Han Ting's behavior over the past few days, she suspected he might use that as an excuse to cling to her. Meanwhile, Han Ting gazed greedily at the woman beside him. Huan Huan, my Huan Huan. Upon returning home, Huan Huan sat in the car, mulling over Han Ting's earlier words. Huan Huan, I will not let go. She felt an overwhelming headache. Subsequently, Han Ting pursued Huan Huan openly, unabashedly expressing his affection for her. At the Zhao residence, Wang Ma entered to inform Huan Huan, Mr. Han has sent flowers again. Huan Huan, seated in her gaming chair while focusing on her computer screen, didn't even lift her head. Same as usual, just handle it. Wang Ma noticed her apparent disinterest in Han Ting, who had been visiting daily, even refusing to step outside to meet him. Understood. Chapter 61. You are more beautiful than starlight. As the door closed behind them, Wang Ma found herself confronted by the eager gazes of Zhao Papa, Zhao Mama, and Zhao Desa. Shaking her head, she was met with Zhao Papa's delighted laughter as he extended his hand to the other two, saying, Come on, pay up, a bet is a bet. Zhao Mama and Zhao Desa exchanged glances, reluctantly pulling out their phones to transfer the money. Zhao Papa, watching the amount come through, grinned widely, declaring, I told you, my daughter would never concede defeat in just a month. If she doesn't fancy him, no amount of chasing will change that. Meanwhile, Zhao Mama and Zhao Desa wore expressions of regret, lamenting, Han Ting is so handsome. Just imagine how beautiful their children would be. Throughout the month, Han Ting had visited daily, and his demeanor and conversation had increasingly won over Zhao Mama and Zhao Desa. The three of them unabashedly discussed the matter outside Huan Huan's bedroom door when, with a loud bang, the door swung open as Huan Huan, with a displeased expression, glared at the trio. Oh, so you're betting on me? As they began to explain, she produced her phone's payment code, stating, All right then, let us meet halfway. That night, the atmosphere pulsed with energy on the first floor stage. The explosive music reverberated as several male models clad in shirts and suits moved rhythmically, their garments loosening with each twist of their bodies, revealing tantalizing glimpses of collarbones and sculpted abs. The audience erupted in screams and cheers, their excitement crescendoing as the models' physiques became increasingly visible. The sounds of their breathless dancing filled the air, and those seated nearby could almost reach out and touch the models' chiseled abs, igniting the venue with fervor. Huan Huan observed the male models, all dressed in black shirts and suit pants, and grasped her drink anxiously, forgetting that her glass was filled with alcohol. She downed it in one go, feeling the warmth intensify. While she admired the performance, Han Ting stood on the second floor, his expression dark as he watched her from the VIP section. The words she had previously uttered echoed in his mind. I don't like you like this anymore. His gaze disdainfully flicked to the stage, where the models were flaunting their charms, and he appeared contemplative. As the performance concluded, Huan Huan, her eyes slightly glazed from the drink, stepped into the night. The driver was waiting outside, and upon seeing her, he opened the car door. Uncle Lee, it's too late tonight. I want to be going home. Take me to Huading, she instructed Diane Huading. She owned an apartment where she occasionally stayed, and after a night of drinking, returning home in the middle of the night would disturb her family. While en route to Huading, another luxury vehicle, a Maybach, was seen heading in the same direction. Arriving at Huading, Huan Huan accessed her apartment with ease, having a housekeeper maintain the premises. After indulging in a hot bath, she slipped under the covers and slept soundly until dawn. The next day, as she prepared to return home, Huan Huan waited at the door for her driver. However, Uncle Lee called to inform her that he was caught in traffic and would be delayed. Gazing up at the sky, the sun shone brightly, asserting its presence over the earth. Perhaps I should just take a taxi, she mused. Just then, a Maybach pulled up before her, and the rear window descended to reveal a familiar face. Huan Huan regarded Han Ting's unexpected appearance without a hint of surprise. Let us go. I'll give you a ride, he said, weighing her options. Huan Huan, realizing she would have to wait for a taxi, succumbed to the convenience of the car before her and climbed in. Heading home? Han Ting inquired. Huan Huan, distracted by her phone, looked up and replied, No, I'm going to Guanhua with you. The mention of with you sparked a flicker of joy within Han Ting, even though he understood she wasn't seeking him out specifically. The mere phrase delighted him, being alongside her, engaging in any activity, was enough to satisfy him. Are you going to see Ji Xing at Huan Huan? Han Ting asked, aware that she only knew Ji Xing there. Zhao Huan nodded in affirmation but then narrowed her eyes. Aren't you an investor in Huan Huan? The manager there has been accused of sexually harassing female subordinates, only to turn the tables when discovered. Shouldn't you take action? Han Ting was about to defend himself, stating his role as merely an investor and that the management was not under his purview. However, upon meeting Zhao Huan's gaze, he instead said, alright, I'll look into it. Zhao Huan nodded in satisfaction, make sure it's fair. Don't go easy on him just because someone pleads for leniency. I detest incapable men who resort to harassment. As Han Ting observed Zhao Huan engaging him so naturally, the ice of his demeanor melted away, replaced by warmth and contentment. Their eyes met, his deep, cool gaze softened with tenderness, causing her heart to skip a beat as she instinctively averted her gaze. Upon arriving at Huan Huan, in the parking garage, Zheng Di noticed the Maybach and smiled, approaching to greet them. However, her smile faltered when she saw Han Ting exit the car, who then turned to open the door for Zhao Huan. The sight of the woman, though she had only seen her once, filled Zheng Di with a sense of defeat. She watched as Han Ting spoke gently to Zhao Huan, who appeared impatient, while Han Ting beamed with joy, a scene that pierced Zheng Di's heart. Ji Xing is on the 10th floor. I'll have Xiao Chen escort you there. If you need anything, come find me on the top floor, alright? Han Ting instructed Zhao Huan, slightly irritated by his incessant admonitions, felt as though he were her elder brother. Yet, recalling her purpose for being there, she bore with it, replying, alright, I understand. Han Ting, Zheng Di could no longer contain herself and interrupted their harmonious exchange. Upon seeing her, Han Ting's expression shifted, devoid of the softness he had shown Zhao Huan, as he acknowledged her with a curt nod, Mr. Zeng. Feeling neglected as Han Ting refrained from introducing her, Zheng Di was left to fend for herself. The woman beside him merely glanced her way before returning her gaze downward, prompting Zheng Di's frustration to boil over. Han Ting, who is this? She asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Han Ting's dark eyes scrutinized her as if to unveil her hidden motives. Zhao Huan. Chapter 62. You are more beautiful than starlight. Upon hearing the surname Zhao, Zheng Di tentatively inquired, I also know someone with the surname Zhao, the son of Director Zhao from Renai Hospital, Xiao Zhao. I wonder if Miss Zhao is acquainted with him. Zhao Huan replied, oh, you must be referring to Zhao Xinghua, he is indeed my nephew. Zheng Di tightened her grip on her bag, realizing, so, Miss Zhao is the little Aunt Xiao Zhao often mentions. I didn't expect you to be so young. Zhao Huan, with a stoic expression, nodded, not wishing to engage further with this individual. The disdain and jealousy in Zheng Di's eyes were nearly overflowing, and if her assumptions were correct, it was likely due to the presence of the man beside her. Mischief maker, Zhao Huan shot a glare at Han Ting, caught off guard by the glare. Han Ting was left speechless. Upon reaching the floor where Ji Xing was located, Zhao Huan stepped out of the elevator as soon as the doors opened, with Han Ting glancing at his secretary beside him, who understood and followed suit. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Di's expression soured further. As Zhao Huan entered Huan Huan, she immediately heard the sounds of an argument within Ji Xing. Don't forget, if you resign, you won't receive anything, and the employment agreement you signed upon joining prohibits you from working in this industry for at least 5 years. You need to think this through. The voice carried an air of arrogance and intimidation. Zhao Huan's anger flared upon hearing this, and she stormed in, while Han Ting's secretary, witnessing the unfolding drama, quickly took out his phone to call his boss. Given Zhao's demeanor, it was clear that if a fight broke out, his boss would need to come to her rescue. Just as Han Ting exited the elevator and received the call, he pivoted on his heel and re-entered the elevator. Zheng Di, who had come to discuss company matters with him, was left bewildered. Inside Guanya's D department, Ji Xing stared incredulously at the domineering manager before her, her inner turmoil of anger and sorrow palpable. He sexually harassed me. Why should I apologize? A colleague interjected, he's the sales department manager, what kind of woman hasn't he encountered? Besides, our sales after Xiaobai will rely on them. Ji Xing, just let it go. Yes, Ji Xing, it's not a big deal. We all have to work together, it's not worth it to make such a scene. It will only tarnish the company's reputation and complicate future collaborations. And besides, why did he touch you and not anyone else? Flies don't buzz around an egg without cracks. Ji Xing, you should be more cautious. Listening to the remarks from her colleagues, some of whom were from her own team, Ji Xing felt a mix of sorrow and absurdity, realizing just how repugnant this workplace had become. I think it's you who should be cautious. A voice filled with unrestrained disdain and fury rang out from behind. Everyone turned to look as Zhao Huan strode toward Ji Xing, her disgust evident as she confronted the grotesque expressions around her, nearly feeling nauseous. You all, with your pretentious airs, have nothing of substance to offer. It's said that individuals perceive situations differently. Indeed, you are all a bunch of morally corrupt individuals. What era are we living in? Instead of condemning the perpetrator of sexual harassment, you advise the victim to apologize. If you can't use your eyes and mouth wisely, perhaps donate them to those in need. Did none of you benefit from 9 years of compulsory education? Isn't it enough to grovel at home? Must you also do so at work? Are you so eager to please that scoundrel? Is he your father? Flowers bloom beautifully, yet you blame the gardener for their growth. With your ugly faces, why haven't you sacrificed yourselves in remorse? Zhao Huan unleashed a torrent of words, her stance unyielding, akin to a machine gun firing relentlessly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, unable to interject. Ji Xing, gazing at Huan Huan who stood before her, felt a swell of emotion in her chest, her eyes stinging in the face of the manager's veiled threats and the repugnant comments from her colleagues. She hadn't felt the urge to cry until she witnessed Huan Huan speaking up for her, standing protectively in front of her. Who are you? Why are you barging into our company? Where are the security guards? Despite her beauty, her words were sharp and unforgiving. Huan Huan regarded the individuals before her with disdain. With such low moral standards, I seriously question the quality of your partnerships. They must be just as wretched as you. Just as Han Ting and Zhang Di arrived, they overheard Huan Huan's remark. The onlookers were oblivious to the significance of her words, but Han Ting and Zhang Di understood that if she truly wished to terminate the collaboration between Renai Hospital and Guanghua, it would only take a single word from her, as she was the sole heiress of the Zhao family. Han Ting remained unperturbed, his gaze scanning Huan Huan to ensure she was unharmed, letting out a sigh of relief. However, Zhang Di appeared anxious, addressing the employees sternly. What are you all shouting about? This is Guanghua, a workplace, not a battleground. Seeing their boss and the primary investor present, the individuals who had spoken earlier turned pale, especially the direct supervisor who had suggested Ji Xing apologize, now visibly flustered. Once the commotion subsided, Zhang Di turned to Ji Xing with a gentle expression. Ji Xing, I know you have been wronged in this situation. Rest assured, I will handle this fairly. Guanghua will not retain individuals of dubious character. Ji Xing lowered her gaze, concealing her derision. If they truly intended to address the issue, it could have been resolved the day it occurred. Why wait until now? It was merely a tactic to keep her from escalating the matter while simultaneously protecting Huan Huan and their partnership with Renai Hospital. Having experienced this ordeal, Ji Xing had never been more perceptive of their ulterior motives. If she had been naive enough to think that Zhang Di was genuinely on her side, she would have been grateful to her. Reflecting on the past, Ji Xing felt a pang of pity for her former innocence. Noticing Ji Xing's silence, Zhang Di's eyes flickered with impatience, suppressing her dissatisfaction as she continued. Ji Xing, I recognize your contributions to the company over the years, particularly your remarkable achievements in the Xiaobai project. Rest assured, Guanghua will not overlook the efforts of diligent individuals. Starting today, your project bonus will be doubled, and you may report directly to me. Ji Xing's supervisor turned ashen, realizing that bypassing him to report directly to the boss only highlighted his ineffectiveness. If he was deemed useless, would the company still retain him? Ji Xing lifted her head. Thank you, President Zhang, for your kindness. However, I believe I am no longer suited to remain at Guanghua. I have scarcely taken a break for work over the years, and all I wish for now is to return home and rest. Chapter 63. You are more beautiful than starlight. Upon hearing Ji Xing's refusal, Zhang Di's expression stiffened. Of course, I appreciate all the hard work you've put in over the years. I shall respect your decision. Should you wish to return in the future, the doors of Guanghua will always be open to you. Zhang Di's words appeared gracious and composed on the surface, yet internally she felt that Ji Xing was being ungrateful. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Huan Huan. Miss Xiao, I apologize for your witnessing this. Rest assured, as a woman myself, I will never permit such morally corrupt individuals to remain within Guanghua. Ji Xing, overhearing this remark, felt her disdain intensify. It was precisely as she had suspected. Huan Huan responded with a dismissive tone. That would be for the best. Otherwise, if we were to pursue legal action, the police and lawyers coming to gather evidence would not bode well for Guanghua's reputation. Zhang Di's smile faltered. Suing? Huan Huan looked at her with an air of entitlement. Indeed, it's a clear case of sexual harassment. To put it nicely, one might say he couldn't control his hands. To put it bluntly, it's simply being a rogue. Of course, we must alert the authorities. Moreover, this incident has left a profound psychological scar on our Xingxing. Coupled with those around who incite and provoke, it has made her dread returning to work. Is that not serious? If she develops a lifelong anxiety response, what will she do in the future? Ji Xing, who had just confided to Zhang Di her desire to resign and rest at home, felt a wave of disbelief. Zhang Di, having just heard Ji Xing's wish to leave, was equally taken aback. The few individuals who had been inciting and provoking now wore pale faces, casting desperate glances at their colleagues, who quickly averted their eyes, fearing that lingering too long might lead to their own accusations. It was evident to all that the stunning woman who had intervened on Ji Xing's behalf was a force to be reckoned with. Did they not see how Zhang Di was trying to curry favor with her? Observing the anxious expressions of the surrounding employees, Zhang Di realized that should Ji Xing indeed file a lawsuit, Guanghua would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. After all, they were at a pivotal moment with the official launch of the Xiaobai project, and the newly hired staff were certainly less familiar with the operations than their seasoned counterparts. Though dismissing them was trivial, delaying Xiaobai's launch would render all Guanghua's efforts over the years futile. Her gaze turned to Han Ting. Han Ting, she implored with a look of desperation. Han Ting's piercing gaze fell upon the apprehensive employees. Regardless of the matter, one must take responsibility for their actions. His words, alongside his silent support standing behind Huan Huan, underscored his allegiance to her, even if she did not require it. Zhang Di's spirits plummeted upon hearing this. She understood that the crux of the issue rested with Ji Xing. As long as Ji Xing chose not to pursue the matter, there remained room for reconciliation. In Guanghua's conference room, only 6 individuals remained: Ji Xing, Zhang Di, Huan Huan, Han Ting, and the sales manager who had entered and immediately knelt to apologize to Ji Xing, the very instigator of the misconduct, alongside the manager who had followed suit in seeking forgiveness. I am truly sorry, Ji Xing. It was a moment of folly on my part. I beseech you to forgive me. I have a family to support and cannot afford to lose my job. I will do anything you ask, Ji Xing. Ji Xing, likewise, I should not have attributed your achievements to my nephew. Rest assured, I will dismiss him immediately, please forgive me, Ji Xing. Ji Xing was taken aback by their actions, feeling somewhat at a loss. Their pleas were pitiful, yet she found herself unwilling to grant them forgiveness. However, she also recognized that their ability to apologize, along with the so-called compensation laid out on the table, was solely due to Huan Huan's intervention. Otherwise, she would be resigning with nothing, adhering to that employment agreement. Now, with their apologies and company compensation, the prospects of purchasing a home and marrying her boyfriend seemed within reach. Even the employment agreement appeared obsolete, allowing her to leverage her experience at Guanghua to secure another position effortlessly. Moreover, she could not let Huan Huan suffer losses due to her own decisions. Countless reasons flooded Ji Xing's mind, urging her to sign for the benefit of all parties involved, yet her hand hovered over the pen, reluctant to commit. Smack! The pen was snatched from her grasp, and looking up, she found Zhao Huan gazing at her sternly. If you do not wish to forgive, then do not. If you do not want to sign, then do not. Do not betray your own feelings. Tears shimmered in Ji Xing's eyes as she regarded Zhao Huan, her brow softening. All right, she then turned to face the trio across from her. I shall not forgive their actions, and I will proceed with the lawsuit. Whatever the court decides, I will accept. After stepping out of Guanghua's doors, Ji Xing felt the air was fresh and invigorating. She turned to Zhao Huan, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Huan, thank you. Zhao Huan smiled at her. No need for thanks. She then pulled out her phone to send a message. Here is the contact information for the lawyer my brother is sending over. He is quite capable, and I've already informed him. Just reach out to him directly. Ji Xing nodded emphatically at the name and number displayed on her screen. Thank you. Beyond gratitude, she was at a loss for words. The lawyers known to the Zhao family were undoubtedly more reliable than those she could find on her own, and Ji Xing felt no inclination to refuse the offer. After all, Huan Huan's steadfast support moments ago had made it clear that rejecting her help would be hurtful. As Zhao Huan drove Ji Xing home, Han Ting, once again overlooked, remained silent. If Ji Xing proceeds with the lawsuit, keep an eye on things and assist her if necessary, he instructed his secretary, who nodded in response. Understood, Mr. Han. However, once they returned to the top floor, which served as Han Ting's office, the secretary hesitated before voicing her concern. Mr. Han, if Ji Xing truly follows Miss Xiao's advice and files suit, what if Guanghua suffers repercussions that delay Xiao Bai's launch? Han Ting stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the skyline of Xingang City. Some matters are better revealed before Xiao Bai's launch than after, as the latter would yield far greater losses. Moreover, this situation fundamentally stems from the misconduct of a single employee and bears little relation to Guanghua itself. If we handle the marketing well, it could even generate positive momentum for Xiao Bai's launch. We stand to gain. The secretary looked at Han Ting with admiration and respect. I understand, Mr. Honda. I will remain vigilant. Chapter 64. You are more beautiful than starlight. In the end, the court ruled in favor of Ji Xing. Although the compensation awarded to her was significantly less than what had been offered previously in the Guanghua conference room, Ji Xing wore a countenance of ease and satisfaction. Through her experiences, Ji Xing imparted to others the importance of confronting workplace injustices and sexual harassment, urging them not to let concerns over insufficient evidence or the malicious gossip of those around them deter them from holding wrongdoers accountable. Only by standing firm can one instill fear in those scoundrels, ensuring they remember their transgressions and refrain from harming others again. Due to Han Ting's intervention, Zhao Huan's matchmaking efforts could not proceed. The Zhao family had initially intended to confront the Han family, yet Han Ting humbly approached them, bringing his grandfather along to offer a sincere apology. He refrained from lengthy explanations, simply laying bare his heartfelt affection for Zhao Huan before her family. While Han Ting's pride could be set aside, a degree of respect for Elder Han was still warranted. After seeing the Han family off, the others glanced at the contract on the side table, turning to Zhao Huan. Is this a blessing or a curse? Upon exiting the Zhao family residence and settling into the car, Elder Han remarked, you haven't even pursued this person yet, and you're already giving away such significant benefits. If you marry her, will the Donnie company just hand everything over to her? Han Ting replied. That one tea happened just as Elder Han felt relieved that his grandson wasn't entirely reckless. He heard the next statement. However, I could certainly offer my own ventures, Xingyue and Hanhai, as well as some previous investments. Elder Han get lost. Seeing his eager disposition was quite vexing. Nonetheless, Elder Han also felt astonished and gratified that Han Ting was the actual decision-maker behind Xingyue and Hanhai. In such a short span, he had managed to elevate both ventures to their current scale, ensuring that under his leadership, Donnie would continue to prosper. Han Ting suggested, but Grandpa, shouldn't you prepare a gift for your future granddaughter-in-law? I think shares in Dongie would be quite fitting. Elder Han. The true frustration didn't stem from loud arguments. Seeing this incapable fellow irritated him. How did he end up with such a grandson? Yet, looking at Han Ting's hopeful expression, he retorted, let us discuss this after you win her over. The way he spoke implied that if Han Ting succeeded in his pursuit, marriage would be inevitable. As for whether they would marry, have you ever seen a wild wolf abandon its prey? Han Ting smiled. Alright, Grandpa, I will definitely bring her home soon. Elder Han. But see, I told you. I meant pursuing her, and he is already thinking about marriage. Today was filled with exasperation, tinged with a faint sorrow as if he were raising a grandson for the Zhao family. Although Zhao Huan had grown indifferent to the chances of encountering Han Ting, she couldn't help but be struck by his appearance today. Dressed in a V-neck shirt rather than his usual formal attire, she nearly spewed her milk tea in surprise. Sitting in the passenger seat, her gaze uncontrollably drifted towards him, and the subtle outline of his abs, visible as he turned the steering wheel, was even more captivating than the initial shock. In the days that followed, Huan Huan felt as though she were witnessing a miraculous transformation in Han Ting, as he showcased an array of distinctive outfits every day. One day, unable to contain herself any longer, Huan Huan finally asked, Han Ting. Hearing her call his name filled Han Ting with joy, though he maintained a composed facade, replying, what's up? Huan Huan inquired. I've been meaning to ask, who is your stylist? Their taste is quite commendable, and I'd like to enlist their services for my own wardrobe, Han Ting. I'll send you their contact information shortly. During this period, Han Ting, with his remarkable driving skills and decent looks, had shamelessly taken on the role of her chauffeur for a month, finally making Huan Huan less inclined to flee at his approach. Soon, Huan Huan's birthday arrived. After celebrating with her family during the day, the evening was reserved for festivities with friends. Zhou Shishang cleared the venue for her birthday celebration, inviting only Huan Huan's close friends, though some of Zhou Shishang and Zhao Xinggui's acquaintances also attended, resulting in a lively gathering. As vibrant lights illuminated the stage and loud music filled the air, the celebration truly commenced. After singing the birthday song and blowing out the candles. In a tipsy haze, Huan Huan wandered onto the outdoor terrace on the second floor. The moment she stepped outside, the lights flickered on, revealing a central arrangement of flowers, with the most striking bouquet glowing under the illumination. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a breathtaking gemstone necklace nestled among the blooms. Happy birthday, Huan Huan. Han Ting had appeared behind her at some point, holding up the necklace. Shall I put this on for you? He asked cautiously, fearful of her potential refusal. Gazing at Han Ting, illuminated by the lights, he appeared even more handsome, particularly in his attire reminiscent of a peacock displaying its feathers, momentarily leaving Huan Huan entranced. The effects of the alcohol rendered her head slightly dizzy, her cheeks flushed like blooming peach blossoms. Approaching Han Ting, she instinctively reached out to caress his face, marveling at his striking features. Han Ting, taken aback by her gesture, felt as though his breath had stopped, terrified that the sound of his inhalation might disrupt the moment and cause her to withdraw. Huan Huan, entranced by the proximity of his captivating visage, recalled how she had once pursued him tirelessly, only to part ways without even a kiss. A sudden urge surged within her, prompting her to lean in, standing on her tiptoes to steal a kiss. Han Ting's pupils dilated, the priceless gemstone necklace slipping from his grasp as he was momentarily stunned by her boldness. In her intoxicated state, Huan Huan clumsily kissed him, but the effort of standing on tiptoes soon wore her down, causing her to begin sliding down. Reacting swiftly, Han Ting wrapped his arm around her waist and gently cradled her head to prevent her from falling away. The suppressed affection that had built up over the years surged forth, and Huan Huan, already dazed, found herself overwhelmed by Han Ting's fervent kiss, only able to submit to his passionate embrace. When she could hardly breathe, Han Ting finally released her, his dark eyes swirling with emotion as he held her close, bending down to retrieve the fallen necklace. Then, with a swift motion, he lifted her into his arms, inhaling her familiar scent, while the somewhat dazed Huan Huan made no attempt to resist. As the night unfolded, revelers enjoyed themselves, the music blaring and lights flashing, while Han Ting discreetly carried Huan Huan out of the venue, unnoticed by the crowd. Chapter 65. You are more beautiful than starlight. Bending down to embrace her, Han Ting settled Huan Huan, who was obediently nestled in his arms, into the back seat of the Maybach. She blinked her sparkling, watery eyes at him, and her slightly swollen, rosy lips appeared irresistibly enticing. Unable to resist, Han Ting pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead, draping his coat over her shoulders before addressing the driver in front. Drive back to Huading. The sleek black Maybach sped smoothly along the road, the scenery outside rushing by in a blur. Inside the vehicle, the driver maintained a steady gaze ahead while Han Ting lowered his head to gaze at the drowsy Huan Huan in his embrace, stealing another kiss. After being kissed, Huan Huan looked up at him in a daze, as if trying to ascertain who he was, yet her unfocused eyes betrayed her inebriated state. After a prolonged moment of staring at Han Ting, she suddenly tilted her head and planted a kiss on him. Han Ting, stifling his inner excitement, pulled out his phone, aiming it at the two of them, and with a voice laced with playful persuasion, he said, "Be good, just one more kiss, alright?" His tone echoed that of a cunning wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. The driver, startled by Han Ting's tone, lost his grip momentarily, causing the car to swerve. Though he quickly corrected it, it was nonetheless a grave lapse in judgment. "I'm sorry, Mr. Han." In response to the jolt, Han Ting instinctively shielded Huan Huan with his body. Hearing the driver's apology, he shot him an irritated glance. "If it happens again, you can leave immediately." The driver, catching Han Ting's displeased gaze in the rearview mirror, stiffened. "There won't be a next time, Mr. Han." He then focused intently ahead, resolutely ignoring any unexpected sounds from the back seat. Fortunately, Han Ting seemed to realize the presence of an outsider in the car, and the remainder of the journey passed without incident. Upon their return to Wuding, Huan Huan had already drifted into a peaceful slumber in Han Ting's embrace. He gently placed her onto the bed and summoned the housekeeper to help her remove her makeup and change into appropriate attire before he entered the room. Kneeling beside the bed, he watched Huan Huan sleep soundly, tenderly tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his eyes filled with affection, utterly captivated by the woman before him. The following morning, parched and suffering from a headache, Huan Huan stirred, yearning for a drink of water. However, the arm encircling her waist, distinctly contrasting her skin tone, froze her in place. OMG, following the length of her arm upwards, she beheld Han Ting's face and the bare upper half of his body emerging from the covers, momentarily rendering her mind blank. Glancing down, she realized she was no longer clothed in her attire from the previous day, but rather donned a loose-fitting nightgown. Huan Huan desperately racked her brain to recall what had transpired the previous evening, yet her mind was a blank slate. The scene before her was unmistakably suggestive of an intimate encounter between the two. Had she truly lost her inhibitions due to the alcohol? Not only that, but had she also ended up in a compromising situation? Cautiously shifting Han Ting's arm from her waist, Zhao Huan observed that he remained blissfully asleep, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't awakened. Stealthily, she attempted to rise from the bed, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Though she lacked explicit memories of the night's events, her subconscious urged her to make a hasty exit. Success, her left leg was now on the floor. Good, the right leg followed suit. Now, she just needed to stand up quietly. Where are you going? A low, husky voice interrupted just as Zhao Huan was about to make her escape from the treacherous bed, tightening around her waist and pulling her back onto the mattress. Back to square one, Zhao Huan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Han Ting propped his head up with one hand, glancing at her with a teasing smile. What is this? Planning to run after indulging, without any intention of taking responsibility? His playful eyes spoke words that left Zhao Huan momentarily entranced. Did I really eat with you last night? She questioned, still skeptical. The absence of memory left her baffled, as she felt no sensations at all. Han Ting lowered his gaze, feigning grievance as he recounted her misdeeds from the previous night. I was on the terrace on the second floor, preparing to celebrate your birthday, even gifting you a beautiful gemstone necklace. Zhao Huan glanced at the necklace resting on the nightstand, recalling the incident. Han Ting, seeing her expression of realization, felt his heart melt, yet he maintained an air of mock indignation. Then, I mentioned putting the necklace on you, and before I knew it, you had wrapped your arms around my neck. And then, as he spoke, Han Ting's gaze flickered, betraying a hint of embarrassment. With each word, images flashed in Zhao Huan's mind, confirming Han Ting's account. She had indeed initiated a kiss with him, and it seemed she had taken the lead in the car as well. However, the subsequent events remained a mystery to her, yet the combination of Han Ting's words and her fragmented memories compelled her to believe him. Biting her lower lip, she left a faint mark on her soft lips, while Han Ting reminisced about their kiss from the previous night, his eyes darkening with thought. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Huan accepted the reality of her actions, but upon meeting Han Ting's earnest gaze, she responded, Ahem, since it has already happened and we are both adults, let us just be magnanimous and pretend it never occurred. Inevitably, Han Ting was eager to seize this opportunity to ascertain whether he could secure a formal relationship or gain some benefits. However, upon hearing Zhao Huan's words, he found himself both amused and infuriated. With a somber expression, he gritted his teeth. I have never been a magnanimous person, such matters cannot simply be dismissed as if they never happened. Zhao Huan replied with a nonchalant oh. Han Ting's frustration deepened. What does oh mean? Zhao Huan clarified, oh, it just means I understand. So, what is it that you want? If it's money, I won't give more than 500,000. To be honest, I don't remember a thing from last night, and I didn't feel anything at all. If I give you more, I feel cheated. Han Ting. As soon as she mentioned compensation, Han Ting's expression darkened to the point of resembling ink, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Particularly vexing was her comment about lacking any sense of experience, which only deepened his ire, leaving his face a mix of black and red. Is that so? A male model in the night commands 20,000 for a single night. I should thank Miss Zhao for her generosity. Han Ting retorted through clenched teeth. Zhao Huan nodded. Indeed, considering the Han family's prestige, I have offered a substantial amount. Chapter 66. You are more beautiful than starlight. Han Ting's face had darkened to an unprecedented degree. Is that so? Should I then express my gratitude for your generosity? He leaned in, and Zhao Huan was abruptly pulled onto the bed, with Han Ting's fiery gaze looming above her. In that case, how could Miss Zhao allow her 50,000 to go to waste? I shall ensure you have a profound experience. Zhao Huan felt a chill run down her spine, her instincts kicking in as she hurriedly protested, no, that's unnecessary. A soft of protest was swiftly silenced by his overwhelming kiss. In that moment, Zhao Huan truly grasped the essence of the experience Han Ting had alluded to. It was, to say the least, quite intense, especially his chiseled abs, which had an addictive quality that she found herself drawn to. As for why she felt this way initially, it was simply because later on, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed. With this thought, a flush crept onto Zhao Huan's cheeks. Observing her reddening face, Ji Xing inquired with concern, Huan, is everything alright? Are you feeling feverish? Zhao Huan quickly regained her composure. No. She promptly shifted the topic. So, are you considering starting a business, senior? Ji Xing nodded. Yes, a junior has expressed interest in partnering with me to launch a company. After some contemplation, I believe it's worth a try. Zhao Huan cautioned, but senior, embarking on a venture means bearing all responsibilities yourself. The initial funding alone poses a significant challenge, not to mention the venue and staff. Furthermore, your project focuses on intelligent robotics, which makes securing investment difficult without tangible results. This implies, Ji Xing interjected, this implies that we will need to invest our own funds initially. Don't worry, I am well prepared. Over the years, I have managed to save some money, and the junior who wants to collaborate with me mentioned that his father would also provide a sum for startup capital. We will work diligently to achieve results, and finding investors will be much easier then. Seeing Ji Xing brimming with ambition and hope, Zhao Huan swallowed her reservations and raised her juice glass. Then here's wishing you success, senior. Ji Xing smiled and clinked her glass. Thank you. Meanwhile, Tang Song, Han Ting's personal secretary, noticed his boss arriving at work with an unusually cheerful demeanor. Recalling that it had been Zhao's birthday the previous day, he tentatively inquired, Boss, did Miss Zhao appreciate the necklace last night? This question subtly probed whether the two had spent the night together, given that Tang Song had accompanied Han Ting to the auction where the necklace was acquired. Han Ting recalled the necklace adorning Zhao's exquisite, fair skin, the shimmering gems captivating him completely. His expression darkened as he replied to Tang Song, I remember there's a set of pink diamond necklaces at next month's auction. Clear your schedule for it. Tang Song recognized the smile on Han Ting's face. It was evident that last night had gone exceptionally well. When the boss is happy, the company atmosphere improves, and a positive environment makes work much more manageable. Understood, he replied. However, Tang Song's good mood did not last long, for he soon observed Han Ting returning to work with a clouded expression, occasionally gazing out the window, lost in thought. Tang Song entered with a contract. Boss, here are the contracts that need your signature today. After Han Ting signed, he turned to leave when he heard his name, Tang Song. Tang Song turned back to Han Ting. What is it, boss? Do you have any instructions? Han Ting sighed. Never mind, it's nothing, you can go. Alright, Tang Song replied. That evening, Xiao Yixio found Han Ting sitting dejectedly, staring at his phone. He took a seat beside him. What's wrong? I've never seen you so downcast. Han Ting looked up, the words swirling in his mind before he finally spoke. How does one earn a woman's acknowledgement? Xiao Yixio was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, Han Ting, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Han Ting watched as Xiao Yixio nearly toppled off the sofa, his expression a mixture of exasperation and disdain. Sensing the intensity of Han Ting's piercing gaze, Xiao Yixio straightened up, clearing his throat. Ahem, tell me the details. I want to see where things might be going awry, especially for someone as handsome and wealthy as you. Han Ting felt conflicted. Xiao Yixio did not seem particularly reliable, yet he had no alternative. In business, he had countless strategies to achieve his desires, but in matters of love, he was utterly at a loss. He recounted the events of the past few days, noting how Huan Huan's demeanor resembled that of someone merely seeking a casual arrangement. After their encounters, she would turn cold, ignoring his calls and messages, yet would seek him out at night for solace. Although he sensed their relationship was deteriorating, he found himself unable to resist the temptation. Xiao Yixio stroked his chin. It appears she has no intention of formalizing your relationship. Han Ting thought to himself. If I had known that, would I have sought your advice? Observing the increasingly dangerous glint in Han Ting's eyes, Xiao Yixio hastily added. However, there are ways to remedy this. Do you know how some unacknowledged individuals manage to elevate their status? Han Ting, that night, upon returning to Wuting, Huan Huan opened the door to find a pair of men's shoes at the entrance, immediately realizing that Han Ting had come over. Their relationship had indeed become quite intricate. As Huan Huan thought Han Ting was handsome, intelligent, and skilled, with commendable genetics. Reflecting on her previous blind date, Huan Huan concluded that it might be more pragmatic to simply bear a child for the Zhao family. After all, the Zhao family was small in number, and bringing home her own child might bring them greater joy than a mere marriage. After all, the child would be hers, while a husband was not guaranteed. Upon returning from the Zhao family, she had broached this idea with them, and their reactions had shifted from shock to conflict, ultimately settling into silence, indicating their tacit approval. Now, she only needed the right moment. Seeing Han Ting in the kitchen, embodying the role of a devoted husband, Huan Huan's smile deepened. What are you cooking? It smells delightful. Observing the array of dishes on the table, all of which were her favorites, she felt a fleeting moment of gratitude toward Han Ting, but it quickly vanished. Han Ting placed the last dish on the table. Welcome back, try my cooking. If you like it, I'll make it for you from now on. Chapter 67. You are more beautiful than starlight. As Huan Huan heard those words, her eyelids fluttered momentarily. She chose not to respond and accepted the chopsticks handed to her by Han Ting. Taking a tentative bite, under Han Ting's expectant gaze, she savored the dish, and her eyes sparkled as she gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, delicious. Huan Huan was genuinely not deceiving him. The food was indeed delectable and perfectly suited to her palate. Upon hearing her praise, Han Ting's smile widened as he served her more, saying, if it's delicious, then eat a bit more. Once they had eaten their fill, Huan Huan leaned back in her chair, watching Han Ting as he tidied up the dishes. She found herself torn, contemplating whether to delay the child plan for a few more days to indulge in all the dishes Han Ting could prepare. Meanwhile, Han Ting, washing the dishes in the kitchen, reflected on the strategy proposed by Xiao Yixio. To capture a person's heart, one must first win over their stomach. Observing the nearly empty plates, Han Ting mused that he must have succeeded in this endeavor. As the evening progressed, their rapport deepened further. Han Ting had grown increasingly attuned to Huan Huan's body, often coaxing her into a soft plea for mercy. The titles she refused to utter by day were readily spoken by night, and her gentle, alluring voice only served to heighten Han Ting's excitement. The following afternoon, Huan Huan awoke, stretching her achy body, and decided it was time to resolve the matter of having a child. Han Ting had been as restless as a powder keg lately, and she worried that, if things continued this way, she might not conceive and instead exhaust herself in bed. Meanwhile, Han Ting, happily heading to work, was engrossed in learning how to win a woman's heart, hoping to secure his position. His earnest demeanor puzzled Tang Song, who delivered documents, wondering why the boss, usually so unfazed by billion-dollar contracts, was suddenly so serious. Had he missed a lucrative investment opportunity? Oblivious to Huan Huan's plans for motherhood, Han Ting, after work, remembered the advice to surprise her occasionally. He took a detour to a jewelry store, purchased a bouquet of flowers, and brandished a pink diamond necklace he had acquired at an auction as he entered his home. Huan Huan beamed at the golden roses and exquisite necklace he presented, throwing herself into his arms, exclaiming, so beautiful, thank you, I love it. What followed was a passionate kiss that left Han Ting momentarily stunned, though he quickly regained his composure and took the initiative. He sensed an unusual fervor from Huan Huan that night, believing it to be a sign of progress in their relationship. Her enthusiasm only further ignited his excitement. The next day, Huan Huan, who had slept until the afternoon, surveyed her less than perfect skin and wondered if Han Ting was like a dog. Sinking into a bathtub, she summoned a therapist for a massage over the next week. Han Ting perceived Zhao Wanwan's demeanor softening and her growing dependence on him. Their lives became increasingly harmonious, and he felt that the day when they would officially be together was drawing near. Moreover, during their playful escapades, they had not taken precautions. Han Ting felt a glimmer of hope. Whether seen as despicable or opportunistic, he was willing to go to any lengths to ensure that Zhao Wanwan truly belonged to him. One morning, 2 weeks later, Zhao Wanwan experienced a wave of nausea. Having already conducted her research, she remained composed until Han Ting left, then promptly grabbed her bag and went to the hospital. In the obstetrics department, the doctor reviewed her test results and informed her, "Madam, you are indeed pregnant, approximately a week alone. Please remember to come in for regular checkups." Zhao Wanwan trembled with excitement as she clutched the report, replying, "Thank you, doctor." Upon returning to Huading, she gazed at Han Ting's belongings scattered throughout the house, her expression tinged with conflict. Gently caressing her belly, her gaze softened, but as she turned to leave and plan her next steps, she recalled the arrangement for her parents to accompany her abroad for childbirth once she was pregnant. However, upon seeing Han Ting enter, an uneasy premonition washed over her. Han Ting, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, enveloped her in an embrace, saying, "Huan Huan, don't worry, I will be a good father, and I will take great care of you. Let's get married." Zhao Wanwan's reaction was one of bewilderment. "Who sold me out?" Time rewound to when Zhao Wanwan had voiced her intentions to her family at the Zhao residence. After her departure, the four adults exchanged glances, and Zhao's elder brother dialed a number. Shortly thereafter, Han Ting arrived, leaving the Zhao family home with a look of content satisfaction. "So, you all sold me out for this?" Zhao Wanwan fumed from the sofa, her gaze fierce as she confronted the four guilty figures across from her, while Han Ting stood meekly behind her, attempting to appease her. The Zhao family glared at Han Ting, scolding him, "Useless, didn't we agree to take it slow?" Caught in their disapproving gaze, Han Ting could only sigh. "What could I do? I was just too excited, and she is pregnant, so I can't afford to anger her." The Zhao family exchanged knowing looks, with Zhao's mother and sister-in-law taking seats beside Zhao Wanwan, saying, "Sweetheart, your mother isn't entirely opposed to your idea, but after you left, we reconsidered. This plan is flawed." Han Ting, having been pushed aside, patiently took his place beside Zhao's father and elder brother, who scoffed dismissively, "Traitor." Listening to Zhao's mother, Zhao Wanwan was perplexed. Why wouldn't it work? According to her plan, she could simply go abroad to give birth without revealing the child's paternity, as the Han family would not know, and the child would belong to the Zhao family. Zhao's sister-in-law gently tapped her forehead, saying, "Your thought process is commendable, but your plan is riddled with holes. Setting aside whether the Han family would try to claim the child, won't Han Ting suspect something with your sudden departure? Once you return, he could easily deduce the timing and parentage of the child. Do you really think you can stay abroad forever?" Zhao Wanwan felt ready to protest but faltered under Han Ting's piercing gaze, feeling deflated. Given his recent actions upon returning home, she indeed had little faith in Han Ting's ability to refrain from investigating her. Han Ting sighed, "My mother-in-law truly knows me well." The thought of Zhao Wanwan disappearing without a trace darkened his eyes. He vowed to turn Star Harbor City upside down to find her if it came to that, yet, facing the gazes of his mother-in-law and beloved Huan, he managed a warm smile. Chapter 68 You are more beautiful than starlight. Zhao Ma chimed in from the side. "You are my daughter, how could I not understand you? If you truly didn't have feelings for Han Ting, would your relationship have developed to this point? My daughter has never been one to be bullied. Since you do have feelings for him, then stop dragging your feet. Han Ting is a fine young man. If you are concerned about him changing his mind later, divorce him if necessary. Our family can certainly afford it. Moreover, one crucial point remains, how can our little grandson be born without a name or status?" Zhao Wanwan lowered her gaze, remaining silent. On the other hand, Han Ting, upon hearing his mother-in-law affirm that Huan Huan indeed liked him, was overwhelmed with joy, but that happiness was short-lived as he heard her mention divorce. He quickly interjected, "Mom, rest assured, I would never do anything to betray Huan Huan. So, let us not even discuss divorce. The child would be frightened by such notions." As Zhao dad and Zhao brother were reluctant to engage with the seemingly foolish Han Ting. Were it not for Han Ting's promise to manage the shares of Dongyi better, which he could not give to Huan Huan, they would have had no intention of agreeing to his terms regarding his assets. Additionally, the name of their second child would also carry the Zhao surname. The Zhao family was not inclined to acquiesce to him otherwise. Seeing her daughter's expression, Zhao Ma knew she had absorbed the conversation, and decisively stated, "All right, since it's clear, Han Ting, let us arrange a time for both families to discuss your wedding as soon as possible. It would be beneficial for our little grandson to have his household registration." From her observations, Zhao Ma could tell that Han Ting genuinely cared for her daughter. His promises were twofold. To showcase his capabilities to the Zhao family and to ensure that, even if their relationship soured in the future, Huan Huan would possess enough to lead a life of comfort and leisure. Only what is secured in hand truly belongs to oneself, Zhao Ma thought, gazing at the delighted Han Ting with a glimmer of warmth in her eyes. The hastily arranged wedding, bolstered by financial means, did not seem so rushed after all. Han Ting did everything within his power to provide the best for Zhao Wanwan. As she observed the array of custom-made wedding gowns, Zhao Wanwan turned to Han Ting and asked, "When did you start ordering these?" Han Ting, captivated by the sight of Zhao Wanwan in her wedding dress, replied, "I would order a new design every year while studying in Germany." The tailored gowns were all in Zhao Wanwan's size. Could she attribute her maintained figure to her years of discipline? Zhao Wanwan smiled brightly at Han Ting. "What about the rings, were they ordered every year as well?" Han Ting paused, quickly recovering with a grin. "Yes, I'll bring one home for you to see." On the day of the wedding, as Han Ting stood beside Zhao Huan Huan in her wedding dress, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if he could scarcely believe he was marrying her. In truth, he had never confessed that when she had approached him with a smile at Star University, he had already been smitten. Otherwise, how could the typically reserved Han Ting allow her to remain close to him? The information she had regarding him was all released by him through his roommate. Though the circumstances had been unexpected, he had finally succeeded in marrying the woman he adored. As they exchanged rings, Han Ting looked into Zhao Huan Huan's eyes and uttered the words "I do," his eyes glistening with tears. Observing his emotional state, Zhao Huan Huan gently squeezed his hand. "Calm down, I do not wish to see my groom crying uncontrollably at our wedding. Those who don't know might think I forced you into this." Han Ting steadied his emotions and gazed at Zhao Huan Huan with love, solemnly repeating, "I do." Amidst the joyful couple on stage, Ji Xing clapped fervently, sending blessings to the newlyweds. Having endured the hardships of starting a business and a breakup, Ji Xing felt utterly drained, even doubting herself. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Huan Huan raise her glass in her direction, Ji Xing lifted her own, encouraged by her words, "Keep going." This moment warmed her heart and fortified her resolve. Han Ting fulfilled his premarital promise, transferring all his assets, except for the shares in Dongyi, to Zhao Huan Huan's name. Furthermore, on their wedding day, grandfather Han gifted Zhao Huan Huan a portion of his shares. Together with Han Ting's holdings, the couple now possessed ample shares to implement bold reforms at Dongyi. Moreover, Han Ting's share dividends were consistently directed to Zhao Huan Huan's account, further enriching her already prosperous status. Throughout his life, Han Ting has taken exceptional care of Zhao Huan Huan, ensuring that the words of Zhao Ma, regarding a potential divorce if life became unsatisfactory, never had the chance to escape her lips. Chapter 69. A feather of the clouds in the glazed tower of 10,000 laws, a solitary figure sat in meditation within a luminous halo, eyes closed in deep concentration. Upon opening her eyes, Huan Huan found herself intimately familiar with the processes of this small world. However, being born from a flower this time caused her mind to stall for a few moments, before she could ascertain whether she had transformed into a sentient flower or merely emerged as a seedling. A cacophony of voices approached from the riverbank. There were elders, youths, and children alike. Zhao Huan Huan, what on earth? At the rear mountain of the palace gates, there were 4 palaces, Feng, Hua, Shui, and Yun, stationed there year-round, with strict orders forbidding anyone from stepping beyond the mountain S-bounds without permission. In contrast, the front mountain comprised the 4 palaces of Shan, Jiao, Ji, and Yu, each with distinct responsibilities and roles. Among them, the Yu palace oversaw the entire palace gates while the others assisted in governance. Yet at this moment, nearly all the inhabitants of the rear mountain had gathered by the lotus pond. The usually desolate and cold rear mountain buzzed with chatter over the strange occurrence in the center of the lotus pond. For the first time, Shui Gongzi and Hua Gongzi found the rear mountain to be quite lively. The long quiet and lonely rear mountain, perpetually shrouded in chilling temperatures and miasma, especially the ever-snowy Shui Palace, was now stirred by the sudden appearance of a lotus flower on the frozen surface of a pond. This lotus, instead of wilting in the harsh winter conditions, thrived magnificently, its delicate pink and white petals glistening like jewels atop the icy lake. This extraordinary spectacle naturally captured the attention of the inhabitants of Shui Palace, specifically Shui Chongzi and Shui Gongzi. After half a month of vigilant observation, it seemed the lotus was about to bloom. Hua Gongzi, who happened to visit, spread the news, and soon everyone in the rear mountain, whether they should know or not, had come to witness the event. The once desolate rear mountain had transformed into a scene of long-lost festivity, eliciting a sense of guilt in the elders as they watched the younger generation gaze curiously at the lotus. They were but youths, confined to the cold and quiet rear mountain, perhaps destined to never see the outside world, and now, a mere lotus flower could evoke such excitement in them. Oh, how bittersweet. While the elders pondered this melancholic thought, the most animated among the crowd, Hua Gongzi, pointed in astonishment at the center of the lotus pond. Is that a person blooming from the flower? The third elder, stern-faced, retorted, nonsense. A flower blooms, but how could it possibly give rise to a person? Utter foolishness. Just as he prepared to scold further, he turned to behold the scene before him, his pupils constricting in disbelief. In the midst of the frozen lotus pond stood a towering lotus, emanating a radiant white light. The flower grew larger and larger until a magnificent blossom filled the entire pond. As the petals unfurled, revealing their delicate beauty, the crowd's gaze was not drawn to the exquisite sight but rather to the figure seated at the heart of the colossal lotus. There, half reclined, was a woman whose starry eyes sparkled, her hair cascading like clouds. She possessed an ethereal grace, her skin tender and luminous, her hair flowing freely in the breeze, wafting an indistinct fragrance of lotus. In her clear gaze, one could detect a purity reminiscent of lotus blossoms, rendering her a celestial being, seemingly too exquisite to be human. The woman looked at the crowd with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment, her uncertainty palpable to those around her. Shui Gongzi and Hua Gongzi were the first to break the silence. Are you human or a spirit? The others murmured, it appears she is not human at all. The palace gates had long been secluded in the depths of the mountains, accessible only by a single path guarded strictly by the inhabitants of the front mountain. It was inconceivable for anyone from outside the palace to approach the rear mountain unnoticed. Moreover, the recent spectacle indicated the woman's extraordinary nature. Thus, the foremost concern was whether she posed a threat to the palace. The third elder watched the woman with a wary gaze. However, Hua Gongzi, intrigued, engaged her in conversation. Upon hearing his question, Huan Huan bit her lip, hesitating before replying, I suppose I am not human. The crowd gasped, and the third and fourth elders discreetly urged the younger ones to step back. Then the woman continued, nor am I a spirit. The crowd was taken aback. Beside them, Shui Gongzi, perplexed, asked the question that lingered in everyone's minds, then what are you? Why have you appeared in our Shui palace? Huan Huan gazed at the crowd with a hint of confusion, I do not know. The crowd remained silent. Hua Gongzi glanced at the enormous lotus upon which she sat, inhaling the fragrant air surrounding her. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. You must be a lotus spirit. Huan Huan surveyed the lotus around her and, extending her hand to touch the frozen lake, a miraculous event unfolded. The frozen surface thawed instantly, and her fingers created ripples across the water. Suddenly, myriad lotus blossoms erupted from the lake, all blooming in unison, filling the pond in an instant. After this display, she turned to Hua Gongzi with a radiant smile. I think I truly am a lotus spirit. The onlookers exchanged glances, noting her apparent lack of intelligence. Hua Gongzi inquired, aside from growing lotus flowers, do you possess any other abilities? Huan Huan, with an awkward smile, shook her head. It seems I do not. The third elder pondered the weakness of such spirits. Yet, upon hearing her admission of having no other skills, he sighed in relief. As for any doubts regarding her honesty, he observed the figure in the lotus, frantic yet unable to navigate the flower's petals, and smirked. So foolish, she exuded no sense of threat. Ultimately, it was Shuozhongzi who could no longer stand by it. With a leap, he soared to the center of the lotus pond and brought her back. As they landed, they were immediately surrounded by the crowd on the bank. Huan Huan trembled in fear at the throng encircling her. This is quite terrifying. Perhaps due to Shuozhongzi's earlier assistance, he now stood protectively before her. However, his youthful form, appearing no older than 10, offered little in the way of defense. Noticing her fingers gripping his sleeve with an anxious tightness, Shuozhongzi turned to the crowd, an icy aura emanating from him, causing them to retreat hastily, lest they freeze solid. Hua Gongzi, on tiptoe with arms outstretched, pleaded, Shuozhongzi, what are you doing? With a cold demeanor, Shuozhongzi replied, you are all too close. Chapter 70. A feather of the clouds. Too. Having spoken, she cast a glance at the individual still tugging at her sleeve. With a slight exertion, she freed her sleeve from their grasp and strolled towards the snow palace, leaving Huan Huan standing there, at a loss. Ultimately, the third elder made a decisive pronouncement, contemplating that since she was born in the lotus pond of the snow palace, it would be best for her to remain there. Moreover, with Shuozhongzi present, he could handle any unforeseen circumstances. The rest would be determined after a discussion in the Elder Council. Thus, the others who sought to linger for the excitement were dismissed, leaving only Huan Huan and the young master of snow. The young master, his face alight with curiosity towards Huan Huan, said with a smile, shall we take our leave? Huan Huan nodded, suddenly recalling something, and turned back to the lotus pond. Forming a hand seal, the enormous lotus flower in the pond gradually diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a pendant that hung around Huan Huan's neck. As they made their way back to the snow palace, the young master, intrigued by the lotus pendant adorning her neck, could no longer restrain himself and inquired as they stepped inside, what purpose does that serve? Huan Huan followed his gaze, replying, are you referring to this pendant? The young master nodded, his eyes brimming with curiosity. What could be this treasure that could both expand and contract, and even nurture a lotus spirit? Huan Huan shook her head, I am uncertain, it was merely a sudden thought that came to me, instructing me to keep it. The young master pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that the spirit beings lack memory and only recall certain things at specific moments? While they conversed, Shuozhongzi emerged upon hearing their voices, his gaze flickering with curiosity upon seeing the lotus spirit. He turned to the young master for clarification. The young master explained, the elder has decreed that she should remain in the snow palace for now, until the council deliberates on her fate. Shuozhongzi nodded in understanding and silently retreated to his room. The young master then turned to Huan Huan, saying, please do not take offense, Shuozhongzi is simply not fond of speaking. If you require anything in the snow palace, feel free to seek me out. Huan Huan nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, by the way, I am called the young master of snow, but you may refer to me as a Shui. Do you have a name? Huan Huan regarded him and replied, Huan Huan, you may call me Huan Huan. The name young master of snow struck her as peculiar. The young master repeated it silently, then smiled, very well, Huan Huan. I shall first escort you to your room, and afterward we can dine. By the way, can you consume human food? Huan Huan nodded, yes, indeed, though I possess little memory, I sense that I am capable of eating. The young master responded, that is splendid. Otherwise, I would have to ponder what to feed you. If the snow palace lacks it, I would have to wait until the supplies from the front mountain arrive to request provisions. Huan Huan's lips twitched. The term feed evoked the impression of caring for a pet. However, she noted his mention of the front mountain and queried, what is the front mountain? Pushing open a door, the young master elucidated, we are the people of the palace gate, which is divided into the front mountain and the back mountain. We are currently in the back mountain, where individuals from the front mountain are not permitted to freely enter, and vice versa. Perhaps I shall explain more about this later. For now, do take a look at this room. Do you find it to your liking? If not, I can arrange for a change. Huan Huan surveyed the room before her. It could be described in 4 words, stark and bare, with nothing but a bed. The young master, sensing its simplicity, scratched his head in embarrassment. In the back mountain, we rarely receive visitors, so the guest rooms have not been well prepared. Perhaps you might manage with it for a night, and in a couple of days, I will have them bring more supplies. Huan Huan obediently nodded, all right. Perhaps feeling apologetic about the room's arrangements, when mealtime arrived, the young master made an elaborate effort, preparing a feast to express his regret. However, as Huan Huan looked at the table laden with stir-fried radishes, lotus radish soup, spicy and sour radishes, and cold mixed radishes, she found herself at a loss as to how to choose with her chopsticks. The young master, still exuberant, urged her not to be polite, assuring her there was more in the pot, while Shuozhongzi silently began to eat his rice beside them. Gazing at the radish feast before her, Huan Huan paused in silence and, feeling conflicted, asked, do you all particularly enjoy eating radishes? Shui Chongzi's eating momentarily halted, while the young master chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? It is merely that we have exhausted the meat supplies sent this month, and now only radishes remained. In 2 days, the front mountain will bring more vegetables. Although Huan Huan was unaware of the precise roles of the front and back mountains, she surmised from this meal that should an attack befall the palace gate, controlling the individuals from the front mountain would spell doom for those in the back mountain. With not a single reserve of provisions, they would perish from starvation at the first disruption. As for the meal, it was tasteless and left a lump in her throat. Every dish was an unadulterated taste of radish, devoid of any seasoning whatsoever. Well, it seems we have run out of salt, the young master remarked. Huan Huan glanced at Shui Chongzi, realizing why he was only eating rice and avoiding the vegetables. After the meal, the young master and Huan Huan discussed preparations for when the front mountains people arrived in 2 days, hoping they would bring additional items, as typically, without special requests, the supplies from the front mountain consisted of the same few items. Shui Chongzi, seated in the corridor brewing tea, listened attentively to their conversation. His ears perked. The young master stated, "Let's request a wardrobe, a table, and some stools. It seems that girls often have dressing tables with mirrors. Let us ask for one of those as well." Huan Huan, however, was indifferent to these arrangements, thinking that if it did not work out, she could always reside within the lotus pendant. More importantly, she needed to ensure, don't forget to ask them to send some salt and various seasonings. It would be best if there were more meat, and perhaps some spare ribs, so we can make lotus root and spare rib soup. Some vegetables would also be nice, stir-fried greens would be delicious, and we could also have hot pot. The young master lowered his head to take notes. Upon hearing this, he raised his head, saying, "As for vegetables, they may be scarce. The old dust valley is rife with miasma, making it challenging for plants and vegetables to survive. Thus, the food needed in both the front and back mountains is transported from outside the valley. Vegetables are difficult to preserve, especially in winter. However, it seems they have brought in quite a lot of radishes this year, as all the vegetables sent over these past months have been radishes." Recalling the flavorless radish feast, Huan Huan found no time to ponder why they would reside in such a miasmic place. Chapter 71 A Feather of the Clouds 3 Huan Huan found it bewildering that, despite the pervasive miasma, people would still choose to inhabit this place. However, upon realizing that crops and vegetables could not thrive here, she turned to young Master Shui and said, "Please fetch some more seeds." Young Master Shui, initially thinking she had misunderstood him, was about to reiterate his explanation when he recalled that the person before him was not merely human and might possess a solution. With this thought, his eyes brightened. "There are some leftover seeds in the kitchen. I will retrieve them for you." Having stated this, he hastily rose to fetch the seeds left behind. Huan Huan pondered. Do seeds have an expiration date? At the entrance of the snow palace, the two stood vigil over the land before them, while Shui Chongzi discreetly observed from the corridor, as if some treasure were about to be unearthed from the soil. In truth, Huan Huan held a pouch of seeds, directing young Master Shui, who was digging with a hoe. "Yes, just like that, dig a hole, and I will toss the seeds in." Young Master Shui, brimming with excitement, dug a hole with each strike of his hoe. Once done, he looked up at Huan Huan, asking, "What next?" Huan Huan took the seeds he had brought of uncertain origin and scattered them into the freshly dug hole. Afterward, she clapped her hands and said, "Now, cover them up again." Upon hearing this, young Master Shui bent down and diligently resumed his task. Once everything was completed, he wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow and inquired, "All right, what comes next?" Huan Huan feigned mystery as she replied, "Next is the moment to witness a miracle." With her hands forming a seal, a pure white light emanated from her palms. The light was not blinding. Rather, it exuded warmth and gentleness. It floated above the soil where the seeds had been sown, and then, like falling snow, the radiant white transformed into glimmering specks that scattered across the ground. Soon, a hint of green emerged from the previously flat earth. Once the light dissipated, revealing a vibrant patch of vegetables, young Master Shui's face flushed with exhilaration, and even Shui Chongzi, who had feigned indifference, swiftly squatted down before the garden. In the midst of winter, amidst falling snow, to witness vegetables sprouting from land saturated with miasma was a sight that stirred great excitement in both young Master Shui and Shui Chongzi, who had long resided in the back mountains. This clearly indicated that whatever vegetables they desired could be grown here, allowing them to escape a winter of solely consuming radishes. Faced with their eager gazes, Huan Huan wiped away the beads of sweat that had formed on her brow. "Don't get your hopes up, my abilities are limited, and cultivating this small patch of vegetables is already pushing my limits." The eyes of Shui Chongzi and young Master Shui dimmed instantly. Huan Huan, oblivious to their disappointment, was entirely focused on the small patch of land. Although the seeds young Master Shui had gathered had been stored for quite some time, they were of various kinds, including lettuce, cabbage, oilseed lettuce, cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers. Gazing at the glistening vegetables, particularly the vibrant cluster of red peppers, she was suddenly reminded of hot pot. Enjoying hot pot while admiring the snow in the depth of winter was the perfect indulgence. Especially with a rich bone broth as the base and the fresh, spicy peppers, one could savor a piece of meat alongside a bite of green vegetable. The thought alone made her mouth water. As Huan Huan spoke of this delicacy while gathering the vegetables, Shui Chongzi and young Master Shui were nearly drooling beside her. Young Master Shui, unable to contain his anticipation, urged, "What are we waiting for? When do we eat?" The snow palace was serene, with only the two of them present. Both were capable of merely cooking the vegetables until tender. As for flavor, it could only be described as edible. They had never heard of the exquisite taste she described, and young Master Shui was filled with great interest and expectation for the hot pot she mentioned. While Shui Chongzi also yearned for a taste, his rationality prevailed. As anticipated, he soon heard Huan Huan's voice of refusal. "At the very least, not today or tomorrow." Young Master Shui was greatly disappointed. "Why can't we?" Shui Chongzi and Huan Huan exchanged exasperated glances. Didn't you say that the people from the front mountain would deliver supplies in 2 days? We don't have enough ingredients right now. Other matters could be overlooked, but the crucial issue was the lack of salt. Faced with their incredulous gazes, young Master Shui sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Is that so? I completely forgot. Shui Chongzi turned to the two and urged, let us hurry up and gather the vegetables. Upon hearing this, young Master Shui immediately reacted, lowering himself to collect the vegetables. The manner in which they gathered the produce was akin to a frantic scramble, leaving Huan Huan momentarily stunned. Although she too intended to collect the vegetables, their fervor seemed peculiar, prompting her to inquire. Young Master Shui, glancing around furtively to ensure no one was watching, finally said to Huan Huan, didn't you mention that you could only grow this little bit? If we share it among the three of us, that should suffice, but if others find out, will we still have anything left to eat? Recalling the circle of onlookers who had gathered by the shore previously, Huan Huan asked, will they? There were not many. After all, with righteous conviction, Shui Chongzi and young Master Shui declared, they will. Once the vegetables were gathered, the trio awaited eagerly for the supplies from the front mountain to arrive. Finally, the day arrived when provisions were to be delivered from the front mountain. Early in the morning, Shui Chongzi and young Master Shui dragged Huan Huan to the entrance of the passageway between the back and front mountains to wait. As Gong Shangjiao, the head of the front mountain Jiao Palace, entered and spotted the three waiting at the cave entrance, his gaze lingered momentarily on Huan Huan before turning to Shui Chongzi. Why are you all here so early this time? Gong Shangjiao, as the head of Jiao Palace, was responsible for managing the family business and mediating in the martial world, essentially serving as the purse strings and a representative for external relations. The members of Jiao Palace were the only ones permitted to enter and exit the old Dust Valley, and they were also responsible for transporting the supplies needed by those in the back mountains. Thus, as the person in charge, Gong Shangjiao was among the few who were aware of the existence of people in the back mountains. However, even Gong Shangjiao could only enter the back mountains during the monthly supply deliveries, and the goods could only be brought to the entrance of the passage, where individuals from the back mountains would collect them. Yet, this was the first time he had seen the inhabitants of the back mountains so eagerly awaiting the arrival of goods. Typically, they would arrive only after the supplies had been delivered. This unexpected enthusiasm was somewhat surprising. Shui Chongzi, observing the two individuals beside him who had already dashed forward to collect their goods, sighed in resignation and approached Gong Shangjiao, handing him the list in his hand. I apologize for the trouble, but we require these items. Chapter 72 The Feather of the Clouds. For Gong Shangjiao glanced at the list handed to him, pausing momentarily on the items related to wardrobes, dressing tables, and women's clothing, before putting the list away and turning to Shui Chongzi. Very well, I shall return this afternoon to deliver these items. He then casually asked the woman in plain attire nearby, has she been here in the back mountains all along? I have not seen her before. These items are prepared for her, I presume? Shui Chongzi smiled faintly but did not respond to the inquiry. Instead, she remarked, it is nearly time for you to depart. Gong Shangjiao chose not to press the matter further, as the woman's presence in the back mountains suggested that her identity was known to the elders. However, as he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of her radiant smile, and his eyes flickered. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, as he passed by her, Gong Shangjiao perceived a delicate fragrance of lotus blossoms in the air. When he returned in the afternoon with the items, he found only Shui Gongzi waiting and did not see Shui Zhongzi or the woman. After placing down the items, he tentatively inquired, would you like assistance in carrying these to your destination? As expected, he received a polite refusal from Shui Gongzi. Gong Shangjiao refrained from further conversation and turned to leave. Once his figure disappeared from view, Shui Gongzi effortlessly lifted the large wardrobe and dressing table with each hand, leaping a few times before vanishing from sight. After several trips, when the items were finally delivered, Shui Gongzi heard a clamor from within the house and, no longer maintaining his earlier demeanor, rushed inside, exclaiming, leave some for me. Inside Shui Gong's residence, the table was laden with an extravagant feast, surrounded by a lively group of people. Upon entering, Shui Gongzi cast a disgruntled glance at the nearly empty pot in the center, exclaiming, didn't we agree to wait for my return to begin dining? He snatched a piece of cooked meat from the pot, its spicy and fragrant flavor proving to be utterly addictive, leading him to consume one piece after another. Even Shui Zhongzi, who was also indulging, had a reddened and slightly swollen mouth, yet her eyes remained fixated on the pot, eagerly dropping her chopsticks whenever a piece became ready. The others, too, were engrossed in their meal, ignoring Shui Gongzi's complaints entirely. Observing their fervor, Shui Gongzi ceased his protests and dove into the fray. This chaotic scene stemmed from the excitement that Shui Gongzi and Shui Zhongzi displayed earlier that morning while fetching the items, which had inadvertently attracted a pack of hungry wolves. What began as a delightful gathering to admire the snowy scenery and enjoy hot pot had devolved into a frantic scramble for morsels of meat. The ensuing frenzy led to a scuffle among the group, each vying for the last remaining pieces, with Shui Zhongzi emerging victorious through sheer force. Amidst the envious glances of the others, she claimed the final slice of meat, and for reasons unknown, it tasted even more delectable under their scrutiny. Once satiated, the group reclined on the floor, gazing out at the snowy landscape, embodying a scene of tranquil contentment. Later that evening, after completing her evening rituals and returning to her room, Huan Huan was taken aback by the sight of numerous boxes cluttering the space. She smacked her forehead, realizing, Shui must have hurried to enjoy hot pot, leaving everything piled here. With no other choice, Huan Huan rolled up her sleeves to begin tidying up. However, upon surveying the multitude of boxes that filled nearly half the room, she found herself puzzled. Did she truly possess so many belongings? Opening the boxes, she discovered that her requested items occupied only one box. The rest contained various dresses, jewelry, and other items suited for a woman, everything from exquisite teacups and teapots to cozy quilts and capes. These items were not of her choosing, leading her to surmise that they must have been sent by the individual she had encountered that morning. Recalling Aishui's mention of Gong Shangjiao, the leader of the Jiao Palace, she reflected on his sharp features and commanding presence, which felt more akin to that of a ruler rather than just a mere steward of the palace's treasures. This fleeting thought dissipated as Huan Huan became immersed in the array of items surrounding her. Wow, this dress is simply stunning, and look at this tassel, this hairpin is delightful as well. Having been enchanted by the beautiful garments the night before, Huan Huan was abruptly awakened the next morning by a cacophony of voices resonating from downstairs, particularly from just outside her door, making it impossible to ignore. It's already bright outside. Why hasn't she risen yet? Inquired the flower prince from the flower palace. I'm not sure, but Huan Huan usually wakes quite late. She'll get up when she is ready, replied Shui Gongzi's voice following suit. Perhaps one of you should try calling her, suggested Elder Yu. Inside the room, Huan Huan, feeling irritable, pulled the covers over her head, hoping to block out the noise from outside. Shui Zhongzi's ears perked up. She is awake. Really, Huan Huan, are you awake? Time to get up for breakfast. Yes, we're having hot pot today. We've already washed the ingredients. We're just waiting for you to prepare the broth. Inside her room, Huan Huan felt. She flung off the covers, storming out of her room with a look of indignation. Don't tell me you all woke me up so early just to have me cook hot pot for you? Faced with her fiery demeanor, the four exchanged glances, each hesitant to answer her question. Elder Yu and Shui Zhongzi glanced at her thin garment, their expressions flickering slightly, and with a decisive thud, the door was swiftly shut. Not only was Huan Huan taken aback, but Shui Gongzi and the flower prince, who were struggling to formulate a response, were also left momentarily stunned. Change your clothes. We'll be waiting for you in the living room, Shui Zhongzi declared before turning to leave, followed closely by Elder Yu. Although Shui Gongzi and the flower prince were somewhat bewildered, they obediently followed suit and exited as well. Left alone in her room, Huan Huan stared at the closed door, nearly choking on her frustration. It felt as though her anger had been stifled mid-sentence, leaving her even more vexed. Turning to the beautiful clothing and hairpin she had selected the previous day, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in her eyes, and a smile crept onto her lips. After changing into her attire, Huan Huan opened the door and made her way to the living room, seeking out the four who had so rudely disturbed her morning. The exquisite garments she wore seemed to pale in comparison to her striking beauty, and after steadying herself, the flower prince curiously asked, Huan Huan, why haven't you tied up your hair? Chapter 73. Wings of the Cloud 5. Upon hearing the question, Huan Huan wore a triumphant smile on her face. I cannot braid hair. As she gazed at the array of hairpins presented before her, an unusual silence enveloped the four individuals. Typically adept in swordplay, stealth, and medical arts, they found themselves utterly at a loss when confronted with the task of styling hair. The matter of the hot pot had long since slipped their minds, leaving them solely preoccupied with the conundrum of the hair before them. How on earth does one style such hair? What is the proper way to use these pins? Why are there so many variations? Observing their perplexed expressions as they scratched their heads in frustration over her hair, Huan Huan finally felt a sense of relief from the irritation they had caused her earlier that morning. Ultimately, regarding the hairdo fashioned by the man as hairpin atop her head, she resigned herself. Well, one cannot expect too much. After all, I am no expert either. At least it's somewhat styled. Isn't it? Due to the dilemma surrounding her hairstyle, these individuals, who were usually eager for a delightful meal, dared not voice their desire for her to prepare dinner. Huan Huan scooped at the bland dishes prepared by Shui, disregarding the four pairs of expectant eyes fixed upon her. With an air of indifference, she declared, I am full. The four, their anticipation shattered, they ate their unsavory meals in despondency. The flower prince sighed as he held his bowl, lamenting, had I never witnessed the light, I could have endured the darkness forever. He spoke in a strange tone, casting glances at Huan Huan's expression. Shui Gongzi and Elder Yu exchanged discreet looks, observing Huan Huan's reaction. Only Shui Gongzi, bemused by their performance, took a bite of his own dish. Isn't this quite nutritious? Yet, reminiscing about the flavors of last night's hot pot, he set down his utensils and gazed at Huan Huan with hopeful eyes. Huan Huan mused to herself, before me are four fledglings, mouths agape, eagerly awaiting their return from foraging. At last, as Huan Huan surveyed the scene of these individuals devouring their meals with fervor, she felt a looming sense of impending doom if the culinary duties continued to be delegated to her. Huan Huan, one of them suggested, once we finish eating, shall we not plant some vegetables? I even had them send over some fruit seeds this time. Huan Huan replied, oh, how fortunate we are to have the luxury of growing vegetables. The residents of the back mountain were well aware of Huan Huan's ability to cultivate vegetables, initially sharing the excitement of Shui Gongzi and the others. However, upon learning that she could only cultivate a small patch at a time, and that it required days to recover afterward, their enthusiasm waned. Yet, the vegetables from those plots had been completely consumed, much to Shui Gongzi's chagrin as he dubbed them a band of robbers. The mere thought of facing the expectant faces of those demanding her culinary skills each day, followed by the relentless toil of planting vegetables, day in and day out, year after year, sent a shiver down Huan Huan's spine. That night, she awoke in a panic. No, I must flee. Under the cloak of night, with the wind howling, it was the ideal time for an escape. As she surveyed the clothing, jewelry, and her beloved teacup in the room, Huan Huan retrieved the lotus pendant from around her neck. With a flicker of thought, the item she had hesitated to part with vanished from her sight, and she hung the lotus pendant back around her neck, stealthily opening the door. With her palm outstretched, a small lotus flower floated beside her, and within the room, Shui Gongzi and Shui Gongzi caught a faint whiff of the delicate fragrance of lotus. However, given that Huan Huan had filled the lotus pond outside and decorated the snow palace with countless lotus flowers, cultivating them proved far less challenging than growing vegetables. With a mere wave of her hand, she could produce a vast expanse of them, perhaps owing to her essence as a lotus spirit. The lotus flowers she grew did not wither even in the snow, and when placed indoors, they remained vibrant and fragrant, captivating all who beheld them. Thus, Shui Changzi and Shui Gongzi indulged in her botanical endeavors. The flower prince and elder Yu, who had come to mooch a meal, ended up pilfering quite a few lotus flowers. A Shui remarked that their audacity had escalated from merely mooching food to outright thievery. Unnoticed by anyone, Huan Huan boldly approached the cave entrance where the palace's logistics had been transported last time. According to a Shui, this was the sole passage connecting the front and back mountains, guarded by sentinels who enforced a strict prohibition on entry without orders. As for why the back mountain entrance lacked guards, it was simply because the inhabitants preferred not to be foolishly stationed there, trusting instead in the traps and hidden weapons within the passage, as well as the guards at the palace gates. Standing hesitantly at the cave's mouth, Huan Huan pondered her own capabilities. Although she had concealed certain truths from Shui Chongzi and the others, such as her lotus pendant, which could expand and contract to serve as her bed and function as a pocket dimension for inanimate objects, she had not deceived them regarding her abilities. Indeed, she could only cultivate lotus flowers, and their applications were limited to minor uses. In terms of confrontation, she was, to some extent, utterly defenseless. As she contemplated the traps and hidden weapons within the passage, her attention was suddenly captured by a squirrel darting nearby, causing her lips to curl into a smile. In an instant, she transformed into a tiny lotus flower, floating onto a rabbit, which, as if it had traversed this path countless times, bounced cheerfully out of the cave entrance. However, it was promptly seized by the sentinel stationed at the entrance. A rabbit has just hopped out, tonight's dinner is sorted. As the rabbit was lifted, a single petal from the lotus flower fell unnoticed to the ground. Driven by the wind, the lotus petal fluttered gracefully through the air until a gust blew it through the window into the room. The tranquil interior exuded a subtle herbal fragrance, and as the petal glimmered with white light, Huan Huan materialized within. Turning around, she was met with a pair of bright, lustrous eyes. Watching her with intense curiosity, Huan Huan thought, oh no, wasn't the room supposed to be dark? How is there someone here? Gong Yuan Zhang, having extinguished the lights and settled down to sleep, felt a twinge of thirst and rose to pour himself some tea. Initially oblivious to when the flower petals had drifted in through the window, he was nonetheless captivated by the transformation of the petal into human form, his eyes wide with astonishment, followed by an overwhelming curiosity. What was this being? Could it truly take on human shape? A spirit? How desperately he wished to capture it for study. Chapter 74. A feather of the cloud. 6. Huan Huan gazed into the unwavering eyes fixed upon her, paralyzed with fear, as an inexplicable chill crept up her spine. With a sharp whoosh, the fire stick ignited, illuminating the dark room. Gong Yuanjing finally discerned the appearance of the spirit, a delicate, ethereal face adorned with a pair of crystalline eyes, pure and bright like a sacred snow lotus, yet filled with tension and trepidation, misty as if veiled by a thin layer of fog, reminiscent of a startled fawn in the woods. Gong Yuanzheng mused to himself that this spirit was quite attractive. Meanwhile, Huan Huan observed the youth who had materialized in the room, clad in a simple black outfit. The golden thread embroidery at the cuff signified his noble status. His round, glossy black eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, harboring a hint of wickedness, yet his beauty was undeniable, every feature exquisitely refined, even his pride was not off-putting. Stealing a glance at the window, Huan Huan was caught by Gong Yuanzhang, who swiftly waved his hand, launching a concealed weapon that snapped the window shut with a resounding bang, effectively severing her escape route. As he approached her with a smile, Huan Huan, terrified, immediately crouched down and covered her head, exclaiming, "Wu, please don't kill me, I didn't mean to intrude." Her voice trembled with fear, causing Gong Yuanzhang to halt momentarily. Could she truly be this timid? Gong Yuanzhang bent down before her, gently lifting her chin. Her eyes, rimmed with red, shone brightly yet were clouded with tears, causing his breath to hitch. A silent tear rolled down her cheek, landing on the hand that held her chin. Startled, he released her, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. "What manner of creature are you? If you do not clarify, I shall have no choice but to kill you." His threatening tone loomed over Huan Huan, yet if one were to disregard his averted gaze, his intimidation would seem quite convincing. Huan Huan, genuinely frightened, complied without resistance, answering his inquiry, I am a lotus spirit. I have only recently taken human form. I have never harmed anyone. I merely sought something to eat. I did not intend to enter your room." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, having just escaped from the pitch-black tunnel, only to be captured. Remembering what Aksu had said about those who ventured out from the back mountain facing severe punishment, she feared greatly for her delicate skin and flesh, worrying she might be beaten to death. As her fears mounted, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls rolling off a string. Gong Yuanzhang, bewildered, thought, "Oh no, I haven't poisoned her, have I? Why is she crying so profusely? Do not cry. If you continue, do not blame me for rendering you mute with poison." Gong Yuanjing threatened, but Huan Huan, lost in her tears, paid him no heed, only crying harder at the mention of poison. Gong Yuanjing found himself increasingly vexed by the sound of her weeping. In truth, her sobs were not wails of despair but rather soft, pitiful whimpers, her tears falling ceaselessly like rolling pearls, a sight that only made her appear more endearing. He could not fathom why he disliked witnessing her tears. After all, he remained unfazed during interrogations of assassins in the water prison. Suddenly recalling her mention of seeking food, an idea sparked within him. "If you cease your tears, I shall provide you with something delicious." Initially, it was merely a test of words for Gong Yuanzhang. "Really?" Huan Huan's tear-streaked face brightened with hope, as though the moment he refused, the tears would flow anew. Gong Yuanzhang snorted dismissively, "I am not so destitute as to be unable to afford a morsel. Huan Huan tentatively inquired, then may I have chestnut cake and peach blossom pastries? Her culinary skills were limited to hot pot, and while she could manage a few other dishes, it was only a simple match for what Aksu could prepare. The urgency to escape stemmed not only from her reluctance to be a farmer or a cook but also from the impracticality of relying on the likes of Shui Chongzi and his companions, who only demanded she prepare hot pot. Gong Yuanzhang regarded Huan Huan's expression with a hint of incredulity, as if to say, after all this, she desires such trivialities. Wan Xuan's eyes sparkled upon receiving the chestnut cake and peach blossom pastries, illuminating her face with joy. Clearly, life in the front mountain was vastly superior to that in the back. It appeared that the back mountain was shrouded in secrets of the imperial court, devoid of chefs or maids, with everything managed by the people themselves. Conversely, life in the front mountain was far more relaxed. This fellow merely had to voice a request for food to have it delivered, indicating the presence of servants and cooks at his beck and call. However, after spending some time in the back mountain, Huan Huan concluded that while she had not discovered any secrets, she had encountered several gluttons who only complained of hunger. The 2 plates of pastries quickly disappeared, and Huan Huan glanced at the youth beside her, hesitating to speak, her expression clearly suggesting she had something to say, making it nearly impossible for Gong Yuanjing to ignore her. Speak. He was curious to see what other tricks this little flower spirit might have. Huan Huan's eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled sweetly. My name is Huan Huan, what is yours? Gong Yuanjing felt his heart tighten at her radiant smile and the brightness of her gaze fixed upon him. Gong Yuanzheng. With a cheerful exclamation, Huan Huan called out, Zheng. Upon hearing her address him so casually, Gong Yuanjing sensed that this little flower spirit had indeed just taken form, utterly oblivious to the perils of the world. Gong Yuanjing took a sip of tea and inquired, I have never encountered a spirit before, what can you do? Huan Huan, brimming with enthusiasm, showcased her abilities, I can grow lotus flowers. She pointed at the teacup before him, and a small lotus blossom emerged within it. Gong Yuanzheng paused in silence, deeming this little flower spirit not only inept but also lacking in useful abilities. However, seeing the eager expectation in her eyes, he reluctantly offered a perfunctory compliment, quite beautiful. At his words, Huan Huan beamed with joy, her smile appearing blissfully naïve. Gong Yuanzheng, observing her demeanor, felt a flicker of amusement light up his eyes. Chapter 75 A Feather of the Cloud 7 After finishing the pastries, Huan Huan blinked her eyes at Gong Yuanzheng and said, Zhang, I still wish to have braised spare ribs and boiled shrimp. Gong Yuanzheng gazed at the little flower spirit before him, who showed no fear of him, and pretended to be fierce as he replied, Aren't you afraid I might poison you? Huan Huan beamed back at him, not afraid, Zhang wouldn't do that. Gong Yuanzheng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the trust and assurance reflected in her eyes. Why do you believe I wouldn't? Huan Huan continued to gaze at him with a radiant smile, because Zhang is a good person. Upon hearing her declare him a good person, and seeing his own reflection in her sparkling eyes, Gong Yuanzheng felt a wave of discomfort and shifted his gaze. Ever since he had taken over the Zhang Palace, he had been compelled to interrogate spies and enemies, which inevitably involved the use of poison. The line between medicine and poison was blurred, and his skills in healing were matched only by his proficiency in toxins. While others feared him, labeling him as ruthless and unpredictable, this was the first time someone had called him a good person. He scoffed lightly, Am I a good person merely because I served you 2 plates of pastries? Noticing the frown on his face, Huan Huan thought of how she would rely on him for her future cravings. She reached out to smooth the crease between his brows, saying, Don't be unhappy, Zhang looks best when he smiles. The gentle touch upon his brow, combined with the sight of her flower-like smile and the faint scent of lotus emanating from her, rendered Gong Yuanzheng momentarily entranced. In that moment, it felt as though the world consisted solely of the comforting presence of this young girl in his own racing heart. The ticklish sensation from her touch seemed to reach deep into his soul. Gong Yuanzheng reached out to grasp the hand resting before him, his ears turning slightly red as he awkwardly cleared his throat. Aside from braised spare ribs and boiled shrimp, what else would you like to eat? Upon hearing his question, Huan Huan was as excited as a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. I also want lychee meat, squirrel fish, spicy chicken. She rattled off a string of dozens of dishes. After finishing, she looked at Gong Yuanzheng with anticipation. His youthful and refreshing voice was filled with genuine amusement. You don't seem like a flower spirit, but rather like a gluttonous cat. Just as Huan Huan was about to pout, Gong Yuanzheng's voice rang out again, eating too much at once isn't good for digestion. Henceforth, I will instruct the kitchen to prepare a different meal for you at each meal based on what you've just mentioned. Huan Huan's intended pout instantly transformed into a beaming smile. Zhang, you're truly wonderful. Due to her brother's preference for light dishes, Gong Yuanzheng occasionally indulged in these hearty meals, yet he often found himself dining alone in the Zhang Palace. However, as he watched Huan Huan with her cheeks bulging from the food, his appetite surged. As they both were still in their growing years, they managed to finish every dish on the table. Full and satisfied, drowsiness soon overtook them. When Gong Yuanjing turned to prepare the medicine, he noticed Huan Huan fast asleep in the chair. He approached her, poking her cheek gently. Her delicate, flawless skin made him instinctively temper his strength, fearful of harming her. You eat and then sleep. You hardly resemble a flower spirit. Nevertheless, having such a gluttonous little flower spirit by my side is quite pleasant. I believe my brother would also appreciate it. After all, her eyes were as pure and transparent as crystal, causing anyone in her presence to instinctively relax. With Huan Huan beside him, the previously monotonous task of concocting medicine felt significantly lighter. Observing Huan Huan's awkward sleeping position in the chair, Gong Yuanzheng glanced around his pharmacy before retracting his gaze. The following day, when Huan Huan accompanied Gong Yuanzheng back to the pharmacy, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the room, previously filled with medicinal herbs, now contained a reclining chair by the window, accompanied by a small table set with tea and pastries. A fluffy blanket lay atop the chair. It was evident whom these arrangements were made for. Elated, Huan Huan rushed over to recline in the chair, sipping tea and nibbling pastries while admiring the scenery outside the window. If she grew tired, she could simply cover herself with the blanket and doze off, an absolute delight in the laziness of winter. Seeing Gong Yuanzheng standing in the center with a smile directed at her, Huan Huan jumped up from the chair, trotting over to him with her eyes crinkling in joy. "Ah Zheng, you're so wonderful." The sweet, soft sound of her voice and the sight of her equally sweet smile made Gong Yuanzheng feel the warmth of the charcoal fire in the room was perhaps a tad too intense. After a nap wrapped in the blanket on the reclining chair, Huan Huan awoke to find Gong Yuanzheng still diligently immersed in his work at the table. She yawned, her voice still laced with sleepiness. "Ah Zheng." Upon hearing her, Gong Yuanzheng lifted his head, and as he caught sight of Huan Huan rubbing her sleepy eyes by the window, the irritation from his unsuccessful research on the Yunchong lotus dissipated entirely. "Awake now? Have you finished your work, Ah Zheng?" Still somewhat dazed, Huan Huan approached Gong Yuanzheng, her gaze landing on a pile of disorganized items on his table, among which a book adorned with a lotus pattern captured her attention. "What is this?" Gong Yuanzheng replied, "The Yunchong lotus, a mythical flower said to exist only in legends. It is rumored to neutralize all poisons in the world and even has the power to bring the dead back to life. It is said that as long as there is a breath of life left, the Yunchong lotus can revive a person." Ever since he learned of the Yunchong lotus's legend, Gong Yuanzheng had been tirelessly researching it, hoping to cultivate this miraculous flower to ensure some measure of safety for his brother. After explaining, Gong Yuanzheng glanced out the window, preparing to take Huan Huan to eat. However, he noticed Huan Huan was entranced by the image of the Yunchong lotus in the book. This book had been discovered by Gong Yuanzheng in the medical pavilion of the Zheng Palace, but aside from a brief introduction to the Yunchong lotus, it contained no further information. Using those 2 lines of text as a basis, Gong Yuanzheng had dedicated himself to the relentless pursuit of bringing the Yunchong lotus into reality. As Huan Huan gazed at the illustration of the Yunchong lotus, she pondered that since it was a lotus flower, perhaps she could also cultivate it. With a flick of her wrist, a wisp of white mist materialized in her palm, within which a shadow of a lotus flower began to take shape. Gong Yuanzheng's pupils dilated in shock. Was that the Yunchong lotus? But in the next moment, as the mist dissipated, the ethereal lotus vanished along with it. Huan Huan felt as if her energy had been entirely drained, her body swayed unsteadily, and the world spun around her, plunging her into darkness. Seeing this, Gong Yuanzheng quickly reached out to steady her, one arm encircling her shoulders while the other grasped her wrist. Her pulse was weak, and her body seemed depleted. What had happened? The girl who had just consumed 2 bowls of rice at noon was now in such a state in mere moments. Gong Yuanzheng's expression turned frantic as he gazed at Huan Huan, her eyes tightly shut and her complexion pale, as if she might fade away at any moment. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, and worry etched across his face. Chapter 76, The Feather of Cloud's Aid. In the next moment, a scene that left Gong Yuanzheng's eyes wide with despair unfolded before him. The person in his arms grew increasingly ethereal, until they slowly transformed into a translucent figure. Witnessing this, Gong Yuanzheng felt as if his entire medical expertise had become utterly futile, leaving him to stand by helplessly, akin to an ordinary person, as the one he cherished gradually faded away, ultimately transforming into a solitary lotus flower. Just as Gong Yuanzheng found himself at a loss, staring at the lotus in his embrace, it floated gently out the window. Realizing this, he hurriedly rose to pursue it. The lotus plunged into the pond of Zhenggong with a splash. Without hesitation, Gong Yuanzheng leaped into the water, causing alarm among the maidens and guards nearby, who rushed to jump in and rescue him. Gong Yuanzheng submerged, yet the lotus vanished beneath the surface, eluding his grasp despite his relentless search. The guards, initially intent on saving their young master, hesitated, noticing his expression of frantic searching, which mirrored the distress typically reserved for moments when they heard of the injury to young Master Jiao. In this moment, it was imperative not to provoke him. Thus, the guards remained by his side, silently accompanying him in his quest. Though the pond was not particularly vast, Gong Yuanzheng searched for an extended period without success, failing to catch sight of either Huan Huan's figure or the last remaining lotus. Soaked to the skin, he sat forlornly by the pond's edge, his gaze heavy with sorrow. The guards, observing his despondent demeanor, exchanged worried glances. With the absence of young Master Jiao, who else could counsel him? They feared that if he remained here all night, even his formidable inner strength would falter. As snow began to fall from the sky once more, the guards hastily arranged fire pits around him and draped a thick cloak over his shoulders, hoping to provide some comfort. Despite the efforts of those around him, Gong Yuanzheng remained oblivious, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the pond, as if awaiting something profound, something resolute. Suddenly, a flicker of hope ignited in his dimmed eyes as he beheld the blooming lotuses in the pond, particularly the solitary bud at the center that had yet to unfurl. This closed lotus brought a sense of relief to his anxious heart. The people of Zhenggong gazed in astonishment at the lotuses blossoming in winter's chill, filled with wonder and disbelief. However, upon witnessing their young master's decision to return to his quarters to change clothes after the appearance of the lotus, they began to understand that it was precisely this flower for which he had been waiting. Could it be that this was a new variety cultivated by him? Gong Yuanzheng's bedroom lacked a view of the pond, thus, in the following days, he relocated his bed to the apothecary room, where a mere push of the window would grant him a glimpse of the pond. The table within the apothecary was also moved to the window, allowing him to gaze upon the lotuses with every glance upward. Outside the gates of Zhenggong, Jin Fan held his sword, observing the furtive figures of Gong Zishang and Gong Ziyu, alongside the patrolling guards who had noticed them. Sighing in exasperation, he wished to feign ignorance of their presence. Gong Ziyu and Gong Zishan crouched on either side of the gate, resembling thieves. Just as the guards prepared to greet them, the two quickly covered their mouths to silence any greetings. "Shoo, be quiet. Sister, why don't we just waltz in?" Gong Zishan shot his foolish brother a glare. "Are you daft? You know how meticulous Gong Yuanzhang is about his herbs. Given the tumultuous history between you two, do you honestly believe he would let us in peacefully?" Gong Ziyu nodded in reluctant agreement. Once upon a time, they had played together, but ever since the incident a decade ago at Gongmen, when both Zhang Gong and Jiao Gong were left with only Gong Shangjiu and Gong Yuanzhang, their camaraderie had waned. Particularly with Gong Yuanzhang's inexplicable irritation towards him, their encounters had transformed into a series of squabbles, fostering mutual disdain. Curiosity piqued by rumors of the lotuses blooming in the winter pond, Gong Ziyu had dragged Gong Zishan with him, eager to witness this marvel. After all, the cold winter days were dreary and monotonous. The prospect of something extraordinary was irresistible to them. With Jin Fan in tow, they approached Zhangdong, a mix of stealth and boldness in their demeanor. The two exchanged glances, relieved to find that Gong Yuanzhang was absent. Only then did they step inside, greeted by the bowing guards and maidens Zai and the apothecary. Upon learning of the arrival of Gong Zishan and Gong Ziyu, Gong Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, uncertain of their intentions. His feelings towards Gong Ziyu were complex. A decade prior, the infiltration of Wufeng spies had led to a devastating battle, leaving both Gongmen in shambles and resulting in the loss of his parents and countless others. Overnight, both Zhang Gong and Jiao Gong were reduced to mere children, each grappling with the weight of their respective legacies alone. Yet every time Gong Yuanzhang beheld the unaffected Gong Ziyu, resentment brewed within him. Why was it that he and his brother had to endure such loss while Gong Ziyu remained unscathed? Although Gong Yuanzhang recognized that his anger should not be directed at Gong Ziyu, every time he witnessed Gong Ziyu's affection towards his father and brother, memories of his own parents resurfaced with painful clarity. Especially when he noted that despite his brother Gong Shangjiao's superior qualities, the position of heir had eluded him solely because of Gong Ziyu's father. Furthermore, Gong Ziyu's carefree, frivolous demeanor only deepened Gong Yuanzhang's contempt. Over time, their interactions had devolved into mutual antagonism. Gong Yuanzhang cast a glance at the closed lotus in the pond outside, his expression softening momentarily. Yet the next second, a hidden weapon was hurled from his hand, and he surged toward the window, his face darkening with fury. Jin Fan, noticing the incoming projectile, instinctively stepped in front of Gong Ziyu and Gong Zishan. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and deflected it, the sound echoing sharply as the weapon clattered to the ground. "Gong Ziyu, what are you doing?" Gong Yuanzhang's gaze was fixated solely on Gong Ziyu's actions, neglecting to acknowledge Jin Fan's intervention. Startled by Gong Yuanzhang's furious shout, Gong Ziyu hesitated, instinctively loosening his grip on the lotus. Turning around, he found Gong Yuanzhang standing behind him, his expression stormy, eyes ablaze with ire. Gong Ziyu had never witnessed Gong Yuanzhang this enraged before. Even during their past skirmishes, he had never been met with such fury. Chapter 77 of the Feather of the Clouds. Gong Yuanzhang. Gong Ziyu swallowed hard and stammered, I just thought this flower looked beautiful and wanted to pick one to place in my room." Gong Yuanzhang, relieved to see the lotus blossoms he had not yet plucked, fixed a piercing gaze on Gong Ziyu. "Gong Ziyu, do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life?" Gong Zishan and Jin Fan exchanged glances, both sensing a distinct change in Gong Yuanzhang today. Jin Fan felt it most acutely. Had he not deflected that hidden weapon moments ago, Gong Ziyu's hand would surely have been rendered useless. Gong Zishan interjected to diffuse the tension. "Yuanzhang, do not be angry. I am the one who admired these lotus flowers and, seeing so many in the pond, I asked Ziyu to pluck one for me." Gong Yuanzhang turned to Gong Zishan. "If my sister fancies lotus flowers, I shall seek out others to present to her on another occasion. However, not a single blossom from this pond may be taken." His stern demeanor bore a resemblance to Gong Shangjiu when genuinely enraged. Acknowledging their wrongdoing, Gong Zishan nodded apologetically. "Very well, I apologize, Yuanzhang. We were unaware of the significance of these flowers. Assuming that plucking just one from the abundant pond would be inconsequential, they could not have anticipated the depth of Gong Yuanzhang's attachment." Although Gong Zishan and Gong Ziyu had observed the blossoms, they remained oblivious to how Gong Yuanzhang had managed to coax them into bloom during winter. It was evident they were merely ordinary lotuses. Logically, Gong Yuanzhang should not have reacted with such fury, as if the act of picking a single flower were akin to taking his life. Years of familiarity led Gong Ziyu to instinctively retort, "With so many here, what harm could it do to let us have just one?" Typically, at this juncture, Gong Yuanzhang would cast him a disdainful glance and retort, "Gong Ziyu, do you wish to fight?" The ensuing quarrel would invariably follow. Yet this time, Gong Yuanzhang did not spare him a glance, treating Gong Ziyu as though he were invisible. When Gong Yuanzhang was unable to best him in combat, Gong Ziyu would become irate. Now that Gong Yuanzhang ignored him, treating him as if he were air, Gong Ziyu's anger intensified. He opened his mouth to speak once more, only to be silenced by Gong Zishang's hand covering his mouth, while Jin Fan pulled him away from the pond's edge. Once the irrelevant parties had exited, Gong Yuanzhang sat by the pond, gazing at the still-closed lotus blossom at its center. "Huan Huan, the kitchen prepared new fried ribs today, they are absolutely delicious." As he spoke, he poured the nutrient solution he had concocted for the lotus flowers into the pond. Despite his remarkable medical skills, he was at a loss regarding the transformation of such ethereal beings. However, since she had become a lotus, ensuring her nourishment might yield some benefit. Over the past few days, Gong Yuanzhang had distilled numerous herbs to create this beneficial nutrient solution for the flora. That night, within his chambers, Gong Yuanzhang suddenly sensed a presence beside him. His hazy mind sharpened instantly. As his hand brushed against the knife hidden beneath his pillow, he caught a whiff of the faint fragrance of lotus, causing him to pause. Suddenly, a body slipped in beside him, prompting Gong Yuanjing to tense, the scent of lotus growing ever stronger. Huan Huan, realizing what was happening, Gong Yuanjing's heart raced as he threw off the covers, igniting the candle at his bedside, only to find the very person he had longed for lying next to him. As the covers were lifted, Huan Huan shivered and instinctively nestled closer to the warmth of Gong Yuanjing. "Ajeng, I feel so sleepy." Although her original form had recuperated quickly in the pond, witnessing Gong Yuanjing's lonely silhouette and hearing his mention of fried ribs prompted Huan Huan to transform into her human form in the middle of the night. The transformation took longer than her original form's recovery, but it was not of great concern. However, she often felt drowsy and cold. All that was needed was more sleep and warmer clothing to ensure her comfort. Gong Yuanjing, still reeling from the surprise of having his little flower spirit returned, found himself blushing from head to toe as Huan Huan pressed against him. The warmth radiating from her body only intensified with her closeness, compelling Huan Huan to snuggle tighter. As a result, Gong Yuanjing felt like a boiled shrimp, flushed and overheated. Huan Huan, no, you shouldn't do this," he stammered, attempting to distance himself from her, but the softness of her presence and the fragrance of lotus left him at a loss, his hands unsure of where to rest, resorting to a jumble of incoherent words in hopes she would take the initiative to move away. Yet, his body remained immobile, permitting her to draw even closer. Huan Huan, with her eyes closed, furrowed her brow at the incessant chatter disturbing her slumber. With a swift motion, she covered his mouth with one hand and, using the other, pulled him downward, her leg draping over him, rendering her as if she were hanging onto Gong Yuanjing. Her small face rubbed against him like a cozy furnace. With the noise finally ceasing, Huan Huan quickly fell asleep, embracing this warm haven. Only Gong Yuanjing lay there, frozen in place, yet soon a wave of heat surged from below, and although he had studied medicine, he had never experienced such a situation and recognized what it entailed. His ears and cheeks burned crimson, yet, gazing down at Huan Huan, who appeared so peaceful in slumber, Gong Yuanjing felt an overwhelming tenderness blossom within him. How wonderful, she has returned. In recent days, Gong Yuanjing had contemplated the possibility of Huan Huan never returning to her original form. The mere thought of such a loss engulfed him in a profound emptiness. Now, witnessing the person nestled in his embrace, he felt as if he had regained something precious. A glint of obsession flickered in his eyes as he wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in her neck, inhaling her delicate fragrance, and it finally dawned on him. She was truly here in his arms. "Huan Huan, my Huan Huan," he murmured softly. Yet soon, the familiar heat intensified, and Gong Yuanjing found himself reluctant to release her, forced to keep his eyes open as he held her, enduring the conflicting sensations of discomfort and delight until dawn broke. After a sleepless night, the following day, seeing Huan Huan, who had fallen asleep on the chaise after devouring the fried ribs, Gong Yuanjing's brow furrowed. Although she had reassured him that this was normal and that she needed to rest, he could not quell the worry in his heart. He carefully covered her with a blanket and arranged the nearby brazier to ensure she would not feel cold before attending to his own tasks. While preparing medicine, he frequently glanced at the slumbering Huan Huan, ensuring she was indeed by his side and not merely a figment of his imagination. That evening, seeing that Huan Huan still had not awakened, Gong Yuanjing bent down and lifted her, placing her gently onto his bed. Chapter 78. The Feather of the Clouds. CP Gong Yuanjing, after shedding his outer garments, he climbed into bed, tucked himself in, and extended his arms to envelop the person beside him, inhaling the fragrant aroma of lotus flowers, before drifting into a deep slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, Wanjian felt as though her waist might be broken by Gong Yuanjing's firm embrace. He held her far too tightly, as if he yearned to meld her into his very being. She playfully kicked at the figure nestled under the covers, prompting Gong Yuanjing to rouse, his voice laced with the huskiness of sleep. "What is it?" His low, gravelly tone brushed against her ears like a feather, tantalizingly ticklish. Lying in his embrace, Wanjian reached out to pinch his cheek. "Time to rise." At the sound of her voice, his drowsy eyes instantly awakened, a stark contrast to Wanjian's usual morning stupor, where she would remain in a haze until around lunchtime, rarely stirring at this early hour. Looking down, he found her gazing up at him with crescent-shaped eyes. "Ah, Zhang, good morning." Gong Yuanjing's lips curled into a smile. "Good morning, my Wanjian." After regaining her senses, Wanjian was brimming with vitality, shedding her previous sluggishness that typically followed a hearty meal. She surrounded Gong Yuanjing, observing him as he diligently tended to the cultivation of the Chuyun Zhenglian, along with researching the planting and care of lotus flowers. As she gazed at the Chuyun Zhenglian pattern on his desk, Wanjian's heart stirred with anticipation. She sensed that her previous inability to cultivate the flower stemmed from a lack of internal energy, but now she felt confident she possessed the capability. Gong Yuanjing swiftly snatched away the pattern and gently tapped her forehead. "Don't even think about it, absolutely not." The longer they spent together, the more Gong Yuanjing could discern her desires with just a glance. She was simply too transparent, her thoughts vividly reflected on her face. The last time she acted on such impulses had startled him considerably, and he was resolute in ensuring she refrained from similar antics henceforth. All he desired was for her to remain by his side. Gong Yuanjing reassured her, "I will successfully cultivate the Chuyun Zhenglian without your assistance. If you find yourself bored, I shall take you out for a stroll beyond the Zheng Palace." The mere mention of an outing sparked a gleam of excitement in Wanjian's eyes. Since arriving at the front mountain, she had yet to explore beyond the palace grounds. "Great, when shall we go?" Observing her eager expression, Gong Yuanjing halted his current task and took her hand. "Right now." "Yay!" Gong Yuanjing led her on a brief tour within the palace walls. Initially filled with curiosity, Wanjian eventually succumbed to a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Despite the vastness of the old dust valley, the interior of the palace was predominantly occupied by houses and guards, and after a while, the scenery began to lose its charm. Wang Jian halted her steps, and Gong Yuanjing turned to her. What's the matter? Wang Jian, Zhang, I'm tired, I don't wish to walk any longer. Gong Yuanjing chuckled at her, bending down before her. Come, I shall carry you. Wang Jian did not hesitate, leaping onto his back and wrapping her arms around his neck onward. Gong Yuanjing beamed as he carried her, effortlessly executing light-footed movements, eliciting even more joyful laughter from the girl upon his back. Nearby, around a corner, Gong Zishang and Gong Ziyu witnessed the pair, especially the radiant Gong Yuanzhang. Looking at each other in disbelief, Gong Zishang exclaimed, "Is that really Gong Yuanzhang, the one who usually toys with poisons and possesses a razor-sharp tongue?" Gong Ziyu pinched Jin Fan, who stood behind them. "Jin Fan, do you feel that?" Jin Fan, somewhat exasperated, regarded Gong Ziyu with a calm expression and replied with a single word, "Yes." Gong Ziyu turned. "If you feel it, then it cannot be an illusion. Is Gong Yuanzhang truly alright?" Jin Fan's lips twitched. "Then why don't you pinch yourself?" Gong Ziyu retorted with conviction, "I fear pain." Jin Fan. Gong Zishang clapped his hands. "Enough chatter, they are approaching." At this, the three immediately shifted their gazes, standing straight and bustling about, with Gong Ziyu and Gong Zishang particularly flustered, even resorting to a game of rock-paper-scissors, though their gestures were disjointed, their eyes secretly observing Gong Yuanjing as he drew nearer. As Gong Yuanjing turned the corner and spotted the trio, his eyebrows arched. "What are you all doing?" Gong Zishang wore an awkward expression, while Gong Ziyu appeared guilty. "Nothing at all. We weren't spying on you." Jin Fan and Gong Zishang exchanged exasperated glances at Gong Ziyu's inadvertent confession. Gong Ziyu. Wang Jian curiously peeked out from behind Gong Yuanzhang, her gaze landing on the three. Gong Zishang and Gong Ziyu, along with Jin Fan, were momentarily entranced by her presence, captivated by the ethereal beauty of her visage, akin to that of a flower fairy. With eyes sparkling, Gong Zishang took a step forward. "Oh my, where did this lovely sister come from? She is truly stunning. What skincare products do you use?" Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Her complexion was flawless, radiant and tender, inciting an overwhelming envy within him. How could one possess such beauty and exquisite skin? Gong Zishang's boldness startled Gong Yuanzhang, who instinctively took a step back. "Gong Zishang, please behave yourself." Gong Zishang shot him a glance. "What did you call me?" Her tone lowered, carrying an air of playful threat. Gong Yuanzhang stammered, obediently responding, "Sister." Gong Zishang. "Good boy." Wang Jian chuckled at the unfolding scene, gently patting Gong Yuanzhang's shoulder. Just as he set her down, a shadow darted past, and Wang Jian's hand was seized by Gong Zishang. "Gong Zishang's sister may not recognize me yet. Just call me Sister Zishang." Pushed aside, Gong Yuanzhang. Wang Jian glanced at Gong Yuanzhang before sweetly addressing Gong Zishang. "Sister Zishang." Gong Zishang smile deepened as she leaned in to embrace her. "Oh, sister, you are delightful, and you smell so lovely. What kind of sachet do you use?" Wang Jian did not mind the embrace from Gong Zishang, sensing her genuine affection. "I didn't bring a sachet, but if Sister Zishang likes, I can offer you a few lotus flowers. You could place them in your room or turn them into sachets." The mention of lotus flowers finally shed light on why Gong Yuanzhang had been so intent on those flowers previously. "Ah, so the lotus flowers in the Zhang Palace are yours?" That was indeed accurate. What one cultivates rightfully belongs to oneself. Wang Jian nodded. "Yes, do you like them? If you do, we can go pick some." Upon hearing Wang Jian did not directly offer to grow one for her, Gong Yuanzhang exhaled a relieved breath. Chapter 79 The Feather of the Clouds. Gong Yuanji harbored a profound skepticism towards human nature. He was unaware of the potential thoughts others might harbor regarding Huan Huan's identity, particularly those like Wu Feng, who opposed the Gong family. Should they become privy to this information, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for both the Gong family and Huan Huan. The wisest course of action would be to await his brother's return and discuss the matter with him before proceeding further. Among those in the Gong family, the only individual Gong Yuanji truly trusted was Gong Shangjiao. Others paled in comparison to Gong Shangjiao's significance, though as he observed Huan Huan conversing with Gong Zishang, it appeared he might need to reconsider this assessment. Gong Ziyu tapped Gong Yuanji on the shoulder, inquiring, "Hey, where did this beauty come from? I don't recall ever seeing her before." Such striking features were hard to forget after a single encounter, and Gong Ziyu genuinely could not recall having met her before. Gong Yuanji cast a sidelong glance at Gong Ziyu, responding curtly, "Huan Huan usually stays within the Ji Palace and seldom ventures out. You must have overlooked her." Gong Ziyu regarded Huan Huan with a puzzled expression. "Is that so?" Yet as he continued to observe her, a flush crept onto his cheeks. She truly was stunning. Gong Yuanji narrowed his eyes at Gong Ziyu's reaction and, displeased, stepped in front of him to block his view, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? She's not yours to gawk at." Meanwhile, while Huan Huan was preparing to return to pick lotus flowers with Gong Zishang, she noticed Gong Yuanji standing before her like a wooden post. "A Ji? What are you doing?" she asked. Gong Yuanji turned to her. "Nothing. Are you ready to go back?" "Yes, I'm going back to pick lotus flowers with Sister Zishang," Huan Huan replied. However, as they walked along, Gong Yuanji's face darkened at the sight of the two holding hands ahead, and his displeasure intensified, particularly towards Gong Ziyu, who walked alongside him. "Why are you here too?" he questioned, his tone irritable. Gong Ziyu, unfazed by his foul mood, cheerfully replied, "Because I want to pick lotus flowers too, right, Huan Huan?" Hearing her name, Huan Huan turned her head. "Yes, what's up?" Upon noticing her gaze shift towards him, Gong Yuanji's frown vanished, replaced by a smile as he said, "It's nothing, just watch your step." Gong Ziyu observed the double standard in Gong Yuanji's expressions with disdain, yet his gaze flitted back and forth between Gong Yuanji and Huan Huan, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. It seemed he had discovered a way to deal with Gong Yuanji, perhaps as a form of retribution for the previous incident where Gong Yuanji had forbidden them from picking lotus flowers. This time, both Gong Zisheng and Gong Ziyu each returned with a hefty bouquet, even Jin Fan had one in her arms. After watching the trio of thieves depart, Gong Yuanji gazed sorrowfully at the scattered lotus flowers in the pond. Amused, Huan Huan waved her hand, causing the plucked lotus flowers to reappear in the water. Gong Yuanji's first reaction was not joy but rather a cautious glance around, ensuring no one had witnessed the spectacle. Only after confirming their privacy did he look at her with a mix of exasperation and affection. Didn't I tell you not to use your abilities recklessly? I wasn't being reckless. You like them, Huan Huan replied innocently, thinking, since you like them, shouldn't you plant them for me? The silly boy. Gong Yuanji was deeply moved by the gaze of those eyes that mirrored his own. However, as he noted her recent anxiety, he felt a twinge of guilt. He informed him of her origins from the back mountain, and it was likely that the Gong family had some knowledge of her true identity. This thought led her to wonder how Shui and Xiao Shui were faring. Meanwhile, in the warmth of their hearth, Shui Zhongzi and the others were enjoying a hot pot and suddenly sneezed. Young Master Shui, munching on a piece of lettuce and meat, remarked, I wonder how Huan Huan is doing on the front mountain. Shui Zhongzi added a slice of meat to her bowl. She is doing well, spending time at the Ji Palace with that little rascal. Young Master Hua grumbled, devouring 2 pieces of meat, that little brat, sneaking off without taking me along. She must be relishing all the delicious food on the front mountain. I wonder when she'll remember us. His eyes brimmed with envy, desire, and a hint of restlessness. The others, witnessing his gluttony, collectively stared at him. You've eaten an extra piece of meat. Young Master Hua laughed sheepishly. I'll eat one less next time. Inwardly grumbling, he lamented being caught. After Huan Huan's departure from the back mountain, the elders did not insist on bringing her back. They merely stated that she was safe in the Ji Palace. They showed no inclination to interfere with her departure, adopting a rather laissez-faire attitude, which only heightened the envy of the dining brigade. Oh, I wish I could go out to enjoy delicious food and fun. On the other hand, Huan Huan, having observed the absence of anyone seeking her out since her last aimless wandering within the Gong Gate, deduced that they were allowing her to roam freely. With this in mind, the next day, after gathering a multitude of delectable treats, she stored them in her lotus pendant. After bidding Gong Yuanji farewell, she announced her intention to visit Gong Zishan for some fun. Gong Yuanji showed little reaction. It had become a regular occurrence for Gong Zishan to seek her company, though he was reluctant to let her stray far from his side. With his brother's imminent return and pressing matters to attend to within the Ji Palace and Jiao Palace, he simply did not have the time to accompany her. Seeing her so joyful with Gong Zishan, he decided to let her go just as before. Upon hearing her intentions to go out, Gong Yuanji lifted his gaze from his desk. All right, come back early. Huan Huan nodded, smiling in reply, got it. However, upon exiting the Ji Palace, she did not head towards the Shang Palace but instead made her way to the entrance of the back mountain, guided by her memory. As she had anticipated, the guards at the entrance of the back mountain ignored her presence, confirming her suspicions. She boldly stepped across the threshold initially, upon learning that the old dusty valley was suffused with toxic miasma, rendering it unsuitable for cultivating any produce. Huan Huan had formed a vague notion. After successfully planting a small vegetable patch and observing the guards' lack of coercion to expand it, she realized they were leaning towards a more humane approach, especially after her departure from the back mountain. The prolonged absence of anyone seeking her out, allowing her to roam the front mountain freely, reinforced this belief. They seemed to wish for her to willingly remain within the Gong family, deepening her bonds with its members, prompting her to take the initiative in some manner. It must be said that this approach was far more palatable than a forceful one. As for the alternative notion that the Gong family had no intention of retaining her, that they were indifferent to her existence, Huan Huan had never entertained such a possibility. It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. The Gong family could not possibly lack such foresight. What was she, the soul being capable of transformation into an ethereal form? They could not be unmoved by her presence. Simply the ability to cultivate healthy, edible vegetables amidst the toxic miasma of the Gong family was enough for them to not let her leave. Chapter 80 of The Feather of the Clouds. Gong Yuanji. Moreover, the lotus flowers that I cultivated possess the remarkable ability to suppress the spread of the miasma in the valley, thereby alleviating its concentration. This effect was discovered by Gong Yuanji, and it was from his lips that Huan Huan learned of it. Although the results are gradual and subtle, the adept herbalist Gong Yuanji discerned the distinction. The two secretly experimented in private, discovering that only the lotus flowers grown by Huan Huan herself exhibited this unique property. Those transplanted or nurtured by Gong Yuanji in the same pond proved ineffective. Thus, he harbored reservations about her casually planting lotus flowers elsewhere, even within the Ji Palace, as he remained somewhat uneasy, while he yearned for the miasma in the valley to dissipate. The recent transformation that Huan Huan underwent had enlightened Gong Yuanji to her still nascent status as a flower spirit. Should she endeavor to eradicate the miasma entirely, it would inevitably plunge her into another slumber, a fate Gong Yuanji wished to avoid at all costs. Furthermore, the inhabitants of the valley had consumed the Bai Ji Jin Chao tea for many years, which not only prevented miasma but also countered poisoning, a rather advantageous situation. It would be best for Huan Huan to remain a humble little flower spirit, yet, Huan Huan could not help but reminisce about the vast pond on the back mountain, filled with blooming lotus flowers, where the miasma was considerably more severe than that on the front mountain. It was only a matter of time before they discovered this, or perhaps they had already done so. The image of Shui Chongzi cluttering the snow palace with lotus flowers flashed through her mind, prompting Huan Huan to reflect on her disdain for overly clever individuals. However, for her, this did not pose a problem. The greater her value, the more freedom she enjoyed within the palace, allowing her to assert her rights with greater conviction. After all, she found herself rather fond of this palace. As she exited the passage and beheld the vegetable garden she had once filled with crops, now stripped bare, a wry smile crept across her lips. Were they pigs? How could they consume so much? When she left, she had harvested and replanted numerous times, and yet, so little time had passed before everything was devoured. Upon entering the snow palace, she was immediately greeted by an overwhelming aroma reminiscent of hot pot. Surely, these fellows were not feasting on hot pot every day. At that moment, Shui Chongzi, who was brewing cooling tea, perked up at the sound of her arrival, swiftly appearing before Huan Huan with a slight smile. You're back? Huan Huan observed Shui Chongzi's twitching nose and replied, exasperated, little Shui, how long have you been eating hot pot? You practically smell like it. Shui Chongzi stiffened for a moment before vanishing from her sight, while the others, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly retreated to their respective rooms. Gazing at the lingering scent of hot pot in the room and the steaming broth on the table, Huan Huan facepalmed. It was obvious why, grabbing the nearly overcooked pot, she promptly dumped its contents and opened the windows for ventilation. After replacing the old lotus flowers with fresh ones, the snow palace soon filled with the delicate fragrance of lotus once more, just as Shui Chongzi and the others emerged from their baths, clad in fresh garments. They intended to inquire about Huan Huan's experiences on the front mountain, but their attention was swiftly captured by the table laden with an abundance of delicacies. Their limbs moved of their own accord, instinctively taking seats at the table, and by the time they realized it, their mouths and hands were already stuffed with food. After satisfying their appetites, they began to chat, and eventually, as Huan Huan noted the time, she prepared to return. If she delayed any longer, Zhang would come searching for her. Shui Gongzi and Hua Gongzi gazed at her with reluctance. Can't you stay a little longer? After all, they were from the back mountain. Shui Chongzi took a sip of tea, his gaze subtly lingering on her. Huan Huan replied, if I don't go back, how shall I bring you food? The others responded, be careful on your way. Stay safe. Return early. Huan Huan sighed internally. I knew it. Thus, Huan Huan became the only person, aside from the elders of the Blade Elder Council, who could freely traverse between the front and back mountains since the palace's establishment, evolving into the back mountain's delivery person. Due to the miasma affecting the palace, prolonged residence would render women unsuitable for pregnancy, prompting the palace to seek brides from outside. The candidates were typically chosen from martial sects with favorable ties to the palace, aimed at deepening mutual connections and seeking the palace's protection. Given the current pressures from the ruthless forces of the martial world, only the palace could stand against them. Before the arrival of the brides, Gong Shangjiao, who had been out, was expected to return, as currently, only 3 individuals in the palace had reached adulthood. The young master Gong Huanyu, Yu Gongzi, and the last one, Gong Shang-Jiao.as for Gong Yuanji, he would not reach adulthood until next year. On the day of Gong Shangjiao's return, Gong Yuanji was brimming with excitement, donning his favorite attire. As he walked, the bells hanging from his garments jingled melodiously in the air, even managing to coax Huan Huan into rising early for once. After wrapping Huan Huan snugly and ensuring not even a breeze could penetrate, he led her to the palace entrance to await Gong Shangjiao's arrival. The weather was warming, and sitting on the steps, basking in the sun, proved rather pleasant. Huan Huan, feeling languid under the sun, leaned against Gong Yuanji, when suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance. Gong Yuanji exclaimed joyfully, brother is back. He then sprang up, waving excitedly at the approaching Gong Shangjiao. Gong Shangjiao reined in his horse, its front hooves rearing high, as he sat firmly in the saddle. Upon seeing Gong Yuanji, the coldness in his eyes softened, and a slight smile graced his lips. Yuanji. Dismounting, he approached Gong Yuanji and inquired, how is everything at home? Gong Yuanji gazed at his brother with admiration, affection, and reliance. Everything is well. By the way, brother, I want to introduce you to someone. He turned back excitedly. Huan Huan, come here, this is my brother. Gong Shangjiao had never witnessed Yuanji address another with such endearment. Following his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Huan Huan. She approached and stood beside Gong Yuanji, mimicking his mannerisms to greet, hello, brother. Gong Shangjiao's expression turned complex as he observed the tender gaze Gong Yuanji directed at her. His eyes flickered, and upon hearing her call him brother, he fixated on her for a considerable time before finally nodding slightly. I shall first report to the Blade Elder Council. You two should head back. Gong Yuanji nodded, naturally taking Huan Huan's hand, repeating a phrase he had said countless times before. All right, brother. We will wait for you in the Jiao Palace. Chapter 81. The Feathers of the Cloud. In the 13th scene, Gong Shangjiao's gaze inadvertently swept over the hands clasped together by the two, and he nodded, indicating his understanding. Watching Gong Shangjiao depart, Gong Yuanzhang finally led Huan Huan back to the corner palace. Upon entering, Gong Yuanzhang felt as if he had returned to his own home, instructing the staff of the corner palace to busy themselves with various tasks. Does my brother prefer light dishes? Are the meals prepared? Where are the items my brother brought back? Have they been stored? Has the cleaning been completed? While assigning tasks to the servants, he did not forget to slip a plate of pastries into Huan Huan's hands, urging her to snack and ease her hunger. Once everything was arranged, Gong Yuanzhang leaned closer to Huan Huan and whispered, my brother enjoys light meals, so the food might not suit your taste. Bear with it for now, and I shall take you out for a delightful meal later this evening. Huan Huan obediently nodded, understanding the unspoken etiquette. One must accommodate the host. The sight of her demure demeanor struck Gong Yuanzhang as utterly adorable, and he could not resist ruffling her hair gently. Perhaps he should inform his brother to finalize both his and Huan Huan's matters during the upcoming bride selection. The mere thought of Huan Huan donning a wedding gown and marrying him filled Gong Yuanzhang with excitement. Leaning closer to her, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush, he asked, "Huan Huan, do you like me?" Taking a bite of the pastry, Huan Huan replied, "Of course." She genuinely admired Gong Yuanzhang. He was handsome, skilled in both medicine and poisons, had a stable career, could support himself, and was exceptionally doting. Aside from being a tad clingy, he met all of Huan Huan's criteria for a partner. Gong Yuanzhang was elated by her admission of affection, grinning widely. "Then shall we get married this time?" He gazed at Huan Huan with anticipation, fearing her dissent. Huan Huan, still munching on another piece of pastry, replied, "Sure." "Ah, and let us add another merit." His youthful vigor meant that embracing Gong Yuanzhang at night would render a heating stove unnecessary. Gong Yuanzhang was taken aback by her swift agreement, and in his joy, he swept her into his arms, laughing with unrestrained happiness. Suddenly recalling that, according to hearsay, a bride price was customary, he sprang to his feet and dashed to the corner palace's storeroom. He had to see what treasures might be suitable for Huan Huan. Having been brought to view the corner palace's storeroom, Huan Huan was already familiar with the treasures contained within the Ji Palace, piles of precious herbs akin to a pharmacy. However, the corner palace's storeroom was undeniably more bountiful, a testament to its profitable nature. Gong Yuanzhang expertly guided Huan Huan to a series of chests, flinging one open to reveal a dazzling array of gold and jewels. After selecting a box of jewels, he packed several boxes of fabric and assorted items, then instructed the servants to deliver them to the Ji Palace. The steward of the corner palace complied without hesitation. Who in the palace did not know that the most cherished was this younger brother? Even if the corner palace's storeroom were to be emptied, the elder brother would raise no objection. As expected, upon returning, Gong Shangjiao remained unfazed upon hearing of the items Gong Yuanzhang had taken, merely nodding. Yet, when he learned they were intended for a wedding, his brush halted mid-air, ink dripping onto the paper, spreading outwards. Setting down the brush, Gong Shangjiao raised his gaze to the sight of Gong Yuanzhang and Huan Huan in the study, his eyes pausing momentarily on Huan Huan. "You are still young, why the rush?" Gong Yuanzhang chuckled shyly. "I just thought that during your selection of a bride, we could also finalize matters between Huan Huan and myself. And, brother, I truly like Huan Huan, very much." Meeting the determined gleam in Gong Yuanzhang's eyes, Gong Shangjiao's long lashes fluttered slightly as he murmured, "I understand. I will discuss this with Jiren." Gong Yuanzhang's heart soared at this affirmation, his smile widening. "Thank you, brother." Gong Shangjiao, observing his brother's exuberance, remarked, "Keep what you have taken for your enjoyment. I shall procure some finer items for you both in a few days." At this, Huan Huan gained a clearer understanding of Gong Shangjiao's generosity. "Thank you, brother," they both chimed in unison. Huan Huan's eyes sparkled like a blooming lotus, enchanting all who beheld her. Subsequently, Gong Yuanzhang began to elucidate Huan Huan's background. Upon discovering that she was a lotus spirit, Gong Shangjiao was evidently taken aback. Huan Huan seized the moment to conjure a lotus flower, showcasing her identity. With a radiant smile, the young lady presented a cluster of lotus blossoms, exclaiming, "Brother, this is for you." In that instant, Gong Shangjiao's memory transported him back to their first encounter on the back mountain, where past and present converged. Accepting the flowers with an air of composure, he placed them into a vase. After hearing Gong Yuanzhang's words, Gong Shangjiao, too, understood that the elders of the Gong family were likely aware of her existence, given her early appearance on the back mountain. However, from Gong Yuanzhang's context, it was clear that he was unaware of her prior stay there, a thought that ignited a secret joy within him. Quickly suppressing this amusement, he turned his gaze directly towards Huan Huan. "Do you mind if the Jiren elders are informed? In other words, are you willing to use your abilities to assist the Gong family?" Gong Yuanzhang exclaimed, "Brother." He had sought his brother's counsel precisely to prevent Huan Huan from having to employ her abilities. Ignoring Gong Yuanzhang's interjection, Gong Shangjiao continued to regard Huan Huan, patiently awaiting her response. Huan Huan had previously confided in Gong Yuanzhang that her powers had indeed strengthened since her awakening. While she could not produce a vast expanse of lotus flowers to eradicate the miasma entirely, cultivating a few each day was feasible. Yet, Gong Yuanzhang stubbornly refused to believe her. As if haunted by past events, Huan Huan met Gong Shangjiao's deep, tranquil gaze, sensing that whatever decision she made, he would orchestrate it flawlessly. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, "I am willing." A flicker of amusement glimmered in Gong Shangjiao's eyes. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements." Watching the two reach a decision so effortlessly, Gong Yuanzhang's cheeks puffed with indignation. However, one was his most respected elder brother, and the other was the person he cherished. He could not bring himself to express anger towards either, leaving him to sulk in silence. Especially after witnessing the unspoken understanding between his brother and Huan Huan, as if no one else could intrude upon their moment, Gong Yuanzhang's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 82 The Feather of Clouds. Gong Yuanzhang 14 I disagree. Gong Yuanzhang interjected hastily, his voice a blend of confusion and concern. Huan Huan shrugged at Gong Shangjiao, saying, "It's up to you, brother," before decisively turning to leave, granting the two brothers their space. Observing her departure, a subtle, inscrutable smile crept onto Gong Shangjiao's lips. Just then, Gong Yuanzhang, who had been watching them intently, caught sight of the smile on his brother's face. His dark eyes narrowed momentarily, but returned to normal when Gong Shangjiao turned his gaze back to him. Gong Shangjiao began to explain to his younger brother, "Yuanzhang, we cannot keep this hidden any longer. She was from the back mountain." As Gong Shangjiao elaborated, Gong Yuanzhang lowered his eyelashes, concealing his thoughts. However, unnoticed by others, his hand tightened into a fist, particularly upon hearing the words, "I saw her in the back mountain," where a tempest of emotions swirled beneath his veiled gaze. When Gong Shangjiao continued, "The elders from the back mountain were aware of her existence long before us, they are likely withholding their words now, hoping she will genuinely accept the Gong family. Mutual support is the best course of action. She aids the Gong family, and in return, the Gong family will protect her." Gong Yuanzhang's expression remained unchanged. He lifted his head and smiled faintly at Gong Shangjiao, saying, "Understood, brother. I will heed your words." That night, as Huan Huan drifted into a slumber, Gong Yuanzhang embraced her from behind, burying his head in the crook of her neck. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid of disturbing her. "Huan Huan, you will marry me and stay by my side, won't you?" Huan Huan turned to wrap her arms around him, oblivious to the unease of her little pup. I'm here." With that, she fell into a deep sleep. Believing she had succumbed to slumber, Gong Yuanzhang felt his worries dissipate upon hearing her response. He held her close, tightening his embrace. As anticipated by Gong Shangjiao, the Gong family treated Huan Huan with utmost kindness, almost excessively so, fearing even the slightest displeasure from her. After all, who could they find to dispel the Gong family's miasma if she were to flee? Due to this apprehension, upon learning of her abilities, the elders and the enforcement team had to restrain themselves from seeking her out immediately. After deliberation, they decided to prioritize planting lotus flowers over vegetables, understanding that the latter would require a pond, thus necessitating a complete redesign of the Gong family's architecture. This was no small undertaking, as a considerable number of lotus flowers would be required. However, with the time for selecting a bride fast approaching, any construction at this juncture would undoubtedly cause disruptions. After weighing the options, they ultimately resolved to complete the bride selection process before commencing any work. After all, they had lingered for so many years, a little more waiting was inconsequential. Initially, it seemed prudent to start work in the back mountain, given its isolation from the front mountain. However, upon discovering that the new bride selection had spies from Wu Feng, all activities in the back mountain came to a halt. "So, will the bride selection proceed as scheduled?" Young Master Hua inquired, taking a bite of crispy meat. Xue Chongzi sipped his rib soup, replying, "I'm unsure. However, if the selection is halted, the enforcement team will be unable to provide an explanation to the martial world, as they sought the Gong family's protection by sending their daughters to participate." Gong Yuanzhang served Huan Huan a piece of her favorite rib, stating, "My brother shares this sentiment." Thus, the bride selection will likely proceed as planned. The only uncertainty lies in how they intend to root out the Wu Feng spies among them. As for why Gong Yuanzhang could venture to the back mountain, it was, of course, due to Huan Huan's guidance. Thanks to her unique standing within the Gong family, he followed her to this forbidden realm, where those from the front mountain were not permitted entry. Gong Yuanzhang now understood that he was merely a tether for Huan Huan to the Gong family. The enforcement team eagerly anticipated his marriage to her, fully intending to bind her to the Gong family. It was a perplexing situation, for how could he cultivate feelings with her if he was bound to her? Thus, they turned a blind eye to her. Bringing him to the back mountain, young Master Xue, filled with anticipation, remarked, "I wonder how lively it will be when the bride arrives." For one who had been confined to the back mountain for years, the quietude was the norm. Liveliness had never belonged to the back mountain or its inhabitants. Upon hearing this, young Master Hua and the others also expressed eager curiosity, wondering if they might hear any commotion when the time came. Gong Yuanzhang observed them, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Although he did not comprehend why the Gong family forbade those from the back mountain from leaving, he could not help but empathize with their plight. Having been born into a life of perpetual solitude, they had never seen the light of day. Watching them devour the meal that he and Huan Huan had brought, a sense of melancholy settled within him. When the bride arrived, it would be at night, traveling on a flower boat in her wedding attire. That evening, the Gong family would be adorned with lights, reveling in the festivities. At the junction connecting the back mountain and the front mountain, it resembled a watershed, dividing the merriment from the darkness. The entire back mountain lay in shadow, eerily silent, as though devoid of life. Huan Huan, trailed by her little companions, quietly emerged from the passageway, glancing at the fallen guards beside her. Xue Chongzi silently resolved, "We must enhance our resistance." Young Master Hua stealthily followed Huan Huan, much like a thief, while young Master Xue's eyes sparkled with novelty and excitement. The most composed, Xue Chongzi and Yu, followed behind, though a hint of exhilaration could be discerned in their otherwise calm gazes. "Is it truly alright for us to be out like this, Huan Huan?" Young Master Xue queried. "Relax," Huan Huan reassured him. "Tonight, a Zhang mentioned there would be a grand performance. Their attention will be elsewhere. As long as we remain cautious, we will be fine. The tranquilizer is an enhanced version developed by a Zhang, so rest assured, it will keep them asleep until we return." At the mention of Gong Yuanzhang, young Master Hua inquired with curiosity, "Why isn't Gong Yuanzhang here?" Given his usual clingy nature, it was unusual for him not to be by Huan Huan's side. "Did I not mention there would be a grand performance?" "A Zhang has been assigned to perform," Huan Huan replied. The group was taken aback. Gong Yuanzhang had initially intended to suggest they play within the Zhang palace for safety, but upon seeing the curious expressions of the four, Huan Huan's eyes sparkled. "Do you wish to see the grand performance?" The others exchanged glances, recalling her earlier statement about Gong Yuanzhang's absence. It was clear what she intended to witness, and although the risk of being discovered had significantly increased, their hearts raced with anticipation. Chapter 83 The Feather of the Clouds. As the newlyweds descended from the flower boat at the foot of the palace gate, they were abruptly halted by the arrows aimed at them from the city walls. Overwhelmed by the barrage of arrows that soon rained down, they succumbed to unconsciousness. When they regained their senses, they found themselves imprisoned in the water dungeon at the palace gate. Before they could fully comprehend their shocking circumstances, the guards informed them that among the brides, there concealed a silent assassin, and Lord Jijin had ordered their execution as a precautionary measure. The cries of the brides echoed within the dungeon, accompanied by voices of dissent and despair. Ultimately, a man clad in resplendent robes and draped in a grand cloak, unable to bear the sight of their youthful lives being extinguished, resolved to help them escape. With no other choice, the terrified brides followed him, fleeing from the water dungeon. However, upon reaching the entrance of the secret passage leading outside the palace, a sharp blade was hurled towards them, sealing the passageway once more. Yuziyu, did you not promise to send someone to test the medicine? Why have you brought them here? Emerged Gong Yuanzhang, stepping into the moonlight. A wicked smile broke across his face as he regarded the trembling brides, embodying the very essence of a villain. Yet, his strikingly handsome visage, accentuated by a hint of mischief, rendered him captivating. Not far away, 5 heads peeked out from the rooftop, keenly observing the unfolding drama below. One and exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. She then produced pastries and seeds from her lotus pendant, distributing them to Shuechongzi beside her. He took a portion for himself, sharing the remainder with the others. Thus, the 5 of them huddled together on the rooftop, munching on seeds and pastries while watching the spectacle below. Gong Yuziyu stood on edge, facing the imminent threat posed by Gong Yuanzhang, whose presence had not been part of his plans for the evening. Alarmed at the potential disruption, Gong Yuziyu hastily declared, "I act under the orders of the young master. I owe you no explanation." With that, he unsheathed his sword, prepared to confront Gong Yuanzhang. The two engaged in a fierce duel, their blades clashing with intensity. The rooftop spectators were thoroughly entertained. Gong Yuziyu's internal energy is insufficient, and his techniques lack precision. He is no match for Gong Yuanzhang, Shuechongzi remarked. No sooner had he spoken than Gong Yuziyu faltered under Gong Yuanzhang's onslaught, allowing the latter to exploit a gap and launch a concealed weapon towards the corner where the brides were huddled. As the weapon exploded in midair, a cloud of powder enveloped the brides. In shock, Gong Yuziyu turned to Gong Yuanzhang. "Have you lost your mind? They are all prospective brides." Gong Yuanzhang's tone was laced with a playful yet sinister edge. "If any among them is a silent assassin, they all deserve to die." He then addressed the weeping brides. "Congratulations, you are now poisoned. Without my antidote, you shall all perish." The 5 on the rooftop gasped in unison, while most brides trembled in fear, weeping, when suddenly one of them lunged toward Gong Yuziyu, terror etched on her face, crying, "Save me, I don't want to die." As she clutched Gong Yuziyu's neck, her expression hardened as she glared at Gong Yuanzhang. "Hand over the antidote, or I will kill him." The rooftop observers exclaimed, wow, as they stifled their astonishment with bites of pastry, utterly captivated by the unfolding drama. Gong Yuanzhang, unfazed by the scene, smirked slightly. "Congratulations on successfully setting the trap." Just then, a concealed weapon flew from the distance, striking the arm of the bride, restraining Gong Yuziyu. In a swift motion, Gong Huan Yu appeared, executing a flip to rescue Gong Yuziyu and swiftly subduing the assailant. As the guards led the captured assassin away, the rooftop quintet finished their snacks, their expressions filled with satisfaction. This performance had certainly been worth their time, a truly thrilling spectacle. With the silent assassin apprehended, it seemed the drama was drawing to a close. They watched as the remaining brides were escorted away, the once bustling area now rendered desolate. Except for the 5 who remained on the rooftop. Initially, they assumed the crowd had dispersed and that they too should leave, yet, noticing Wan still clinging to her perch, they were puzzled but remained where they were. Once the area was clear, Shuechongzi queried, "Haven't we seen enough of the show? Why are we still here?" Wan cast a disdainful glance at her companions. "Did you not notice the crucial detail?" The 4 exchanged glances. What crucial detail? They had come merely to watch a performance, hadn't they? Wan replied, "The secret passage. Did none of you see the secret passage Gong Yuziyu opened?" She had been alert to the passage's existence from the moment she arrived, envisioning the potential for excitement. The 4's eyes widened, filled with fervent anticipation as they gazed toward the wall where the passage had been revealed. Shuechongzi frowned. Could it be true? Tonight's events were evidently staged to unmask the silent assassin. Would Gong Yuziyu truly employ a legitimate secret passage as part of the ruse? The others considered this, pondering the uncertainty of its authenticity. Wan, her gaze fixed on the wall that had concealed the passage, smiled slyly. "We'll find out soon enough." Shuechongzi assessed the movements of the guards nearby, leading the group back to the earlier location. The 5 pondered the wall, contemplating where the mechanism for the secret passage might be. The flower master smiled gently. "Leave this to me." After a brief exploration, he pressed a hidden latch, and with a resounding crash, the passageway swung open. Before them lay the entrance, and excitement surged within the 5. Wan produced a torch, prompting a collective smirk. "You truly come prepared." Shuechongzi seized the torch, leading the way into the darkened entrance. Just as they stepped inside, the passageway thundered shut behind them. Upon exiting the tunnel, they found themselves in a location clearly outside the palace gates. They exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. This passage indeed led beyond the palace gates, but the interior was fraught with traps. Without guidance from palace personnel, navigating it would be perilous. Fortunately, with the resourcefulness of the flower master, they managed to traverse the passage safely. Since the palace gates were situated in the old Dust Valley, and with the palace guards maintaining order, the local populace enjoyed a relatively stable existence. Thus, the valley was not desolate or remote. In fact, over the years, as the silent assassins grew increasingly rampant in the martial world, more people had begun to settle in the valley, transforming it into a small town. Thanks to the arrival of the prospective brides tonight, the valley remained lively and bustling even in the dead of night. Chapter 84 of The Feather of the Clouds. As they gazed at the myriad of stalls lining the streets, the young gentlemen were filled with wonder, their eyes dazzled by the vibrant array of sights. Upon encountering items that piqued their interest, they would eagerly reach out, only to be reminded that they had no money with them. Within the palace, all their needs for clothing and sustenance were provided, rendering the concept of carrying money foreign to them. What to do when confronted with such situations? No matter, they could simply seek out someone who possessed funds. The four of them simultaneously turned their gaze toward Huan Huan. Huan Huan thought to herself. Fortunately, I had taken quite a few valuable items from the storeroom of the palace last time. Although I lack currency, at the very least, I have goods that can be exchanged for money. She first led her companions to a pawn shop, and after exchanging a few items for silver coins, they began their grand shopping spree along the bustling street. While the group was reveling in their outdoor escapades, the palace dungeon was ablaze with light. By the time they returned from their outing, dawn had already broken. To their surprise, upon exiting the passageway, they found Gong Shangjiu and Gong Yuanzheng waiting at the entrance. Gong Shangjiu wore a stern expression, exuding an air of impending storm, while Gong Yuanzheng's eyes lit up upon seeing Huan Huan, only to quickly shift to a look of concern as he regarded the others. The group froze in place, as if caught by a cat's paw on a mouse's tail. Obediently standing before Gong Shangjiu, he surveyed the assembly, his gaze subtly assessing Huan Huan to ensure she had not been harmed before he spoke in a measured tone. Let us proceed. Ziren and the elders wish to see you. Upon hearing that Jiren and the elders were already informed, the expressions of the young gentleman paled significantly. As they followed Gong Shangjiu toward the Jiren hall, Gong Yuanzheng quietly stepped beside Huan Huan, taking her hand in his and softly reassuring her, "Fear not, I am here." Huan Huan smiled faintly at him, slipping a jade ring into his palm, something she had spotted in a shop earlier, captivated by its beauty. Gong Yuanzheng's face brightened at the sight of the ring for me? Huan Huan nodded. "Yes, tell me if you like it, if not, I can take you out another day to choose something together." Though they whispered sweet nothings to one another, the martial artists present could hear every word. Upon hearing her mention taking Gong Yuanzheng out again, their lips twitched, or they were uncertain what kind of punishment awaited them this time, and she was already talking about next time? Gong Yuanzheng admired the lotus pattern on the ring, feeling warmth swell in his heart, as if he were being completely filled by the person beside him. "I love it, I truly do," he declared, placing the ring onto his finger. Seeing his genuine delight filled Huan Huan with joy as they exchanged whispers, creating a sweet atmosphere that left the other four, who were anxiously bracing for repercussions, utterly at a loss for expressions. As for Gong Shangjiu, he heard the commotion behind him but did not turn back, continuing to lead the way. Unexpectedly, the two hand in hand strolled right up to Gong Shangjiu's side, where Huan Huan presented him with a jade pendant. "This is a gift for my brother." Gong Shangjiu received it with a complex expression, his fingers brushing over the familiar design on the pendant. While the material was commonplace and not of the finest quality, it was the first token he had received since the passing of his parents from someone who remembered to bring him a gift from afar. Much like how he would bring back trinkets for Yuanzheng upon his own returns, it felt as though someone held him in their thoughts. Raising his eyes to the harmonious pairing of Huan Huan and Gong Yuanzheng, Gong Shangjiu earnestly addressed them. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it." Upon entering the Jiren hall, they were met with the sight of Jiren and the elders seated in an orderly fashion, a scene reminiscent of a tribunal. The gazes of Jiren and the elders initially swept over Huan Huan, and upon noticing her hand in Gong Yuanzheng's, their eyes flickered. They then turned their attention to Xuechongzi and the others. "Do you still remember the rules regarding the back mountain?" The inquiry was light, yet it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. The four bowed their heads, their faces filled with shame. "We must not venture beyond the back mountain without permission. Then, upon your return, you shall accept your punishment," the Grand Elder stated. "Yes." The four responded respectfully. Watching this unfold, Huan Huan furrowed her brow, releasing Gong Yuanzheng's hand and stepping forward to stand before the four. "I was the one who led them out, whether in the back mountain or the front, it was my decision. If punishment is to be meted out, then it should fall upon me directly. I do not comprehend why you have kept them confined to the back mountain, away from the outside world, but a family that isolates itself will never truly become powerful." "Huan Huan!" Gong Shangjiu chastised sternly. Silence. Gong Yuanzheng looked at her with concern, then glanced at his brother's displeased countenance, and the frowns of Jiren and the elders above. He positioned himself protectively beside Huan Huan. "Brother, do not raise your voice. Huan Huan is still young, do not frighten her." The others were momentarily taken aback by her bold declaration. They had initially intended to plead on her behalf, but Gong Yuanzheng's interjection left them speechless. However, once they regained their composure, they quickly chimed in. "Indeed, Jiren, she is still young and does not fully grasp our palace's rules. We ask for your forgiveness for her indiscretion." Yes, Jiren Elder, we will accept our punishment upon returning. It has nothing to do with Huan Huan." Huan Huan pouted. "Who says I do not understand? It is precisely because of the events from 10 years ago that you have remained hidden, seeking to preserve yourselves. But how long has it been? The enemy is already at our door, yet you continue this isolation. It is only a matter of time before you face ruin." These trivial matters had long been whispered about among the palace, relayed through the lips of Gong Zishan. If she were to speak, with so much bloodshed in the past, remaining hidden was futile. They should rally to eradicate the threat of woofing utterly, rather than letting them linger. The path of isolation would only lead to the present scenario where woofing was on the verge of unifying the martial world. The palace's refusal to unite with the various factions of the martial world to oppose woofing, while choosing to remain secluded, would inevitably result in a world dominated by woofing. Xuechongzi and the others desperately signaled to her ancestor, "Please stop," while they too were perplexed by the palace's arrangements. Being born into it meant they bore the responsibility and duty to uphold its legacy. Even Gong Yuanzhang gazed in astonishment at his spirited fiancée, marveling at her audacity to voice such sentiments so openly. Did she not see that the faces of Jiren were darkening? Huan Huan stood firm. She saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Chapter 85 of the Feather of Clouds. Gong Yuanji, 17. Huan Huan expressed, I cannot see, not even a hint, were it not for my genuine fondness for these seemingly astute yet profoundly foolish individuals at Gongmen, coupled with the presence of my dear Ji and brother Dafeng, who would wish to waste breath on these old geezers? The miasma within the valley thickened increasingly. For those who have long resided here, women find it challenging to conceive, and men suffer physical detriment. Although the Bai Ji Jin Chao tea developed by Gongmen alleviates the effects, its efficacy is bound to wane over time. Have you not noticed how Ji has been instructed by Jiren to revise the medicinal formula? This indicates that the current prescription has become ineffective. Should this not serve as a wake-up call? Furthermore, regarding Jiren's management strategy, it is perplexing to witness Gongmen's reluctance to safeguard its members from further harm. Initially, secluding oneself and utilizing the valley's toxic air to conserve strength and bide time was acceptable, but now that conditions have improved significantly, remaining passive while the sects of the martial world seek refuge is utterly incomprehensible to Huan Huan. You fear further injury, thus, unite with those discontented with Wufeng to resist oppression. Are you truly waiting for Wufeng to unify the martial world before you dare to oppose? By that time, you will have no allies. Huan Huan does not believe Wufeng would spare Gongmen. The recent selection of a bride may very well be a test. Isolation is a path devoid of future. How is this simple truth lost on you? In the silence that ensued in Jiren's hall, no one dared to assert that this was merely Gongmen's internal affair, unworthy of her comment, not even the elders who glared in frustration, for as she pointed out, the miasma has intensified, and she is the sole remedy for Gongmen's plight. If she were to depart, Gongmen would indeed face ruin. After her scathing remarks, Huan Huan felt compelled to provide an avenue of retreat for them, lest the awkwardness linger indefinitely. Of course, these are merely my naive opinions. Ultimately, we must rely on Jiren and the esteemed elders for their sagacious governance, for we all desire the prosperity of Gongmen, do we not? Jiren and the elders. Having allowed you to voice such platitudes, what more can we say? Oh, and regarding Shui Changzi and his companions, truth be told, this is not a grave matter. They have diligently labored in the back mountains for over a decade. It is only fitting they enjoy occasional respite. After all, they are human beings, not prisoners. How can one expect them to remain confined indefinitely? Isn't that right, Lord Jiren? The singled-out Jiren. What can I possibly say? Upon their release, the flustered young masters wondered aloud, so, we were let go without any punishment. Gong Yuanji cast a sidelong glance at him. If you truly yearn for punishment, I can certainly oblige. The young master hastily waved his hands. No, that won't be necessary. Shui Changzi, seeing through the facade, remarked, Gong Shangjiu must still be inside, likely discussing the matters you mentioned. Huan Huan shrugged, let them converse. I stand by my words, they cannot act against me at present. I have promised to assist you in cultivating lotus flowers to purify the miasma, but whether I can remain here afterward depends solely on Gongmen. Upon hearing this, Gong Yuanji tightened his grip on Huan Huan's hand, prompting her to reassure him, of course, should I leave, I would certainly take you with me. Gong Yuanji's grip relaxed slightly. Well, that is acceptable. The young master gasped in disbelief. You still intend to leave? The others? But surely he cannot be that foolish, Huan Huan replied. It is up to you all. I simply dislike having my home constantly coveted, fearing ambushes whenever I step outside. I wish to take Ji on adventures in the future. Hearing her mention taking him alone, Gong Yuanji felt a smile tug at his lips. He had once expressed a desire to see the places where rare herbs were cultivated, as his brother usually procured them from afar, and he had yet to witness them in person. Merely a passing remark, yet she had taken it to heart. Gong Yuanji thought that even if Huan Huan declared her intention to wander the world, he would willingly accompany her. The young master exclaimed, wherever you go, I shall follow. Shui Gongzi added, I have yet to experience the outside world, I long to see it. Gong Yuanji, were your escapades last night but a fabrication? Uncertain of what had transpired between Jiren and the elders, or Gong Shangjiao, he merely sensed that the latter had grown increasingly occupied, as even Shui Gongzi and others were tirelessly engaged. However, the most pressing matter remained the selection ceremony for the young master's bride. Yet, on the evening following the conclusion of the selection, the chosen bride, Miss Jiang, fell victim to poisoning. Furthermore, another incident occurred that night. The young master brought the captured assassin bride, Zhang Nani, to Jiren's chamber, leading to an unknown outcome. By the time Lady Wuji discovered the scene, both the young master and Jiren were deceased, and Zhang Nani had vanished. The entire Gongmen descended into chaos. In the dead of night, Huan Huan was summoned to the elder's courtyard, where she beheld two coffins. Gong Yuanji's pupils constricted. Prior to this moment, he had been unaware of the identities of the victims, only aware of the red lantern signaling a state of emergency. Gongmen's highest alert, indicating a significant upheaval. However, before accompanying Huan Huan, he had never anticipated that both Jiren and the young master had met their demise. At this moment, should not the elders be taking charge to stabilize Gongmen? Why then had they called for Huan Huan? Gazing upon the two coffins, Gong Yuanji felt an ominous premonition. The elders, upon seeing Huan Huan arrive, appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope. They approached her and performed a deep bow, imploring, we beseech you, young lady, save our Gongmen. Witnessing this display, Gong Yuanji quickly pulled Huan Huan aside. Elders, what is the meaning of this? Although Huan Huan is not like us, her abilities are limited, surely she does not warrant such veneration. The elders responded, Yuanji, we understand your concern for Huan Huan, yet with Jiren and the young master slain, Shangjiu has not yet returned from the outer realms. You are still underage, and Gong Ziyu is. We merely wish for Huan Huan to explore any possible means to aid Jiren. Gong Yuanji's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you all lost your senses? Jiren is already dead. How can you expect Huan Huan to save him? The elders recognized the difficulty of their request, yet they clung to the hope that perhaps she might possess a solution. After all, according to protocol, an emergency succession of leadership should now be initiated, selecting a mature male heir from the direct line of Gongmen to inherit Jiren's position. Chapter 86. The Feather of the Clouds, Gong Yuanzhang. In accordance with the requirements, only Gong Ziyu is deemed suitable. However, his capabilities are well known, and given his rise to power, both Zheng Gong and Zhao Gong would undoubtedly reject him. Currently, within the palace, there lurk the formidable assassins of Wufeng, keeping a watchful eye, and a leader who cannot command respect will not stabilize the present precarious situation. Under ordinary circumstances, one might afford him the time to grow gradually, yet with Wufeng prowling outside, time is a luxury they can no longer afford. Gong Yuanzhang is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation within the palace, yet this does not justify their demands upon Huan Huan. Not only does Huan Huan lack the requisite abilities, but even if she possessed them, Gong Yuanzhang would staunchly oppose her agreeing to such an absurd proposition. The thought of resurrecting the deceased alone suggests an immense cost, likely a life for a life. While Gong Yuanzhang may be cold-hearted, Huan Huan is undoubtedly of greater significance to him than the leader. Huan Huan gently patted the overly protective Gong Yuanzhang, urging him to relax, for she is not foolish. Turning to the elders, she pronounced, "Death is an irreversible state, this is the natural order of the universe, and even if my views differ from yours, I cannot contravene this truth." The Grand Elder, stifling his urge to interject, cautioned, "Do not be misled by the notion that the blood of magical beings or any inner elixir can restore life. Wake up, for such concepts are mere fabrications of tales, utterly unreliable. Setting aside the violation of natural laws, he is human. The essence of magical beings would provoke rejection within a human body, rendering it utterly futile, only ensuring that the individual remains irrevocably deceased." Although she spoke of rejection in a manner they did not fully grasp, the elders understood her meaning. They exchanged glances inside, realizing that shortcuts would yield no success. Casting a glance at Gong Yuanzhang, who remained steadfastly by Huan Huan's side, the Grand Elder announced, "In that case, we must activate the system of absent inheritance. Gong Ziyu should be arriving shortly." To prepare for any eventuality, the elders devised a two-pronged approach. At first, to ascertain Gong Ziyu's whereabouts, and subsequently to summon Huan Huan and Gong Yuanzhang. Gong Yuanzhang voiced his dissent. "On what grounds should Gong Ziyu inherit the position of leader? That title rightfully belongs to my brother, Gong Shangzhou. Originally, this matter should not have been disclosed to him. However, upon noticing Huan Huan beside him, the elders elucidated, Yuanzhang, it is not that we wish to deny Shangzhou the position of leader, but presently, only Gong Ziyu meets the qualifications. The leaders of past generations have concealed within them the greatest secrets of the palace, their inscriptions etched deep beneath the skin, sustained solely by the vitality of blood and energy. Once a life has ceased, these inscriptions will fade within 2 hours at most. We cannot afford to wait for Shangzhou's return." Upon hearing this, Gong Yuanzhang found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed an inextricable dilemma. Just then, a knock resounded upon the hall's door, and the Huan Yu guard entered, accompanied by Gong Ziyu, who appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon noticing the two coffins in the center, he exclaimed, "What has transpired? Why do father and brother lie within coffins?" Before anyone could respond, Huan Huan interjected, "If it concerns extending the duration of the inscriptions, I may have a solution." The elders and Gong Yuanzhang were left utterly astonished. If she could maintain the inscriptions, then Gong Ziyu was not the optimal choice after all. After explaining the demise of the leader and the young master to Gong Ziyu, they instructed him to return to Yu Huang Palace. Just as he was about to inquire further, the Huan Yu guard, who had just entered, whisked him away. Gong Ziyu, facing the coffin of the former leader, Huan Huan conjured a sphere of white mist in her hands, casting it forth to envelop the entire coffin. She stood resolutely, continuously channeling her energy into the lifeless body within. As blood and energy drained, the inscriptions would vanish. To prevent their disappearance, it sufficed to sustain the vitality of the former leader's body, a task achievable solely by Huan Huan's relentless infusion of her own energy. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of her efforts, the elders turned to Gong Yuanzhang, urging, "Yuanzhang, swiftly locate Shangzhou's whereabouts and summon him back to the palace at once." Gong Yuanzhang cast a worried glance at Huan Huan, who smiled reassuringly, signaling her well-being. Understanding that the immediate priority was to find his brother, he knew that only in doing so could he ensure Huan Huan's efforts were not in vain. With a lingering gaze upon her, he turned to pursue his brother. In a shadowy corner of the palace, a deep voice echoed, "Why has the news of Gong Ziyu inheriting the position of leader not yet surfaced?" Gong Shangzhou had galloped back at dawn, and upon reaching the palace, he made his way directly to the elder's chamber. Gong Yuanzhang, stationed at the door, hurriedly approached, succinctly summarizing the situation for his brother. Upon hearing of the leader and young master's demise, and that Huan Huan was currently sustaining the inscriptions, they awaited his entry to replicate the markings and assume the role of leader. Gong Shangzhou's brow furrowed in concentration as he reached the doorway, with Gong Yuanzhang being halted from entering. He patted his brother's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, "Do not worry. I am here." With that, he stepped inside. Upon entering, Gong Shangzhou immediately spotted Huan Huan standing before the coffin. Her complexion had paled, yet she persisted. The moment she caught sight of him, her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Aware that Huan Huan could not endure much longer, Gong Shangzhou wasted no time in instructing her to remove her clothing, prepare herself, and carefully extract the former leader from the coffin, so he could begin inscribing the markings upon his back. Huan Huan yearned to withdraw, yet she understood that relinquishing her hold would lead to the dissolution of the inscriptions, leaving her with no choice but to maintain her position as the prime observer. Gazing at the shirtless Gong Shangjiao, with his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and defined abdominal muscles, she mused. It was evident from his imposing presence that he was a man of physique, and indeed, the reality affirmed her thoughts. However, she also recalled that Ajing's physique was quite commendable. Lost in her reverie, Huan Huan remained oblivious to the slight flush that crept upon Gong Shangjiao's ears. At long last, as the final character was inscribed, a wave of relief washed over Huan Huan, for she could finally cease her exertions. However, the prolonged effort had taken its toll, causing her vision to blur before she succumbed to unconsciousness. In her fading thoughts, she mused Ajing would inevitably worry again, yet, as long as she could maintain her human form, he might be able to worry a little less. Gong Shangjiao, having not yet donned his clothing, was quick to catch Huan Huan as she collapsed, his concern deepening as he cradled the pale-lipped figure in his arms. Outside, Gong Yuanzhang, anxiously awaiting, noticed the door swing open. Just as he prepared to enter, he was met with the sight of his brother carrying Huan Huan, prompting him to rush forward. Brother, what has happened to Huan Huan? Chapter 87 of the Feather of Clouds. In a state of urgent concern, Gong Yuanzhang grasped Huan Huan's hand, intent on taking her pulse. Her heartbeat was weak, much like the last time, yet upon observing her unchanged form, he understood that the situation was likely not as dire as before. At this juncture, her foremost requirement was rest. Slumber would aid in her recovery, and of course, reverting to her original form would expedite the healing process. These were insights Huan Huan had imparted to him following their previous encounter. As the tension in his furrowed brow eased somewhat, Gong Yuanzhang gazed at the slumbering Huan Huan with a look of deep affection and said, Brother, please entrust her to me. I shall take her back to the Zhang Palace for rest. After Gong Shangjiao relinquished her to Gong Yuanzhang, he inquired, is she going to be alright? She should be fine. A period of rest will suffice, Gong Yuanzhang replied before turning away. Cradling her in his arms, Gong Shangjiao watched their departing figures, his hands clenched tightly, as if he could still feel the warmth of her body and the faint fragrance of lotus flowers lingering in his embrace. Since assuming his position, Gong Shangjiao had issued a series of stringent commands, swiftly restoring order to the palace under his direction. However, the causes of the deaths of the former blade and the young master remained shrouded in mystery. In addition to managing the myriad affairs of the palace, uncovering the reasons behind the demise of the old blade and the young master had become a matter of utmost importance. Yet, just as they began to follow the clues for investigation, a group of cloaked assailants infiltrated the Zhao Palace under the cover of night, intent on assassinating Gong Shangjiao. Coincidentally, the patrolling guards had been diverted, leaving the palace's abnormalities unnoticed for a prolonged period. Had it not been for Gong Yuanzhang's insistence on joining the investigation alongside the boisterous Gong Ziyu, as well as several individuals summoned by Gong Shangjiao from the rear mountain to discuss matters, it was conceivable that Gong Shangjiao might have fallen victim to their plot. After all, these assailants seemed well acquainted with both the palace and Gong Shangjiao. Particularly, one leading figure among them evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity in Gong Shangjiao during their confrontation. Upon seeing so many present, the cloaked assailant momentarily hesitated, but soon his gaze turned fierce as he lunged toward Gong Shangjiao, for he had no avenue for retreat. After being captured, Gong Shangjiao removed the mask of the assailant, and disbelief washed over the onlookers. How could it be the supposedly deceased Gong Huanyu, Gong Ziyu, in particular, could scarcely accept the scene before him, erupting in distress? Why? Gong Huanyu looked at Gong Ziyu with a mix of jealousy and hatred, stating, You are truly useless. I arranged everything perfectly, yet you still allowed Gong Shangjiao to become the blade. Confronted with the ferocity and animosity radiating from Gong Huanyu, which starkly contrasted with the gentle and indulgent brother from his memories, Gong Ziyu murmured in disbelief, Why? Brother, do you have some hidden grievances? Tell me, who has threatened you? Gong Ziyu, in his desperation, sought excuses and reasons for Gong Huanyu's actions, but the latter remained unmoved by Gong Ziyu's turmoil. Gong Ziyu, do you know what I despise most? It's that innocent and pure look on your face. I have toiled relentlessly to hone my skills, yet I received not a single commendation, while you, indolent and frivolous, enjoyed his utmost favor. Why should that be? We are both his sons. Why must I endure this disparity? And only when I coddle and protect you does he bestow me with a modicum of goodwill. Tell me, why? Gong Ziyu stood frozen, as childhood memories echoed within him. Indeed, his father had once lavished affection upon him, playing games and bathing together, but ever since their mother passed away, their father had been consumed by grief and palace affairs, and Gong Ziyu, being unremarkable, faced only reproach from him. Gong Ziyu had always believed that his father did not favor him, and that Gong Huanyu was the true pride of their father. Why would his brother say such things? Gong Huanyu's face twisted in anguished fury as he directed his gaze toward Gong Shangjiao, his eyes flickering with intensity. Gong Shangjiao, do you know why, despite being clearly superior to me, Gong Huanyu bestowed the position of young master upon me? Gong Huanyu's voice dripped with self-mockery and disdain. It was because the esteemed blade wished to pass the title to his beloved son, Gong Ziyu. However, at that time, Gong Ziyu was not yet of age and was utterly unambitious, indulging in a life of leisure. It was obvious that the elders would oppose such a choice, so he feared that once the position fell into your hands, his precious son would lose all opportunity. Thus, he appointed me as the young master. If Gong Ziyu had not continued his idle ways all these years, he might have already claimed the title from me. Everyone present was taken aback by this revelation, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment as they regarded the seemingly deranged Gong Huanyu. Most notably, Gong Ziyu found his understanding of everything shattered, rendered utterly speechless by the implications of Gong Huanyu's words. Gong Huanyu continued his narrative. After assuming the role of young master, I exerted every effort, striving to fulfill my duties, to embody the image of a brother who cared for his younger sibling as he desired. But do you know what he said to me not long ago? He expressed guilt towards Gong Shangjiao and instructed me to relinquish the position of young master back to him. What does that make of me? All my efforts over the years were deemed worthless in his eyes. He never regarded me as his son, merely a tool to be utilized when needed and discarded when not. Though Gong Shangjiao felt sympathy for Gong Huanyu, this was not the time for compassion. Did you kill the old blade? In that room were only Gong Huanyu, the old blade, and Zhang Nani, whose martial prowess was too weak to have slain the blade even with poison. Thus, it could only have been Gong Huanyu's hand that dealt the lethal blow. A smirk of disdain crossed Gong Huanyu's lips as he looked at Gong Ziyu, a blend of mockery and pity. Gong Ziyu, can you guess who it was that killed Gong Huanyu? At this moment, Gong Ziyu felt as if his soul had been drained. The question echoed in his mind, guess, what can I possibly guess, that my own brother killed our father? Gong Ziyu had never considered that behind Gong Huanyu's repeated harsh criticisms lay such profound expectations for him. While anyone could criticize Gong Huanyu's actions, Gong Ziyu alone could not voice dissent, even if those actions were contrary to his desires. As Gong Ziyu stood there, lost and bewildered, Gong Huanyu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction and excitement. Of father, behold your beloved son. See how utterly useless he is, unable to withstand even the slightest blow, truly pitiful. I was on the verge of fulfilling your wishes, yet he is so ineffectual. I extended the position of blade to him, yet he could not grasp it. But fear not, father, the show is far from over. A look of arrogant anticipation adorned Gong Huanyu's face as he observed Gong Ziyu's suffering, reveling in the depths of his brother's despair. Chapter 88 The Feather of the Clouds. Gong Yuanji. Gong Shangjiao observed Gong Huanyu's demeanor, noting that his appearance did not resemble that of a murderer. Rather, it seemed he derived pleasure from Gong Ziyu's suffering. The more agony Gong Ziyu endured, the more elated he appeared. Thus, the individual who conspired with him must undoubtedly be connected to Gong Ziyu. With a resolute gaze, Gong Shangjiao declared, Yuanji, escort him to Yu Palace. Upon hearing this, Gong Huanyu's smile broadened significantly. Recognizing the implications of Gong Shangjiao's expression, those of keen intellect regarded Gong Ziyu with pity. As Gong Ziyu approached Yu Palace, the weight of the impending revelation became almost unbearable, yet the desire for truth compelled him to follow closely behind the others. Outside one of the chambers in Yu Palace, guards stood vigilant. Upon seeing Gong Shangjiao and his companions, one of the guards reported, Jiren. Gong Shangjiao glanced at the firmly shut door and inquired, has anyone exited? The guard replied, no, Madame Wu Ji has remained in the room and has not come out. At the very moment Gong Shangjiao ushered Gong Huanyu inside, Madame Wu Ji, who had been crafting garments for Gong Ziyu, lifted her head. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Gong Huanyu before casting a look of tender sorrow towards Gong Ziyu. Ultimately, as Gong Ziyu, in a fit of despair, rushed towards her, a trickle of blood seeped from her lips, and the smile that once adorned her face faded forever. Gong Yuanji took her pulse, shaking his head in resignation under Gong Ziyu's pleading gaze. She ingested poison the moment we entered. The toxin must have been concealed in her mouth for quite some time. Cradling Madame Wu Ji's lifeless form, Gong Ziyu wailed, Auntie. Since his mother's passing, she had treated him as her own, leaving Gong Ziyu bewildered and glaring fiercely at Gong Huanyu. Why? Why her? Gong Huanyu, seemingly reveling in Gong Ziyu's torment, was unbothered by divulging the truth, for sometimes the revelation of reality could intensify one's suffering, and he found delight in that notion. Why? To protect you, of course. An unarmed assassin has lurked within the palace for decades solely to watch over you. Gong Ziyu, your life is truly enviable, he retorted. The words hung in the air, and all present turned incredulously towards Madame Wu Ji's corpse, never anticipating that she was indeed one of the unarmed. I merely mentioned that if she refused to assist me, I would take your life, and she foolishly killed Gong Huanyu in response. How touching, Gong Ziyu, had you not been so naive, I would have suspected you had placed a curse upon her. With that, Gong Huanyu cast a final, lingering glance at Gong Ziyu. Gong Yuanji suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. This is dire, he is about to poison himself. Yet, it was too late. Gong Huanyu had already succumbed to the poison, blood trickling from his lips as he passed away. This farce concluded after Huan Huan awoke, unfurling like a melodramatic play. Following these events, the carefree demeanor that normally graced Gong Ziyu's countenance vanished overnight, replaced by a determination to uphold the responsibilities of Yu Palace, emulating his father and brother. Although it felt as though time had stretched on endlessly, it had only been a day or two. The prospective brides in the women's courtyard were only aware of the turmoil within the palace gates, the atmosphere thick with tension following the deaths of the old Jiren and the young master, succeeded by Gong Ershi taking up the mantle. Merely these two pieces of news had thoroughly disrupted the plans of the concealed unarmed assassins, Shanghuan Qian and Yunwei Shan, hidden within the women's courtyard, currently imprisoned within the courtyard. Their chances of fulfilling the tasks assigned by the unarmed were dwindling. As they deliberated their next steps, news arrived that due to the recent upheaval, the selection of brides had concluded, and they were to be sent home the following morning. Yunwei Shan and Shanghuan Qian exchanged glances, both filled with a sense of urgency and alarm. If they were dispatched, their mission would be irrevocably thwarted. They resolved to devise a means to remain. Yunwei Shan set her sights on Gong Ziyu, with whom she had previously crossed paths. However, after the recent turmoil, only Gong Ziyu remained at Yu Palace, having been assigned by Gong Shangjiao to the back mountain to train with Shuechongzi and the others, preparing him to shoulder the responsibilities of Yu Palace. Yun Weishan waited in the vicinity of Yu Palace for the better part of the day, but Gong Ziyu did not appear frustrated. She reluctantly returned with the guards who had come to find her. As for Shang Guanqian, she ventured near the corner palace with the jade pendant of Gong Shangjiao she had previously acquired, hoping for a chance encounter to confess her feelings. To her dismay, upon handing over the pendant, Gong Shangjiao displayed no reaction, simply beckoning the guards to escort her back to the women's courtyard. Once back, Shang Guanqian was uncertain of her next move. Time was of the essence, and she questioned whether Gong Shangjiao would choose to retain her that night. Gong Shangjiao toyed with the lotus jade pendant gifted by Shang Guanqian, carelessly tossing it onto the table as he turned to the guard who was delivering. When the following morning dawned, as the prospective brides were escorted one by one from the old dust valley by palace personnel, Shang Guanqian awaited a glimpse of Gong Shangjiao, but he did not appear. Exchanging a glance with Yun Weishan, both felt a twinge of anxiety as they surveyed the numerous guards surrounding them. They suppressed their instinct to act. With so many guards present, any attempt at resistance would likely fail and expose their identities. By some twist of fate, Shang Guanqian and Yun Weishan found themselves the last to depart. Just as they believed their mission was doomed to failure, they sensed a shift in the atmosphere as the guards closed in around them. In that moment of heightened vigilance, Gong Yuanji emerged, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed them. Ladies, the Jiren requests your presence. Though it was phrased as an invitation, the circumstances made it clear to Shang Guanqian and Yun Weishan that they could not trust the situation. They suspected their identities might have been compromised, yet they dared not reveal their awareness. To act would be tantamount to self-incrimination. Perhaps following him might afford them a sliver of hope. Yun Weishan replied, since it is the Jiren who seeks us, let us hasten our departure. As Gong Yuanji led the way, Shang Guanqian noticed the route taken appeared to deviate from that leading to the corner palace. Young Master Ji, this does not seem to be the path to the corner palace, she remarked. A flicker of intrigue danced in Gong Yuanji's eyes as he turned to her. Miss Shangguan has remained within the women's courtyard. I did not expect you to be so familiar with our palace's routes. A hint of regret crossed Shang Guanqian's features, but she quickly regained her composure, offering a light smile. I had a matter to attend to with the Jiren yesterday, which left me with a lingering impression. Chapter 89. The cloud feather CP Gong Yuanzhang. Upon hearing her explanation, Gong Yuanzhang smiled faintly, knowing only too well whether to believe her or not. Brother is not in the corner palace. He is in another location. After clarifying, Gong Yuanzhang continued his stride forward. Shang Guanqian and Yun Weishan dared not utter another word, choosing instead to follow him in silence. However, upon witnessing the imposing prison door ahead, Shang Guanqian, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to take action, only to be restrained by Yun Weishan, who silently urged her not to act. After all, to strike now would be to blatantly reveal themselves as the assassins of Wu Fing. Feigning fear, Yun Weishan sidled closer to Shang Guanqian, her voice trembling as she addressed Gong Yuanzhang. Young Master Zhang, what is the purpose of bringing us here? Could it be that Lord Jiren is also present? Gong Yuanzhang, observing that they had yet to take action despite being brought here, felt a flicker of regret in his eyes. Brother is not here. We suspect that you two are connected to Wu Fing, hence our need to bring you here for an investigation. We kindly request your cooperation. Shang Guanqian and Yun Weishan exchanged glances, taken aback by his politeness. Upon hearing Gong Yuanzhang's words, Shang Guanqian's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze sorrowful and pleading. How could we possibly be connected to Wu Feng? Do you have any evidence? Gong Yuanzhang smiled slyly. Evidence? Naturally, none exists at present, but it will soon manifest. Shang Guanqian and Yun Weishan were left bewildered. Gong Yuanzhang continued. Wu Feng employs ruthless methods to control the assassins dispatched on missions. They must possess unique tactics, perhaps coercion, or even a poison to manipulate them. At the mention of poison, both Shang Guanqian and Yun Weishan's pupils visibly contracted. However, the crux of the matter is that there must be a time constraint in controlling them, requiring them to relay information or perhaps engage in negotiations within a specific time frame. Thus, we simply ask that you remain in this dungeon for a while, and the truth will inevitably reveal itself. If your innocence is proven, we will sincerely apologize to you both. Therefore, I implore you, please. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Yun Weishan and Shang Guanqian exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously took action, their sights set on Gong Yuanzhang. If they did not act now, they risked being imprisoned for days, which would surely expose them. Capturing Gong Yuanzhang was their only glimmer of hope. Yet, as Gong Yuanzhang witnessed their advance, a broad smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally, the moment had arrived. He leaned backward to evade their attack, and the poised guards swiftly surged forward, swiftly subduing the two. The candles in the dungeon flickered throughout the night, and the following day, Gong Yuanzhang handed over the gathered information to Gong Shangjiao. Gong Shangjiao perused the details regarding Wu Feng, his gaze softening as he looked at Gong Yuanzhang. You have worked hard, my dear brother. With bright, cheerful eyes, Gong Yuanzhang replied, if there are no further matters, I shall return home now. Huan Huan is waiting for me. The mention of Huan Huan caused a fleeting stiffness in Gong Shangjiao's smile, quickly vanishing before anyone could notice. Very well, go home and rest well. Once Gong Yuanzhang departed, Gong Shangjiao lowered his gaze, allowing the darkness of the room to envelop him. The wealth of the Gong family had accumulated under Gong Shangjiao's stewardship within a mere few years, surpassing the total amassed by the family throughout its history. While money may not be omnipotent, it can indeed facilitate most endeavors. In this brief span, Gong Shangjiao, while Wufeng remained oblivious, allied with various discontented factions within the martial world to launch a concerted assault against Wufeng. This campaign persisted for over half a month, culminating in a resounding victory for the prominent sects led by the Gong family, effectively dismantling the Wufeng organization that had plagued the martial world for years. In the ensuing years, various sects focused on restoring their damages from that great battle, yet, the atmosphere throughout the martial realm was unprecedentedly harmonious and tranquil. Today marked the second anniversary since the fall of Wufeng, and the Gong family was adorned in festive decorations, a vibrant sea of red celebrating the occasion. Guests arriving for the grand wedding were greeted by the ever-present lotus ponds, the gentle breeze carrying the delicate fragrance of blooming lotuses, soothing the senses. In the grand hall, Gong Shangjiao, as the leader of the Gong family and the elder brother of Gong Yuanzhang, personally orchestrated the wedding for him and Huan Huan. When Huan Huan, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, made her entrance, not only were Gong Yuanzhang and Gong Shangjiao captivated, but the assembled guests were equally astonished by the bride's exquisite beauty. Her porcelain skin, adorned with a delicate red floral mark between her brows, was breathtaking. From that moment forth, the beauty of Mrs. Gong Yuanzhang became legendary, unforgettable to all who beheld her. Gong Yuanzhang, the youngest of his generation within the Gong family yet the first to marry, elicited no surprise among the family members. After all, the affection he shared with Huan Huan was evident. Had he not been underage and burdened with the responsibilities of building the Gong family over the past 2 years, their wedding might have occurred a year earlier. Life after marriage bore little difference for Gong Yuanzhang compared to his prior existence, as Huan Huan had always been by his side. Aside from the added pleasures of their nights together, everything else remained as it had always been. Under Gong Shangjiao's leadership, the Gong family flourished, establishing itself as the foremost authority in the martial world, marked by a unique harmony. Since the wedding night, the once timid Gong Yuanzhang had eagerly embraced a new world, but as he pulled Huan Huan into a whirlwind of playful games, she, overwhelmed, decided to embark on a long-planned journey through the martial world. Yet, as they stepped out of the Gong family gates, Gong Yuanzhang turned to see a group of people trailing behind, his expression darkening. "Why are you all following us?" Shui Chongzi looked up at the sky. "Ah, what a splendid blue sky." Shui Gongzi glanced down at the ground. "Oh, how vividly green the grass is." Hua Gongzi looked around in awe. "Wow, the flowers outside are truly beautiful." Yu discreetly averted her gaze from Gong Yuanzhang. "You can't see me, you can't see me." Meanwhile, in the Gong residence, Gong Ziyu, holding a large bag of pastries, eagerly set out to find his companions, only to discover an empty room. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, carrying with it a note that fluttered to Gong Ziyu's feet. "The world is vast, and we wish to explore it." Gong Ziyu looked skyward in exasperation. "How outrageous! You all didn't take me with you." Startled by the commotion, Gong Zishan leaped into the arms of Jin Fan, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my love, you frightened me." Jin Fan extended his hand to comfort her. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." Within the corner palace, Gong Shangjiao lifted his head from the desk, gazing out the window at the blooming lotuses, his fingers brushing against the jade pendant of a lotus hanging at his waist, a smile gracing his lips. Cloud Feather, Gong Yuanzhang, the end. Chapter 90. Feather of the clouds of Gong Shangjiao. The crackling firewood erupted into flames in the darkness of the night, illuminating and warming the travelers who sought refuge by the roadside. Gong Shangjiao opened his eyes to behold the familiar yet foreign sight of the tent before him, along with the guard reporting to him, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Struggling to suppress the tumultuous excitement within, he instructed the guard to withdraw. Once he found himself alone in the tent, Gong Shangjiao drew a small knife and decisively made a swift incision on his arm. The vivid crimson blood and the sharp sting radiating from his arm confirmed that this was no dream. He had truly returned to his youth, a moment he distinctly remembered occurring shortly after he first laid eyes upon her, not far from the palace gates. This outing was merely intended for the preparations to select a new bride for the palace. However, he never anticipated that upon his return, he would witness her, hand in hand with his brother, calling him brother. Gong Shangjiao was unsure when he first felt his heart stir for her. Perhaps it was during their initial encounter, captivated by her enchanting smile, or perhaps it was the way her gaze had ensnared him without his awareness, or maybe it was the way she called out to him, causing his heart to flutter. Yet, regardless of how deeply he felt, this affection could only be buried deep within him, hidden from the light and undetectable by anyone else. However, the emotions he had long suppressed only intensified with the passage of time, refusing to fade. In his previous life, he had watched her traverse the world with Yuan Zhang, while others from the palace would occasionally venture out, yet Gong Shangjiao remained confined within the palace walls. He had imprisoned himself in the old dusty valley, where the once mighty Gong heir, feared throughout the realm, dulled his senses with palace affairs, trapping himself and preventing the emergence of those repressed and ugly feelings within. Yet, Gong Shangjiao could never have imagined that he would be granted a second chance at life. He recalled that it was during this time, while he was absent from the palace, that she had sneaked out from the back mountain and encountered Yuan Zhang, leading to his eternal regret. After all, she had first come to know him, she was meant to belong to him, yet the daily repression of his love had twisted his emotions. In his previous life, Yuan Zhang had likely sensed something amiss and had taken her on countless excursions, while Gong Shangjiao had tacitly refrained from intruding, striving to play the role of a good brother and a loyal protector. Now, recalling that she must be contemplating an escape from the back mountain, Gong Shangjiao's piercing gaze darkened with fervor as he exited the tent and commanded his subordinates, "You take part of the group to continue with the plan. The rest, accompany me back to the palace." Though his subordinates were unaware of the reasons behind his urgency, the anxious expression on Gong Shangjiao's face compelled them to comply without hesitation. Gong Shangjiao rode through the night, galloping relentlessly toward the palace gates. Upon his return, he handed his weary horse to a nearby guard and made his way directly to the Blade Hall, emerging with a confident smile that suggested his intentions were resolute. Meanwhile, in the back mountain, Huan Huan gazed at the ravenous figures before her desire to escape reaching its zenith as she sought to test the palace's attitude toward her. As she plotted her escape route, she was met with an expression of confusion from Gong Shangjiao, who stood before her. Wasn't he the one who had delivered supplies last time? What could he possibly want from her? Gong Shangjiao's gaze fell upon her, those clear and bright eyes now reflecting puzzlement, and he felt his entire being tremble with an overwhelming need to embrace her, to possess her, to make her his for eternity. Accompanying him was the elder, who observed Gong Shangjiao's unabashed, fervent gaze, as if he intended to devour her whole, an utterly shocking sight. The elder had summoned Gong Shangjiao, mentioning that someone had fallen head over heels for the lotus spirit who had appeared in the back mountain, speculating on the identity of this fortunate individual. It seemed others were troubled by how to persuade Huan Huan to willingly remain at the palace, and now someone had resorted to the charms of handsome men. Upon recognizing it was Gong Shangjiao, the elder was astonished but soon realized that he was indeed the only one capable of venturing to the back mountain. However, it was unexpected to see the aloof Gong Shangjiao displaying such passionate emotions. The phenomenon of love at first sight occurring to him was almost unfathomable, for he had been thrust into the responsibilities of the palace at a young age, busy caring for the young Yuan Zhang. It could be said that prior to Yuan Zhang's maturity, both the Gong and Zhang palaces had been solely under his care. Since he had taken charge, the palace's wealth had doubled, and he had earned respect throughout the realm, feared by foes and revered by allies, affectionately referred to as Gong heir. Indeed, Gong Shangjiao's present stature was a culmination of his relentless efforts, making him arguably the most exceptional individual of his generation within the palace. However, despite his formidable prowess, it was remarkable that he had never shown particular interest in any woman. It was utterly surprising to see him regard a mere transformed flower spirit with such distinction. Nevertheless, the elder could not help but admire Huan Huan's exquisite and ethereal features. Gong Shangjiao's infatuation with her was not entirely incomprehensible. As the elder contemplated how to broach the topic with Huan Huan, he found himself grappling with the question of whether to confess their intentions to use her charm to keep her at the palace. No, that would be far too blatant. It would tarnish the palace's reputation if such a notion were to be disclosed. Before the elder could formulate a suitable approach, Gong Shangjiao could no longer contain himself. His voice dropped to a low, enticing tone as he addressed Huan Huan, reminiscent of a cunning wolf. I am Gong Shangjiao. Do your clothes and jewelry fit well? Upon hearing this, Huan Huan's eyes brightened at the thought of the several boxes of items in her room. Were those all prepared by you? She inquired. Gong Shangjiao smiled warmly at her. Indeed, I have prepared more for you. Would you like to see? Really, where are they? She asked, wondering if there might be food among them. The items are. Would you like to take a look? I can also have the kitchen prepare some dishes for you. Do you enjoy ribs? Huan Huan's eyes sparkled even brighter. Yes, I do. As they made their way toward the front mountain, Gong Shangjiao naturally reached out to hold her hand as they traversed the steps. Be careful. The path is slippery. Before Huan Huan could fully comprehend, he added, would you like to have some pastries? How about peach blossom crisp? Chapter 91 The Feather of the Clouds. Gong Shangjiao too. Huan Huan swallowed hard, exclaiming, yes, yes. Oh dear, it was no wonder she felt this way. Ever since her arrival in this world, her meals had either been bland, tasteless vegetable broths or hot pot. While the latter was indeed delectable, one could hardly survive on hot pot alone, 3 meals a day. Her attention was entirely captivated by the array of exquisite delicacies and pastries mentioned by Gong Shangjiao. Completely forgetting about the matter of holding hands, Gong Shangjiao observed her as she descended the stairs, her small hand still resting obediently in his, the smile in his eyes deepening further. The elder behind them witnessed this scene and clicked his tongue, muttering, see, I told you Gong heir is quite capable. Turning to glance at the few people at the back mountain, he noticed that their attention was entirely ensnared by the culinary delights brought by Gong heir, oblivious to the fact that someone had been whisked away, his annoyance evident as he huffed and puffed. You all have such opportunities right before you, yet you fail to seize them. Gong Shangjiao led Huan Huan back to the palace, and setting aside the fact that his tender demeanor startled many within the palace, the mere presence of a woman by his side was enough to leave numerous individuals astonished. Gong Shangjiao paid no mind to the astonished gazes of others. At this moment, his focus was solely on the person beside him. He took her to his room, cherishing the thought that her essence would now linger in his domain, causing him to tremble with excitement. In the palace kitchen, the head chef, upon hearing the names of the dishes from the maid, could hardly believe his ears, repeatedly confirming, are you certain these dishes are what the young master ordered? The maid, feeling helpless, acknowledged the incredulity, yet insisted, yes, chef, it is indeed what the young master specifically instructed. Please prepare them promptly. Gong Shangjiao preferred light conversations, and the cuisine within the palace typically leaned towards the mild and subtle. Therefore, a series of meat dishes such as this would rarely appear on the menu, which explained the chef's astonishment. Meanwhile, Huan Huan attempted to withdraw her hand from Gong Shangjiao's grasp, yet found herself unable to do so. Glancing at the pastries on the table, she felt a surge of urgency. Mr. Gong heir, just call me by my name, Gong Shangjiao replied, his dark, soulful eyes gazing at Huan Huan with an intensity that suggested he could never tire of her presence. Huan Huan's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, Gong Shangjiao, perhaps you should. Gong Shangjiao swiftly offered her a piece of pastry, cutting off her words as he brought it to her lips. Instinctively, she opened her mouth and took a bite. Following that, another piece was presented, and just as she finished one, a cup of tea was offered, sparing her the need to lift a finger. It seemed that not needing to pull her hand away was not a problem after all. Gong Shangjiao looked at Huan Huan, who was obediently accepting his offerings, feeling his heart race with warmth. This intimate interaction, the scene of just the two of them in the room, was something he had fantasized about countless times in his previous life, yet he had scarcely had the opportunity to even speak with her, let alone hold her hand. Now, as he watched Huan Huan being fed, his fingers would occasionally brush against her lips, and he found himself entranced by their rosy hue. A shadow flickered in his gaze, the satisfaction he felt from this fleeting contact only deepening his sense of longing. He yearned to imbue her with his essence, wishing for her to belong wholly to him, a desperate need to release the pent-up emotions within him. Gong Shangjiao reached out, tenderly wiping away the remnants of pastry from her lips. After being fed, Huan Huan was entirely unguarded in her proximity to him, his long fingers caressed her soft lips, enhancing their already alluring appearance. Gong Shangjiao's eyes darkened with fervor, gazing at her as a hungry wolf would eye its prey, wishing to devour her whole. Huan Huan felt uneasy under his intense scrutiny and instinctively recoiled, but Gong Shangjiao was suddenly reminded of the moment in his past life when she had been taken away by Gong Yuanzhang. His eyes flared with madness as he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, gripping her chin and kissing her passionately. The urgency and heat of the kiss were starkly at odds with Gong Shangjiao's usual composed demeanor. Huan Huan was initially taken aback by his boldness, ready to struggle, yet she sensed a coolness against her cheek. Tears, he was crying. As she gradually ceased her struggles, Gong Shangjiao seized the moment to secure her firmly in his arms, prying her lips apart to plunge into the depths of their shared descent. Though his kiss was fervent, Huan Huan felt an undercurrent of fear and despair, as if his emotional turmoil was tied to her potential rejection or departure, which might lead him to a fate worse than death. Indeed, tears were a potent beauty treatment for men. Gong Shangjiao, already strikingly handsome, appeared even more vulnerable with tears glistening in his eyes, evoking a stirring within her heart. The sensation of his chiseled abdomen, even through clothing, paired with the pleading look in his eyes, softened Huan Huan's heart, causing her to relinquish her final resistance and wrap her arms around his neck. Gong Shangjiao's eyes sparkled with immense joy at her response, and the fragrance of lotus blossoms filled the room. As he inhaled the scent emanating from her, his gaze grew increasingly fervent, and his actions became more frantic. Observing Huan Huan, whose gaze was hazy and utterly dependent on him, Gong Shangjiao's inner turmoil and madness found a momentary reprieve, yet it was insufficient. He craved her to belong to him entirely. He was terrified this might all be a dream, fearing that upon her encounter with Yuanzhang, fate would repeat itself, and he would once again be left helplessly watching her walk away with him. The mere thought sent him spiraling into madness. Thus, gazing at Huan Huan, whose eyes glimmered with tears as she nestled against him, her gaze reflecting only his image, Gong Shangjiao leaned close, his voice a low, husky whisper against her ear. Huan Huan, will you stay with me? Please, show me some affection too? At this moment, Huan Huan was utterly ensnared by Gong Shangjiao's charm, yielding to his every whim. Outside the door, the maids, bearing freshly prepared dishes, stood blushing at the entrance, too timid to enter. As the food cooled and warmed again under the fading sun, they finally heard Gong Shangjiao's voice from within, "Come in." The maids, heads bowed in respect, entered the room, carrying the chef's re-prepared hot dishes. The rich fragrance of peach blossoms permeated the air, making their hearts race with embarrassment. However, as they set down the food, they dared not lift their eyes, yet they could sense the gentle, coaxing tone of their young master, which indicated that this esteemed guest held a special place in his heart. After all, it was rare to witness their typically aloof and dignified master personally attending to someone and showering them with such tender care. Chapter 92 The Feather of the Clouds. Gong Shangjiao, with a face of utter satisfaction, Gong Shangjiao ordered for the meal to be brought in. As expected, he noticed the figure wrapped in the bedding on the bed stir slightly. Realizing he may have overdone it this time, he softly coaxed the reluctant Xiao Jiao, who was unwilling to let him approach. After all, she was indeed Xiao Jiao, every inch of her being exuding delicacy, making Gong Shangjiao yearn to drown in her softness. Be good, put on your shoes before you eat, he gently urged, seated at the edge of the bed, addressing Huan Huan, who was eager to go barefoot to the dining table. The enticing aroma wafting from the food only heightened her impatience, making the presence of both the man and the shoes seem like a mere delay in her quest for nourishment. However, as she attempted to rise, her legs faltered, prompting Gong Shangjiao to swiftly catch her in his arms. Huan Huan shot him an irritated glare, reminiscent of a rabid dog, her body marred with marks from his fervent affection. Had it not been for her ability to alleviate some fatigue, she might have found herself unable to rise from bed that day. Gong Shangjiao, captivated by the glint in Huan Huan's eyes, felt his already restless heart surge anew. Realizing the intensity of his gaze, Huan Huan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and declared, "Gong Shangjiao, I am hungry." Her voice, sweet yet tinged with post-pleasure allure and huskiness, shattered the thin veneer of his restraint. "I'm hungry too," she lamented, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Without further ado, Gong Shangjiao scooped her up, evoking a gasp as he carried her to the dining table, continuing to speak indistinctly as though he were chewing something. "You eat yours, don't mind me." Huan Huan trembled with frustration at his nonchalant demeanor. "With you acting like this, how can I eat?" Ultimately, this meal became the most arduous dining experience of her life. As night fell, Gong Shangjiao gazed at the slumbering figure beside him, feeling as though life had finally settled into a semblance of normalcy since waking the following morning. Huan Huan awoke to the sound of horses' hooves. Gong Shangjiao looked down at her, tucking her cloak around her while gently inquiring, "Are you awake?" The morning breeze carried a chill, prompting Huan Huan to instinctively snuggle closer to him. Observing the changing scenery around her while being cradled in his arms on horseback, she tilted her head upwards and asked, "How did we end up outside?" Gong Shangjiao pressed a tender kiss to her lips. "I brought you out for a stroll, do you like it?" Huan Huan's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically, "I like it." Seeing her joyous expression, Gong Shangjiao's smile softened with affection. This outing served a dual purpose. While he was indeed preparing items for the selection of brides at the palace, he was equally motivated by the desire to explore the world with her. Aware of her naturally languid disposition, he knew she relished good food and delightful experiences. She adored exquisite garments and jewelry, yet also found joy in simple, humble attire. Her pure heart only made him wish to provide her with everything she cherished. Being with Gong Shangjiao felt as though he were a part of her very essence. He seemed to instinctively know her desires. Whenever she lingered on something, he would procure it without a word. At every destination, he would lead her to indulge in her favorite delicacies, ensuring her every whim was met. As she observed him intently picking fish bones from her meal, the sharp lines of his jaw softened with concentration, stirring something within her. Gong Shangjiao, disliking external care, had taken it upon himself to manage everything for her, and now, in a room devoid of anyone else, it was just the two of them. Since that day at the palace, Gong Shangjiao had transformed remarkably, exhibiting a tenderness that was almost unrecognizable. At night, he would simply hold her close while they slept, a stark contrast to his earlier, more beastly demeanor. Feeling a flutter of desire as she watched him, Huan Huan leaned in and impulsively kissed him on the cheek. Gong Shangjiao's hand paused mid-motion, and he gazed at her with a burning intensity. In her bright, clear eyes, he saw only his reflection, causing his breath to hitch as he rasped, "Huan Huan, be good, I can't hold back." His self-control was fragile when it came to her. Heaven knew how much he had endured recently. Had it not been for the fear of frightening her again and the fact that they were in public, he would have succumbed long ago. Seeing her so blissfully happy made him reluctant to tire her out. After all, he understood himself well enough. If he opened the floodgates, she would truly be unable to enjoy herself. With sultry eyes and a teasing smile, Huan Huan replied, "Who told you to hold back?" The pent-up emotions that had been brewing within Gong Shangjiao erupted at her words. With a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace. Their lips met in a familiar, searing kiss, his strong hand cradling the back of her head while the other secured her waist, drawing her close against him. The intense kiss soon left Huan Huan breathless, and the fragrant scent of lotus began to permeate the quiet room. Due to Gong Shangjiao's frequent travels, he owned several properties in places he often visited, and this time, they resided in those very houses. Huan Huan realized that sometimes, one should not be too proactive with men. Upon arriving, she had heard him mention a natural hot spring behind this particular residence, and her curiosity had led her to impulsively kiss him on their first day, resulting in him keeping her indoors for 3 days straight. Finally, when it was time to leave, Gong Shangjiao took her to the hot spring, but rather than relieving her fatigue, the experience left her feeling even more exhausted. The steaming water in the pool created ripples and bubbles, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of red. "Huan Huan, how about we get married when we return?" Gong Shangjiao asked, his eyes glistening as he gazed at the woman who had melted into a puddle in his arms. Water droplets cascaded down his muscular chest, splashing into the hot spring and sending ripples across the surface. With dazed eyes, Huan Huan, lost in the moment, struggled to catch her breath and failed to hear his words. However, Gong Shangjiao, with a hint of mischief, deepened her breaths. "Yes, let us marry, my dear husband." Gong Shangjiao halted momentarily, then trembled with excitement, urging, "Be good, call me that again." That night, Huan Huan's voice was hoarse from calling him husband, yet Gong Shangjiao was invigorated, brimming with energy until dawn. As the time for the palace selection drew near, it was time for them to return. However, Gong Shangjiao chose not to hasten their journey, opting instead for a carriage ride back. As Huan Huan leaned against him, her face pale and feeling nauseous, unable to suppress her retching. Gong Shangjiao's heart ached for her, wishing he could alleviate her discomfort, even to the point of wishing the child away. Chapter 93 The Feather of Clouds. Gong Shangjiao. As Huan Huan raised her gaze to him, she instantly discerned the thoughts swirling in his mind. She reached out and pinched his ear, asserting, "Gong Shangjiao, I implore you to rein in the thoughts that occupy your mind." This fellow was at a loss for words, particularly when, upon learning of her pregnancy, he entertained the notion of not wanting the child, despite witnessing her distress from morning sickness. With a hint of grievance, Gong Shangjiao murmured, "But the doctor has stated that childbirth is inherently fraught with difficulties. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, especially for a child that brings you such discomfort." For Gong Shangjiao, Huan Huan was the most pivotal aspect of his existence. He would forsake anything for her, for a mere child could never hold a candle to her significance. Upon hearing his words, Huan Huan's heart softened. She planted a gentle kiss on his cheek and reassured him, "It's all right. I will take good care of myself, you need not worry, I promise I will never leave you." Gong Shangjiao managed a faint smile, not wishing to induce further worry in her, yet this feeling of being cherished and coddled by her only fueled his desire for her to care for him more, even regarding the child growing within her. Seeing him still troubled, Huan Huan was at a loss for how to alleviate his concerns, so she continued to console him throughout their journey, uttering promises of unwavering companionship, leaving her momentarily unsure of who was truly pregnant. Upon their return to the palace gates, they fortuitously arrived just in time to witness the scene of the bride disembarking from the flower boat. However, subsequent events involving the bride being imprisoned in the water dungeon and Gong Ziyu orchestrating the capture of the Wu Feng assassin unfolded without Huan Huan's notice, as she had succumbed to sleep, lulled by Gong Shangjiao's soothing presence. As he gazed lovingly at the sleeping figure on the bed, Gong Shangjiao tucked the covers around her, then instructed the guards and maids to keep a vigilant watch before stepping out of the corner palace and into the bustling hall of blade enforcement. The once quiet and desolate palace gates had transformed into a lively scene since the arrival of the selected brides. Initially, word spread of an assassin among the brides, leading to the apprehension of one, and that very night, for reasons unknown, Master Gong witnessed a plot involving the young Master Gong Huanyu and Lady Wu Ji conspiring to harm those of the blade enforcement. Ultimately, it became evident that Lady Wu Ji was affiliated with the Wu Feng, and Master Gong Er managed to capture 2 more brides from the selection, both of whom were also linked to the Wu Feng. In a sweeping and decisive manner, the palace gates, in unison with various renowned factions of the martial world, swiftly eradicated the blight that was Wu Feng. Like a dream, by the time everyone regained their composure, Wu Feng had been vanquished by the palace. Yet, none of these occurrences bore significant relevance to Huan Huan. Her days were consumed with nurturing her pregnancy and preparing for her impending nuptials with Gong Shangjiao. In the Hall of Blade Enforcement, Gong Hongyu regarded Gong Shangjiao with a complex expression. Shangjiao, the palace would flourish under your leadership. Do you truly not? Before he could finish, Gong Shangjiao interjected, rest assured, my ambitions do not lie here. Regardless of who presides over the blade enforcement in the future, the corner palace shall steadfastly fulfill its duties. Upon returning to the corner palace, Gong Shangjiao handed his cloak to a nearby guard. Where is my wife? The guard replied, young Master Ji has arrived and is currently checking on Madame's pulse. Upon hearing that Gong Yuanzhang was present, Gong Shangjiao quickened his pace, pushing open the door to find Gong Yuanzhang attending to Huan Huan. He swiftly approached her and, bending down, planted a kiss on her cheek before turning to inquire, Yuanzhang, how is my sister-in-law's health? Gong Yuanzhang, flustered by his brother's affectionate display, felt his face heat up, unsure of how to respond. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he could not reconcile himself with his brother's overt affection for his wife, especially in his presence, yet, he replied honestly, sister-in-law is perfectly well, and the child is also thriving. Brother, you need not worry, I am keeping a close watch. A smile crept onto Gong Shangjiao's lips. Of course, I trust you implicitly, for you are my dearest brother. Gong Yuanzhang beamed with delight at being called the closest by his brother. Brother, fret not. I shall return to study the medicinal prescriptions, ensuring everything is flawless when sister-in-law gives birth. Gong Shangjiao responded, then I thank you, dear Yuanzhang. Gong Yuanzhang's joy radiated like a cheerful puppy. Brother, why are you being so formal? It brings me great joy to assist you. As Gong Yuanzhang departed, Huan Huan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Gong Shangjiao. Husband, you seem a bit off today. While Gong Shangjiao was typically affectionate, he had never been so unabashedly so in front of others. Yet, Huan Huan had observed that whenever Gong Yuanzhang was present, Gong Shangjiao transformed as if a switch had been flipped, becoming excessively clingy. Hearing her query, Gong Shangjiao feigned normalcy as he embraced her waist and leaned in for a kiss. Once she was dazed, he whispered, I cannot help it, my affection for you, my dear wife, knows no bounds. I cannot bear to be apart, so let us agree that after this child, we will not have another, shall we? This child had not only captured Huan Huan's attention but also monopolized their moments of intimacy. Gong Shangjiao's gaze darkened. Even before birth, the child had already claimed a significant portion of Huan Huan's focus, and he doubted he could endure the arrival of another. Huan Huan only needed to gaze upon him. Now nestled comfortably in his embrace, Huan Huan paid little heed to his words, weakly resting her hands against his chest and nodding absent-mindedly to whatever he said. Master Gong Er's wedding felt like a grand proclamation to the world that he had taken a wife. It was evident that the years of his labor had not been in vain, for the opulent jewelry and garments displayed at the wedding dazzled the eyes. Those who attended the wedding understood how much Master Gong Er cherished his wife. Particularly during their travels in the martial world, should any ill-advised individual dare to ogle Master Gong Er's wife, they would quickly learn the folly of their actions, for Master Gong Er would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Now, in the martial world, everyone knew that while one might escape Master Gong Er's wrath, crossing paths with his wife was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. In the study of the Gong residence, a cherubic little figure, resembling a youthful attendant of Guanyin, sat in Gong Yuanzhang's lap, learning characters. The adorable child, with a voice as sweet as honey, inquired of his uncle, Uncle Yuanzhang, when will father and mother return to see baby? Gong Yuanzhang gently patted the child's cheek, softly assuring, your father and mother will return in a month. How about I take you to the palace gates to greet them? The little one nodded enthusiastically, their chubby face wobbling adorably with the motion. Since witnessing his brother with his sister-in-law, Gong Yuanzhang had been acutely aware of their affectionate bond, yet he could not fathom how they could leave their child in the care of a barely adult like himself after its birth. Gong Yuanzhang had unwittingly learned the skills of caring for a child, feeding, soothing, and tending to them well before his own marriage. As he looked at the sleeping child in his bed that night, Gong Yuanzhang sighed, another day spent babysitting for my brother. Chapter 94. A slight smile is very alluring. CP Xiao Naiwan. On the day of enrollment for freshmen at a university, a post swiftly went viral across the campus network, claiming that the computer science department had inadvertently stirred the nest of some handsome boys and beautiful girls this year. The post featured a simple candid photograph that drew countless lurking netizens out of the shadows. Oh my goodness, I think I'm in love. In just 1 minute, I need to know the name of this beauty. Wife, you are my long-lost wife. Get lost, she is clearly my wife. The candid photo was presumably taken during the registration process, capturing a moment when the lens was slightly shaky and blurred, yet it still showcased her remarkably radiant face. Every aspect of her exquisite visage was breathtaking, with her drooping eyelashes seemingly poised to dance upon the hearts of onlookers. Whoa, the junior is from the computer science department. What has this department done to attract such stunning individuals? First, there's the third-year senior Xiao Nai, and now the newly arrived goddess Bei Weiwei, followed by this ethereal beauty of a junior. What on earth is happening? Indeed, I strongly demand that the junior transfers to our music department. With such looks and figure, she is undoubtedly a prodigy in music. Why pursue computer science? Hey, don't forget that your music department already has the stunning myriad, and besides, why can't the junior study computer science? Studying computer science means spending all day glued to a computer in a room. With her looks, the junior should be out there benefiting the public. And you guys are bald. The thought of the junior going bald in the future fills me with despair. Hey, let us keep the discussion civil and avoid personal attacks. Besides, not everyone goes bald, even the great Xiao Nai doesn't he? Have you ever seen the great Xiao Nai? How do you know he isn't bald? He might be wearing a wig. I wouldn't allow you to insult the great Xiao Nai. He would never go bald, absolutely not. The topic in the forum bizarrely veered towards whether the great Xiao Nai is bald or not. By the time Xiao Nai returned to school, he felt an odd sensation, as if the gazes of passing classmates were scrutinizing his head. What in the world, aren't they usually focused on their own faces? At this moment, Huan Huan, who was busily organizing her belongings in the dormitory with her luggage, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion on the forum. Throughout her journey, she had graciously declined numerous offers from seniors wanting to carry her luggage. Eventually finding her dorm room upon entering, she discovered 3 individuals already settled in and engaged in conversation. "Hello, I'm Huan Huan from the computer science department," she greeted as she wheeled her suitcase inside. The moment the 3 occupants beheld her beauty, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream pierced the air. You're the fairy from the forum. Whoa, how could I, Zhao be fortunate enough to share a dorm with both the campus belle and the department beauty?" An adorable girl exclaimed excitedly. Huan Huan responded, "What campus belle and department beauty?" Urxi held out her phone, displaying the post to Huan Huan. "It's this post. The moment your photo surfaced, everyone unanimously recognized you as the new campus belle, while Wei lagged a tad behind, becoming our computer science department beauty." Huan Huan cast a glance at the screen, then nonchalantly turned her gaze away, having grown accustomed to the title of campus belle that had been bestowed upon her countless times since childhood. However, as she admired the stunning beauty nearby, she was oblivious to the fact that Bei Weiwei was equally captivated by her appearance. Bei Weiwei was well aware that she belonged to the category of good-looking individuals, but upon seeing Huan Huan today, she truly understood the meaning of "there are always greater talents." If she considered herself a striking beauty, then Huan Huan embodied a blend of purity and allure. The contrasting styles of charm and innocence seamlessly coalesced within her, creating a breathtaking beauty that left one in awe. Everyone appreciates a beautiful woman. It is especially true for girls, who sometimes enjoy admiring beauty even more. Unable to restrain herself, Bei Weiwei initiated the conversation. "Hello, I'm Bei Weiwei. You can call me Weiwei. Why did you bring such a small suitcase?" Typically, those coming to enroll would carry large bags. At the very least, a suitcase of 26 inches, while hers seemed to be around 21 inches, would her belongings even fit? Huan Huan replied, "You can call me Huan Huan. My parents were concerned that I might not adapt well to dorm life, so they purchased a small house near the school for me. Most of my things are there." Urxi, Weiwei, and Xiaoling fell into a simultaneous silence. The concern about adapting to dorm life led to the purchase of a house nearby. What an extraordinary privilege. It is common knowledge that real estate in the bustling capital is incredibly valuable, especially properties near a university, which are worth a fortune. What kind of family is this, to so casually acquire a set of a university district housing? Even Xiaoling, who came from a well-to-do family, was taken aback. While her family could certainly afford a property in the capital, they wouldn't be so casual about it. Urxi finally broke the silence. "So, Huan Huan, does this mean you won't be returning to the dorm?" Huan Huan struggled to make her bed, finding the sheets frustratingly difficult to arrange. "Not necessarily. If the courses are intense, I might still stay in the dorm, although it's not far from school itself, certainly not as close as the dorm for morning classes. I generally struggle to wake up that early." Upon hearing this, the 3 felt a wave of relief, realizing that this wealthy beauty, like themselves, also had a tendency to sleep and ease the distance they had felt moments earlier. Especially as they watched her fumble with the sheets, they exchanged knowing smiles and stepped forward. "Let us help you." Huan Huan, overwhelmed with gratitude, felt tears welling in her eyes. "Thank you, you are all simply wonderful." Observing Weiwei and Zhao Urxi swiftly resolved the betting issue that had perplexed her for half a day, Huan Huan was left in awe, giving them a thumbs up. As for Xiaoling, though she wasn't as inept as Huan Huan, she thought it best not to meddle, as Weiwei and Urxi might complete the task even more efficiently without her. Through this small act and casual conversation, their bond grew significantly closer. Glancing at her watch, Huan Huan spoke up. "By the way, as a token of gratitude for your help, I'd like to treat you all to a meal." Weiwei responded, "Sure, let us have Huan Huan treat us this time, and I'll take the next one." Xiaoling added, "Then the one after that will be mine." Urxi raised her hand. "The one after that is mine as well, but my wallet isn't as affluent as yours. Would it be alright if we went to the snack street?" The group exchanged smiles. "Of course, the best food is at the snack street. We absolutely must explore all of a university's culinary delights over the next 4 years." All 4 of them were amiable by nature, and through their conversation, it became apparent that they would likely enjoy a harmonious relationship throughout their university years. Chapter 95. A slight smile is exceedingly charming. CP Xiaonai too. Upon descending the stairs, it being the first day of school, hailed taxis were scarce. Huan Huan promptly produced a set of car keys and proposed, "Would you care to ride in my car?" Zhao Urxi, filled with delight, embraced her, exclaiming, "Wow, Huan Huan, you actually own a car?" Huan Huan replied while walking, "It's merely a vehicle for convenience." Her beloved car remained in the garage at home, as she feared the potential chaos that might ensue given the large crowd today. The trio was not particularly surprised. After all, it was entirely reasonable for someone who could afford a mansion to possess a modest vehicle. However, upon beholding the so-called convenience car, they gained a more profound understanding of her financial standing. Xiaoling stared incredulously at the luxurious G-Class before her and asked, "Are you truly suggesting that this is your convenience car? When did a vehicle worth over 2 million become a mere mode of transport?" Huan Huan blinked at them, her silence speaking volumes. The trio comprehended her implication that this was indeed her everyday vehicle. Once seated in the car, Zhao Erxi couldn't help but inquire, "Huan Huan, what does your family do?" Such wealth. Bei Weiwei and Xiaoling exchanged glances, intending to curb Erxi's prying questions, as inquiring about one's family background upon first acquaintance seemed rather impolite. To their surprise, Huan Huan was unperturbed. "Not a big deal, my family is involved in real estate. Have you heard of Baisha Real Estate?" Xiaoling's eyes lit up as she gazed at Huan Huan, who was driving. "Baisha Real Estate is your family's?" "My goodness, Baisha Real Estate, known for dealing exclusively in high-end properties, it can be said that the most expensive developments nationwide belong to them. Their properties are often sold out before even hitting the market, leaving ordinary people with neither the means nor the opportunity to compete." Huan Huan waved her hand dismissively. "It's not as exaggerated as you say, but while our houses may be pricey, we use only the finest building materials and environmental designs. If your family is interested, I can arrange a discount for you." Xiaoling looked at her in astonishment. "Really, my parents have been keen on purchasing a property in Tingzhou, but they can never secure one. Despite their exorbitant prices, the benefits of residing in such locations far outweigh the cost of the property itself, which is why even the most expensive houses are fervently sought after." Huan Huan responded, "Sure, I'll give you a contact number later, you can have your uncle and aunt reach out directly." Xiaoling sincerely thanked her. "Huan Huan, thank you." Meanwhile, Bei Weiwei and Zhao Erxi, upon discovering the price of the property Xiaoling mentioned, exchanged knowing glances and chose to remain silent, clearly feeling that this was a topic best left unaddressed. Huan Huan brought them to a hot pot restaurant, having already confirmed that no one was averse to spicy food while in the car. Once parked, she introduced, "I really enjoy the hot pot here. Give it a try, and if you like it, we can return next time." The restaurant boasted a slightly antiquated charm. Once seated, Bei Weiwei opened the menu, and upon seeing the prices, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were not as exorbitant as she had feared. She exchanged relieved smiles with Erxi. Their meal brought them closer together, and after dining, they returned to their dormitory, washed up, and fell into a peaceful slumber. After completing their reports, the arduous military training loomed ahead. Having endured it, Erxi, having lost at least half a pound, draped herself over Weiwei's shoulder, lamenting, "I can't take it anymore. If we continue this way, the kids will be driven to madness." Huan Huan, taking advantage of the moment, leaned against Weiwei from the other side. "I too am utterly exhausted, I have no desire to move, not in the slightest." Xiaoling, observing Weiwei's predicament, reluctantly diverted her gaze from the two girls clinging to her. "Fine." Weiwei, relieved at the turn of events, thought that another addition would be too much for her to handle. The four young women, each with their own distinctive beauty and youthful exuberance, attracted many admiring glances as they strolled along. Thanks to their diligent sun protection, none of them had tanned after the military training. Particularly, Weiwei and Huan Huan remained luminously fair, inciting envy from those who had been sun-kissed. At the freshman ceremony, as they applauded Huan Huan, the representative speaking at the podium, Weiwei and the others felt their hands might wear out from clapping. Their faces beamed with pride, eager to announce to those around them, "This is my roommate, my sister." Observing the seemingly flawless figure on stage, Hame nudged Xiaonai beside her. "What do you think? Third, isn't the campus belle stunning?" Xiaonai, with his delicate features, cast a casual glance at her, prompting Hame to sheepishly retract her hand. I know. You have so many quirks, being both a germaphobe and disliking others touching you. If you ever start dating, will you glare at the girl for hugging or kissing you?" Xiaonai's handsome gaze remained fixed on Huan Huan as she spoke at the podium, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. In that moment, Xiaonai comprehended the meaning of unparalleled beauty. She was indeed a captivating presence. It was only when he beheld Huan Huan that he realized he was, after all, just an ordinary person, susceptible to the allure of beauty. His previous lack of attraction stemmed merely from never encountering someone who could truly captivate him. Beside him, Hame continued her musings. "I wonder what type of person our campus belle likes. Third, do you think I stand a chance?" Yu Banchan shot him a disdainful glance. "You, not a chance. If it were the third, perhaps it could work." Hame, indignant, retorted, "Why wouldn't I stand a chance?" On the other side, Xiao Yongho observed both Xiaonai and Hame with a scrutinizing gaze, saying nothing yet conveying everything. Xiaonai smirked. Xiaonai, by the way, I'm moving back in tonight, please tidy up." The trio exclaimed in unison, "What?" Memories of the unwashed clothes and overflowing trash in the dormitory rushed to their minds, and they frantically sought to return and erase all traces of their negligence. As for the computer science course, those who understood found that one principle led to another, while those who didn't remained perplexed. Huan Huan, clutching her notebook, walked along the path and noticed Xiaonai approaching. Her eyes flickered. "It seems I've encountered Xiaonai quite frequently lately." Beside her, Erxi excitedly tugged at Huan Huan's sleeve, whispering, though unable to hide her enthusiasm, Huan Huan, it's the deity Xiaonai." Huan Huan replied nonchalantly, yes. "If you keep getting worked up, perhaps your deity will hear you." Erxi instantly subdued her excitement. Both Bei Weiwei and Xiaoling found the exchange utterly amusing. However, the observations Huan Huan made were mirrored by Weiwei and Xiaoling. Xiaoling remarked, "Speaking of which, it seems Xiaonai has been returning to school quite often lately." Erxi, confused, asked, "Isn't the deity still a student? What is wrong with coming back to school?" Xiaoling rolled her eyes. "Zhao Erxi, have you been blinded by his looks? The top students in our major typically begin internships in their third year. I've heard that the deity is currently preparing to start a business and doesn't frequent campus much." Chapter 96. A slight smile is very alluring. CP Xiaonai by Huan Huan nodded thoughtfully, her chin resting on her hand. "Indeed, it is rather suspicious." Xiao Ling and Wei Wei gazed at her with sparkling eyes. "Could it be that she knows something we do not?" Bai Huan continued. "Could it be that the esteemed one is struggling in his entrepreneurial endeavors and has returned seeking investment?" Xiao Ling and Wei Wei exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced. Zhao Erxi, perplexed, queried, "If he seeks investment, wouldn't it be more appropriate to look elsewhere? Why return to the school?" Xiao Ling and Wei Wei retorted, "Seriously, you actually believe that excuse?" "Thank you for your concern, Junior." A cool, magnetic voice resonated from behind the four, causing Erxi and Wei Wei to freeze in place. Upon turning around, they were met with Xiaonai's charming smile, his lips curving in amusement. Bai Huan felt no embarrassment at being caught gossiping. Instead, she greeted him with ease. "Hello, senior. As long as I am not awkward, it is others who bear the discomfort." Xiaonai's eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling the melting snow on a pine tree. "Hello, Junior." His voice, rich and melodic, caressed their ears, quite pleasing to hear. Beijing Wei Wei and the others soon regained their composure and returned Xiaonai's greeting, to which he reciprocated warmly, shattering the icy demeanor he was rumored to possess. He was, in fact, quite amiable. Although his gaze was evenly distributed, his subtle focus was predominantly on Bai Huan Jr. "I'm in a bit of a hurry due to an urgent matter. May I borrow your computer?" Bai Huan smiled gently. "I'm afraid not, senior. As students of computer science, you must understand that a computer is akin to one's own spouse. It cannot be lent out." Xiaonai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a direct refusal. Typically, one would expect classmates to rally in support of a senior, especially one who was in need. Usually, they would extend a helping hand, leading to a casual exchange of contact information, perhaps over a meal, fostering familiarity. However, her reasoning was disarmingly charming, and the playful tone in her refusal rendered any annoyance impossible. Moreover, a computer is inherently a private possession, and it was entirely reasonable for her to decline. "My apologies for being presumptuous. How about this? To make amends, I shall treat you all to a meal," he offered. At this, Erxi and the others grasped the underlying intention behind his words. The esteemed one had ulterior motives. They exchanged knowing glances directed at Bai Huan. Bai Huan regarded the strikingly handsome Xiaonai, akin to an ethereal being that one should not dare to approach, and with a slight glimmer in her eyes, she politely declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but we have prior commitments this evening. Perhaps we could reschedule for another day?" With that, she decisively turned to leave. Erxi and her companions exchanged glances before calling out, "Goodbye, senior." They hurriedly caught up with Bai Huan's retreating figure. Left standing in place, Xiaonai stared at the vanishing silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Once they caught up with Bai Huan, Erxi and the others looked at her with curiosity. Bai Huan met their gaze. "Go ahead, ask away, don't hold back." Unable to contain herself, Erxi was the first to speak. "Huan, do you truly have plans today?" Bai Huan replied, "Not at all." Erxi pressed on, "Then why did you turn down the esteemed one?" Bai Huan explained, "Because I have no early class tomorrow. I intend to catch up on the sleep I've lost, and I would rather stay in the dormitory tonight." The three were taken aback. "You turned down the invitation from the great Xiaonai for that reason?" They stared at her in astonishment. Bai Huan looked at her somewhat naive friends, realizing it was time for a lesson. "Firstly, today was the first time I met Xiaonai. His invitation to dinner is a proposal I am free to accept or decline without needing to justify my choice to him or to you, as both agreeing and declining are my rights. However, because I value our friendship, I will share my reasoning with you. Furthermore, don't you think you all are viewing Xiaonai through rose-colored glasses?" The three exchanged glances. "Are we? But he is the great Xiaonai, our department's prodigy, who has brought honor to our school in international programming competitions like ACM. How can we not admire him?" Xiao Ling exclaimed excitedly, as if reciting a cherished tale. Bai Huan sighed, rubbing her forehead. "That only attests to his exceptional programming skills. It does not reflect his character. Moreover, we do not truly know the real Xiaonai. We are unaware of his personal integrity. Agreeing to his invitation under such circumstances would be unwise. Ladies, let us be more discerning." Feeling somewhat chastened, the three lowered their heads, realizing the validity of her points. While they felt Xiaonai was not that kind of person, as Huan Huan had said, it was essential for girls to protect themselves. Finally, Bai Huan tossed her hair lightly. "Especially considering that I am a wealthy woman, I value my life and my money dearly." The three responded in unison. "Rich girl, we seek your patronage." Bai Huan chuckled. "The patronage? It's all just pocket change." Laughter and joviality echoed through the dormitory. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Xiaonai gazed at his reflection in the mirror. "I don't look like a bad person, do I?" He grabbed the arm of a passing Haomei beauty. "Do I appear frightening?" Haomei, startled, gazed at Xiaonai with wide eyes. "Old three, please don't scare me in broad daylight." Xiaonai, speechless, regarded him with indifference. Haomei exhaled, relieved, and patted his chest. "That's much better." Xiaonai remained silent. However, recalling his earlier question, Haomei suddenly became intrigued. "Old three, you never ask such questions. Come on, is it that junior who frightened you?" Yuan Banshan, who had been eavesdropping, asked curiously. "How do you know it's the junior?" How may feigned mystery, you won't understand. Old 3 has had admirers among both our cohort and those above us, but have you ever seen him ask about any of them? Thus, the only possible truth is that it must be a junior. Yuan Banshan enlightened, that makes sense. How may raised an eyebrow triumphantly, of course, do you not know who I am? But seriously, old 3, who is she? As he posed the question, he mentally reviewed the new female students and suddenly had a revelation, looking at Xiaonai in disbelief. Old 3, you're not talking about our campus beauty, are you? Chapter 97. A slight smile is very alluring. CP Xiaonai Haomei gazed at Xiaonai, who did not deny it, and suddenly lunged forward. You truly are a beast. How young is that junior? Xiaonai replied, 3 years younger than me, just right. Haomei seemed to reassess Xiaonai. Shameless as ever, however, recalling the question Xiaonai had just posed, she chuckled, so it seems the junior sister has turned you down. Xiaonai's expression darkened instantly. A no more playful banter the following day, by Huan Huan and her companions observed Xiaonai, clad in a pristine white shirt, at the podium. Bei Weiwei and the others turned their gazes towards Bai Huan. Bai Huan smiled lightly. What are you looking at? Pay attention. At the podium, Xiaonai bent over his computer, addressing the class. Hello, everyone. Today, due to teacher Zhao's absence, I will be your substitute lecturer. I am your senior, Xiaonai. Beside them, Erxi whispered, I knew Xiaonai was talented, but I didn't expect him to be this exceptional, even substituting for a teacher. Xiaonai's simple white shirt resembled a clean, upright pine tree. As he taught, his humor and charm gradually captivated the class, initially drawn to his looks, who soon became engrossed in his lecture, their expressions turning earnest. After class, Xiaonai called out to Bai Huan, who was heading towards the door. Wait a moment. There are a few matters teacher Zhao asked me to discuss with you. Bai Huan paused, clutching her books, while Weiwei and the others exchanged glances. Bai Huan addressed them, you all go ahead and eat. Weiwei and the others understood she would be returning to her off-campus residence shortly, nodded, and hurried off to the cafeteria. By the time Xiaonai finished tidying up, most of the students had already departed. He approached Bai Huan, who was growing impatient. What does the teacher need to discuss with me? Xiaonai glanced at his watch. It's time for dinner. Let's go, I'll treat you, and we can chat while we eat. Bai Huan remained rooted to the spot, and Xiaonai turned to her with a light chuckle. It's about this year's ACM competition. I reviewed your last assignment, and your fundamentals are solid. It's evident that you're self-studying your sophomore courses. You should consider participating in the preliminary rounds. Only then did Bai Huan take a step forward to leave with him. As they walked, she turned to Xiaonai and said, Senior, this must be an excuse, right? While I'm confident in my abilities, the ACM competition, at this stage, feels like just a formality. Teacher Zhao wouldn't allow me to register. So, did you use this excuse just to invite me for a meal? If that were the case, he was indeed quite persistent. Xiaonai chuckled softly, his deep, magnetic voice brushing against her ears. I knew I couldn't deceive you. The competition is an excuse, the meal is also an excuse. My ultimate goal is to obtain your contact information. Xiaonai looked at Bai Huan with a charming smile, the sunlight perfectly illuminating the moment. Even the breeze felt warm. Bai Huan met his gaze. What if I refuse? Xiaonai's clear, mesmerizing eyes sparkled with starlight. Then I shall seek another opportunity. Bai Huan nodded and extended her delicate, fair hand. Your phone. Xiaonai's eyes brightened as he handed his phone to her, watching with deepening amusement as she added her contact details. After retrieving his phone, Xiaonai looked at her. Can I interpret this as you not disliking my pursuit? Bai Huan genuinely laughed this time. He truly was relentless. She slowly surveyed him from head to toe, a smile gracing her lips. Senior, your looks are indeed quite striking. I simply cannot bear to see a handsome man disheartened. As Bai Huan noted, Xiaonai's appearance certainly enhanced his appeal. After all, a handsome suitor is far more pleasing than one of lesser charm. Xiaonai chuckled softly. Was he being teased? Bai Huan added, regarding dinner, let us call it a day. We can have a meal together another time. Xiaonai, that phrase feels oddly familiar, yet, watching the departing figure of the young girl, he smiled indulgently. Another rejection. I am the boys' dormitory. Upon Xiaonai's return, Yu Banshan, Zhou Yongho, and Haomei exchanged knowing glances. Why Yu Banshan tentatively inquired, did the junior sister agree this time? The trio was aware that Xiaonai had specifically attended their class to meet the junior sister. They had initially intended to join him for the excitement, but one glance from Xiaonai had quelled their enthusiasm, leaving them to await news in the dormitory. Xiaonai cast them a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Yu Banshan and Haomei exchanged understanding glances. It was clear she had not agreed. Haomei pulled up a chair next to Xiaonai. Old 3, if I may say, you are still too young. Since the junior sister refuses to dine alone with you, why not gather more people? With a larger group, she surely won't decline. Xiaonai shifted his gaze from his phone to her. Though he said nothing, Haomei understood it as an invitation to continue. Feeling triumphant, she thought, who would have imagined old 3 would one day seek her counsel? We could approach her dorm mates. As the saying goes, there is no wall that cannot be breached. Xiaonai, what nonsense. Haomei, don't mind the details. Sometimes, a little whispering can prove far more effective than we imagine. Xiaonai pondered, yet the phrase whispering felt oddly discomforting. When would he be the one to initiate such whispers? Bai Huan tilted her head, observing the 3 faces that appeared somewhat guilty. So you sold me out for those notes? The 3, caught in their scheme, wore expressions of ingratiation. These are no ordinary notes. They belong to a genius. With them, we can avoid failing our exams. Bai Huan scrutinized them. Erxi and Xiaoling each tugged at her, pouting. Bo, we know you and Weiwei don't need them, but just look at how close to baldness our hair has become from all the stress. Please, Huan Huan, it's just a simple meal, we'll leave immediately after. Huan Huan glanced at Bei Weiwei, puzzled as to why she too had been swayed. Bei Weiwei quickly offered her cup of milk tea. The geniuses invited me to join them in a game. You know how it is, I've been struggling with that dungeon for days. Having spent enough time together, it was clear that the seemingly radiant beauty was, in fact, an avid homebody, spending her days either in class or gaming. Yet in their dormitory, Bei Weiwei was the only one truly addicted to gaming. Currently, she was engaged in a game that required 4 teammates to conquer a dungeon, having cycled through several teams, all of whom had failed miserably due to poor coordination. Chapter 98. A slight smile captivates the city. During this time, Huan Huan had heard Bei Weiwei rambling in their dormitory quite a bit. Are you really so certain they can take you there? Bei Weiwei replied, I wasn't sure at first, but once the expert sent me his gaming nickname, I became certain. Huan Huan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Bei Weiwei continued, Xiaonaiha, he is the top player in our game. With him around, we are guaranteed to conquer this dungeon. Huan Huan acquiesced with a nod in response to the trio's eager gazes. The three erupted in cheers. Huan Huan took out her phone and opened a certain someone's chat window. Frowny face. The expert is so impressive, he can cater to everyone's preferences, why not mine? Ding dong. While working, Xiaonai heard a special notification sound. With a smile on his face, he picked up his phone and read the message, which made his smile widen. Frowny face. In that case, how about I treat you to a movie as an apology after dinner? After sending the message, Xiaonai eagerly gazed at the screen, only exhaling in relief when the reply came back with an affirmative. Agreed. Soon, it was time for the 2 dormitories to gather for dinner. Considering their varied tastes, Xiaonai and the others opted for a hotpot restaurant that most people enjoyed. Upon arriving at the familiar venue, Erxi and her companions exchanged glances with Huan Huan, while Haomei beside them, puzzled, inquired what was going on. Erxi explained, this restaurant is exactly where Huan Huan took us last time. Haomei raised an eyebrow at Xiaonai, adding, it seems our junior has quite the affinity with the 3 of us, sharing the same taste. As they settled down, everyone tacitly left the 2 adjacent seats in the middle for Xiaonai and Huan Huan. Once seated, the atmosphere at the table was undeniably lively, with Haomei from the boys' dormitory and Erxi from the girls' dormitory sparking a delightful exchange that quickly elevated the mood. Xiaonai leaned in close to Huan Huan, whispering, is there anything else you'd like to eat? Huan Huan glanced at the array of dishes on the table and shook her head, no need, this is plenty. After their meal, as they exited the restaurant, the others teased upon learning that Huan Huan and Xiaonai were off to watch a movie together. In the dimly lit cinema, with only the glow of the screen illuminating their faces, Xiaonai turned to glance at Huan Huan, who was fixated on the film, and leaned closer, lowering his voice, is this genre acceptable? He had chosen a light-hearted comedy, aiming for a relaxed atmosphere. In the cinema, Huan Huan mirrored his action, lowering her voice as she turned to him, their eyes met, and the warmth of their breaths intertwined in the space between them. Huan Huan, flustered, quickly pulled away and took a large sip from her drink. Xiaonai gently touched his nose, a smile gracing his lips. After the movie, Xiaonai escorted Huan Huan to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Watching her ascend the stairs without a hint of reluctance, he sighed softly, the revolution has yet to succeed, comrades must strive harder. Back in the dormitory, confronted by 3 inquisitive faces, Huan Huan placed the dessert she had brought for them onto the table, preemptively predicting their question. Nothing happened, we simply watched a movie. The trio looked disappointed, exclaiming, Huan Huan put her hands on her hips and gazed at them, what else could it be? What are you all imagining? Meanwhile, upon seeing Xiaonai return so early, Haomei and the others patted him on the shoulder, expressing their sympathy. Good luck. The next day, a photo surfaced on the forum showing Xiaonai sending Huan Huan off at the girls' dormitory. No way, are my idol and my goddess together, they lamented. Oh, the campus belle is so beautiful, and my idol is so handsome. Just seeing them together makes me envision an entire novel. However, reliable sources confirmed that the campus belle and the expert were not yet together, he was still in the pursuit stage. It made sense why the expert, who had long since stopped living on campus, had suddenly returned apparently for the campus bell. The following day in class, Huan Huan felt the scrutinizing gazes of her classmates, reminiscent of family members obsessively rooting for a couple. The intensity of those looks only escalated when she spotted Xiaonai attending a freshman class. Observing the tender glances from nearly graduating students, Huan Huan helplessly turned away, shielding her face with her book. Don't you have anything to do? Xiaonai beamed at her, currently, my most important task is to pursue you. Huan Huan responded, with such confidence, do you think I will agree? It felt rather ostentatious. Xiaonai gazed at her with warmth, well, you seem somewhat interested in my face, don't you? Huan Huan pondered, how could he know? Every time she looked at herself, she lingered on his face. Xiaonai must have sensed it. She leaned in closer, her curious eyes roaming over his features. Then you must take good care of that face, it seems a bit parched. Xiaonai's heart raced at her sudden proximity. Behind them, a female classmate gasped, are they about to kiss? A male classmate beside her, in agony, muttered, classmate, could you please refrain from slapping your thigh? The girl glanced down, realizing her hand was resting on his thigh, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, I'm so sorry. The teacher's playful voice interrupted, the student obscuring her face with a book, please pay attention, we are still in class. Huan Huan, previously enjoying teasing Xiaonai, felt her face flush crimson at the remark and lowered her head in embarrassment. Watching her shy demeanor, Xiaonai smiled tenderly, causing their classmates, aware of the rumors, to be utterly captivated. That evening, a candid classroom photo quickly circulated online, igniting a flurry of excitement. I'm going to lose it. How can Xiaonai's smile be so charming? When have I ever seen him so happy? They exclaimed. This is undoubtedly true love. I'm locking it down immediately. Oh, they look so perfect together. I adore them. I can't help but imagine what it would be like if they were together, with the campus belle blushing as she leans against the expert's half-open shirt, while his strong hand firmly holds her waist. Ah, so alluring. Upstairs, why not write a book? I'd love to read it. Count me in, I want to read it too. Neither Bai Wanwen nor Xiaonai realized that even a single photo from class could fuel such vivid imaginations. Xiaonai's pursuit of Bai Wanwen was unreserved, straightforward yet gentle. The students at a university had never envisioned that the seemingly aloof and proud idol would be the one to deliver breakfast daily, reserve seats, and escort the campus belle to and from classes. For the sake of being with her, he made the trek to the freshman classes day after day, week after week, for nearly a semester. Chapter 99. A slight smile is captivating. Couple Xiaonai as Wei Wei and the others observed Huan Huan applying her makeup in the dormitory. Their curiosity bubbled over. Huan Huan, when do you plan to agree to become the girlfriend of the great god? Bai Wanwen delicately applied lipstick to her lips, rendering them more luscious and tempting, almost as if they were begging to be tasted. He hasn't even confessed to me, how can I agree? The mere mention of this left Bai Wanwen seething with frustration. Xiaonai had been straightforward for half a semester, yet he had not made a clear confession or proposition, leaving the eager Bai Wanwen to feign modesty and maintain the status quo. After all, how could a girl be the first to speak up about such matters? Shared glance among Wei Wei and the others sparked a glimmer of excitement in their eyes, and Xiaoling discreetly picked up her phone to send a message. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Banshan, upon receiving the message, smiled with a hint of pride as she waved her phone at Xiaonai, who was busy choosing his outfit. Old 3, you owe me a meal. I've uncovered crucial information for you. Xiaonai glanced at the content on the phone, a smile creeping onto his lips as he patted his shoulder. Thanks, bro. With that, he hurried out the door. Yu Banshan quickly realized, hey, do you need us to help? As Xiaonai reached the doorway, he turned back to the slightly agitated yet composed Yu Banshan, uncertain of what had transpired. But with Haomei and Xiao Yongho equally excited, he paused. Just try to keep your composure. Yu Banshan whispered a few words into the ears of the still bewildered Haomei and Xiao Yongho, their eyes brightening with understanding. Dressed in a stunning red gown, Bai Wanwen drove to the designated meeting spot with Xiaonai. However, as soon as she parked and stepped out of the car, a little girl approached her, holding out a rose. Pretty sister, this is for you. Still trying to comprehend the situation, Bai Wanwen gazed into the girl's expectant eyes and adorable face as she accepted the flower. Crouching down, she softly inquired, little sister, are you selling flowers? How much for each? To her surprise, the little girl merely smiled at her before shyly running away. Bai Wanwen, still baffled while holding the flower, proceeded a few steps further, only to encounter a young couple beaming with joy as they presented her with another rose. Sister, you're so beautiful. This flower is for you. Accepting the flower with a smile, Bai Wanwen replied, thank you, you are too. Initially believing this to be a mere coincidence, Bai Wanwen's suspicions began to crystallize as she encountered more and more individuals presenting her with flowers, especially when she saw Bai Weiwei, Zhao Ershi, Xiaoling, Yu Banshan, Haomei, and Xiao Yongho also offering her blossoms. You all were looking at the beaming and excited faces before her, particularly that of Ershi, who was on the verge of tears. Bai Wanwen began to question whether she was being proposed to or confessed to. At that moment, Xiaonai, clad in a sharp suit and holding a bouquet of roses, approached Bai Wanwen. Bai Wanwen thought to herself, this feels more like a proposal. Surely Xiaonai wouldn't skip the confession and go straight for the proposal. Xiaonai stood before her, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor, as he took a deep breath and extended the flowers towards her. Wanwen, it was love at first sight with you, and through time, my feelings for you have deepened. For the remainder of my life, I wish to walk hand in hand with you in the open, so will you be my girlfriend? The surrounding atmosphere was charged with excitement, as if Xiaonai was confessing to them. They eagerly urged, say yes, say yes. Bai Wanwen smiled as she accepted the flowers from Xiaonai and intertwined them with her own bouquet, gazing at him with delight. You made such a fuss. I almost thought you were proposing. Xiaonai replied, I would like that, but you're still young. I want to cherish every step we take together, ensuring that none of our moments are overlooked. However, in the future, as Xiaonai gazed at the smiling Bai Wanwen in his arms, he would regret not having voiced this sentiment sooner. At that moment, Xiaonai produced a delicate bracelet from his pocket, earnestly asking once more, so, do you agree, will you be my girlfriend? Bai Wanwen extended her hand. Since you've put it that way, boyfriend, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Cheers erupted around them. After embarking on their romantic journey, Xiaonai continued to be Bai Wanwen's personal caretaker, remembering her class schedule and daily arrangements, ensuring that she was well taken care of, just as before. However, after dinner one evening, as he accompanied Bai Wanwen to her off-campus residence, Xiaonai naturally began to tidy up her refrigerator and clean the house. Bai Wanwen, lounging on the sofa, observed Xiaonai, who exuded a faint aura of domesticity. She approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist. Xiaonai, smiling, softly inquired, what is wrong, dear? Bai Wanwen leaned against his back, shaking her head. Nothing. Their skin brushed against each other, exchanging warmth, as Bai Wanwen playfully slipped her hands beneath Xiaonai's shirt, causing him to catch his breath. Holding her hands down, he spoke in a husky voice, dear, let's wait until we are engaged. Bai Wanwen withdrew her hands, pouting in disappointment. If prior to their relationship, Xiaonai had been relentlessly pursuing her, now it felt as if they had both retreated. The most intimate gestures Huan Huan had dared to take were mere kisses and hugs. Even when Bai Huan Huan hinted at her desires, he remained steadfastly restrained if frustrated. Bai Huan Huan sat on the sofa, arms crossed, scrutinizing Huan Huan, who was squatting before her. You aren't, incapable, are you? Huan Huan. Huan Huan found himself both amused and exasperated by her teasing. The more he cherished her, the more reluctant he was to act hastily. In recent days, he had been working diligently to expedite matters at his company, hoping to gather enough confidence for a proposal. Yet, this girl kept teasing him, as if he were some paragon of virtue, immune to temptation. Cold showers were hardly pleasant. Bai Huan Huan's skeptical gaze landed on Huan Huan's lower half. If you really are struggling, I could accompany you to see a doctor. We shouldn't shy away from medical advice. If it comes to that, Bai Huan Huan's expression was conflicted. Huan Huan leaned in, deciding to silence her before she could utter anything else that might frustrate him. With a kiss that bore a hint of playful reprimand, more intense than any previous encounter, he breathed heavily, his voice husky as he gazed at her. Am I capable? Feeling the weight of his question, Bai Huan Huan's cheeks flushed crimson, but her stubborn nature prevailed as she playfully nipped at his lips. It's just average. Chapter 100. A slight smile is very alluring. CP Huan Huan in an instant. The actions of Huan Huan shattered his previously taught rationality, as fervent kisses descended upon him like a torrential downpour. The scattered garments in the living room chaotically extended to the threshold of the bedroom of the following day. As Bai Huan Kai awoke, she had not yet had the chance to contemplate how to conceal the numerous crimson marks adorning her body when she heard Huan Huan, bare-chested and propped up on one elbow, gazing at her with a satisfied expression. Shall we get married? Bai Huan Kai, huh? Upon witnessing her bewilderment, Huan Huan's countenance turned serious as he reached out to envelop her in his embrace. Do you intend to indulge and then evade responsibility? Bai Huan Kai. How did it come to this? Not only had they crossed a line, but now they were also contemplating marriage. Yet, as she looked at the smiling parents of both sides and the seemingly composed but subtly anxious Huan Huan, a twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. Fine, let it be. On the journey home, Bai Huan Kai supported the inebriated Huan Huan, glancing at her elder brother and Bai father, who wore only flushed expressions. Out in the car, Bai's elder brother turned to observe Bai father and Bai mother in the back seat. Dad, is it truly that simple to agree to Huan Huan's affair with Huan Kai? Bai father, haven't you investigated Huan Huan? A recent graduate who established a technology company that is now making waves in the market. His nascent enterprise has managed to attract a plethora of exceptional talents that other firms cannot lure away. Does that not attest to his merit? Bai's elder brother furrowed his brow slightly. But his family? Bai father rubbed his aching forehead. What of his family? His parents are professors at a university, hailing from a scholarly lineage, without any sordid affairs. Huan Huan's protective demeanor towards Huan Kai indicates that she need not lift a finger. Besides, we are here to support her. Who would dare to make her suffer in the latter half of her life? Upon contemplation, Bai's elder brother relaxed his furrowed brow. True. Choosing someone of equal social standing would also be difficult to navigate. Although Huan Huan's company was somewhat distant from their own, wealth could conquer all obstacles. He might not have influence in their market, but he could transform the property of their company into his own. This way, Huan Kai would become the landlord of his firm, and should Huan Huan dare to mistreat his sister, he could simply evict him. Wherever he moved, he would become the proprietor of that building. Real estate was his domain, unless he relocated to another city. However, that would not do. The company's business needed to expand in the latter half of the year. Bai father, observing his son's expression, recognized his thoughts were fixated on real estate, and with a resigned gesture, he sighed. His son was neither foolish nor astute, content to return home to his wife and children, often arriving late or leaving early. Yet compared to Huan Kai, at least he still went to work and performed admirably, which pleased Bai father immensely. Unlike his rebellious daughter, the brightest in the family, who only dreamed of lounging and spending money, neither of her two children inherited his ambition or drive. Huan Huan, however, appeared quite driven, which was commendable. Furthermore, his company was worth considering for investment. On one hand, it would provide security for his daughter. On the other, who would object to acquiring more wealth? In the days that followed, Bai father realized that Huan Huan had also ignited a sense of ambition in his son, leading to an increased fondness for him as a son-in-law, particularly upon learning that Huan Huan's relentless pursuit of wealth post-marriage was spurred by Huan Cai's extravagant tastes. Occasionally, Bai father, feeling a bit sheepish, would discreetly provide Huan Huan with some pocket money, leaving Huan Huan bemused. Was he being indulged by his father-in-law? Clenching his fists, he resolved to continue to strive for financial success. At heart, Huan Huan harbored a touch of traditional masculinity. His wife's wealth was her own, but he believed that it was unacceptable for her to spend his money, as that would signify his own inadequacy. Each time he witnessed Huan Kai using his card for expenditures or when he purchased gifts for her, the sparkle in her eyes filled him with warmth, compelling him to return to the office and work overtime to earn more for her. Indeed, Huan Cai's true passion lay not in handbags or necklaces, but in collecting cars, especially sports cars. Her garage was filled with vehicles in pastel hues, leaving Huan Huan in awe during his first encounter. Besides, once the cars were procured, a place to store them was necessary, prompting the need to buy a house. Fortunately, his brother-in-law offered favorable discounts on properties, or else Huan Huan might not have been able to afford such a grand residence in just a few short years. On the day of Huan Huan and Bai Huan Cai's wedding, the most emotional individuals were the two groups of roommates, Yu Hansan and Hao Mei, who wept in each other's arms, while Chiu Yongho looked on with envy. It was simply unbearable not to cry. How could the third one be so fortunate? He was not only handsome but was also dating the campus belle, and to top it all off, he married her right after her sophomore year. How could freshly graduated Hao Mei and her peers possibly accept this? While they remained single, their brother had already wed a wealthy beauty, reaching the pinnacle of success. As fellow graduates, why was he so exceptional? Especially when they witnessed the wedding gift bestowed upon Xiao Nai by his father-in-law, a house and a car, the latter being a limited edition sports car. Oh, how they envied such a generous father-in-law. Meanwhile, as Xiao Nai reveled in the sight of his wife, who glowed with delight upon receiving the car keys, he thought, so, my wife's true love lies in automobiles? On the other side, Wei Wei and her companions gazed up at the newlyweds, adorned in traditional attire, with tears glistening in their eyes. Ere she bit her lip, oh, they are so happy, the wedding is so beautiful, I wish to have one just like this. Never had they imagined a traditional Chinese wedding could be so magnificent and solemn, with a procession of red adornments and an air of antiquity. Upon arrival, everyone felt as if they had traversed through time. Hearing Ershi's words, Wei Wei, successfully diverted from the previous topic, nodded in agreement. Xiao Ling shrugged. Let us not even think about it. Just the phoenix crown atop Wan Cai's head is worth a fortune, not to mention her wedding gown, which is entirely hand-embroidered. The venue is likely the least expensive aspect of the affair, given that it is owned by her family. As for the price, it was understood to be astronomical, and not to mention that Wan Cai's ensemble had been custom-made by her family since childhood, taking 3 years to complete. The headpiece was no less impressive. Immediately after the wedding, Xiao Nai secured it in a safe. Standing before the safe, Xiao Nai embraced Wan Cai. When we have a daughter, let us create a similar wedding gown and crown for her. The wedding not only astonished the guests but particularly captivated everyone when Wan Cai, dressed in her bridal attire, made her entrance, her figure radiating an ethereal beauty that took one's breath away. With a hint of uncertainty, Wan Cai asked, "Are you certain?" Recalling the value of the wedding gown and crown, Xiao Nai felt a pang of hesitation. I will strive.